Chapter 001, Otherworld. Ouch. Roger felt as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of collapse, more precisely. His upper body seemed to be disintegrating, while his lower half had succumbed to complete numbness. Just moments, sir, perhaps hours ago, he had been meandering through the streets when a flash of blinding white light enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself suspended in midair, dozens of meters above the ground. Before he could even comprehend the situation, he plummeted straight down, crashing heavily onto the hard surface below, and lost consciousness. As his senses gradually returned, he faintly heard someone speaking nearby. Struggling to open his eyes, he found his left eye obscured by a haze of crimson, while his right eye barely managed to catch sight of a chattering crow. He had heard that some crows could mimic simple human words, but he had never encountered one that prattled incessantly like this. Moreover, it seemed to be speaking in a foreign tongue, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a lengthy soliloquy, the crow appeared to sense something amiss as it uttered its incantation. A soft azure light emanated from its form. Illuminated by this glow, Roger felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. "Young man, do you understand me?" To his astonishment, he could comprehend the crow's speech. Were it not for the relentless pain coursing through his body, he might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. "What have you done to me?" He managed to croak out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crow flapped its wings a few times. "It's merely a simple communication spell." Magic? This was a world of magic. Setting aside the nature of his surroundings, he felt a surge of desperation. "Dear Crow, could you assist me in finding someone to help?" "Crow? What does that mean?" The crow pointed at itself with one wing. "I am Scholar Harris." Amidst his agony, Roger couldn't help but scoff at a crow daring to call itself a scholar. How much wisdom could a brain the size of a peanut possess? Then he recalled that this crow could wield magic. Perhaps it was not the ordinary species he was familiar with. "Scholar Harris, please help me. You are capable of magic, are you not?" Harris' tone turned a shade awkward. "I apologize if I could save you. I certainly would. However, I'm only versed in a few communication spells, memory spells, and writing spells, lacking any knowledge of healing magic." "Then go find someone who can help." Harris' voice held a note of incredulity. "Are you unaware that this is the Tana's desert? For miles around, not a blade of grass grows, and I have not eaten for 3 days. I lack the strength to fly that far." Not a blade of grass for miles? In a fleeting moment before his fall, he indeed recalled glimpsing a desolate expanse. Surrounding him, there were no trees, not even a patch of grass. Having lived for 20 years, he had never considered himself particularly unlucky. How could fate have orchestrated such a bizarre demise for him? Must you perish here as well? Harris shook his head. "Not necessarily once you die. I can consume your flesh and take your provisions, which should allow me to escape this wretched place." Roger nearly expelled another mouthful of blood, but soon found himself resigned to the situation. It seemed his demise was all but certain. He had no desire to concern himself with what would become of his body afterward. If this creature wished to feast upon him, so be it. It could be considered a small act of virtue. "Young man, what is your name and where do you reside? Since you have saved my life, I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my gratitude and offer some compensation to your parents." "My name is Roger, and as for my home, are you familiar with Earth?" "Earth?" Harris pondered, stroking his head with his wings before shaking it in disbelief. "I have never heard of it. Could it be an obscure, impoverished region? I must return and inquire with Scholar Anna. She will surely know." "Fear not. I swear by the name of the goddess of wisdom that I will locate your home." Ahem. Cough, cough. Roger nearly choked on his own saliva. Swearing by the goddess? Even if you searched for generations, you would never find it. Just as he contemplated suggesting Harris not to take it so seriously, Harris inquired further, "How is it that you find yourself here alone? Surely you are not traveling with a merchant caravan?" "A merchant caravan? I know not of such a thing. I was walking along the road when I was enveloped by a white light, and then I appeared here." "A white light?" Harris mused, contemplating the implications. Were there any runes surrounding that light? Runes? I did not pay attention. "Do you know what it signifies?" Harris nodded. "You must have been forcibly teleported here by someone's summoning spell. However, it is evident that the spell went awry, inadvertently triggering upon you and even misplacing the summoning point." Roger was acutely aware of the meaning of wanting to cry without tears. Some incompetent fool, playing with summoning spells for no reason. Even if he were to become a vengeful spirit after death, he would not know whom to seek. Does such an incident occur often? Not particularly. You may have heard that summoning spells are highly taxing on magical energy. Even the simplest of summoning spells involves quite complex incantations and formations. Therefore, each summoning is conducted with utmost caution. Roger sighed in deep frustration, feeling the pain in his body intensify. With every word spoken, a fiery sensation engulfed his chest. Harris, do you think I have long to live? Given your injuries, you may last until tomorrow night at most. So he was to endure over 20 hours of suffering? Perhaps you should just kill me. Rather than languishing in agony for those interminable hours, it would be better to simply die and attain an early release. Harris resolutely shook his head. What kind of talk is that? I have never taken a life. Roger lacked the strength to argue further and drifted into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, when he opened his eyes again, the sky was illuminated by a full moon. The crow was diligently sweeping dust from the ground onto him with its wings. Was this creature not waiting for him to die, to feast upon his flesh? Was it eager to bury him? Hey, I'm not dead yet. Harris quickly gestured for silence. Do not make a sound nearby. There are beings of another race. Beings of another race? He recalled that he was in a magical world. Could there be monsters lurking? Yet, at this moment, he would rather be devoured by a monster than continue to endure this torment. Faintly, he heard a distant, off-key melody, seemingly sung by a young girl. Were these not humans? A thought surged within Roger's mind. Could it be that Harris wished to remain undetected, only to consume him after his demise? With this notion in mind, he summoned every ounce of strength and cried out, "Help!" Harris was taken aback. Do not make a sound. What aid could they possibly offer? They are. Before he could finish, the distant melody ceased abruptly. Harris gasped in dismay, flapping his wings and ascending into the sky, disappearing from sight. All that remained was Roger, immobilized and utterly helpless, calling to the heavens in vain. Before long, a figure approached him, a girl who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Clad in a black formal gown, her complexion, though slightly paler than the average, was unmistakably that of a human child. Roger felt a wave of relief wash over him and hurriedly implored, "Little sister, where are your guardians? Please summon them to rescue me." Given the desolation surrounding him for miles, it was improbable that the girl was alone. Surely, an adult accompanied her. Little sister? The girl looked down, her expression morphing into one of peculiar intrigue, and without further ado, she delivered a sharp kick. "Who are you calling, little?" Crack! Roger distinctly heard the sound of his leg bone fracturing, and although he felt no pain, terror gripped his heart. Goodness, is this truly human? This is undeniably a creature of another realm. Yet, regardless of her nature, she now stood before him, and it seemed futile to attempt to shoo her away. He could only muster the courage to revise his address. "Esteemed lady, would you be so kind as to assist me?" The girl, seemingly oblivious to his latter words, giggled and retorted, "Esteemed lady? How beautiful am I? Pray tell." Beautiful, like the moon eclipsing the sun, naturally exquisite, a paragon of grace, captivating beyond compare, standing like a flower in bloom, delicate and enchanting, pure as jade. Roger wished to recite every exquisite term he had ever learned, and he noticed the girl's face gradually shifting to one of astonishment. "Huh, where did you acquire such an abundance of unfamiliar words? Are you a scholar of humanity?" He had barely completed his university education, hardly a scholar by any means, yet for the sake of his life, he could only fabricate a response. "Indeed, I am a scholar of humanity. I can regale you with tales daily if you so desire." The corners of the girl's mouth curved upward, revealing an enigmatic smile. "Now, that is a delightful proposal. Call me sister." Reluctantly, Roger complied, uttering sister, but the girl seemed unsatisfied. "Call me mother." This was far too humiliating. Yet, for the sake of his life, he suppressed his discomfort and managed to say mother. As he pondered whether she would demand he call her grandmother next, he watched as she adjusted her attire, placed her finger in her mouth, and bit down. "Open your mouth." Roger stared at her, utterly perplexed by her intentions. Noticing his lack of response, the girl impatiently pressed her foot against his chin, forcing his mouth open. A few drops of crimson blood fell from her wounded finger into his mouth. The metallic taste surged down his throat, causing the world to spin. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard the girl utter something akin to, "In the name of the divine, I forged this pact." Chapter 002, The Bloodline. Do not stir. Roger felt a sensation akin to someone striking his face, instinctively raising his hand to swat it away before abruptly awakening. Hadn't his hand been severed? How could he move it so freely? Not a trace of pain coursed through his body. Could it all have been merely a dream? Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate and unfamiliar desert, with a raven perched on a nearby rock. Was that not the scholar who identified himself as Harris? After stretching his limbs, he noted no abnormalities. Yet he heard Harris urging him, "Quick, take cover." Cover from what? Could it be that another alien presence was approaching? Harris pointed towards the horizon. "The sun is about to rise. You will be scorched to cinders." Scorched to cinders? Roger was utterly baffled. He had spent the previous day exposed to the sun without turning to ash. Surely this rising sun wouldn't incinerate him. Though filled with confusion, he dared not tarry, hastily rising to sprint toward a massive stone not far off. After just a couple of strides, he sensed something was amiss. It felt as though he were weightless, as if traversing a surface of cotton, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Could the gravity here be lighter than that of Earth? Taking a deep breath, he suddenly surged forward, almost losing his footing. After stabilizing himself, he resumed his run, reaching the stone in mere seconds. Wow! That distance must have been at least 50 meters, yet it felt as though he had traversed it in just 5 or 6 seconds, a remarkable feat of speed. Even when pursued by vicious dogs back on Earth, he had never achieved such a time. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Scholar Harris, can others run this swiftly? Harris landed atop the stone, shaking his head. Ordinary humans cannot. You are now of the bloodline. Thus your speed has increased. Bloodline? What does that mean? When did I become of the bloodline? Last night, the bloodline entity forged a blood pact with you. You haven't forgotten, have you? That girl from yesterday? And then? What side effects does this pact entail that would render me of the bloodline? You are already of the bloodline. Don't you feel an overwhelming urge to find that little girl? At this, Roger nearly leaped up. Find her? For what purpose? Would he spend his days calling her sister or mother? That insufferable girl, surely too old for such childish games. He had no desire to demean himself in such a manner. What? Harris flapped his wings in astonishment, his tone incredulous. You truly do not wish to seek her? Not even a little. Roger waved his hand dismissively. I've said I don't want to. I am not her servant. Am I to follow her orders for eternity? Oh, divine deity, you possess immunity to the blood pact. This is truly remarkable. No, your injuries have indeed healed. You have evidently transformed into one of the bloodline. How is this possible? Watching Harris exclaim in excitement, Roger was bewildered by his fervor. You just mentioned I would be scorched to cinders by the sun. Is that also a side effect of this pact? Seeing Harris nod seriously, Roger leaned forward. The sun had fully risen, appearing no different from the day before. Gazing at the sunlight beyond the shadows, he hesitated momentarily before cautiously extending his hand. Be careful, Harris exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this. The warm sunlight graced the back of his hand, eliciting no discomfort whatsoever. He stretched out half of his arm, yet still encountered no reaction. Resolutely, he leapt from the shadows, turning toward the sun high above. See, I'm perfectly fine. I have not been scorched to a crisp. Harris continued to call upon the goddess in astonishment. This is truly remarkable. Could it be that you are the favored scion of the divine? The scion? Roger scoffed at this notion. Had he truly been favored by the gods, he would not have nearly perished in such a wretched place. Yet, that young girl's pact did indeed hold significance. Were it not for her, I would have surely met my demise. Still, her behavior was rather vexing, and her attire suggested she hailed from an affluent family. He resolved to keep his distance to avoid being ensnared and forced into servitude. Weren't you saying that not a blade of grass grows within 1,000 miles of here? Where did that girl come from? She must be visiting friends among the bloodlines. As for her family, she slipped something into your pocket last night. Take it out and see. Upon rummaging through his pocket, he indeed extracted a black card, roughly the size of a business card. The card was not metallic in composition, but exuded a metallic sheen under the sun's rays. It bore intricate black patterns, with the inscription Nicola family etched at the bottom. The Nicola family? Harris exclaimed, astonished. Ah, the Nicola family? This is one of the 10 oldest bloodlines. It seems that girl from last night is a direct descendant of the Nicola lineage, surely of marquis status. You are indeed fortunate. Ordinary humans seldom have the opportunity to forge a pact with such high-ranking purebloods. How could this be considered fortune? He vaguely remembered the girl mentioning, before he lost consciousness, that he should seek her in the dark forest. The dark forest is their stronghold? I must keep my distance. Which way is the opposite direction? That would be south. After pondering, he returned the card to his pocket, only to realize it felt unusually empty. He hurriedly searched through all his pockets, but could not find his phone. What are you looking for? My phone, it's just... Roger gestured vaguely. This rectangular object. He was accustomed to having his phone at his side. Could it be that it hadn't crossed over with him? Or had it simply fallen nearby? Ah, that item was taken by that little girl. She seemed quite intrigued by her magical device, examining it thoroughly for a while before stashing it away in her pocket. The corner of Roger's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he stamped his foot in frustration. Forget it, I don't need it. Considering this cursed place lacked signal and internet, retrieving it would serve no purpose. Moreover, he had no desire to encounter that peculiar bloodline girl again for the sake of a phone. Harris tilted his head, observing him. But that was your magical device. Are you truly just relinquishing it? Magical device? Roger nearly laughed aloud. I shall simply purchase another upon my return. I am heading south. Would you care for a ride? Thank you, but I am on the verge of starvation. He removed his coat and wrapped Harris inside, securing it to his back as he ventured southward. After taking just a few steps, he felt Harris flutter its wings against him. You can run, you know. You are a vampire now. You could run for days and nights without tiring. Is that truly the case? With a hint of skepticism, he began to run. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a few hundred meters would leave him panting. Yet now he had covered at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters without a hint of fatigue, as if he could continue indefinitely. Does this mean I possess boundless stamina? Not quite. This is the energy derived from the few drops of blood the girl shared with you during your contract last night. It should sustain you for a few days. A few days? Then what happens? He pondered, concerned that he might suddenly perish after a few days. Then you will need to consume blood. Roger was taken aback. Drink blood? What kind of blood? Any blood will do. I've heard that vampires prefer elven blood, followed by human blood, then humanoid creatures, and finally various other species. What if I don't wish to drink blood? If you can tolerate it, you may eat regular food instead. It wasn't strictly necessary to drink blood. Roger felt a wave of relief wash over him. After running for a while longer, he was captivated by a glimmering object not far ahead. Upon approaching, he discovered a gold nugget, roughly the size of a basin, and estimated to weigh at least 100 pounds. Good heavens! He knocked and tapped it several times to confirm its authenticity as genuine gold. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a large piece of gold upon arriving in this place. Given its color and texture, the purity seemed quite commendable. If this were on Earth, he would be set for life. Just as Roger was overwhelmed with excitement, Harris climbed onto his shoulder. Why the commotion? It's merely a common yellow stone. At those words, Roger's elation was doused with cold water. It said, it's merely a common yellow stone. Are you implying that this is common? Why else would I say so? They're found everywhere. What's so remarkable about that? Roger nearly fell to the ground in disbelief. It seemed his luck wasn't as fortuitous as he had thought. He believed he had struck it rich only to discover that gold was a commonplace sight in this realm. He soon contemplated another question. Then what is the currency here? Crystal coins, perhaps? You must know what currency is used in your homeland. Roger gestured toward the gold on the ground. This is our hard currency. After pondering for a moment, Harris exclaimed, when you return, you could bring some back and become a wealthy man. Indeed, once he found a way back, transporting several hundred or even thousands of tons of gold would surely make him an overnight millionaire, securing his fortune for generations to come. Chapter 003. The Dragon. As the day wore on, he finally glimpsed the distant sight of verdant foliage. It appeared he had escaped the cursed expanse known as the Tanna's Desert. Along the way, he had inquired of Harris why it found itself in this desolate place. It turned out that a few days prior, it had accompanied a merchant caravan through the Fallen Lands en route to a neighboring nation for an academic gathering. Midway, they were beset by a sudden sandstorm in the Tanna's Desert, which swept it away. by the time it finally clawed its way out of the earth. The caravan had vanished without a trace. The term Fallen Lands referred to the vast area they currently inhabited. Over a millennium ago, a cataclysmic purification war erupted between humanity and the other races, lasting for a century, ultimately culminating in humanity's triumph. Subsequently, they erected a magical barrier, transforming this land into a colossal prison, confining all defeated races within. Thus, if I were to escape this Fallen Lands, that Blood Clan girl would be powerless against me. Would she not? What splendid news! While musing, he noticed an apple tree not far off. I'm famished. Harris promptly flew to a branch, eagerly pecking at the fruit. Observing its indulgent feast, Roger also reached for an apple. Sniffing it, he found a fresh aroma indistinguishable from that of Earth's apples, and he took a hearty bite, eager to discover the flavor of this otherworldly fruit. What is this? After a mere couple of chews, he spat out the pulp in disgust. Despite its grand size and vibrant red hue, the apple bore the taste of wax, utterly devoid of flavor. Could it be that apples in this realm were a mutated variety? Harris had nearly consumed half of its apple. Can it not discern any taste? It seems the Blood Clan's pact does have some effect. Roger furrowed his brow. Is this also related to the Blood Clan's covenant? Indeed, aside from blood, the Blood Clan cannot savor any food, perhaps a curse of sorts. Imagining the various delectable dishes he would never again relish, he felt as though half the meaning of life had been stripped away. Taking a few deep breaths, he silently reassured himself that when God closes a door, he opens a window. Although he had lost his sense of taste, he had gained a robust physique that allowed him to run tirelessly for hours. A strength beyond mere robustness, verging on the monstrous. After a period of self-reassurance, he finally alleviated some of his melancholy. So if I wish to avoid drinking blood, I must endure this tasteless curse. I wonder which scoundrel cast such a tedious curse. Harris nodded. Indeed, but can one taste anything from blood? What flavor could blood possibly possess aside from its metallic tang? Harris shrugged its wings. I am not of the Blood Clan, but to my knowledge, fresh blood is as sweet as nectar to them. Sweet as nectar? Roger pondered, shaking his head. He plucked another apple, took a bite, grimacing as he chewed a few times before swallowing. He subsequently cast the apple aside. He felt no hunger now, for its texture was simply intolerable. After Harris had satisfied his hunger, he continued to run forward, traversing the plains, climbing over hills, and swimming across rivers. The next morning, just as Roger reached the foot of a cliff, he suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. A shadow loomed over him, and as he looked up, a massive black creature descended silently from the sky, landing heavily before him and stirring up a cloud of dust. Caught off guard, Roger was swept away by the gust of wind, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. When he finally discerned the colossal figure before him, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief. It was a dragon, an enormous black dragon, towering like a small mountain, its body encased in dark scales. Under the gaze of its ebony eyes, Roger felt as though a great weight pressed upon his chest, an overwhelming sensation that nearly made him choke. Harris exclaimed in shock. By the gods, it's a Blackrock dragon. We have intruded upon its territory. Roger swallowed hard, grappling with the reality. Is this the boss? Do we have to defeat it? What a joke. Unless one is a vampire prince or a cadre of dukes, one stands no chance against it. As a mere lowly vampire, I wouldn't he even be able to scratch it? What options did he have? To flee? Even with the swiftness of his legs. A single breath from that dragon could reduce him to dust. Where could he escape? However, there was a glimmer of hope. The Blackrock dragon was known for its relatively mild temperament. Roger silently cursed the absurdity of that notion, noting the tremor in Harris's voice when he spoke. Should we present the card of the Nicola family? Perhaps it would spare us out of respect for their name. But what if the dragon harbored a grudge against the vampires? At that moment, the dragon spoke slowly. Who are you? Why have you trespassed in my domain? Its breath was akin to a tempest, nearly knocking him off his feet. Observing Harris trembling, unable to utter a coherent word, Roger steeled himself against his own fear and called out, We are merely lost travelers, passing through, and we inadvertently stumbled into your territory. We sincerely apologize and will take our leave immediately. Travelers? The dragon scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly assessing whether he spoke the truth. Since you're travelers, I presume you possess a broad perspective and vast experiences. Share with me a tale or an extraordinary anecdote from your journey. If it pleases me, you may depart. Roger glanced at Harris on his shoulder. If this fellow dared to call himself a scholar, he must possess a wealth of knowledge. Yet, he found Harris drenched in sweat, barely able to stand, swaying precariously on his shoulder. It appeared that he could not rely on him. After racking his brain for a while, Roger finally recalled a tale of a dragon and a princess. Although he was uncertain whether this dragon would appreciate it, he had no choice but to narrate. The dragon listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement as Roger finished his story. It was a relatively novel tale. As a reward, the dragon inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "What do I desire?" Roger pondered whether this dragon, like those in Western mythology, coveted gold and jewels. Just then, Harris seemed to regain some composure and interjected, "Esteemed Blackrock dragon, you see that he is unarmed and must leave this place. Might you grant him some means of protection?" "Means of protection?" The Blackrock dragon lifted its claw and made a sweeping motion in the air, causing a myriad of objects to cascade down, accumulating like a small mountain before Roger. "Choose as you please." To his astonishment, the pile consisted entirely of swords, spears, and various pieces of half and full armor. Gazing at this assortment of cold weaponry, Roger mused to himself how antiquated it seemed. Being a seasoned military enthusiast, he quickly discerned that the craftsmanship of these weapons was far from advanced, at best reflecting a medieval standard. He then pondered that perhaps the absence of magic on Earth had stunted technological progress here. After all, if magic allowed for long-distance communication, inventions such as telegraphs and telephones would never have emerged. Similarly, with the existence of flight magic, the development of aircraft would be rendered unnecessary. Noticing his hesitation, Harris urged him on. "Hurry, equip yourself. You don't have any crystal coins, do you? Take a few quality weapons. You can sell them in the city for crystal coins." His practicality was commendable. Roger rummaged through the heap of weaponry and managed to unearth a half-helmet, which he donned. He also selected several intact weapons: 2 daggers, 3 longswords, 2 polearms, a bow, and a quiver of arrows. Though these items would be regarded as mere trinkets on Earth, they were the best he could find here. At that moment, Harris suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that SA dragon breath gun. Quickly stash it away." Following his gaze, Roger spotted a black, tubular object, roughly 20 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in diameter. Upon picking it up, he realized it was a metallic artifact adorned with incomprehensible runes and embedded with 3 pea-sized rubies. "What is this?" he wondered. "A remarkable device that can unleash a breath of fire. Pressing that red button will emit a stream of dragon fire, extending several dozen meters." It appeared that this item had not yet been utilized, and he hastily tucked it away. A dragon fire that could reach such lengths? Wasn't he that akin to a flamethrower? Yet, he had never encountered such a compact, yet powerful device on Earth. He marveled at the wonders of the magical world and promptly secured the item. "Farewell, Lord Black Rock Dragon." Continuing onward, he ran for over 100 miles before Harris finally exhaled deeply. "We must have exited the Black Rock Dragon's territory. Look at the direction you pointed out." Roger couldn't help but grumble. As a newcomer, he had relied entirely on Harris for guidance, only to find himself treading upon a dragon's domain. Harris wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I apologize. I have never been here before and had not heard of a Black Rock dragon residing in this area. Could it have just relocated?" Roger had little interest in the dragon's origins. He certainly did not wish to encounter such a creature again. Chapter 004. Departure. After encountering the Black Rock Dragon, Roger dared not continue running recklessly. Instead, he advanced cautiously, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Harris occasionally took to the skies to survey the area. After traversing for most of the day, they reached a mountain summit where, in the distance, they beheld a semi-transparent wall stretching endlessly across the horizon. It was a colossal barrier that seemed to envelop the land like a vast, translucent bowl. Could it be a magical barrier? Roger's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was the cage established by humanity. Without that barrier, the myriad of alien creatures in this fallen land would wreak havoc, bringing calamity upon other beings. After contemplating for a moment, Roger gestured towards himself. Can I leave? As a member of the blood race residing in this fallen land, he was undoubtedly hindered by the magical barrier. Now that he too was a blood race, could he escape? Well, Horace scratched his head, somewhat uncertain. I have never encountered a situation like yours before, so I cannot say for certain. However, the magical barrier does not react to a few lower-tier alien races. Thus, it seems you may be able to pass through. So, it seems I must attempt it? Directly crossing the barrier? Certainly not. Horace pointed with his wings towards the distance. There are several city gates beneath the barrier that allow ingress and egress. Just as they were about to descend a mountain, he suddenly turned his head toward the nearby sound. Was that a scream? After transforming into a blood race, his senses had sharpened remarkably. His previously mild nearsightedness had been restored to normal, and he could now see in the dark, akin to a human night vision device. Following the source of the screams, they reached another hilltop. Below lay a valley where a group of humans was engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of wild, humanoid creatures. These wild beings had green skin, with grotesque, pointed noses and ears, their hunched forms rendering their already diminutive stature even smaller. In stark contrast to the armored humans wielding swords and spears, most of these creatures were clad in tattered rags, armed with stones and wooden sticks, with only a few adorned in mismatched armor. The disparity in numbers was glaring. The human contingent consisted of 10 individuals, 3 of whom lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the remaining 7 huddled protectively against a large rock. Conversely, although 2 to 3 dozen of the wild creatures had fallen, many more were still standing, at least 60 or 70. Horace murmured softly, "It appears to be an inexperienced mercenary squad." A mercenary squad? Their situation looks dire. Do you intend to assist them? Are you out of your mind? Roger vehemently shook his head. I hardly believe I can contend with so many monsters. Moreover, he was no valiant hero ready to champion the oppressed. In this unfamiliar land, preserving his life was paramount. He still sought a way to return to Earth, dreaming of returning as a wealthy man adorned with gold. Those are goblins, Horace corrected him. The goblins let out a series of eerie shrieks and launched another assault. Despite the valiant efforts of several humans who valiantly vanquished a number of goblins, they were soon overpowered and brought to the ground. However, the subsequent actions of the goblins left Roger utterly astonished. Goodness, they are truly beasts. Harris, on the other hand, remained unfazed. It is merely their nature. Goblins possess the most insatiable reproductive urges among all creatures. They are capable of procreation with females of various races. Roger, lacking interest in remaining for the live spectacle, discreetly retreated. Why had those mercenary squads ventured here? These were freshly formed groups, eager to make a name for themselves, and the swiftest means to do so was to train in this fallen land. Clearly, fortune had not favored them. They likely lacked the funds to procure a safety map, inadvertently trespassing into the realm of goblins. Why would one choose such perilous work as a mercenary? Once the mercenary's reputation is established, even without being enlisted by a knightly order, they may find themselves recruited by nobles as guards or readily receive high bounty missions. Naturally, this allure draws countless individuals, eager to pursue this path. What fate awaited the 2 women just moments ago? They would become the tools for the goblins' release of desires, mere vessels for reproduction. Should they fall ill or sustain grave injuries, they would be subject to the goblins' cannibalistic tendencies. Cannibalism? These wretches even consume humans? Roger spat in disgust. Indeed, they're a wretched lot. Yet, he could do nothing but wish for a better fate for them in their next lives. After a day's journey and a night's passage, he finally approached the vicinity of the magical barrier. Previously unnoticed from a distance, he now discerned a towering wall stretching endlessly along the base of the barrier. Every so often, platforms rose higher, with luminous orbs gently emanating light atop them. This magical barrier encircled the entire monster continent, one immense undertaking. However, in a world of magic, It is conceivable that a mere snap of a wizard's fingers could cause these stones to magically align. Indeed, it was a monumental task, taking over a century to complete. After a moment of reflection, Harris glanced at him. "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Discomfort? Stretching his limbs, he felt none. "How intriguing. It seems you can pass through here. Where do I exit? I have not traversed this area before. Simply follow the wall, and you shall find the city gate." Roger, somewhat speechless, could only comply, walking alongside the wall in search of the eastern exit, possibly due to the proximity to the magical barrier. He encountered none of the peculiarities he had expected. After ascending 2 hills, he finally located a city gate. A few soldiers stood guard at the entrance. "Will there be a fee for entry?" "Not all. You may come and go freely." Approaching the gate, Roger noted that the soldiers made no move to impede him, allowing him to step outside. Beside the gate stood several signboards, one of which was a bulletin board announcing the recent appearance of monsters in certain areas. Another board displayed a hodgepodge of messages, inviting individuals to team up for monster hunting, as well as bounties for specific monster parts. Are there still inquiries regarding the acquisition of goblin teeth? Indeed, the teeth of goblins possess remarkable hardness and sharpness, making them excellent for enchantments. The third item is a rudimentary map, indicating that a small town lies merely a kilometer away, while a city named Maple Leaf City is situated 50 kilometers distant. Shall we first venture to this small town? Although the 50-kilometer journey would take him less than 2 hours on foot, he intends to familiarize himself with the general circumstances of this place and savor the exotic ambience. Chapter 005. The town, though modest in size, bustled with a multitude of visitors. There were robust minotaurs, tall and exquisitely handsome elves whose features blurred the line between male and female, centaurs with human torsos and equine bodies, and peculiar birds soaring through the air. If one were to capture this spectacle and bring it back to Earth, it would surely create a sensation worldwide. Habitually patting his pocket, he realized, much to his dismay, that his phone had been pilfered by that little bloodsucker. With a frustrated sigh, he pondered whether the girl was currently fiddling with his phone. Suddenly, he recalled that his phone was not locked, and his gallery contained numerous cringe-worthy selfies. The thought of her stumbling upon those images sent a wave of dread over him. The embarrassment of social death eclipsed even his fear of the bloodsuckers. He yearned to dash to the dark forest and reclaim his phone from the girl. Fortunately, it was likely that the phone had run out of battery. Roger exhaled a slight breath of relief, silently praying that no magic existed in this world to recharge his device. After meandering through the town, he stumbled upon a weapons shop. Aside from the dragon breath gun, everything else had been sold, netting him 2,200 crystal coins. Although he was uncertain if this sum was fair, at least he had money in hand, alleviating his anxiety. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf City, Harry's pointed to a nearby general store. "Let us purchase a map. We need to discern where we are and perhaps find your homeland." However, the maps were exorbitantly priced. 2,000 crystal coins might not suffice. Is there a map that costs that much? He thought, about to lament the absurdity of maps seemingly made of gold, only to remember that gold was as common as dirt here and, therefore, of little value. What precious metal reigns supreme in this realm? Silver. Silver? Roger nearly choked on his own saliva. You mean the kind that appears milky white upon extraction, eventually turning off-white upon exposure to air, and possesses remarkable malleability? Harry's nodded. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Is it the same where you come from? Roger found himself in a perplexing situation. On Earth, silver, while a precious metal, paled in comparison to the worth of gold. Yet in this world, silver was esteemed as the highest of precious metals, while gold was a mere trinket scattered everywhere. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Why is silver so highly valued?" "Because silver is one of the few metals capable of stably conducting magical energy, especially mithril, which is coveted by both wizards and silversmiths," Harry's explained as they approached the shop's entrance. At that moment, 3 brazen youths, clearly not of the best character, swaggered out, nearly colliding with him. Before Roger could utter a word, one of them shot him a scornful glare. "Hey kid, are you blind?" Roger frowned. These ruffians were exceedingly boorish. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted his garment to reveal the dragon breath gun at his waist. The trio immediately recognized the weapon, their bravado wavering. Yet one of them continued to act defiantly. "What's the matter? You think that thing can intimidate us?" These fellows were undoubtedly testing his patience, perhaps sensing he was an outsider and attempting to extort him. He couldn't allow them to perceive him as an easy target. With that thought, Roger suddenly raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the stomach of the brash young man. In recent days, he had come to realize that his strength was far from ordinary. He endeavored to temper his force, yet that unfortunate fellow was still sent flying, crashing heavily against a nearby stone pillar, instantly losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this, the other two finally displayed signs of fear. "Get lost." They hurriedly assisted their unconscious companion and departed from the scene. Who were those individuals? Thugs, perhaps? They must be members of a gang collecting protection fees. Protection fees? It was surprising to discover such dealings here as well. Just as he was about to enter the shop, he turned back and quickly pursued the trio. "Wait!" The two noticed Roger approaching, their faces paling slightly. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I've been a bit short on funds lately and was hoping to borrow some money from you gentlemen. I trust you have no objections?" He paid no mind to their astonished expressions, rummaging through their pockets. Extracting several leather coin pouches from the three, he weighed them in his hands. "Thanks. I'll repay you when I have the chance. Now off you go." Observing the retreating figures, Harris was perplexed. Why rob them? After all, they are not good people. Didn't you mention the map was expensive? This serves as a timely necessity. He stepped into the grocery store. "I would like a map, please. Would you prefer a simple map or a detailed one? How much?" The simple map costs 10,000 crystal coins, while the detailed one is priced at 50,000 crystal coins. Roger gasped in astonishment. So expensive? After inspecting the coin pouches, he estimated there were around 20,000 to 30,000 crystal coins in total. "One simple map, please." Reluctantly handing over 10,000 crystal coins, he acquired a parchment map made of animal hide. He found a modest inn for lodging. The room's furnishings were rather basic, just a bed, a table, and a chair, with nothing else. How primitive. If he couldn't find a way back, he would be forced to live in such a backward place for the rest of his days. The map measured nearly 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, divided into dozens of regions of varying sizes. Among them, over a dozen were shaded in black. What did these black areas signify? Most were dangerous zones inhabited by magical beasts, with the largest black area labeled as the Fallen Lands. Is this the Fallen Lands? Then we must be in Arcadia. It is a small nation. Have you found your hometown? Found what? If only I had a holographic projection of the cosmic star map, perhaps I could gradually pinpoint it. But how could I possibly locate it on this entirely unfamiliar planet? No, not a clue at all. Don't worry too much. Once we find Scholar Anna, she will surely know. Roger did not believe that Scholar Anna would have any knowledge of Earth. Or she didn't know either. By the way, are there astrologers or diviners here? There are indeed, but renowned astrologers and diviners are usually court favorites. Unless you could become a court guest, it is quite difficult to gain access to them. As for the common folk, the majority are merely deceivers. Very well. Where's that scholar from Anna? Harris pointed to a nation on the map with his wing. Here, the Valencia Empire? This empire is quite substantial on the entire map. Only 4 nations are comparable to it. How do we get there? Walk. The distance between these 2 nations appears to exceed 1,000 kilometers, even on horseback. It would likely take 10 days to half a month. If you're willing to spend money, you could take a dragon boat. A dragon boat? A vessel on water? No, a dragon that flies in the sky. A flying dragon. He has never ridden a dragon in his life and feels a surge of anticipation. That must cost a considerable amount, right? For such a distance, it would surely require at least 20,000 crystal coins. He poured out the remaining crystal coins and counted. There were still 100 crystal coins left. By the way, what currency do other nations use? They all use crystal coins. How is that possible? So many nations, and yet the currency is unified? This is utterly astonishing. Previously, the Violet Empire unified the entire continent, and crystal coins served as the common currency of that era. Although the Violet Empire later fragmented, the monetary system did not undergo significant changes, and the subsequent nations have continued this practice to this day. The Violet Empire? It seems this empire was quite formidable, managing to unify such a vast expanse of land. Chapter 006. Auction. In the course of their conversation, the topic shifted to age. How old are you this year? Me? I am 46 years old. Is that truly the case? To his knowledge, crows on Earth live merely a few years, yet this being had reached the age of 46? Upon further inquiry about the passage of time on this planet, he discovered it was not much different from Earth's. Indeed, it was genuinely 46 years. Now I should call you Uncle. Harris, however, was quite indifferent. Titles matter little to me. How long can you live? Typically, one lives to about 123 years, though the oldest recorded is 182. Huh, such longevity? Harris shrugged his wings. But that pales in comparison to your kind, the bloodkin, who can live for a minimum of 5 centuries. Roger nearly leapt from his seat. What? The bloodkin can live at least 500 years. I once heard lyrics about borrowing another 500 years from the heavens, but I never imagined it could be true. Does that mean I can live that long too? Certainly. However, if you continue to consume ordinary food, you might not reach such an age. Blood is essential. Contemplating this notion, it didn't seem entirely implausible. If one could rob the wicked of their riches, then perhaps siphoning a bit of their blood was not altogether unacceptable. So, do the bloodkin drain a person entirely? It's not quite so exaggerated. Aside from the gluttonous ones, an average bloodkin typically maintains 4 or 5 blood thralls, which suffices for quite some time. Wait, blood thralls? Those are humans who provide blood? Where do they come from? Captured? They come voluntarily, purchased, or captured. I've heard some noble bloodkin take pride in keeping rare blood-type thralls. Voluntarily? Roger could scarcely believe his ears. How could anyone willingly become a bloodbag? Harris, however, merely ruffled his feathers, unfazed. Of course, there are such individuals. They possess, unique preferences when the bloodkin feed. They release a special hallucinogenic substance that induces an intense euphoria in their prey. Roger's lips twitched at the thought. This was akin to a self-administered narcotic effect. Images of pallid, emaciated humans pleading with the bloodkin for a bite flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine, compelling him to abandon that line of thought. The following day, he ventured out to observe the dragon boats. As he passed through a plaza-like open space, he noticed a gathering of people vociferously shouting about something. What is all this commotion? He squeezed into the throng, where a makeshift wooden platform had been erected, and 2 gray, trembling moles were tightly huddled together. A middle-aged man stood nearby, loudly proclaiming, "These are magical earth sprites captured from the underground labyrinth. They can aid in discovering subterranean veins." Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Come now, these 2 little creatures possess no magical energy. Who are you trying to deceive?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed the man's face as he cleared his throat. They could be kept as pets, as laborers, or even as food. The starting bid is 500 crystal coins. Roger was not particularly concerned about their utility, gazing at the 2 small creatures. Their tiny claws, tightly clinging to one another like abandoned children, stirred a strange tenderness within him. He raised his hand. 500 crystal coins. The surrounding individuals gazed at him in astonishment as Harris whispered in his ear, "Are you mad? This is clearly a scam." "I know, I just feel pity for them." Pity? That thought is rather intriguing. When you witnessed the mercenary team besieged by goblins in the Fallen Land, you showed no such compassion. That was a case of overwhelming odds. I could barely protect myself, let alone assist them. The crowd, evidently uninterested in the 2 moles, watched as he produced 500 crystal coins to accept the cage containing the moles. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed a bound female elf being brought to the stage, her mouth gagged with rags. The icy malice swirling in her sky-blue eyes suggested she wished to annihilate everyone present. Can elves be bought and sold? That is a dark elf, who can indeed be traded. Dark elf? What distinguishes them from ordinary elves? Is it merely their skin tone? The elves he had seen previously were fair and beautiful, while this one possessed a wheat-colored complexion marred by numerous tiny scars. Dark elves are a mutated branch of the elven race, innately skilled in shadow magic. After the Purification War, They were stripped of their elven identity and became slaves who could be legally bought and sold, proclaimed a middle-aged man. She is a princess from a dark elf tribe. As soon as he uttered those words, the audience erupted in murmurs, with someone shouting, "They always claim that. Where do all these princesses come from? But I assure you, she is quite pristine." The auction commenced with a starting bid of 1,000 crystal coins, and each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 100 crystal coins. Bids began to roll in, swiftly reaching 8,000 crystal coins. Roger surveyed the eager crowd and muttered softly, "It seems this dark elf is quite popular. I hear it's quite exhilarating." Exhilarating? Roger paused, then quickly realized, retorting, "Isn't that akin to those goblins?" Harris chuckled lightly. "If you put it that way, it is indeed quite similar." Roger observed that, beyond her fury, the dark elf's sky-blue eyes concealed a subtle, almost imperceptible despair. He recalled the hopelessness he felt a few days prior when he was on the brink of death in the desert. The middle-aged man raised his hand. 23. 600 crystal coins once. 23. 600 crystal coins twice. Roger wrestled internally. Rationality urged him to refrain from interfering, yet his body had already raised its hand. 24,000 crystal coins. Harris exclaimed in astonishment. "Weren't you supposed to take the dragon boat? Do you intend to run off without funds? We shall address the monetary matters later." The middle-aged man enthusiastically began the countdown. "This generous young master bids 24,000 crystal coins. Is there a higher offer?" 24,000 crystal coins once. 24,000 crystal coins twice. 24,000 crystal coins 3 times sold. Having paid, only 600 crystal coins remained in his pouch. Finding little enjoyment in staying there, he took the dark elf back to his lodgings. Upon returning to the hotel room, he placed the cage on the floor and observed the 2 moles huddled together. Can these moles communicate with us? Moles with a touch of magic can understand human speech. However, humans have yet to study the language of moles. Are these moles also from the Fallen Land? No, they're scattered throughout every corner of the continent. And what are the dark elves? The majority reside in the Fallen Land, while a small fraction dwells in the deep mountains and ancient forests. Since we are auctioning here, they must have been captured by a mercenary team from the Fallen Land. You wouldn't wish to send her back there, would you? Roger shook his head decisively. While I believe in helping others to the end, I have no desire to return to that place. He summoned the waiter to bring 2 meals, placing one in front of the mole cage and the other before the dark elf. "I shall now untie you. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Should you act recklessly, I will cast you out to fend for yourself." With that, he unfastened the ropes, watching the dark elf devour the food on her plate. Roger prepared to leave. "I will step out for a moment. Feel free to leave if you wish." Upon exiting the inn, Harris inquired, "Are you truly letting her go? Isn't that a waste of over 20,000 crystal coins? I did not purchase her for any ulterior motives. Her freedom to leave is her own choice." He secretly hoped the dark elf would slip away on her own, as keeping her would be a hassle. Chapter 007. Recruiting a brother. Roger arrived near the grocery store where he had purchased a map the previous day, meandering about before stepping into a tavern. He surmised that the extortionists could not possibly consist of merely 3 individuals. They were likely part of a gang or organization. He contemplated whether he could orchestrate a larger scheme, perhaps infiltrating their gang to reap substantial rewards. Given his current physical prowess, confronting a gang of that size seemed to pose little challenge. The tavern was quite modest, and whether due to its simplicity or the brightness of day, it was nearly devoid of patrons, save for 5 individuals huddled in a corner. More accurately, they were orcs, their species indiscernible, somewhat resembling bears. Their black and white appearance evoked thoughts of giant pandas from Earth, rendering these 5 creatures rather endearing, even instilling an urge to ruffle their fur. They were robustly built, clad in tattered half-armor. The 5 were gathered around a table, where a single cup of drink rested as they jubilantly engaged in arm wrestling. The victor taking a swig from the cup. "What can I get for you, young man?" inquired the grizzled bartender, sporting a salt and pepper beard, from behind the antiquated bar. "I do not drink," Roger replied, producing several crystalline coins and placing them on the bar. "I wish to inquire about something." The bartender erupted into hearty laughter. "If it's information you seek, you've come to the right person. However, as for payment, I only profit from selling drinks." "Then, I shall have a glass of banana wine," Roger stated. Though he was curious about the taste of this world's libations, his own sense of taste had unfortunately abandoned him. The bartender skillfully poured a glass. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is nothing in this town I do not know. I have a friend who was extorted nearby a few days ago, and I hear those same individuals are collecting protection fees from shops in the area." A look of distaste crossed the bartender's face. "Your friend must have crossed paths with the Wolf Gang, those ruffians. Are you seeking to avenge your friend?" "I advise against such thoughts. Those fellows are in cahoots with the city's Night Order, and you would stand no chance against them." "The Night Order? Are they truly that nefarious?" Roger queried. "Indeed, they are utterly depraved." With this acknowledgement, Roger felt unburdened by any moral dilemma. He gleaned that the Wolf Gang operated a casino in the Eastern District, thus formulating a plan in his mind. The bartender seemed to sense his intentions, offering a cautionary remark. "Young man, heed my advice. The Wolf Gang is not to be trifled with. The casino is rife with enforcers, and should conflict arise, it would swiftly attract the attention of the Night Order." After a moment's contemplation, Roger asked, "What if I sought to recruit some assistance?" The bartender lowered his voice and gestured discreetly toward the 5 Orcish individuals. "Do you see those? The Bear Brothers. They are quite formidable. Are they reliable?" Roger inquired. "Orcs place great value on their reputation. As long as the price is right, they will surely give their all." "Must one pay a deposit first?" "Of course. The standard arrangement is either 30-70 or 40-60, depending on the negotiation." The bartender glanced at the orcs. "These fellows have been rather destitute lately. If you are willing to provide a 40% advance, they would undoubtedly be eager to take on the job." However, Roger lamented that he was left with merely 600 crystalline coins, a sum he feared would prove inadequate. At that moment, hearing the grumbling of the burly men about their drinks being finished and their dissatisfaction, Roger rose and approached them. "Does anyone wish to engage in an arm-wrestling match with me?" The burly men exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. One of them, distinguished by a tuft of white hair on his forehead, raised his arm to showcase the prominent muscles on his brawny arm. "Young man, I dare say your thigh is not even as thick as my arm. What makes you think you can compete with us? I could easily topple you with just my pinky finger." Roger shrugged. "How will you know unless you try? If I lose, I shall treat you all to drinks, to your heart's content." Upon hearing the promise of ample drinks, the eyes of the 5 burly men sparkled with excitement, and without further ado, they urged him to take a seat. "You said it, no backing out." "Of course. But if you lose, what will you offer me?" These fellows appeared rather impoverished. Their half-armored attire tattered, and the so-called weapons beside them were merely crude wooden sticks bound with iron scraps. The question seemed to perplex a few of them. One of the men scratched his head, pondering for a moment before slamming his hand on the table. "If I lose, I shall acknowledge you as my superior, serving you faithfully from now on." This proposition took Roger by surprise, as he had initially only sought their assistance for the night. "That sounds fair, do you all agree?" He glanced at the other 4 men, who seemed to have considerable confidence in their companion, nodding in agreement with ease. "Very well, it is settled. Let's begin." He extended his hand and grasped the furry right hand of the burly man. With just a slight grip, he felt a surge of overwhelming strength emanating from the other's palm. "Begin." As the words left his lips, both parties exerted their strength simultaneously, and the expression on the burly man's face suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. He had initially assumed that Roger was merely a frail human, but upon exerting force, he realized he had misjudged entirely. Shedding his underestimation, he summoned all his might to engage seriously. In an instant, both their hands were locked in a stalemate on the stone table. Sweat beads began to form on Roger's forehead, and he was inwardly astonished. "Goodness, this fellow possesses considerable strength. Had I not been of the bloodline, my arm might have been shattered into pieces by now." He could even feel the veins in his muscles pulsating. Meanwhile, the burly man emitted low growls from his throat, beads of sweat trickling down his hair onto the stone table. The 4 burly men beside them were left speechless. Witnessing for the first time a contender capable of rendering their companion's face purple from exertion, and the opponent was evidently just a human. Even the higher-ranking knights of the order would find it challenging to match their strength. To their astonishment, after a moment of stalemate, it appeared that the burly man was beginning to struggle, his arm gradually tilting to one side. As the angle increased, Roger gritted his teeth, unleashing all his remaining strength. Pressing down forcefully, with a thud, the back of the burly man's hand was firmly slammed onto the stone table. Roger let out a sigh of relief, shaking his right hand, which felt swollen and numb. The bartender, watching from the side, wore an expression of shock. "Young man, what immense strength you possess. Are you a member of the Paladin Order?" Roger was unfamiliar with the Paladin Order and shook his head in denial. "No." The bartender gasped in astonishment. "With your strength, you would undoubtedly qualify for the Paladin Order." "I have no interest," he replied, glancing at a disbelieving group of individuals. "So what is it? You concede defeat?" "I concede." The group readily accepted their loss. "From now on, you shall be our leader." "Leader, your strength is remarkable. How did you cultivate it?" "I've been training since childhood." Roger replied casually. He then inquired, "Are you locals?" "No, we hail from Everwinter City." He had no idea where Everwinter City was. Perhaps it was nearby, or perhaps it lay far beyond. He learned that the five of them had accepted a task, embarking tomorrow to the Fallen Lands. But let us set that aside. I have matters to attend to tonight, and may require your assistance. Will you help? The five immediately thumped their chests. "Whatever you command, leader." "Excellent. Bartender, serve them drinks, large mugs on my tab." Upon hearing the promise of alcohol, the group instantly brightened, eagerly urging the bartender to hasten with the drinks. Chapter 008. The heist. After noting the residence of the five Bear brothers, Roger departed from the tavern. Harris expressed his concern. "Are you truly intent on stirring up a hornet's nest with those five Bear men? The knightly order is not to be trifled with. They represent the most elite forces in every city." Roger replied, "I sincerely hope that we won't need to resort to them. It would be preferable to infiltrate quietly and exit unobtrusively." Wandering through the Eastern District, he located the casino mentioned by the bartender. From a distance, he could hear the raucous shouts of gamblers within. A diverse array of individuals streamed in and out. Those entering bore expressions of anticipation and excitement, while most of those exiting appeared dejected and irate. Observing from a distance for a while, Roger muttered under his breath, "A bunch of fools, hoping to strike it rich through gambling?" Daydreaming, indeed. After circling the casino twice to familiarize himself with the surroundings, he returned to the inn. "Do you think the Dark Elf has slipped away unnoticed?" he inquired. He wished for the Dark Elf to have discreetly departed. Having spent a considerable sum to secure her release, he did not wish for her to linger and consume resources without reciprocation. Harris shook his head. "I doubt she would leave easily, provided she possesses sufficient intelligence." "Why is that?" Setting aside the question of whether she could safely return to the Fallen Land, even if she could, her tribe would likely have relocated after the attack, leaving her alone in the Fallen Land with no hope of survival. Moreover, if you wish to keep her by your side, it is imperative that you refrain from revealing your bloodline, as the Elven race has an age-old enmity with the Bloodkin, and the Dark Elves are no exception. Furthermore, the Elven race are natural warriors. You may not stand a chance against her. Is that so? Roger mused, wishing even more fervently for the Dark Elf to have vanished. After all, he currently possessed nothing but brute strength, devoid of any combat skills. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Upon returning to his room at the inn, he discovered the Dark Elf playfully toying with two moles. As they entered, a look of wariness crossed her face, prompting her to retreat a few steps to the window. "Your reaction suggests I mean you harm," he thought silently, raising his hand to indicate he bore no ill intent. "There is no need to be nervous. I will not harm you. Let us discuss your situation. I would be quite willing to let you leave, but I suspect you have nowhere to go." Setting aside the risk of being captured and sold again upon stepping outside, even if you were to endure great hardship to return to the Fallen Land, it is uncertain whether you would find your tribe, especially considering they may have already relocated. "I shall depart for another country tomorrow. Will you accompany me, or remain here to fend for yourself?" The dark elf's expression shifted multiple times. After a moment of internal conflict, she ultimately nodded in resignation, signaling her intent to follow him. Very well, I am Roger. And you? Luna. Luna, since you choose to accompany me, I cannot support you without purpose. This evening, I have matters to attend to. I have heard that your elven kin are natural warriors. As midnight approached, Roger quietly led Luna through the window of their room, making their way toward the eastern district. He resolved to first take Luna for a look around. If the area was crowded, he would summon the 5 orc brothers. Although the moon hung high in the sky, a curfew was in effect, and the streets were devoid of idle passers-by. Upon arriving near the casino, he meandered for a while, ascertaining that there were no abnormalities, before climbing up a large tree opposite the casino's entrance. It seemed that even the wolf gang, in collusion with the knights, dared not blatantly disregard the curfew. The casino had already closed its doors, and 3 night watchmen were idly conversing in the courtyard. Roger pondered how to silently dispose of these 3 men when he noticed Luna, with an expressionless demeanor, unfastening her bow from her back. This was the bow he had purchased for 500 crystal coins, along with 20 arrows for 100 crystal coins. Now, he found himself utterly penniless. Should he fail to secure a bounty tonight, he might have to resort to begging on the streets tomorrow. What are you doing? He asked. Are you not going to take them out? Luna replied, her face devoid of emotion. Roger did not necessarily wish to eliminate them, but without dealing with them, entry into the casino was impossible. They were 3 in number and less. Before he could finish his thought, he saw Luna draw 3 arrows and nock them. Was she planning to shoot all 3 at once? To his astonishment, Luna pulled back the bowstring, aimed for a few seconds, and then abruptly released her fingers. The 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows accurately pierced the throats of the 3 men. Goodness, what astonishing archery skills! He marveled sincerely. As he leaped into the courtyard, a pungent scent of blood assaulting his senses. An inexplicable agitation stirred within him, and his gaze involuntarily drifted to the blood gushing from the wounds of the 3 men. Struggling to suppress his unease, he averted his eyes and instructed Luna. Remove the arrows. Why? He was uncertain whether advanced technologies, such as fingerprint detection, were in use here, but it was prudent to exercise caution. They might trace the arrows back to their origin and ultimately to them. At the very least, they must not raise any suspicion before their departure. Luna, upon hearing this, ceased her inquiries and approached to extract the arrows from the throats of the 3 men, placing them back into her quiver. Roger approached the casino entrance and gently pushed the door, which yielded without resistance, creaking softly. The spacious hall on the first floor was empty, dimly lit. He cautiously ascended to the 2nd floor, where sounds emanated from a door beside the staircase. Stealthily, he approached the door and gently pushed it open, which again creaked ominously. The mingled aroma of alcohol and barbecued meat assailed his nostrils. Inside, 2 middle-aged men were engaged in a lively drinking session. The moment they spotted the unfamiliar figure entering, they were taken aback. Who are you? One of the men on the left began, but before he could finish, whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows flew towards them. One arrow pierced the neck of the man on the left, while the other was deflected by the right man's knife. How dare you? I'm a member of the Knights. Roger, uninterested in the man's self-introduction, seized a nearby wooden stool and hurled it at him. Just as the burly man cleaved the stool with his knife, 2 more arrows shot forth from Luna's bow. The burly man barely managed to deflect the first arrow, only to find himself on the brink of being pierced by the second, which was aimed directly at his heart. With a tremendous effort, he twisted his body, allowing the arrowhead to graze his ribs, tearing through flesh before embedding itself into the wall behind him. A muffled grunt escaped his lips. The pain ignited the ferocity that resided deep within him. With a sudden, thunderous roar, he brandished his knife and charged towards Roger, exuding an intent to cleave him in 2. This adversary proved to be quite formidable, just as Roger grasped the dragon breath gun at his waist. The unmistakable whistling of another arrow sliced through the air behind him. This time, 3 arrows were loosed simultaneously. The burly man, evidently impaired by his recent injury, managed to deflect the first arrow but could only watch helplessly as the second and third struck his chest and abdomen. He staggered back a few paces, his arm that held the knife falling dejectedly to his side, before collapsing heavily onto a nearby stool. You all. As the burly man labored for breath, Roger's gaze drifted towards the 2 bags beneath the table. The bags, untied, brimmed with a bounty of shimmering coins. "What do you mean, what?" he queried, stepping forward to seize the 2 bags. "We are here to rob you. Farewell." He instructed Luna to bring the 3 unfortunate souls from a yard into the house. Utilizing an oil lamp from downstairs, he fashioned a rudimentary delayed incendiary device before making his exit from the casino. Chapter 009 Departure upon returning to their modest hotel room in Scathe. They emptied the contents of 2 bags filled with crystalline coins onto the floor. The coins cascaded down, forming a small mountain, prompting Harris to express his astonishment. "My, there must be hundreds of thousands here. Is this what you do back in your homeland?" Roger couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. "In my hometown, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Who would have thought that upon arriving here, I would be branded a robber? However, considering the menace of the Wolf Gang, one might argue that robbing from them could be seen as a form of righteous justice, or perhaps a means of redistributing wealth, taking from the rich to alleviate one's own poverty." Harris, using his wings to sift through the coins, remarked, "Isn't the Wolf Gang in cahoots with the local nightly order? After robbing them of such a sum, I doubt the Knights will simply let this matter rest. The casino is likely already ablaze. Even if they wish to pursue us, they won't uncover our trail in the immediate future." "We shall depart by morning," Roger replied, gathering a handful of coins and stuffing them into a pouch. "I'll step out for a moment." He set off to find his 5 bear brothers. "Boss, are you off to handle some business?" The 5, crammed into a small room of a dilapidated inn, stirred from their slumber, eager and restless. "Settle down." Roger waved them off. "Everything is fine. I shall be heading to the imperial capital of Valencia tomorrow. If you return, you may seek me there." One of the bears mentioned that they had previously resided on the outskirts of the imperial capital, and they agreed to meet there. Before departing, Roger handed them the pouch of coins. "Take this, spend it wisely on new gear and a decent meal." Accepting the heavy pouch, the bear felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. "Boss, we haven't done much, yet you give us so much." Roger smiled, patting his shoulder. "What can I say? I am your leader. I would never shortchange you." Of course, he was not overly generous. He knew that in the future, their brute strength might prove invaluable. "By the way, what are your names?" He had forgotten to ask earlier. The bear gave a long name that seemed to stretch on for several syllables. Do you have a shorter version?" "Just call me Bear 1. They are Bear 2, Bear 3, Bear 4, and Bear 5, Bear 1 said, scratching his head innocently. "Our names are rather lengthy, so we usually refer to each other this way. Bear 1? Roger nearly burst into laughter. "Well, it's easy to remember," he nodded. "All right then, rest well. See you in the imperial capital of Valencia." The following morning, Roger and his companions boarded a hired carriage bound for the outskirts. According to Harris, due to the nature of the dragons, the landing sites for dragon boats were constructed in remote areas. Initially thought to be a safety measure against potential harm from the dragons, it turned out that the creatures were inherently timid and easily startled. As they passed by a mountainside, Roger instructed the coachman to halt and disembarked with a cage in hand. Approaching a tree, he opened the cage. "Little ones, you are free now." 2 moles emerged from their cage, gazing around with a sense of bewilderment. After a moment's hesitation, instead of darting into the woods, they clung to his pant leg, emitting soft cooing sounds. "Do you not wish to leave?" After all, having a dark elf along does not diminish the presence of these 2 little creatures. Thus, he returned them to their cage and rejoined the cart. After a bumpy ride lasting nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the dragon boat embarkation area. In the distance, he spotted a creature resembling a lizard, its body extending over 20 meters, covered in a thick layer of scales, with enormous wings folded at its sides. Perched atop its back was a structure resembling a small house. Surely, we cannot be expected to sit inside that. Although the dragon was sufficiently large and the little house appeared stable, he felt a twinge of skepticism. Rest assured, the dragon boat is quite safe. If it weren't for his urgent desire to find a way back to Earth, he would have preferred to walk there leisurely. Upon reaching the ticket booth, The attendant informed him that there were no direct dragon boats to the imperial capital of Valencia. The dragon could only fly approximately 200 kilometers per journey, necessitating 5 transfers to reach the capital, with each segment fixed at a cost of 5,000 crystal coins. This meant a total of 50,000 crystal coins for the entire trip, not accounting for the fact that Harris and the 2 moles were not charging him. Despite having seized over 500,000 crystal coins the previous night, the prospect of spending 50,000 for a single trip was quite painful. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and withdrew 10,000 crystal coins to purchase the ticket for the first leg of the journey. Ascending the platform adjacent to the dragon, he entered the cabin, a rather cramped space featuring only 2 rows of 6 seats. It was indeed quite rudimentary. Silently critiquing his surroundings, he settled into his seat. Gradually, more passengers boarded the dragon boat, their attire indicating they were either affluent or noble. Once all 6 seats were filled, a head popped out from the cockpit, issuing a brief warning. "We are about to take off. Please hold onto the handrails, as there may be some turbulence." Grasping the nearby handrail, he peered through the small window, witnessing the dragon's massive wings begin to flap slowly. After a jolt, the dragon soared into the sky. The flight altitude appeared to be merely a few hundred meters, with a speed of perhaps over 200 kilometers per hour. How high can these dragons actually fly? As altitude increases, the air becomes thinner, requiring specialized oxygen supply beyond a certain height. Unless these dragons possess magical enhancements, it seems improbable that they could ascend too high. It is said they can reach heights of around 1,000 meters. Only 1,000 meters? One could easily imagine modern air forces, not to mention those from World War I, effortlessly overpowering these dragons. The dragon maintained a remarkably stable flight. After observing the scenery below for a while, he grew drowsy and shut his eyes, drifting into a light slumber. He was roused by Harris, who announced their arrival. Exiting the cabin, he found the dragon landing area to be considerably larger, featuring 6 platforms on the expansive grounds. After paying, he boarded another dragon boat, where 4 individuals had already taken their seats in the similarly designed cabin. Among them were an elderly couple, both well over 100 years old, and 2 young girls who appeared to be around 16 or 17, resembling sisters with striking similarities in their features. The 2 individuals were strikingly beautiful. One of the girls shot a glance at him and coldly remarked, "What are you staring at?" While beauty is evident, her temperament leaves much to be desired. Roger, unperturbed, retorted sharply, "What, did you smear your face with coin dust? Is a mere glance worth a fee?" The girl was about to erupt in anger when her companion held her back. Roger, disinterested in further altercations, settled into a seat and closed his eyes to rest. To his surprise, they encountered the pair again at the next 3, 4, and 5 stops. Each time they boarded the boat, the fiery tempered girl would glare at him, while the other would offer him an apologetic smile. Upon boarding the dragon boat at the 5th stop, Roger could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Are you also heading to the imperial capital of Valencia?" The fiery girl scoffed, "What business is it of yours?" Her sister gently tugged at her sleeve. "Yes, we are indeed going to the imperial capital of Valencia for the entrance examination of the Magic Academy." Harith leaped onto Roger's shoulder, casting a glance at the sisters. The Royal Magic Academy of Valencia is the pinnacle of magical institutions on the continent, with exceedingly high admission standards. It seems you both possess considerable magical talent. The more gentle-natured girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, is this your contracted magical pet? Are you a magician as well?" "Magical pet." Harith exploded in indignation. "I'm a scholar of the Royal Library of Valencia, not a mere contracted magical pet." The girl flushed crimson and hastily apologized. "I'm so sorry. I assumed it was a talking magical pet." Roger quickly intervened to smooth things over. "It's a misunderstanding. He is indeed a scholar. By the way, is this your first visit to Valencia?" The gentle girl nodded. "Yes, we hail from the Kingdom of Lorand. My name is Lena, and this is my sister, Lena." Though Lena emitted a cold snort, she reluctantly acknowledged him with a nod. "I am Roger, and this is Scholar Harith." Chapter 010. settling in, is this truly the capital of the Valencia Empire? Yet, it remains a desolate outskirts, devoid of any signs of prosperity. Indeed, it is Odensburg. Harry's inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with nostalgia. The air of his homeland is fragrant. He had feared he might never return. However, his mind was not preoccupied with such musings. "Where's the scholar, Anna?" Entering the city, he greeted Lena and Lena before boarding a carriage towards the heart of the metropolis. Upon arriving at the gates of Odensburg, the towering white walls stretched endlessly, adorned with intricate magical runes. The broad streets were paved with neatly arranged flagstones, and various architectural styles shimmered under the sun. A myriad of beings traversed the thoroughfare, predominantly humans, interspersed with dwarves bearing heavy packs, elves cloaked in hoods, and even a few elegantly robed lizard folk, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In the distance loomed a soaring spire, encircled by a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating a dreamlike brilliance in the sunlight. Roger could not help but marvel at the sight. It eclipsed any scene from a film. What is a film? Harry's did not pursue the inquiry, but gestured towards the tower. That is the arcane tower of the Royal Academy of Magic, boasting a history of 3 millennia. Noticing Roger gazing in awe at the majestic structure, Harry's fluttered his wings with pride. "How does it compare to your Earth?" "Quite remarkable. While that may be true, stripped of its magical essence, it resembles a medieval setting, perhaps lacking in certain aspects compared to the Middle Ages." The carriage came to a halt before a grand edifice. The 5-story main building resembled a miniature fortress, constructed entirely of alabaster stone, its surface flowing with faint silver patterns. The spacious entrance was enveloped in a delicate veil of light, flanked by 2 lifelike statues. Harry's instructed the driver to wait, allowing Roger to accompany him inside. As they approached the entrance, the eyes of the statues suddenly shifted, startling him. "Alive? Do not be alarmed. They are merely magical constructs." He retrieved a badge from beneath his wings and waved it before the barrier, which immediately rippled apart. "Welcome to the Royal Library," Harry's proudly announced. "This place houses the most comprehensive collection of knowledge across the continent." Navigating with familiarity, he ascended to the top floor and knocked on the door of an office. "Come in," a cool, melodious voice beckoned from within. Pushing the door open, a tall figure stood before a bookshelf. Clad in a slate-gray robe, her waist-length silver hair was loosely tied with a headband, gently swaying as she leafed through a tome. Roger noted her pointed ears. She too was an elf. The elf turned, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing Harry's. "Harry's? What brings you back?" "This is Roger," Harry's replied, his voice slightly choked as he recounted the mishaps he encountered in the Tana's desert. Upon hearing his tale, the elf could not help but express a relief. "I'm glad you are safe. The commercial consortiums are rather irresponsible. They failed to seek out a missing client." After recounting his own experiences, Harris introduced Roger to Anna. "Ms. Anna, he is Roger, whom I encountered in the Tana's desert. Thanks to him, I managed to escape that dreadful place. As for his origins, it appears he was mistakenly summoned by some sort of conjuration, and he is unaware of his whereabouts." He refrained from mentioning that Roger had been bound by a blood pact, becoming a member of the vampire clan, yet remaining unafraid of sunlight. "Conjuration?" Anna raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. "It has been quite some time since I have heard of someone being mistakenly summoned." "Yes, his homeland is called Earth." "Ms. Anna, do you know where Earth is?" "Earth?" Anna pondered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I am unfamiliar with it. I shall have to investigate. Perhaps there is a mention of it in some ancient tome." She paused, glancing at Roger. "So, you are without kin or acquaintance here. In that case, you shall reside in my estate. Is it appropriate for me to stay in your home?" Roger questioned. There is nothing inappropriate about it. At that moment, a melodious chime echoed from outside. "Harris, take him to the estate. I must attend my class." "Very well." As they left the office, Roger couldn't help but express his admiration. "Your curator has a kind heart." "Indeed. Ms. Anna is renowned for her esteemed character." "How old is she, by the way?" "She appears to be around 30. Why does Harris show her such deference?" "She must be over 300 years old." "Huh? Over 300? What's so surprising about that?" "In the elven race, one is only considered an adult at over 100 years. Over 100 is merely the threshold of adulthood. Most humans are mere skeletons by that age. Is that the case for dark elves as well? Certainly. Are you inquiring about Luna? She should be around 60 or 70. 60 or 70. That's nearly on par with his grandmother. Once back in the carriage, Roger eagerly turned to Luna. Luna, how old are you this year? Luna looked at him in confusion. 76. 76, a youthful maiden. What a striking contrast that presented. En route, Arisudinli adresse Luna. Miss Luna, I need to inform you that henceforth, you will serve as Roger's maid, attending to his needs. Upon hearing this, Luna's expression darkened, just as she was about to protest. Harris interjected, allow me to finish. You are indeed a servant now. If you fail to serve your master, it would appear quite odd, wouldn't it? The steward of the estate you will be residing in, Mr. Guin, is rather strict. If you do not perform adequately, he may take you for re-education, and I have heard that the experience is rather unpleasant. Observing Luna's utterly dejected, yet helpless expression, Roger couldn't help but chuckle. Although he required no servant to cater to him, as Harris had pointed out, denying her the role of a maid would lead to what? Friendship? He feared he might be deemed an aberration himself. The carriage arrived at a mountaintop on the outskirts, where a splendid estate stood majestically. Surely the entire estate does not belong to Ms. Anna? Indeed it does. As Roger quietly lamented his status as a wealthy individual, a middle-aged man approached from a distance. Clad in a sharply tailored black suit, his silver-gray hair was meticulously swept back, and his piercing eagle-like gaze surveyed the crowd, exuding an air of competence. Good to see you again, Butler Guin. It has indeed been a while, Scholar Harris. Were you not attending the academic conference? An unforeseen incident occurred on my way, prompting an early return. This is Roger. Professor Anna has advised him to stay at the estate for a while. This is the estate's steward. You may address him as Butler Guin. Please settle in. I must return home for a moment. With that, Harris took to the skies, soaring into the distance. Allow me, Butler Guin instructed, summoning 2 attendants to carry Roger's luggage as he led them into the estate, inquiring along the way. Does your excellency have any additional attendants or belongings? None, just these. At the rear of the estate lay 3 adjacent rooms, all unoccupied. Your excellency may choose whichever room you prefer. I shall take the leftmost room. Very well. Butler Guin called upon a maid to assist Luna in familiarizing herself with the manor surroundings. Meanwhile, Roger approached a fruit tree behind the house with his cage in hand. Very well. Let us make our temporary abode here. After all, no matter how hospitable the host may be, it is not one's own home, and one cannot overstay their welcome. Should I find it impossible to return, I must secure a place to reside. 2 moles emerged from the cage, circling the fruit tree twice before beginning to dig. Upon entering the room, Roger surveyed the space devoid of modern appliances and could not suppress a sigh. If he were to return, then all of this would be of no concern to him. Yet if he could not, should he seek ways to elevate the technological standards here to ensure a more comfortable existence? Lost in thought, Luna strode in carrying a box. What is that? With a huff, Luna tossed the box aside, gritting her teeth. A maid's outfit. Well, truth be told, I do not possess the habit of being waited upon, so you need only put on a fa-ade in front of outsiders. When no one is around, you may do as you wish. I shall not interfere. Chapter 011. The diviner, as dusk settled, a servant summoned him to the dining room. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered 2 familiar figures emerging from the adjacent house, Lena and her sister, Lena. Lena's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Is it you? What are you doing here?" Roger retorted, slightly irritated, "Why shouldn't I be here? This is your home, isn't it?" It appeared that there were also guests in this abode, leaving him perplexed about the sudden influx of visitors at Anna's residence. With a disdainful huff, Lena tugged her sister along, while Lena offered him an apologetic smile, silently mouthing, "What a coincidence." Upon reaching the dining room, Anna was already seated at the head of the table, adorned in a light lavender house dress, her silver hair cascading loosely around her, presenting a gentler demeanor than during the day. "Please, take your seats," she graciously gestured. "No need for formality. These are the sisters Lena and Lena from the Kingdom of Lorand, and this is Roger from Earth." As Roger settled into his chair, He noticed that the tableware was entirely made of silver, even the candlesticks. He recalled Harris mentioning that silver was the most esteemed precious metal on this planet. The abundance of silverware laid out before him felt as extravagant as a banquet on earth filled with golden utensils. Dinner commenced, and as the maid served a vibrant array of meats on a silver platter before him, Roger felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. An indescribable aroma wafted into his nostrils. Stealing a glance at the plates of the others, he observed that everyone was presented with the same exquisite delicacies. Not to your liking? Anna, having noticed his reaction while picking up her knife and fork, inquired softly, "Is this some sort of specialty dish?" "Moonlight braised meat." Anna elegantly cut a small piece. "Silverhorn forest venison with silverleaf sauce, slow-cooked with moonlight magic for 3 days and nights. A delicacy of the Valencia court." "Wow!" Lena exclaimed, eagerly slicing off a piece and popping it into her mouth, her face lighting up with delight. "It's divine. The aroma of the silverleaf sauce has completely infused the venison." Roger was taken aback. 3 days and nights for braised meat? He was at a loss whether to deem it extravagant or a true indulgence. Observing the others relish their meal, he reluctantly cut a piece of meat and tasted it, only to find it bland. He feigned enjoyment as he forced himself to finish the meal. Just as he was about to leave, Anna called out to him, "Do you have any understanding of astronomical phenomena?" Astronomical phenomena? His knowledge was limited to the solar system and the Big Dipper. As for the celestial phenomena of this realm, he was utterly in the dark. "I don't really know. Are there any prominent geographical features surrounding your home? Perhaps high mountains or great rivers?" Prominent geographical features? Even if he were to mention Mount Everest, it would be futile. All he knew was a mere valley. He had never ventured beyond that place throughout his life. Anna, the scholar, seemed to sense his struggle and suggested, "If you cannot find anything, we shall seek alternative means." Upon returning to the house, Luna had donned her maid's attire. Her sun-kissed skin complemented her black and white uniform, adding an unexpected softness to her otherwise sharp appearance, reminiscent of certain maid characters from anime. The hem of her dress grazed her knees, revealing her well-defined calves. However, scattered at her feet were several torn pieces of lace, indicating that this dark elf had a notably low tolerance for petticoats and bows. "What on earth is this attire?" Her voice dripped with barely concealed irritation as her fingers tugged fiercely at the pleats on her chest. "Isn't this what a maid's outfit looks like? It suits you perfectly." Before the words could fully escape, Luna shot her a fierce glare. This is nothing short of constraint. Not only does it hinder my movements, but it also exposes my vulnerabilities, making me an easy target. But this isn't the fallen realm. No one here would regard you as prey, unless you choose to flee." With a scowl, Luna fell silent. The following morning, Harris eagerly sought him out. "Teacher Anna has requested your presence." "What for?" "Surely she hasn't uncovered any leads about Earth?" "You are in luck. Lady Elithis, who has been traveling abroad, has returned today. She is the Empire's foremost diviner and a close friend of Teacher Anna. Anna has asked her to perform a reading for you." That sounds splendid. Yet, despite his words, Roger harbored little hope. While this was indeed a magical world, he did not believe that these practitioners possessed the capability to unveil the mysteries of the entire universe. "You seem somewhat disheartened." Roger shrugged, not bothering to conceal his feelings. "I have a premonition that this esteemed court diviner will not be able to discover my homeland." "You're being rather pessimistic, aren't you? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Sometimes it's prudent to prepare for the worst. By the way, is there any sulfur for sale here?" "Sulfur? The magical materials shop carries it." "Do you understand magic?" "Not particularly. I just want to experiment with our local trinkets and see if I can create something here." Upon arriving at the Imperial Library, he entered Anna's office. Anna was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she was teaching a class at this hour? Behind the desk sat an individual cloaked in white, their features obscured, idly toying with a transparent crystal orb. Harris spoke respectfully. "Lady Elithis, this is the guest teacher," Anna mentioned. The figure in the white cloak nodded slightly, gesturing for him to take a seat. As Roger settled into the chair before the desk, he realized that the obscured visage of the diviner was not merely a trick of the light. It was genuinely shrouded in mist, evoking an air of mystery. The diviner placed the orb upon the black velvet of the desk, resting her hands atop it. As he placed his own hands on the crystal, the orb began to lose its crystalline clarity, becoming increasingly murky as the diviner murmured incantations. In mere moments, a web of icy patterns formed on the surface of the orb, coldness creeping into his fingertips. Suddenly, without warning, the crystal fractured, fissures appearing, and, with a sharp crack, it shattered into several pieces. Roger was momentarily stunned. Having never witnessed a divination before, he was unsure if this was indeed the customary procedure. Just as I was about to inquire if anything unusual had been noticed, I witnessed the diviner opposite me collapse abruptly. What on earth is happening? I turned to glance at Harris. Is this also part of the divination process? Harris nearly shrieked in disbelief. How could this be possible? Yet, it seems so. Has she fainted? Was it due to the shattering of this item? Is this object of considerable value? It has been passed down through generations, a cherished treasure that every diviner regards as vital to their existence. Thus, it must be an invaluable artifact. Roger sprang to his feet, ready to make a hasty exit. I shall take my leave. You must quickly find someone to ascertain her condition. If I remain here waiting for her to regain consciousness, I fear the burden of compensation for such a precious item would be beyond my means. He hurriedly departed the library, letting out a frustrated sigh. He was at a loss regarding how to proceed, having never encountered the destruction of another's priceless possession during his time on Earth. That said, it cannot solely be blamed on him. One must fault the diviner for her insufficient skill. As for how to navigate this predicament, should compensation be demanded, his only recourse would be to discreetly slip away. Chapter 012. Gunpowder. After some inquiries, I stumbled upon a shop specializing in magical materials. Upon entering, I was greeted by a complex aroma, a medley of herbs, metals, and peculiar spices that enveloped me. Behind the counter stood a balding old man, peering through a magnifying glass at a radiant purple crystal. What do you need? He inquired without lifting his gaze. Just browsing, I replied. Upon hearing this, the old man raised his head, astonished. It's my first time encountering a customer in a magical materials shop who merely wishes to browse. You're not a mage, are you? Not even an apprentice? I shrugged. Isn't it allowed to buy? The old man squinted, sizing me up. It's not that you can't buy. It's just that for an ordinary person to purchase magical materials is simply a waste of money. With that, he returned his attention to the crystal. To the left were basic materials, to the right, intermediate ones, and the innermost shelf held advanced items, each with a price tag affixed below. I began to wander among the shelves. Aside from some local materials whose purposes eluded me, most items bore a striking resemblance to those found in a chemical supply store back on Earth. However, the prices here were exorbitant. A pound of sulfur, which sold for merely a few coins in my hometown, cost 2,000 crystal coins per pound here, with saltpeter priced similarly. It seemed that magic was indeed a pursuit for the affluent. After some contemplation, I purchased half a pound of saltpeter and a pound of sulfur, along with a precise scale, totaling 3,500 crystal coins. Upon returning to the manor, I instructed Luna to fetch some charcoal and a small stone mortar from the butler. Reluctantly, she complied, watching with curiosity as I meticulously ground the charcoal and combined it with the other two materials, blending them with great care. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Is this substance dangerous?" "Possibly," I replied. After thoroughly mixing the three ingredients, I scooped a spoonful of the powder and poured it onto a nearby stone slab, shaping it into a half-meter-long line. I emptied the remaining powder onto one end of this line. Taking out a flint, I struck it a few times, sending several sparks onto the powder line. With a soft whoosh, the line ignited rapidly. Bang! Although there was no explosion, the sudden flash of light and the billowing white smoke startled Luna, causing her to instinctively lean back and tumble to the ground. Her hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to find no weapon there. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, she realized it was merely a false alarm, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. What is the purpose of this? To scare people? Certainly not. It merely lacks a step. I shook my head, frowning at the dissipating smoke. In my youth, I had played with similar substances back home. A comparable quantity of black powder would never produce such a large flame and thick smoke. Could it be that these materials were infused with some magical elements? Though it had been confirmed that materials here could indeed yield gunpowder, and with far greater potency than those on Earth, the exorbitant cost of raw materials made mass production currently unattainable. Lacking a step? What will happen if we complete the final step? Curiosity sparkled in Luna's eyes. Boom! Roger gestured dramatically, as if capable of blowing the house apart. Luna raised an eyebrow. Skeptical. This little bit of powder? Can it really demolish a house? Just as Roger was about to respond, the sound of flapping wings echoed from a distance. And Harris flew in. What brings you here? Has the diviner awakened? Harris landed gracefully on a nearby stone table. Lady Alice has indeed awakened. I feared you might be startled, so I came to inform you. Startled? Not at all. Did Lady Alice request compensation for her crystal ball? Rest assured, Lady Alice would not hold such matters against you. However, she is genuinely fond of her crystal ball. Indeed, if it were a cherished heirloom, one would feel regretful if it were damaged. Although Lady Alice is forgiving, I feel somewhat remiss and ponder how to make amends. Perhaps I could offer her some crystal coins? I still possess several 100,000 crystal coins, but would the court's foremost diviner lack for funds? Moreover, that crystal ball is a priceless heirloom. Should I not present her with a gift as an apology? Harris shook his head. There's no need. Lady Alice has no intention of pursuing the matter further. Yet, given that it arose from my actions, I should at least express my regret. Since you are so inclined, Harris pondered for a moment and flapped his wings. I have heard that Lady Alice delights in listening to various intriguing tales. You are quite adept at storytelling, are you not? You recounted a tale to the Blackrock Dragon not long ago. At this, Luna's eyes widened in astonishment. You encountered the Blackrock Dragon and left unharmed. Yes, the Blackrock Dragon we met had a rather amiable temperament. Luna seemed to struggle to comprehend this. You actually believe the Blackrock Dragon was amiable. Otherwise, how could we be here in good spirits? Every creature has its own nature. Surely not every Blackrock Dragon is vicious. However, considering the mountain-like weapons it casually unearthed, it hardly seemed benign. Fortuitously, we managed to escape that wretched place. It seems unlikely we shall ever encounter a Blackrock Dragon again, rendering further discussion of its temperament unnecessary. Continuing to question Harris, I shall compose a tale for her, hoping she will appreciate it. What does Scholar Anna enjoy? Scholar Anna's dedication to her pursuits deserves acknowledgement. As for Lady Anna, aside from academic works, she appears to have few other interests. Oh, she also has a penchant for fine cuisine. Fine cuisine? I see. From your expression, you can cook? Just a little. Harris looked intrigued. Aren't you disheartened by the inability to find a way home? Yet you still have the inclination to cook? Roger shrugged. Have you forgotten what I said when we departed? I did not harbor great expectations. Thus, I am not greatly disappointed. That said, aside from these diviners, is there no other means to guide me back home? Harris shook his head. Well, Lady Alice has just stated that one must either find a diviner more formidable than herself or uncover who summoned you. Is there truly a diviner more powerful than her? Lady Alice is a high-level diviner, one of the most brilliant talents on this continent. It is said that there once existed a master diviner, yet alas, he is no longer among the living. Deceased, his fate remains uncertain. I previously mentioned the Violet Empire that unified the entire continent, did I not? A decade after the Empire's unification, Emperor Violet gathered millions of elite warriors and tens of thousands of sorcerers to venture into the abyss of eternal torment. That master diviner also joined the expedition. The abyss of eternal torment? And they all perished? No. Thereafter, no news was ever heard. A multitude of millions vanished without a trace? Surely, amidst any peril, some must have escaped. Harith shook his head decisively. Not a single soul returned, neither living nor dead. No one knows what fate befell them. This matter is indeed quite peculiar. Since then, has anyone ventured to that abyss of eternal torment? Harith ruffled his feathers. Certainly, many have sought to investigate, yet all returned empty-handed. The periphery of the abyss is shrouded in a mysterious mist, causing all who enter to lose their way, ultimately emerging inexplicably from the other side. Chapter 013. Roasted chicken, it seems that the elusive master diviner is no longer a reliable option. Roger sighed in frustration. Considering the time, he might have passed away by now. Not necessarily. Harris shook his head. The master diviner belongs to the elven race and can easily live for over 1,000 years. However, even if that master diviner is still alive, no one can access the eternal abyss, making it futile to expect his assistance. As for finding the individual who summoned him, is summoning difficult? Not particularly. Even novice mages understand the principles, though the success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. Summoning requires precise matching of the target plane's frequency, akin to searching for a specific shell in a vast ocean. Thus, mages would refrain from such arduous and ungrateful tasks unless they possess over 90% certainty. This is indeed a magical planet, and locating that individual is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. How long until the seer Alicia reaches master level? It is said that the previous master diviner was hailed as a genius occurring once every 3 centuries, achieving mastery in 100 years. Lady Alicia is regarded as a once-in-a-century prodigy, and she is still under 100 years old. This implies that it could take over 200 years for Alicia to potentially ascend to master level, and if he does not consume blood, he won't live beyond 100 years. Even if he drinks blood to prolong his life, by the time Alicia attains master status, she may not necessarily find a way to return him to Earth. Roger rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of headache. The hope of returning was growing increasingly dim. Harris offered comfort. Take some time to rest. Consider it a vacation. Roger felt even more disheartened upon hearing this. Who goes on vacation only to never return home? One step at a time, he thought. Fortunately, he considered himself an optimist and did not dwell in despair for long. You should head back now. I need to prepare a story for Lady Alicia. Come by tonight to sample my culinary skills. After bidding Harris farewell and returning to his abode, Luna followed closely behind, her face a mask of curiosity. You're not from here? Indeed. As you just heard, I was inadvertently summoned by an unknown scoundreless spell. Can you return? I do not know. It depends on luck. Luna fell silent for a moment. Then, when you go back, I must accompany you. He had not contemplated this matter. Do you wish to come along? Imagining her reaction upon arriving on Earth, he couldn't help but chuckle. Would she perceive the towering skyscrapers, the speeding cars on the roads, and the airplanes soaring above as a divine realm? Noticing his amusement, Luna furrowed her brow. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I merely asked if you want to come along. If you prefer not to, I can send you back to the Fallen Lands when the time comes. But it will be quite perilous for you to be alone in the Fallen Lands, wouldn't it? Luna bit her lip, displaying a conflicted expression. Observing this, he refrained from pressing further. After all, I won't be returning anytime soon. You have ample time to ponder your decision. He took out parchment and a quill, beginning to compose his tale. He was unaware of what style of story the esteemed Alicia preferred. So he transcribed a tale from the collection of strange anecdotes and another from the 1001 Nights. Unaccustomed to the parchment and quill, he toiled for quite some time to complete these 2 narratives. Yet, such luxuries were only accessible to the affluent. Once the stories were penned, his next task was to prepare a delightful meal for Anna. While contemplating what to create, he spotted a few chickens flapping in the distance. Although their appearance differed from those on Earth, he could still recognize them as chickens. He first inquired with the steward, who confirmed they were indeed edible. Does his lordship desire chicken? I shall have them prepared. No need, I shall handle it myself. The steward was taken aback at his insistence to cook, hesitating several times before finally nodding in agreement. Roger instructed Luna to catch 2 chickens, which he then had cleaned and prepared, stuffing them with fresh fruits. He took a stroll through the kitchen, gathering various spices, and kindled a bonfire in the clearing behind the house. He chopped off 2 branches from a fruit tree, crafted them into wooden forks, and skewered the plump chickens, positioning them over the flames. As the fire crackled, the skin of the chickens gradually turned a golden brown, crackling and releasing an enticing aroma. Luna, instinctively inhaling the delightful scent, was transfixed by the roasting chickens, nearly leaning into the fire itself. Unable to restrain a chuckle, Roger remarked, "Are you that tempted? Have you never tasted this before?" Luna, somewhat embarrassed, swallowed hard and shook her head. "We rarely make a fire. It is the enemy of the forest and can easily lead to a conflagration." So, they seldom indulged in cooked food? How about the cooked dishes here? They are quite delectable, she replied, her gaze still fixated on the roasted chicken. As the coals sizzled, the fat began to seep from the chicken's skin, gradually achieving a golden crispness. The fruity aroma from within infused the meat with flavor, a subtle sweetness mingling with honey's nectar, creating an irresistible fragrance. Luna felt the scent penetrate not only her nostrils, but also her very being, igniting a tingling sensation at her fingertips. How much longer must we wait? Roger observed her with a playful smile. Why the urgency? I haven't promised you any. Luna opened her mouth, her pointed ears suddenly flushed brighter than the coals. Turning her face away abruptly, she stammered. Who said I wanted to eat? I'm merely concerned you might overcook it and waste food. Noting her flustered and vexed demeanor, Roger decided to relent. I suppose I could let you have some, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Luna retorted, her gaze furtively glancing toward the roasting chicken. It's not a difficult request. Teach me archery and other martial skills. Although he now possessed the strength of a bloodline, he lacked any skills beyond that. He contemplated acquiring some self-defense techniques. The last time, Luna's 3 consecutive arrows had truly astonished him, and he wished to learn as well. Martial skills? Luna looked at him in disbelief. You're not a magician, nor do you practice martial arts? How did you manage to escape the Fallen Lands? How did you remain unscathed even after encountering the Black Rock Dragon? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. He was acutely aware of Harris's warning regarding the age-old enmity between the Dark Elves and the Bloodline, and he dared not divulge even a hint of his escape from the Abyss, facilitated by his vampiric lineage. What do you think of this condition? Do you agree? Luna hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well. So, shall I consume both chickens? Certainly not. One must suffice, and a drumstick must be reserved for Harris. As he spoke, he gently prodded the chicken with a wooden fork, and golden, crispy skin oozed with glistening juices. He spread the scant remaining honey from the jar liberally over the chicken's skin. Once the honey had completely caramelized, it would be ready to savor. With a heavy heart, he sighed in frustration. He could smell the enticing aroma, yet the taste eluded him, rendering everything that passed his lips as flavorless as chewing wax. A veritable torment. Chapter 014. The story. Go fetch those 2 little ones and let them indulge, Luna instructed. Approaching the fruit tree, she gently tapped the trunk, and 2 fluffy heads emerged from a burrow at its base. Just as Roger had taken the roasted chicken off the heat, a flurry of wings announced Harris's arrival beside him. Oh, what is this delightful aroma? Harris inquired, eyeing the chicken. You arrived just in time. This is roasted chicken. Roasted chicken? How can it smell so exquisite? It's simply prepared in the style of my hometown. At that moment, a maid approached, inviting him to the dining room. Roger tore off a chicken leg and placed it on a small plate before Harris, then removed 2 wings for the 2 moles, handing the remainder to Luna. Enjoy it here, he said, loading the other chicken onto a plate and heading toward the dining room. Along the way, he encountered Lena and her sister. The elder, Lena, regarded him with a disdainful expression, while the younger, Lena, smiled and nodded in his direction. Noticing the roasted chicken he carried and catching a whiff of its tantalizing scent, Lena curiously inquired, What is that? It's roasted chicken prepared for Teacher Anna. Roasted chicken? You made that? Lena asked, her disbelief evident. It smells wonderful, she added. Just common folk food. Lena dismissed, though Roger observed her swallow discreetly. Pretending not to notice, he turned to Lena. Next time, I'll treat you. Lena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? However, Lena quickly tugged at her sister's wrist, urging her forward while muttering, We must hurry. Teacher Anna is waiting. Watching Lena nearly drag her sister along, Roger smirked. What a haughty noblewoman, he thought. Unfortunately, the prideful culture he had known from Earth had long since faded, and few contemporary anime or games featured such a character. This left Roger with the impression that Lena lacked refinement, especially compared to her sister. Upon entering the dining room, Anna's gaze fell upon the plate Roger carried, revealing a subtle expression of surprise. I didn't realize you could cook. Teacher Anna, I can only prepare a few dishes from my hometown to express my sentiments. He placed a plate before her. The glossy skin of the roasted chicken shimmered under the candlelight, releasing a savory aroma. You are quite thoughtful. It's a pity I couldn't find any leads about your hometown. She picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of chicken. As she tasted it, a look of astonishment crossed her face. This is quite remarkable. Savoring the flavors, she found the sweetness of honey mingling with fruity notes, creating a delightful contrast to the tender meat. This chicken, how can the fruit and honey flavors be so harmonious? Are you a chef? Not exactly. It's more of a personal hobby. Well, you certainly have a talent. Anna cut another piece, the amber skin crackling delightfully between her teeth. If you truly cannot find your way back, you might consider staying here as a chef. Roger found himself quietly amused. For a chef, taste is one of the most paramount qualities, yet he had lost his sense of taste. What kind of chef could he possibly be? Teacher Anna had overpraised him, and in truth, he held little interest in the culinary arts. What a pity that was. As they spoke, Anna had already consumed a third of the chicken. She instructed the maid to cut the chicken and share it with Lena and Lena for them to try. Glancing at Lena, Roger suppressed a laugh before speaking. Teacher Anna, Miss Lena just told me that she does not enjoy chicken. Is that so? Anna's gaze swept over Lena's suddenly tense shoulders, and she offered a slight smile. Perhaps it is because Lena has never tasted chicken before. She might find it worth trying. Roger mused to himself about how considerate this scholar was, having sensed something and deliberately providing Lena with an opportunity to save face. The maid placed 2 plates of cut chicken before Lena and Lena. Lena eagerly speared a piece and brought it to her mouth, chewing a few times before her eyes lit up. Wow, this is delicious. Even better than what my chef makes, she exclaimed, turning to Lena. Sister, you must try it. It's really good. Lena swallowed, poised to take a piece, but caught sight of Roger across the table, who wore a teasing smile, his lips curled in a slight mockery. Sister? Lena's voice conveyed confusion. Why aren't you eating? The aroma of the chicken wafted persistently, tantalizing her senses. After a moment's hesitation, Lena feigned ignorance of Roger's gaze, lowered her head, and took a piece of chicken. She did eat, after all. I thought she would remain stubborn and not touch it at all, he thought with a mental scoff, then turned his attention to Anna. Teacher Anna, is it odd for men to cook here? He recalled the butler's reaction upon hearing of his culinary endeavors and noticed a subtle expression from Anna earlier, which piqued his curiosity. Anna elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin. It is not so much odd as it is somewhat unconventional. Here, cooking is typically regarded as a woman's responsibility. If a nobleman were to cook, it would be deemed unbecoming. Tell me, do men in your homeland often cook? I see, Roger replied. In my hometown, cooking is merely a life skill that both genders learn. Moreover, most esteemed chefs are men. Anna nodded with interest. It seems your homeland possesses a more progressive view on gender roles than ours. Perhaps. After finishing their meal, Roger retrieved several sheets of parchment inscribed with stories from his pocket and handed them to Anna. Teacher Anna, I heard from Harris that Lady Elise enjoys novel tales. These are stories from my homeland. Anna accepted the parchment. Very well. I shall pass them on to her tomorrow. However, you need not feel remorse, for this matter is not your fault. Roger's expression turned earnest. Yet it arose from my actions. I wish to make some form of recompense. Anna offered a pleased nod, refraining from further comment, and pointed at the parchment. May I take a look at them first? Of course, please do. They are not confidential documents that require secrecy. Anna's reading speed was quite astonishing. She could skim through 10 lines at once, swiftly consuming the contents of 4 parchment sheets, her face reflecting curiosity and admiration. What an intriguing tale. I believe Alicia would enjoy it. However, the 2 stories exhibited starkly contrasting styles, seemingly belonging to 2 distinct civilizations. Roger mused inwardly. Truly a testament to her scholarly prowess. You are correct. These 2 narratives indeed originate from different civilizations, Anna replied, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Did you not previously mention that your home is a secluded valley? Are there really 2 different civilizations within such a valley? Different races? Roger silently lamented the complication, as re-explaining would be even more troublesome. My home is indeed a secluded valley, but beyond it lies a vast world. Although I have not ventured far myself, others have. Thus I possess a fair understanding of the external cultures. I see. Yet, despite the clarification, The look of confusion on Anna's face had not entirely dissipated. However, a civilization capable of producing such stories must not be a small one. I cannot possibly be unaware of it. A slight sheen of perspiration formed on Roger's palm as he pondered whether he should reveal that he hails from another planet. Yet, he feared being branded as a heretic. He was well aware of how the medieval church on Earth dealt with heretics. Anna muttered to herself, "Could it be that you come from across the sea?" "Across the sea? What do you mean?" "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled an ancient legend." You may return now. Chapter 15. The purchase of a bow on the following day, Roger inquired with the steward and learned that the finest weapons on the entire continent were crafted by dwarves. Their exceptional blacksmithing skills and innate talent rendered their weapons unparalleled in performance and quality, naturally commanding the highest prices. Guided by the steward, he arrived at the weaponry street in the Western District, where the clanging of hammers echoed incessantly, and the air was infused with the scent of burning metal. Before the first weapon shop stood a dwarf blacksmith, whose height scarcely reached 1.30 meters, with arms as thick as his legs, hammering away at a longsword. The massive hammer, seemingly as large as a head, appeared feather-light in the dwarf's hands, each strike landing precisely on the spine of the sword. It was evident that this establishment specialized in dwarven weaponry. Upon entering the shop, he found it quite spacious, lined with several rows of shelves showcasing a variety of weapons, swords, spears, and all manner of armaments, radiating a chilling aura. An elderly dwarf with a grizzled beard approached him. "What weapon do you seek?" "The left side is for humans, and the right is custom-made for the beast folk." "I wish to select a bow," Roger replied. "A bow?" The dwarf's expression turned peculiar, even somewhat vexed. Roger was puzzled. Why was the dwarf showing disdain toward the customer? The dwarf coldly retorted, "You must have come to the wrong place. Perhaps try another shop." Just as Roger was about to voice his confusion, a melodic female voice chimed from behind him. "Uncle Baring, why are you angry again?" A tall girl entered, clad in well-tailored leather armor, with a finely crafted short sword at her waist. Her short hair and confident demeanor exuded an air of bravery. Nora, the dwarf, identified as Baring, grunted in annoyance. "It's this lad, coming into my shop wanted to buy a bow and arrow. Isn't that just ruining my business?" Roger remained bewildered. After all, a bow and arrow were indeed weapons. How could that be disruptive? Nora approached and scrutinized him for a moment before smiling. "It seems this is your first time purchasing a weapon?" "Indeed it is. Is there some special rule I should know?" Nora lowered her voice to explain. "Dwarves excel at forging metal, but do not possess the same skill in crafting wooden items. If you wish to buy a bow and arrow, you must go to shop for elves or humans." Baring scoffed. "A bow made of wood can hardly be called a weapon. A gust of wind would snap it, and rain would ruin it." As Roger scanned the array of weapons, he noticed that they were all made of metal. It seemed the dwarves imbued their obsession with metal into every weapon. However, he spotted a few bows on a nearby shelf. Although they were also crafted from metal, they indeed resembled bows. "Are those not bows?" he inquired. Baring's face contorted in frustration. "I told you, those are specially made for the beast folk. Each bow has a minimum draw weight of 150 pounds. Do you think they're like those toy wooden bows? With your scrawny arms, you likely couldn't even lift one." Roger, however, remained undeterred. "Perhaps I could make use of one." Baring laughed in disbelief. "You think you can? Very well. Choose any bow you like. If you can draw it fully, I shall give it to you for free." Is there truly such a good fortune to be had? He was not courteous. Swiftly making his way to the rack, there were 5 bows in total. The first bow was as black as iron. Its ends curved like the fangs of a ferocious beast, the bowstring thick as sinew, faintly shimmering with a dark red hue, as if soaked in blood, with a draw weight of 150 pounds. The second bow was entirely silver white, its limbs elongated like a crescent moon. The bowstring fine as a hair, yet glimmering with a chilling light, adorned with several gem-like embellishments, boasting a draw weight of 180 pounds. The third bow was a deep crimson, resembling a heated iron, with fiery patterns entwined around its limbs, evoking the sensation of a searing heat wave. Its draw weight was 230 pounds. The fourth bow had a draw weight of 250 pounds, while the fifth possessed a formidable draw weight of 280 pounds. Reaching for the second bow, as his palm made contact with the limb, he felt a coolness, not the cold of metal, but perhaps an enchantment at play. Fortunately, this chill was bearable. It weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. Baron crossed his arms, chuckling coldly. Young man, this frostfang is crafted from polar ice steel, with a bowstring made from the sinew of a snow wolf. With a draw weight of 180 pounds, if you can draw it back, Roger smiled, interjecting, if I can draw it back, then this bow shall be mine, and I shall pay not a single coin. You would go back on your word, would you? Baron's beard nearly curled to his nose. Baron, I'm a man of my word. Miss Nora here can attest to that. But what if you fail to draw it? As they spoke, a crowd had gathered inside the shop, comprised of dwarves, humans, and other races, most of them with expressions of curiosity. With so many witnesses, it seemed Baron would dare not renege. If I fail to draw it, he glanced at the bow's price. 200,000 crystal coins. I will owe you 200,000 crystal coins, and I shall leave the bow behind. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Who is this wealthy fool willing to squander 200,000 crystal coins? Some even initiated a betting pool, banging drums to alert the entire street. A human lad is attempting to draw Baron's frostfang. The wager is 200,000 crystal coins. Come and witness the spectacle. Before long, the entrance of the shop was teeming with onlookers. Most were betting on Baron, while a few enticed by the odds placed their bets on Roger. The odds for Baron to win were 1, while the odds for the human lad were an astonishing 150, an opportunity not to be missed. A minotaur laughed heartily, causing the copper bells on his chest to jingle. If this lad succeeds, I shall gift everyone a gem from my corner to celebrate. Roger was uninterested in the betting. He merely observed that the larger the crowd grew, the less likely Baron would retract his offer. Once most bets were placed, he gripped the bow's handle tightly with his left hand, while his right hand grasped the bowstring. The sinew of the snow wolf hummed like a wild beast beneath his fingertips, and the bow itself emitted a subtle vibration. 1/4 drawn, half drawn, 3/4 drawn, with each stretch of the bowstring. Roger felt the energy stored within the bow intensifying. It was 4/4 drawn. A few goblin gamblers climbed the shelves, their tails entwined with bags of crystal coins, shouting in disbelief. Baron furrowed his brows slightly. This lad was rather extraordinary. The tension of 4/5 is already a formidable 72 pounds, marking the threshold for heavy archers within the knightly order. Yet this individual evidently had not reached his limit. At 6/5, Roger caught a glimpse of Baron, his eyes wide with astonishment, his hand gripping the hammer trembling slightly, as if he had encountered a specter. Upon reaching 7/5, the armory was enveloped in the resonant hum of the vibrating bowstring. He took a deep breath and exerted himself forcefully. As the bowstring brushed past his ear, he witnessed Baron's hammer clatter to the ground. Instantly, the armory erupted into an uproar. Chapter 16. Invitation. As Roger drew the bowstring taut, a silence enveloped the shop for a brief moment before it erupted into a cacophony of cheers. The victorious goblins, having placed their bets on Roger with odds of 150, swung gleefully between the shelves, reveling in their unexpected fortune. In stark contrast, the unfortunate gamblers who lost their wagers were steeped in despair. Many marveled at Roger's strength, for it was their first encounter with a human capable of drawing a 180-pound bow. Balin, irate, shooed the onlookers away. Roger waved the bow in his hand with a triumphant grin. I shall gladly accept this bow. Balin, still in disbelief, questioned, Are you truly human? A pure blood of the human race? Not a hybrid of human and beast? Nora chuckled lightly. Uncle, it's evident he is a pure blood human. He doesn't even emit any magical energy. Balin paced restlessly, incredulity lacing his tone. How can human muscles withstand a pull of 180 pounds? Is he endowed with divine strength? Though Balin could not confirm this, he resigned himself to misfortune, muttering under his breath about his ill luck in encountering such an anomaly, lamenting that he had wasted half a year's effort. He then expelled both Roger and Nora from the shop, slamming the door shut behind them. Nora shook her head, amusement dancing in her eyes. It seems Uncle Balin will be in for a rough time. She turned to scrutinize Roger from head to toe. Are you a member of the Paladin Order? No, I am merely an ordinary person. Ordinary? Nora's eyes brightened with excitement. Would you care to join our mercenary group? A mercenary group? Indeed, Nora affirmed with a nod. I am a member of the Blade of War Mercenary Group. Observing her prideful demeanor, Roger pondered the reputation of this Blade of War Mercenary Group. Is the Blade of War particularly renowned? Nora's expression shifted to one of shock. What? You are not aware of the Blade of War Mercenary Group? We are the foremost mercenary group in the Empire. No sooner had she spoken than a mocking laughter resonated from behind her. The foremost mercenary group in the Empire? Ha! 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 Nora turned sharply to confront the source of the derision, a girl of similar age with striking wine-red curls. Sylvie, do you have something to say? The girl named Sylvie regarded her with a challenging gaze. Of course I do. When did your Blade of War become the Empire's top mercenary group? As long as our Asha mercenary group exists, you will forever be second. Nonsense, Nora retorted, her nostrils flaring with indignation. Just last month, we eradicated 3 nests of the three-headed serpent, extracting 17 magical crystal cores. And what about your Ashen? I heard you botched a mission escorting a noble lady and were ambushed by half-beasts. Sylvie was equally defiant. That was merely a training exercise for the newcomers. Just last month, we ventured into the sunken ruins and retrieved the Lost Tide Codex. What has your Blade of War accomplished? Playing house with goblins on land? The sunken ruins? Nora sneered, her contempt evident. You dare to bring that up? I have heard that your leader, in pursuit of the Codex, trapped teammates amidst the ruins as bait. Such despicable tactics are beneath us. Spare me the pretense of virtue. In the mercenary realm, only strength is acknowledged. As long as one accomplishes the task, what are a few underhanded methods? Lacking even this basic understanding, how can one claim to be a mercenary? Observing the two engaged in a heated argument, Roger shook his head in disbelief. Growing weary of their quarrel, he turned and strolled toward another nearby weapon shop. This establishment was owned by the elves, and within, the air was filled with the refreshing scents of cedar and bay laurel, a stark contrast to the rust-laden atmosphere of the dwarven shops. An elf, busy polishing a longbow, lifted their gaze and appraised Roger from head to toe. You're the one I just saw at the Baron shop, are you not? Roger, still unable to discern the elf's gender, simply nodded and surveyed the interior. The weapons crafted by the elves were predominantly characterized by elegant curves, exuding a grace akin to that of their makers. The elf curiously inquired, how do you manage to draw such a heavy bow? Because I possess innate strength. Innate strength? The elf appeared somewhat skeptical, but refrained from pressing further. What do you wish to purchase? A bow. A bow. The elf's gaze shifted to the frost fangs slung across Roger's back. Seemingly puzzled as to why he would seek another bow when he already possessed one, Roger felt that the heavy bow was unsuitable for novice training and intended to acquire a lighter one. He selected a set of armor tailored to Luna's stature. With the shopkeeper extolling the leather's exceptional flexibility and light weight, ideally suited for the elves' need to minimize encumbrance in battle. He also procured 2 bows, 2 longswords, 2 exquisite daggers, and a number of arrows. The entire expenditure amounted to less than 200,000 crystal coins, prompting an inner lament about the exorbitant prices of dwarven weaponry. Upon exiting the shop, he noticed Nora and Sylvie still locked in a fierce stare-down. When Nora spotted Roger preparing to leave, she quickly abandoned her quarrel with Sylvie and hurried after him. Are you not going to reconsider? No consideration, Roger responded firmly, shaking his head. Why not? What do you mean why? Why would I join your Blade mercenary group? To be precise, I have no interest in joining any mercenary group. But joining a mercenary group comes with substantial rewards. Substantial rewards? Do I appear to you as someone in need of money? Nora was momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed he indeed did not lack for coin. Had he failed to draw Frostfang moments ago, he would have incurred a debt of 200,000 crystal coins. And what about honor? Honor? With my strength, do I stand a chance of becoming a paladin? I can hardly be bothered to try. What do you wish to discuss regarding honor? Nora was utterly at a loss for words. This fellow appeared impervious to persuasion. Do you not have any aspirations? Aspirations? Indeed, I do. To preserve my own life. Nora was taken aback. To preserve your life? What do you mean? The literal meaning. With a dismissive wave of his hand, He turned and boarded his carriage, departing with a flourish. Sylvie approached the crestfallen Nora, reveling in her misfortune. "Oh, what is this? A heartbroken soul? Cast aside." Nora shot her an annoyed glance. Then a sudden thought crossed her mind. "Did you see the bow on his back?" "The bow?" Sylvie replied dismissively. "It appeared to be a heavy bow. What is so remarkable about that?" That formidable bow, weighing 180 pounds from Barlinshop, was indeed drawn to its full extent by him. "What?" Hilvy's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped in astonishment. 180 pounds. Are you certain he is human? Of course, it is true. Barlin lost a wager to him and forfeited that very bow. So heartbroken that he closed his shop. Hilvy cast a glance at Barlin's establishment, and indeed, the door was shut tight. A subtle smirk graced Nora's lips. Moreover, he is not even a member of the Knights. Imagine the strength he could bring if he were to be recruited into the order. Alas, I have failed in that endeavor. Hilvy let out a sharp whistle, and a magnificent steed galloped towards her. Swiftly mounting the horse, she cast a triumphant glance at Nora, her thoughts echoing, "This fool cannot manage it. Just watch me." As she sped off in the direction Roger had taken, Nora huffed in response. "You little brat. Let us see you experience the bitterness of unfulfilled desires." Chapter 017. Sacred Relics. Sylvie hastened forward to intercept the carriage in which Roger was seated. As Roger leaned out, he recognized the girl with the wine-red curls, who had just quarreled fiercely with Nora. He recalled her name was Sylvie. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, wondering if she too was a member of a mercenary group, perhaps attempting to persuade him to join their ranks. This could be troublesome. Would every mercenary group come seeking his allegiance in the days to come? "I am Sylvie, the squad leader of the Empire's foremost mercenary group, Ashes," she announced with pride. Roger suppressed a chuckle at her introduction. "Oh, you are also the Empire's foremost mercenary group? Just how many first mercenary groups does the Empire possess?" With an air of arrogance, Sylvie declared, "There is, of course, only one true foremost mercenary group in the Empire, and that is us, Ashes. And what now? Are you here to extend an invitation for me to join you?" Sylvie nodded solemnly. "With your ability to draw a 180-pound bow, you at least start as a squad leader with us." "Not interested," Roger replied curtly, shaking his head in refusal. "Let me ask you, why do the members of your mercenary group choose to become mercenaries? Is it not for wealth, power, honor, or experience?" "I have no interest in such things. Can you offer me any other reason? Do you not wish to compete with the strong?" "It is only through constant challenge against powerful foes that one can elevate their own strength," Sylvie countered. Roger scoffed. "Am I mad? Do I have nothing better to do than to challenge the strong?" Sylvie opened her mouth slightly, taken aback by his response. "Do you not wish to grow stronger? Then why did you purchase a bow and acquire this heavy one?" "I bought the bow merely for amusement. As for this heavy bow, I obtained it for free. So naturally, I have no reason to refuse it." "Amusement?" Sylvie's voice was laced with incredulity. "Surely you know the value of Balin's bow in crystal coins? And you use it for amusement? I am not lacking in funds. Why should I care about its worth? Whenever I tire of it, I can simply discard it." Disregarding the bewildered expression on Sylvie's face, Roger instructed the coachman to continue driving. After a moment, Sylvie regained her composure, muttering in disbelief, "Which wealthy scion is this?" At that moment, mocking laughter erupted from behind her. "Ha, ha, ha, ha." Nora approached, reveling in her mischief, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What is this?" The once confident Miss Sylvie now looks as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "Did you fail to convince him to join you?" Sylvie shot her a venomous glare. "What are you so smug about? You were unable to persuade him to join you either." "True, but I relish seeing you in such a disheveled state." Ah. Sylvie's wine-red curls flared in the wind as she shrieked and lunged at Nora, the two of them tumbling into a chaotic scuffle on the street. Upon returning to the manor, Roger presented a set of exquisite elven equipment to Luna. "This is for you." Luna's eyes sparkled with disbelief upon seeing the splendid weaponry. "Is all of this truly for me?" Indeed. She could hardly contain her excitement as she knocked an arrow and shot it towards the outdoors. An arrow, shot through the crack of the window, accurately struck the fruit of a tree in the backyard. Luna delightedly caressed the bough, marveling at its exquisite grip, crafted from the core of spring moon willow. Roger, lacking knowledge of the bow's material, simply replied, "If you like it, that's all that matters. Now let us begin our practice." He effortlessly pulled back the 180-pound bow, while the 30-pound elven bow felt as light as a child's toy in his hands. With a casual tug, the bowstring arched into a crescent shape. In one breath, he loosed over 100 arrows, and, under Luna's guidance, he soon managed to hit the apples on the tree 30 meters away, within half a day. Luna shook her head slightly, remarking, "What you're doing is not archery. It's sheer brute force, overpowering finesse. Even an elf would require a month to develop such control, yet you have achieved it in mere hours." Roger exhaled, feeling more fatigue from the mental focus required for aiming than from physical exertion. This sensation reminded him of late-night study sessions back on Earth, where his eyes burned from relentless hours with a pen, now replaced by the bowstring. Just as he was about to continue practicing, the distant sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Harry's landed on a nearby stone table and looked toward Luna. "Miss Luna, could I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Once Luna departed, Harry's quickly inquired, "Did you really pull back the 180-pound bow today?" "You knew about that?" Roger replied, surprised. Word travels fast. Outside, they are saying a human youth has drawn a 180-pound bow, and I couldn't help but think it might be you. After catching his breath, Harry's continued, "Why the spectacle? Don't forget." He turned to ensure Luna was out of earshot before whispering, "You are now a bloodline. I never intended to be ostentatious. It's that dwarf who looks down on others." Roger recounted the events at the Dwarfest weapon shop. "Besides, I held back. I feel I could manage a full draw of 200 pounds. Best not to." Harry's quickly waved his wings. "If you truly managed 200 pounds, it would astonish everyone. Will I be in any trouble now? Do I need to flee?" "There should be no significant trouble. No one would suspect you were a bloodline. After all, the primary trait of bloodlines is their fear of sunlight. Throughout history, none have basked in the sun as you do." "What are the bloodline's weaknesses aside from sunlight?" "The greatest weakness, aside from sunlight, is holy water, which can scorch bloodlines directly, similar to sunlight." "Holy water? What is that?" "Holy water is a liquid concocted by the Church of Light, made from the morning dew at dawn, the blood of the Pope, and crystallized elements of holy light, known for its potent purifying effects against dark beings. While the morning dew and the Pope's blood might be accessible, the crystallized element of holy light sounds exceedingly rare. Can ordinary people obtain holy water? Holy water is indeed a rarity. Not only ordinary folk, but even many cathedrals lack a sufficient supply. From its explanation, it is understood that a village-level religious site is referred to as a chapel, a town-level core church is known as a cathedral, an urban church is called a great hall, and the church of the archbishop or prelate is designated as a sanctum. In churches that do not possess reserved holy water, there exists a diluted version of it. By submerging sacred vessels in this liquid for a certain duration, the liquid transforms into holy water. Although its potency is inferior to the authentic version, it suffices for dealing with lower-tier shadow beings. Sacred vessels? Where are they? They are objects blessed by the radiant God as holy light. Holy light? It sounds almost akin to radiation. When an object contaminated by radiation is immersed in water, the water too becomes tainted. Have you encountered such a thing? Harris shook his head. "No, I have not, for only the higher echelons of the Radiant Goddess Order are granted access to the holy light." Chapter 018. Making friends. Do you think holy water or sacred artifacts would have any effect on me? Harris pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Probably not. After all, you're not afraid of sunlight, and even the Blood Clan's covenant does not affect you. At that moment, Luna approached, carrying a tea tray, which she placed on the stone table. "Thank you." Harris hastily took a few sips and took to the air. "I will return first. Be cautious and try not to be so ostentatious." Roger nodded in acknowledgement and continued practicing his archery. By evening, he had mastered the ability to effortlessly hit cherries 30 meters away. Despite his rapid progress, he still fell short of Luna's prowess, unable to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, only managing to hit static targets with single arrows. That evening, after dinner, Anna called out to him. "Alicia is quite fond of the stories you write. She is eager to see the continuation. She mentioned that if you are willing, you can visit her at the astrologer's tower at any time. It's good that she likes them." His sense of guilt was somewhat alleviated. As for visiting the astrologer's tower, perhaps not. He could not afford to break anything else. Which story does she prefer? Both. Both? Then I shall write her. 10 stories, perhaps. Otherwise, copying all 400 tales from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio and over 100 from 1001 Nights would surely exhaust me. All right. I will endeavor to produce the continuation for her promptly. Anna nodded gently. Thank you for your effort. What are your plans if you cannot find your way home? Finding it would be ideal, but if not, I may have to remain here. He was aware that the likelihood of returning was slim. As for making a living, perhaps he would open a story tea house or something of the sort. Anna smiled slightly. A splendid idea. Your intriguing tales will surely captivate many. Alternatively, you could start a restaurant. Your culinary skills would undoubtedly be well received. With your talents and stories, you might become the most popular establishment in Odensburg. In the ensuing days, Roger was quite occupied, practicing archery and swordsmanship by day, and transcribing stories at night, while occasionally preparing delectable dishes for them to sample. During this time, members of the Ashen Blade Mercenary Corps came to invite him to join, offering various generous terms, all of which he flatly declined. One day, while practicing archery with Frostfawn, a servant brought in a guest. She appeared to be a stunning young woman in her early 20s, with an oval face and slender eyebrows. Most striking was her cascade of golden hair, which glimmered in the sunlight, making him squint. It was no exaggeration to say her hair flowed like molten gold over her shoulders. Who are you? I am Elia, the girl replied, sizing Roger up. It is difficult to imagine. I thought a human capable of drawing a 180-pound bow would have to be a burly figure. Roger shrugged, continuing to admire her hair. Such pure golden locks he had only seen in anime, and as a former aficionado of golden-haired characters, he found it hard to discern whether he was in reality or an animated scene. Do you like my hair? Elia raised her hand, delicately lifting a strand, and smiled enchantingly. In my hometown, such hair color only appears in stories. Upon hearing this, Elia chuckled softly, the golden strands of his hair reflecting glimmers of sunlight. Oh, your hometown? Where is it? A place that includes blonde hair in its tales must be quite intriguing. I too wish to know. Otherwise, I would have returned home long ago. Since you cannot return, how about joining the Imperial Knights? Not interested, he replied, knocking an arrow on a Frostfawn. As he watched the arrow strike an apple 100 meters away, Ilya's mouth fell slightly agape. You must possess the prowess of a high-level archer, he remarked with curiosity. Why do you refuse to join the Imperial Knights? Why should I join the Imperial Knights? Ilya's bright, expressive eyes darted around, a lock of hair falling into his face. Joining the order means you could admire my golden hair every day. Roger chuckled in disbelief. Is this your ploy to ensnare me with charm? Unfortunately, that tactic holds no sway over me. Ilya raised an eyebrow. Why not? Do you not fancy women? Or am I not beautiful enough? Of course I find you attractive, particularly with that golden hair. Yet, I value my life even more. Value your life? What do you mean? Roger set down his bow, beginning to explain earnestly. It means if I join your knightly order, will you pamper me with lavish feasts until my last breath? I would still have to toil and labor, and the tasks are likely far from easy. It is my very desire to preserve my life that keeps me from joining you. In the face of my existence, your alluring scheme pales in comparison. Ilya furrowed her brow. Is this what you call valuing life? Are you not simply a coward? I've seen a new recruit, terrified to the point of wetting his pants, charge forward with a sword to cleave a goblin's head, and I've witnessed bloodied warriors storm into an orc camp. They all embody the warrior spirit far more than you, a life-valuing archer capable of drawing a 180-pound bow. Roger scoffed, unimpressed. Do their tombstones read lived like a warrior? Such provocations hold no power over me. If they did, I would have long since joined the Ashes or Blade mercenary groups, rather than wait for your recruitment. Seeing him impervious to both coaxing and threats, Ilya stamped her foot in frustration. Will you truly spend your life in mediocrity? Roger replied with a calm demeanor. Flowers exhibit myriad wonders, and people come in diverse forms. Each individual lives by their own principles, rendering the notions of right and wrong moot. One should neither exaggerate their worth nor belittle others. Ilya expressed a hint of surprise. Ah, so you're a scholar? Her tone and demeanor momentarily reminded Roger of that bloodline girl, nearly triggering an instinctual response. He chose to ignore her and continued shooting arrows, unable to persuade him. Ilya sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity. Then, may I befriend you? Of course, forming friendships is entirely agreeable. It would be my honor to befriend someone as lovely as you. Upon hearing this, Ilya burst into laughter. You are quite the charmer, a half-scholar and a sweet talker. What a rare combination. Roger's mind sparked with a thought. Since we are to be friends, what gift will you bestow upon me? Elijah was taken aback. A gift? What kind of gift? Roger, suppressing a smile, wore a serious expression. In our hometown, it is customary to present a gift when forming a friendship. Such a custom exists? Elijah was somewhat skeptical. What gift do you desire? I wish for a vial of holy water. He was curious to ascertain whether the holy water would indeed have any effect on him and was contemplating how to procure it when this opportunity presented itself. Judging by her attire, she likely hailed from a wealthy family and should have the means to acquire holy water. Holy water? Elijah was somewhat puzzled. What do you need holy water for? We do not have holy water in our hometown, and I wish to experience what it is like. Chapter 19. The enchanted arrow and holy water. Elia did not readily acquiesce. Instead, she arched an eyebrow and inquired with a playful smirk. Is there a custom in your homeland that states, when a golden-haired beauty proposes friendship, the other party must bestow double the gifts? Roger stifled a chuckle at her cleverness. Not at all. In our land, the one who extends the hand of friendship is the one who offers a gift. Besides, I've already mentioned that golden-haired individuals like you only exist in tales back home. Elia narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly skeptical of his assertion, but chose not to challenge it directly. Instead, she jested, what a pity. I was looking forward to receiving a gift from a foreigner, perhaps a scarf woven from moonlight or a pocket capable of holding an entire autumn. What kind of nonsense is that? Even a magician couldn't achieve such feats. Elia burst into laughter at Roger's bewildered expression. Just teasing you. You truly are a foreigner, oblivious to such whimsical notions. As for the holy water you seek, I can only procure a diluted version, at most a small vial. You wouldn't need much anyway. All right, then thank you, Roger replied. Ilya sighed, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Alas, before I came here, I assured the captain that I would surely be able to bring you into the knightly order. Now I shall be the subject of their ridicule upon my return. Seeing Roger remain unfazed, she retracted her pitiful expression and casually asked as he resumed his archery practice. You don't know magic, do you? Not at all. A mere earthling like me wielding magic would be absurd. That explains it, Elia nodded thoughtfully. Then you are unaware that this bow is meant to be used in conjunction with magic? Used in conjunction with magic? I always thought it was merely a test of strength. Indeed, while it is a formidable weapon in its own right, forged by the master craftsman Balin, its true potential is unlocked when paired with magic. As she spoke, she reached out, taking Frostfang from him, revealing a grin. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would scarcely believe that an ordinary human could draw it fully, as her demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. The once silver bow began to emanate an ethereal blue glow, intricate frost patterns swiftly spreading across its surface, while the bowstring crystallized into delicate shards of ice. Elia gently plucked the bowstring, and Roger's keen hearing discerned a subtle crackling in the surrounding air as an arrow composed of ice crystals gradually formed on the string. Yet, before the arrow could fully materialize, Elia suddenly sighed, causing the ice arrow to shatter into countless sparkling shards that dissipated into the air. Noticing his puzzled expression, she offered an embarrassed smile. My abilities are still insufficient for it to resonate completely. Taking back Frostfang, Roger queried, can an ordinary person like me practice magic? Magic is not dependent on brute strength. It is a natural affinity between the soul and the elemental forces of nature. If you're interested, you could visit the Magic Association for a test. The Magic Association? Given his status as a vampire, he feared the potential complications should the test reveal anything untoward. He had no desire to take such risks. What if I lack magical aptitude? Wouldn't that render this bow a waste? Not necessarily. Ordinary arrows possess sufficient lethality. If you wish to further enhance its power, you might consider using magical arrows. Typically, when purchasing such a bow, a few magical arrows are included as a complimentary gift. Were you not provided with any? Magical arrows? The very term suggests they are not mere trifles. That old coot Barlin didn't he give me a single one. Where can I procure them? Down that street known for weapon shops, at the very end. I shall go take a look now. Without delay, he made his way to the street of weapon shops and entered Barlin's store, which was open. Upon seeing him, Barlin's demeanor immediately soured. "Ah, it's you again, lad." Roger offered a faint smile. "Uncle Barlin, a guest should be treated with courtesy, don't you think? Your attitude hardly conveys hospitality." Barlin huffed, his beard bristling. "A guest? The last time you swindled me out of Frostfang worth 200,000 crystal coins, and you dare call yourself a guest?" Roger replied with conviction. "I neither stole nor deceived. It was you who proposed the wager. Uncle Barlin, I believe your reputation in this trade is quite substantial. You can hardly be one to shy away from a loss, can you?" Barlin's beard bristled with indignation, his words punctuated by spittle. "Can't afford to lose. Have you inquired about my standing? My reputation is unparalleled throughout the Empire. Then let us not dwell on Frostfang any longer. Do you have any fine weapons available?" He glanced around the shop. "I wish to purchase a few as gifts for friends. Something akin to battle axes. The 5 brothers from the Bear clan should be arriving soon, and he intended to equip them." Barlin, with an air of pride, boasted, "Fine weapons? I could pull out any item here, and it would suffice for you to boast about it for 3 years. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Your friends? They aren't all like you, capable of easily drawing a 180-pound bow, are they? Rest assured, they are not human. They belong to the beast kin. However, they too can effortlessly draw a 180-pound bow." "Beast kin?" Barlin then led him to a rack displaying 10 uniquely designed colossal battle axes. Roger glanced at the prices. Each was approximately 100,000 crystal coins. 5 would amount to a staggering 500,000. This would deplete my resources entirely. Uncle Barlin, if I were to purchase 5 at once, could I not receive a discount?" Barlin retorted, "Humph, do you think this is a goblin flea market? Uncle Barlin, surely in trade, there's a notion of bulk discounts, is there not? Last time I bought Frostfang, you didn't include any magical arrows either." Barlin shot him glare. "Was that even a purchase? How does it differ?" "The wager stipulated draw Frostfang and receive it for free, without mentioning complimentary magical arrows. It is akin to you paying only for beer while expecting me to throw in roasted lizard legs." Undeterred, Roger engaged in further negotiations, ultimately settling on 5 battle axes for 450,000 crystal coins. He realized that pressing further would yield no better price, and thus conceded. "Very well, 450,000 it is. I shall return with my friends next time to settle the bill." After departing for Barlin's shop, he reached the end of the street, where indeed there was a store specializing in magical weaponry. The proprietor, a gnome adorned with a pointed hat, assessed Roger keenly. Upon hearing that he sought magical arrows, the gnome smiled slightly. "Ah, this is your first time purchasing magical arrows. I assent it?" Given the confidence in his tone, Roger felt a flicker of curiosity. "How could you tell?" Frequent patrons often discuss the various uses of arrows, while it is only the first-time customers who vaguely request magical arrows. Aren't arrows primarily intended for striking foes? Why should there be myriad purposes? Before long, a gnome emerged from beneath the counter, dragging forth a 3-tiered wooden rack, each compartment brimming with resplendent arrows. There were elemental arrows, control arrows, support arrows, and those with special functions, leaving Roger utterly entranced. Indeed, the prices were steep. A standard arrow cost merely 5 crystal coins, yet the most affordable of these magical arrows demanded a staggering 100 coins each. However, unable to quell his curiosity, he ultimately spent 20,000 crystal coins to acquire 30 arrows of diverse purposes. Chapter 20. The extermination of bandits. Roger instructed the coachman to venture to the eastern outskirts, eager to ascertain the arrival of the Bear brothers. As they passed a bustling market just beyond the city, a cacophony of voices and a mlang of diverse races enveloped him, evoking a fleeting illusion of being transported back to a vibrant earthly marketplace. Alighting from the carriage, he meandered through the stalls, observing that many wares bore resemblance to those on earth, while others were entirely foreign to his experience. Approaching a particular stall, he found an elderly human man, his hair a cascade of silver. Before him lay an array of intricately crafted wooden artifacts, each piece showcasing remarkable artistry. Roger's gaze was drawn to a wooden windmill, gently rotating in the breeze. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a boisterous uproar erupted nearby. Turning his head, he beheld a group of individuals methodically collecting fees from the various vendors. Their demeanor was brazenly aggressive. When a stall owner hesitated in retrieving funds, they would violently topple the merchandise, leaving the proprietor impotent with indignation. This scene reminded him of the extortionists back in Maple Leaf City. Were they soliciting protection fees? The old man shot him a look of surprise, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, you are unaware? I had thought that the emperors of great nations would be more benevolent. Who would have anticipated such conduct? Are they colluding with the Knight's Order? The elder shook his head, indicating ignorance of the matter. What do you seek, young man? After paying for the small windmill, Roger departed the market. Continuing eastward, they soon spied a dilapidated inn where the four Bear brothers were engaged in a wrestling match in the courtyard. As Roger dismounted from the carriage, the brothers rushed to greet him. Big brother, you have finally arrived. Yes. Where is Bear 5? Has he perished in the wretched lands? He returned to Eternal Winter City. One brother replied, recalling that their ancestral home lay there. Yet, they still donned tattered half-armor. What are the crystal coins I bestowed upon you last time? Surely that pouch could procure you new armor? Hee. Bear 1 scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. The money you gave us was sent home. These fellows are quite family-oriented. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Big brother, we received the commission yesterday. A band of mountain bandits has surfaced 50 miles away, and we are to exterminate them shortly. Exterminate bandits? Then let us proceed, he expressed, eager to witness the encounter. The group ascended the mountain 50 miles away. To his surprise, the bandits were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, with a singular charge from the four Bear brothers. They scattered in disarray. The arrows that occasionally whizzed by barely grazed the bear-like skin of the brothers, and the seemingly formidable gate of the bandit stronghold was effortlessly crushed by Bear 1's might. The skirmish concluded swiftly, and they captured the bandit leader alive. Big brother, we have apprehended him. The leader was a man in his 40s, with a rugged countenance, sharp brows, and piercing, intense eyes. He bore little resemblance to a mere bandit, exuding an air reminiscent of a soldier. Who are you? Roger inquired, intrigued. The middle-aged man scrutinized him from head to toe. And who might you be? Roger shrugged nonchalantly. I am one who has come to purge your ilk. He turned to Bear 1. Was your commission for him to be alive or dead? Alive or dead? It matters not. Xiong clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds reminiscent of breaking bones. Boss, should I deliver a fatal blow to him? Roger waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to step aside. Did you hear that? Life or death hangs by a thread at my command. Who are you? The middle-aged man displayed no trace of fear, responding coldly. A mountain bandit. And before that, the man's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his expression shifting to one of profound indignation. Captain of the 3rd Squad of the 15th Legion of the Imperial Knights, Raymond. What? Roger was genuinely taken aback. How could a distinguished captain of the knightly order have fallen to the status of a bandit? Did you commit a mistake? Raymond's countenance darkened further, his eyes ablaze with fury. I was dismissed from the Knights for creating a new weapon. A weapon? What kind of weapon could lead to such a fate? Raymond's gaze fell upon the ground nearby, where a crossbow lay abandoned. He picked up the crossbow that Xiong had retrieved and examined it thoroughly. Indeed, it was a crossbow. Is this the weapon you invented? And you were expelled from the Knights because of it? Why? Raymond let out a distressed sigh. They claimed this weapon contravenes the chivalric spirit. To be a qualified knight, one must undergo rigorous training from the age of 7 or 8, enduring years of trials before being dubbed a knight. However, training a crossbowman takes no more than a week. Anyone can do it, provided they possess a strong arm. This means that even a mere farmer could easily slay a noble knight who has undergone extensive training, which is a severe blow to the knight's inflated sense of superiority. Upon realizing the danger posed by this weapon, the knights collectively wrote to the emperor and the pope, denouncing the crossbow as a devilish weapon that tramples upon the chivalric spirit. I nearly faced the gallows, and while I ultimately evaded the death penalty, I was expelled from the Knights. After hearing Raymond's plight, Roger could not contain his laughter, clutching his belly. Raymond's face shifted through shades of blue and red. Are you mocking me? Apologies, I'm not laughing at you. After managing to stifle my laughter, wiping away the tears from my eyes, I assure you, I mean no offense. I merely find it amusing how short-sighted those knights are. I encountered a similar situation back in my homeland. The nobleman deemed firearms as toys for cowards, since a lowly farmer wielding a firearm could kill an armored knight, much like your crossbow. Raymond furrowed his brow in confusion. Firearms? What are those? Similar to your crossbow, they are instruments that render noble training worthless. They claim this weapon does not align with the chivalric spirit, but in truth, they fear that these so-called commoners wielding such arms might upend the tables of the nobility. Wouldn't you agree? He turned his gaze toward Shonda. What is the commission fee this time? Shonda raised a finger. 1,000 crystal coins. Only 1,000 crystal coins? That is exceedingly cheap. With that amount, I might as well return home. The other bear men exchanged glances. Boss, is he really not taking it? This fellow is rather amusing. I shall spare his life. As several individuals were on the verge of departing, Raymond suddenly interjected. Wait. Roger turned to look at him. What? Are you suggesting that we take you with us? A peculiar glimmer danced in Raymond's eyes as he urgently inquired. What exactly do you mean by firearm? Firearm? Roger found himself at a loss, pondering how to elucidate the concept of a firearm to someone from another realm. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled something somewhat analogous. Are you familiar with blow darts? Raymond nodded. Weapons used by goblins? Yes, I know them. The principle of a firearm is quite similar to that of a blow dart, Roger explained. It generates a powerful airstream at one end of the tube, propelling the contents within the tube outward. However, the airstream produced by a firearm is vastly more potent, several hundred to 1,000 times stronger than that which can be produced by human breath. Raymond furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. What method is employed to generate such a formidable airstream? Is it through magic? Not magic, Roger clarified, but rather another form of knowledge, a discipline that ordinary individuals can learn to master. Chapter 021. The purification ceremony. Upon hearing Roger assert that the knowledge he spoke of could be mastered by ordinary individuals, Raymond was filled with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Roger pointed towards the crossbow. Isn't this weapon you created something an ordinary person can learn to wield as well? What could possibly be false about it? Contemplating this, Raymond pressed further. Can you fashion a firearm? I understand the principles. I have confirmed that the materials here can indeed produce gunpowder, and its potency far exceeds that found on Earth, though the cost of materials is exorbitantly high. As for the barrel, early firearms did not require excessively advanced craftsmanship. Noticing the excitement nearly spilling from Raymond's eyes, Roger could easily discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. If you do not mind, accompany me. One day, I shall craft a firearm for you to behold. Without hesitation, Raymond nodded in agreement. Excellent, he exclaimed, though a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Could you lend me some crystal coins first? My family is on the brink of starvation. Roger retrieved a pouch of crystal coins and handed it to him. If this is insufficient, do not hesitate to ask again. Raymond returned home, while Roger and his companions made their way back to the inn where Bear and the others were residing, initially intending to secure better accommodations for them. Bear remarked that they had grown accustomed to such surroundings. They had also planned to seek out a blacksmith to inquire about crafting a barrel, but upon entering the city, they noticed throngs of people converging towards a singular direction. What is occurring? The coachman inquired of a passerby and learned that a purification ceremony was about to commence at the Holy Light Square. A purification ceremony? Roger mused, intrigued. Let us go and witness it. As the carriage approached Holy Light Square, it became apparent that the area was teeming with people, forcing the carriage to halt by the roadside. Fortunately, the heightened vision afforded to him by his vampiric nature allowed Roger to clearly see the elevated platform at the center of the square. Upon the platform stood 12 columns, each adorned with a vividly carved and distinct celestial angel. Flanking the columns were imposing paladins, each towering and formidable, their silver armor radiating a soft, holy luminescence. After a while, two paladins ascended the platform, dragging something concealed beneath a heavy black shroud. The shape suggested it was a person. Several paladins retrieved thick silver chains from the recesses of the stone columns, each inscribed with sacred runes. As the chains secured the individual's limbs, a plume of white smoke erupted, and the person emitted a harrowing scream, thrashing in a frenzy. Were those chains exceedingly hot? Yet the paladins grasped them barehanded, seemingly unscathed. In the midst of his confusion, a bishop clad in a crimson ceremonial robe ascended the altar. Clearing his throat, the bishop activated a resonating crystal, amplifying his voice to reach the entirety of the square. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, today we shall purify the wicked bloodline. The bloodline. Roger nearly choked on his own saliva. Beneath the black shroud lay a vampire, an unclean breed, whose blood taints the sacred soil, whose existence desecrates the holy light. In the name of the Father, let this wretch be consumed by flames. As the bishop concluded his final invocation, the paladin beside him seized the black shroud and yanked it away. A naked figure was laid bare before the multitude. The skin exhibited a morbid pallor, with the veins beneath pulsating violently, swelling dramatically upon exposure to sunlight. The body, illuminated by the sun, swiftly developed blisters, and heart-wrenching screams pierced the square, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Those blisters burst forth like brands seared by a scorching iron, erupting on the skin at a visibly rapid pace, releasing wisps of white smoke. Boom! In mere moments, a fiery inferno enveloped the vampire without warning, roaring to life. Shortly thereafter, the flames extinguished, leaving only a handful of ash upon the ground. A paladin approached, pouring a vial of liquid over the ashes. Witnessing the entire purification ritual, Roger felt a tightness in his throat, his body drenched in cold sweat. He wished to urge the coachman to leave swiftly, yet found himself incapable of uttering a sound. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to form a distorted word, "Go." Fortunately, the coachman remained oblivious to the oddity and made his way back. Upon returning to the estate, Roger stumbled from the carriage and staggered into the house. Luna, seeing his condition, hurried over. "What is wrong? Are you injured?" "No, Roger Viblade." Shaking his head with great difficulty, and, with Luna as assistance, lay down on the bed. "Are you truly all right? You're drenched in sweat." Luna observed him closely. Although his clothes were completely soaked, they bore no dirt or traces of blood. "I'm fine. Just witnessed something rather unsettling." At that moment, Harris flew in through the window. "Huh, what happened to you?" Roger turned to Luna. "Please, prepare some hot water for me. I need a bath." As soon as Luna left, Harris erupted into raucous laughter. "I heard a purification ritual was just held at the Holy Light Square. Did you witness it? Were you frightened?" Roger felt an overwhelming urge to kick this fool out. "What did you say? Vampires are not particularly welcomed? This is far beyond mere unpopularity. It's a matter of life and death." Harris rubbed his wings. "I simply didn't want you to worry. As long as you keep your identity concealed, no one will suspect you're a vampire." Roger rolled his eyes. "Better to be safe than sorry. If I were to accidentally reveal my identity, it would be a one-way ticket to doom. Moreover, as a vampire who does not fear sunlight, I would surely be dissected like a lab rat for study." It seemed to him that to avoid such a predicament, one could either hide away in the remote wilderness for eternity or ascend to a position of power where others would dare not question his vampire status. However, he found the idea of living in seclusion utterly cowardly. As for achieving high office, he could not fathom how to attain it. "Do you have any suggestions?" Harris scratched his head, pondering for a long while before shaking it. "I can't think of anything useful. Perhaps you could live in the countryside?" "The countryside?" Roger scoffed. "Life in this bustling city is already inconvenient enough. You want me to go live in the countryside? How is that any different from hiding in the wilderness?" "I refuse." Seeing his firm rejection, Harris proposed another idea. "Then, try to minimize your outings." Minimizing outings is no different from being imprisoned. It appears that this individual is no longer a reliable ally. He pondered another query. How could the blood kin manifest in this place? Were they not confined to the abyss? Could it be that these blood kin have escaped from the depths of the abyss? Harris casually clarified, "Oh, the majority of the otherworldly beings are indeed trapped within the abyss. However, there are scattered remnants dispersed throughout various regions. Each year, several bloodkin are captured." Understanding dawned upon him. After a brief respite, the anxiety within him gradually subsided. After taking a bath and changing into fresh attire, he inquired of Harris, "Does a library possess a map? A detailed map of the entire continent?" Previously, in Maple City, he had spent 10,000 crystal coins on a rudimentary map, and he desired to find a more elaborate one for reference. "Yes," Harris replied. "Can ordinary folk access it freely?" He asked. "Not exactly, but I can escort you to view it." "Then let us proceed." Chapter 022. Holy water. Upon arriving at the library, Roger discovered a large map affixed to the wall. In comparison to the rudimentary map he had purchased in Maple Leaf City, this one was indeed far more detailed. However, Roger sensed something amiss. A total of 53 nations, both large and small, were crammed onto a single continental plate, surrounded entirely by ocean, with no other land in sight. Although this landmass was quite substantial, could it be that a planet contained only one expanse of land? It felt rather peculiar. Was it akin to the supercontinent of Earth millions of years ago, yet to fragment? Was this truly the map of the entire world, with only this solitary land? No other territories existed? Harris spread his wings. The ocean was deemed a forbidden realm, and to this day, no one had ventured to ascertain whether other landmasses existed. A forbidden realm? After inquiring further, Roger learned that the oceans of this planet were teeming with formidable magical beasts. Every ship daring to set sail had met with a fate of no return. Were they not dragons? Dragons could not fly long distances, and moreover, there were beasts beneath the waves capable of preying upon them, along with the occasional ravaging magical storm. Thus, it became clear that the seas here were perilous, far beyond those of Earth. He ceased contemplating the existence of other land masses and scrutinized the nations on this continent. Noticing his intense focus, Harris inquired curiously, "What are you searching for?" "A place to play a game," Roger replied, half-jokingly. "A game? What sort of game?" Roger, with a mischievous tone, responded, "To seize a country and declare myself king, or something of that sort." "Seize?" Harris flapped his wings in surprise. "I've witnessed plenty of attempts to seize money, food, and land, but to seize a country? That essay first." Roger sighed in exasperation. Given the current circumstances, returning home seemed nearly impossible. It would be wiser to find something entertaining to pass the time. More importantly, he needed to avoid being captured. Being a local tyrant was preferable to being sliced into pieces like a lab rat. Yet, seizing a country was far from a simple endeavor. Even if he were to succeed, governing a nation was not akin to playing house. "Ah, how well I know that," he lamented. "But for the sake of my life, I must bravely attempt it." His finger traced the map to the southernmost country, Swyrock. This coastal nation was situated at the very corner of the continent, west and south bordered by the sea, with the east flanked by a continuous mountain range, and only a narrow passage to the north leading to the mainland. It appeared to be a promising location. If successful, it would be easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. However, according to the map's markings, this nation was severely lacking in economic, cultural, and military aspects. There was not even a single docking point for dragon boats throughout the entire country. Could it be a primitive tribe? He mused internally. If it truly were a primitive tribe, bringing along 5 bear brothers should make it a simple conquest. "What? Swyrock?" Harris exclaimed in astonishment. "You cannot be considering going there, can you? Are you familiar with it? Why such a strong reaction?" "I have never been, but this nation is quite notorious. It is known as the Land of Demons." "The Land of Demons?" "In this place, encountering beasts of magic is commonplace. Yet demons remain a rarity, almost unheard of. Are there truly demons in this world? Has anyone ever laid eyes upon them? I certainly have not, though it is indeed a perilous territory. During the era of the Violet Empire, all criminals were exiled to that very land." After pondering for a moment, Roger resolved to explore it. "I shall go and see for myself. If you have never been, why not take a journey to broaden your horizons?" "It is indeed a splendid idea, but I must first submit an application. Only once the travel expenses are approved can I set forth." "Oh, is it merely a matter of money?" "I am not sure of funds. Consider my treat for a trip. Very well. When shall we depart? Tomorrow, perhaps. Then I shall request a leave of absence. Having arranged the time, Roger departed from the library and returned to the manor, where he encountered Elia at the entrance. Here, this is the holy water you requested. A diluted version. Elia handed him a small vial, no larger than a thumb. The vial was not transparent. When shaken, it sounded as though it contained just over half a bottle. What purpose does holy water serve beyond combating dark creatures? It serves many purposes. Besides exorcising evil and breaking curses, it also provides healing, blessings, baptism, and soul solace. Do you doubt the authenticity of this holy water? Your maid is a dark elf, is she not? Why not test it? Roger remained silent, pocketing the vial. Thank you. So, does this mean we are friends now? Observing her enigmatic smile, Roger raised an eyebrow. Indeed, we are now friends. You don't mean to suggest there are rules of friendship here, do you? Astute, Elia replied. As long as it does not involve me joining your knightly order, I shall agree to anything that does not require my exertion. Elia found herself both amused and exasperated. Isn't friendship about mutual support? While that is true, one must also respect the wishes of a friend. Forcing a friend into undesirable tasks does not constitute genuine friendship. Elia retorted. Then, what do you consider true friendship? True friendship is being there unconditionally when the other is in need, while also respecting each other's choices. For instance, should you find yourself in danger, I would not ask how you came to be in such a predicament. Nor would I care if assisting you might lead to trouble. I would simply grab my weapon and stand by your side. Elia appeared skeptical. Really? Roger could not help but chuckle. Of course, that was a jest. Are you not aware that friendship must withstand the test of time? We have barely met. How could I possibly risk my life for you? If danger arose, I would certainly flee. Elia was not offended. You are quite honest, I must say. If you claimed you would help me without hesitation, that would be truly hypocritical. Roger shrugged. Nevertheless, I do appreciate your procuring the holy water for me. I shall be embarking on a journey tomorrow. Upon my return, I will treat you to a feast of our hometown delicacies. After bidding farewell to Elia, Roger returned indoors. Luna eyed the small vial he held, curiosity etched on her face. What is that? Holy water. Would you like to try it? What is holy water? Luna inquired. Even more intrigued. What shall I try? Extend your hand. He uncorked the bottle and carefully dripped a drop into Luna's palm. The transparent liquid nestled in her hand, slowly releasing a wisp of barely discernible white smoke. What do you feel? Luna furrowed her brow. It feels somewhat warm. Just warm? No other sensations? None. All right. Go wash it off. After Luna exited, Roger took a deep breath and let a drop fall into his own palm. There was no unusual sensation. It felt merely like a common droplet of water landing on his skin. Resolutely, he emptied the entire contents of the small vial, still perceiving nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 023. Territory. After 3 days of travel, Roger and Harris arrived at the border town of Lanricaro, neighboring the country of Swyrog. Upon learning of their destination, all the coachmen unanimously shook their heads in refusal. It was only when the fare was increased to 500 crystal coins that one old coachman, missing an ear and displaying a resigned expression, begrudgingly agreed to take them. However, payment was required up front. Reluctantly, they handed over the 500 coins. The old coachman called for his son, entrusted him with the coins, and issued a few solemn instructions. Observing the father-son pair as if they were parting for a life-or-death journey, Roger felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that true demons existed in this world? Was this indeed a one-way trip? Yet, having come this far, he was intrigued to witness the so-called demons for himself, curious to see if they could withstand the fire of his dragon's breath gun. Resolutely, he climbed aboard the carriage, heading toward Swyrog. After a half-day's journey, the carriage crossed into Swyrog's territory. Harris, visibly anxious, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Do you doubt the existence of demons, or are you simply unafraid of them? If they truly existed, why would they only be found in Swyrog? There are no barriers here to contain them. If there were a barrier on the borders of Swyrog, I might believe it could trap the demons within. But with nothing present, are they all just socially anxious creatures, afraid to venture out?" Harris nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. It is likely just a case of exaggerated tales." As they traversed a hill, Roger furrowed his brow. "What is that smell?" The air was thick with a pungent odor. The old coachman trembled as he spoke. "My lord, we are nearing the demon's toilet. That stench emanates from there." The demon's toilet? As they rounded the base of a hill, a vast lake came into view, appearing to stretch at least 100 square kilometers. Yet the water was pitch black, with greasy, colorful foam floating upon the surface. The old coachman's voice trembled with deep-seated fear. "This is the demon's toilet. We must hurry through here," he urged, cracking the reins to spur the horses onward. Harris, perplexed, asked, "Is this really what they refer to as the demon's waste?" Suddenly, Roger commanded, "Stop." The old coachman instinctively pulled on the reins, halting the carriage, his face pale as he looked back at Roger. "My lord, why do you want to stop here? A demon may emerge and devour us." Ignoring his warning, Roger leapt from the carriage. Approaching the lake, he crouched down and extended his hand, fingertips grazing the surface, which felt slimy to the touch. He scrutinized the dark, glossy liquid clinging to his fingers, and his pupils dilated in shock. This was no demon's excrement. It was clearly oil. Astonishingly, this lake was an open oil field. No place on earth, not even the oil-rich Middle East, boasted such a vast expanse of oil. Meanwhile, the old coachman had slumped against the carriage, shouting hoarsely, "My lord, that is demon's waste. Touching it will cause your soul to be sucked away." Roger pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the oily residue from his hands before returning to the carriage. "Let us proceed." The old coachman, trembling, cracked the whip and urged the horses on, muttering quietly to himself. Alas, to come into contact with the excrement of demons invites a curse upon oneself. Roger's keen hearing did not miss the old coachman's muttering, yet he chose to disregard it, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the shimmering oil lake, a smile creeping upon his lips. Noticing his buoyant demeanor, Harris prodded his arm with a wing. "What is you so merry? Are you ensnared by the devil's whispers?" Roger gestured towards the receding oil lake. "That is no demonic excrement, merely a type of mineral. It appears the tales of demons are indeed baseless." "Mineral? Are you familiar with it?" "More than familiar. This mineral is the most vital energy source in my homeland." Harris flapped his wings in astonishment. "Indeed, your homeland is quite fascinating, utilizing Yellowstone as currency and this liquid as energy." Roger chuckled softly, inwardly critiquing Harris's ignorance of scientific prowess. If only he were aware that the fuel derived from this liquid could propel hundreds of tons of aircraft to great heights, it would surely astonish him. As they traveled, the old coachman loudly proclaimed he had encountered a demon fruit. Roger had anticipated a morsel that might bestow extraordinary powers, only to discover it was merely cassava. He recognized that cassava could be toxic, yet with simple processing, it became edible. This solidified his belief that the notion of demons was utterly fictitious, leaving him puzzled as to how such rumors had proliferated. Crossing a stone bridge over a river, the old coachman inquired, "Young master, there are 12 territories here. To which do you wish to go?" "To the nearest territory." Before long, they arrived at a small town. No term to town. It lacked even a single intact cobblestone road, as the carriage jolted painfully over the uneven dirt path. Most of the surrounding dwellings were thatched huts or earthen homes. Harris clucked in dismay. "This place is even more backward than I had imagined." Wandering through the town, they encountered emaciated figures clad in rags, lifeless and devoid of spirit, their eyes dim and lacking brightness. At last, they stumbled upon a youth whose appearance, though not markedly better than the others, displayed a flicker of vitality in his eyes. Roger beckoned the boy closer, offering a few crystal coins in exchange for information, but the boy shook his head, asking instead for something to eat. After sharing half of his provisions, Roger inquired about the local conditions. The kingdom of Swirog is divided into 12 territories, each governed by a separate lord, with 12 such towns existing. The king resides in each territory for 1 month, perpetually cycling through them. Roger whispered to Harris, "What do you think would happen if I were to ambush the king along the way? Would the other lords heed my command?" Harris pondered briefly before shaking his head. "Unlikely, but if you were to eliminate one lord, the subjects would indeed listen to you. After all, they merely serve their lord. The identity of the lord holds little significance to them." After further discussion, the youth revealed that there had been instances in the past where individuals had seized territories. As long as taxes were paid after the acquisition, the king would not concern himself with who held the title of lord. However, should any lord breach the rules, the king would send troops to quell the rebellion. Although the so-called deployment consisted of merely around 200 soldiers, it was sufficient to intimidate the restless lords. After all, each lord commanded no more than 20 soldiers or guards. Even if 12 territories joined forces, they would likely struggle to overcome the king's troops. Roger found this situation somewhat absurd. With such a small population, how could they possibly be deemed a king? They were more akin to a slightly larger town mayor. The most promising news was the absence of the Church of the Light. This discovery ignited his desire to establish a foothold here. However, for the sake of prudence, he resolved to first conquer one territory and cultivate it for a year or two. If it proved to be of developmental value, he would continue to expand. If not, he would pack up and seek other opportunities elsewhere. After surveying the 12 territories, he found the circumstances to be quite similar. It was time to return and gather some allies. Chapter 024 Preparation upon returning to the capital of the Valencia Empire. Roger sought out Raymond to discuss the matter of becoming the Lord of Swerg. Swerg? Raymond exclaimed, astonished by the mention of this place. Isn't that known as the Land of Demons? You intend to become its lord? Land of Demons? I visited there a few days ago. There are no demons to be found. I cannot fathom how such rumors began. The area is rather backward, akin to a primitive tribe. If we relocate there, the initial period may be challenging. No demons? Raymond, somewhat skeptical yet intrigued by Roger's conviction, pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall accompany you. Having been expelled from the knightly order, he had no means of livelihood here. Moreover, he had long yearned for the musket. Since the region is so underdeveloped, we shall need to prepare an abundance of supplies. Correct? Indeed. Besides supplies, we require manpower. Once we arrive, we will certainly need to undertake extensive construction. Various craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons are indispensable, and we must recruit strong laborers to assist with the work. The local inhabitants of Swerg are far too frail to manage any heavy lifting. The issue lies in Swerg's notorious reputation as the land of demons, which deters ordinary folk from venturing there. Unless we employ a strategy akin to that of the old cart driver, who used money to persuade others. However, that driver charged 500 crystal coins for a single journey. How much would it cost to settle individuals in Swerg? Are there any who, driven by desperation, would risk their lives to seek opportunities in the land of demons? Raymond's eyes lit up. The slums, those crowded in the slums, where individuals perish from starvation daily. If we offer them food, they might be willing to take a chance. His voice brimmed with excitement, yet was laced with concern. Yet, even if we find people, transporting supplies poses a significant challenge. The highwaymen and mountain bandits will undoubtedly target a convoy laden with provisions. We would need to hire mercenaries for protection along the route, which would incur considerable expenses. There's no need to transport supplies from here to Swerg. We can procure them in the neighboring country of Lamricaro. Although Lamricaro is far less prosperous than the Valencia Empire, it surpasses Swerg and should have a variety of goods available. However, this requires funds. My entire fortune amounts to 500,000 crystal coins, which may prove insufficient. It seems I must acquire additional funds. Is there a casino around here? A casino? Raymond questioned, puzzled. You don't mean to gamble, do you? Such establishments are notorious for their losses. Many have left destitute. Of course, not for gambling. I intend to rob them. The last time in Maple City, I seized several 100,000 crystal coins. Surely, the casinos in the capital can yield even more? Rob them? Raymond's expression turned incredulous. Are you certain? The guards in such places are formidable. That is a valid point. Since this is the capital, the guards would likely be far superior to those in Maple City. And should we create too much of a disturbance, we may not even manage to escape. It seems robbing the casino is out of the question. After pondering for a moment, he conceived another plan. The last time I ventured to the eastern outskirts of the city, I stumbled upon a market where individuals were demanding protection fees. Raymond appeared unconvinced. Such occurrences are indeed commonplace, found in various locales. What do you intend to do about it? As a local, Could you perhaps investigate who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? Even if the ultimate authority is the emperor, there must be intermediaries involved, right? Surely those intermediaries would be reaping some benefits, skimming off the top? Raymond seemed to grasp the essence, nodding slightly. Very well, I shall look into it. But what then? Are we to raid their establishment? Such actions would be a complete betrayal of the chivalric code. Yet considering I've already been expelled from the Order of Knights, I forcibly suppressed my discomfort. It seems rather imprudent to resort to robbery in the capital. Alternative methods must be employed. Perhaps kidnapping? Are you suggesting we abduct someone and then demand ransom? A troubled expression crossed Raymond's face. But we lack experience in this regard, do we not? Of course, Roger had no experience either. But having watched numerous films and television dramas, he possessed a vague understanding of how to execute a kidnapping. Once we identify the target, we should investigate their closest relatives, preferably children. We must ascertain the daily routines of these children and, ultimately, find a suitable location to act. Observing his confidence, Raymond's mouth fell agape in surprise. Have you engaged in such activities before? No, I merely gleaned this from stories. Setting that aside, be cautious during your investigation. Do not leave any trace. Since they are brazenly collecting protection fees in the capital, they are certainly not to be trifled with. Raymond stroked his chin, pondering. What if they are already on guard, and the children are accompanied by skilled protectors? The capital is heavily fortified. How could we possibly extricate someone from the city? In the recent incident in the southern part of the city, 3 robbers were reduced to mere pulp, their blood splattering against the city walls. Thus, we must conduct thorough reconnaissance, even if they are skilled individuals. Have you witnessed the prowess of those 4 bear warriors? If they cannot handle the so-called experts, it would be prudent to reconsider our approach. Those bear warriors? They indeed possess formidable strength. Unless one is a paladin, ordinary experts stand little chance against them. Very well, I shall commence my inquiries. Roger then sought out his comrades among the bear warriors. Boss, where have you been these days? Several bear warriors playing wrestling in the inn's courtyard immediately approached, with Bear 5 returning as well. I was out attending to some matters. I need to share something with you. Soon, I will be relocating. Will you come with me? Relocating? Where to, boss? To Swilord, to become a lord. The bear warriors clearly had no knowledge of this place. Bear 1 inquired, Boss, will we be able to receive commissions there? It slipped my mind that these fellows were concerned about earning a living. How much do you earn in a month? Bear 1 awkwardly scratched his head upon hearing the question. Boss, that's a rather probing inquiry. The 5 of them counted on their fingers for quite some time, with Bear 1 uncertainly stating, Boss, each of us earns about 3,000 to 4,000 crystal coins a month. Given their imposing stature, a mere 3,000 to 4,000 crystal coins for a month's labor? Considering their size, their food consumption must be substantial. Do they manage to feed themselves adequately? Here's what we'll do. From now on, do not accept any commissions. Simply follow me. I will pay you 5,000 crystal coins each month. What? The 5 bear men were taken aback, and Bear Duh, in disbelief, asked, Boss, is what you say truly the case? Of course. Do you think I would jest with you? Came the reply. For the time being, I shall provide you with 5,000 crystal coins, and once our territory flourishes, there may be further financial rewards. The 5 bear men were so exhilarated that they nearly leapt from their spots, and without hesitation, they agreed. Bear Duh thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, Rest assured, boss. From this day forth, if you direct us eastward, we shall never veer west. Chapter 025. The action. Days later, Raymond sought him out, having gathered intelligence. It was the Black Crow gang who extorted protection fees at the marketplace in the eastern part of the city. Although he could not ascertain the forces behind the Black Crow gang, the residence of their leader, the Crow King, was nothing short of opulent, boasting a fortune of at least 10 million. He had an only son, a standard prodigal in his 20s. This son followed a predictable routine, venturing to a hunting ground in the outskirts every weekend. The route? There was but a single path from a North City gate to that hunting ground. As for guards, he was always accompanied by 5 servants and 2 personal bodyguards, whose abilities were rather mediocre. 2 formidable men should be able to handle them with ease. Quite impressive, Roger nodded. Raymond sighed with a hint of nostalgia. I never imagined the tactics learned from the knights would be applied in such a manner. Roger replied earnestly. "If you wish to continue as a knight, once I conquer Swerlog, I shall appoint you as the commander of the knightly order." Raymond's expression shifted subtly, yet he remained silent. "I'm more intrigued by your mention of firearms." "Indeed, you shall see." The two proceeded to survey the path to the hunting ground. Upon reaching a riverbank, Roger halted. "Let's strike here." He pointed toward a nearby thicket. "We can lie in ambush there," he gestured toward the river, "and prepare a small boat here. After subduing our target, we can swiftly cast him into the boat, drifting downstream without leaving a trace. What do you think?" Raymond gave a thumbs up. "It seems you were born for this line of work. Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Raymond quipped. "I shall procure a boat and make a few trips to inspect for hidden obstacles in the river, to avoid capsizing later on, preferably at night, so we aren't discovered." Of course. The two deliberated further on the details, even finalizing the arrangements for the hostage, feeling satisfied that nothing had been overlooked. On Friday, Roger, accompanied by Luna, feigned a picnic and departed from Anna's estate. On Saturday morning, he lay in wait with Raymond, Bear 1, and Bear 2 among the trees by the riverbank, passing the time in anticipation of their target's arrival. After a tedious wait, Raymond suddenly inquired, "If the kidnapping fails or we are discovered, do you have a contingency plan?" "A contingency plan? Is there any flaw in our scheme?" Raymond shook his head. "I haven't detected any flaws, but it's wise to consider the unexpected. My instructor once said that no matter how flawless a plan appears, one must always have 3 escape routes." Roger felt somewhat exasperated. "You could have mentioned that sooner. What good is it to discuss such matters now?" He was confident in the plan's success and had not entertained thoughts of retreat. However, at this juncture, he was disinclined to return and rethink their strategy. Even if they were to fail, it was unlikely that they would be discovered. All 5 of them were clad in black attire, wearing masks that rendered them unrecognizable. Perhaps Bear 1 and Bear 2's imposing physiques stood out, but in this world, orcs were not a rare sight. Before long, a carriage appeared in the distance. "Is that them?" Raymond narrowed his eyes, observing for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the family crest hanging from the carriage belonged to the Black Crow Gang's Raven King. As the carriage approached, 4 arrows swiftly shot forth. Luna unleashed 3 arrows simultaneously, while Roger could only manage 1 at a time. "Caution!" The 2 guards reacted swiftly, yet the arrows did not target them. As 4 servants fell from their horses, Bear's Big Bear and Little Bear charged towards the guards with fierce roars. Luna's second volley struck the coachman and the 2 horses pulling the carriage. The horses collapsed with a thunderous crash. Despite the carriage's sturdy craftsmanship, it could not withstand the weight of the 2 heavy horses, and it toppled over, crashing to the ground, sending its occupants tumbling out with cries of despair. The 2 guards were quickly distracted from their fierce battle with the bears by Luna's arrows. Just as one guard raised his weapon to block an incoming arrow, he was struck in the back by Little Bear's mace, collapsing instantly. The other guard, too, was caught off guard and was struck in the chest by Big Bear's powerful hand, spitting blood as he flew backward, his fate uncertain. Raymond stepped forward to subdue the young man who had rolled out from the carriage, binding him tightly and stuffing a rag into his mouth before placing a black hood over his head. Roger tore the ornaments from the young man's waist and tossed them to a servant who had been struck by an arrow in the arm. He instructed the servant to return and informed the Raven King that if he wished to spare his son's life, he must prepare a ransom of 5 million crystal coins. Not a single coin less. Should the king agree to the ransom, a red cloth must be hung on the old locust tree outside the North City Gate within 3 days. Otherwise, he would not even find his son's corpse. Seeing the servant tremble and nod, Raymond delivered a swift kick, knocking him unconscious. Once assured there were no conscious witnesses, Raymond tossed the young man onto a concealed boat by the riverbank and jumped aboard, paddling downstream. Meanwhile, Roger led Big Bear, Little Bear, and Luna into the depths of the forest. In this manner, even if inquiries were made, they could easily confuse any pursuers. Big Bear roared with excitement. 5 million crystal coins, what a fortune! Boss, this money seems to come too easily. Roger frowned. It remained uncertain whether the family would actually pay. Moreover, even if they did, he warned them against attempting such a thing themselves. If they were entrusted with a kidnapping, it would likely be fraught with errors. and they would be captured within half a day. These individuals were brawny but lacked intellect, barely able to tally their monthly earnings, let alone orchestrate a kidnapping without disastrous consequences. Big Bear scratched his head. Haha, boss, we do have self-awareness. We're fine with fighting. But such delicate tasks are beyond our capabilities. Just then, Little Bear, trailing behind, suddenly let out a loud growl, startling everyone. Turning around, they saw him reaching his paw into a nearby tree hollow from which swarms of bees emerged. Watching hundreds of bees swirling overhead, Roger's lips twitched uncontrollably. These bees were 2 or 3 times the size of ordinary ones, and he dreaded to think of the consequences of a sting. Big Bear shouted anxiously, "Boss, run!" These are glimmer bees. A sting to an ordinary person's finger could rot their entire arm down to the bone. Holy cow! Roger was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly drew his dragon breath gun and aimed it at the dense swarm of bees overhead, pressing the trigger. Boom! A searing torrent of dragon breath surged forth, instantly engulfing the swarm and reducing them to ash, leaving not even a trace behind. The remaining bees, caught in the ensuing heat wave, plummeted to the ground. Roger could feel the intense heat radiating from the dragon breath gun in his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip on it. The few remaining bees were swiftly dispatched by Bear 1 and Bear 2. Once he confirmed that no other glowing bees were nearby, Roger let out a sigh of relief, while Bear 2 received a good thrashing from Bear 1. You fool! You nearly got the boss killed. Do you think the glowing bee nest can be recklessly disturbed? Chapter 026. Planning Xiong was howling in pain, having been struck fiercely by Xiongda. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, and I contemplated allowing the elder a taste of this delightful treat. Roger found the situation both vexing and amusing. Although he was uncertain whether Xiongda's bloodline could endure the venom of these bees, even in the absence of life-threatening danger. The pain would likely be excruciating. With a sigh, he gestured for Xiongda to cease his assault. Aren't you afraid of being stung? Xiong shook his fluffy head. We are tough-skinned. Being stung is akin to a mere tickle. Xiongda delivered a swift slap to the back of Xiong head. Fool! We may not fear the stings, but the elder is not of our bear kin. He may not be so fortunate. Gazing at the dragon breath gun in his hand, which was gradually losing its warmth, he noted that the gem button he had pressed was now dimmed. Only 2 gems continued to emit a vibrant red glow. Feeling a twinge of regret, he sheathed the dragon breath gun, only to discover that Luna had vanished. Looking around, he spotted Luna peeking from behind a bush 50 meters away, her head cautiously protruding. What on earth is wrong with these people? One nearly stung me to death while the other silently fled. Why are you hiding so far away? After confirming there was no danger, Luna cautiously approached. Roger scolded her. Look at yourself. You run for your life without even taking me along. If I were to be stung to death, just imagine the consequences for you. Captured by those hunters and sold off. Do you think you'll encounter another good soul like me again? Did she believe that if he were to perish, she would regain her freedom? Yet, he had never imprisoned her. She was free to depart whenever she wished, with no one to restrain her. He couldn't fathom what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Roger inwardly lamented while Luna blinked her eyes in a pitiful manner. I was just so frightened. Next time, I promise to take you with me. He certainly hoped there would not be a next time. At that moment, Xiong extended his fluffy hand towards him. Elder, you must try this. Looking at the beeswax nestled in his palm, Roger felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, seeing Xiong eager expression, he couldn't refuse. He broke off a piece of the beeswax and placed it in his mouth. The honey, encased within the wax, instantly filled his mouth. A floral sweetness tinged with a slight tartness, and a hint of mintiness lingered in the aftertaste, even more delightful than the honey from his hometown. Noticing Xiong anticipatory gaze, with his furry ears perked up like antennas, Roger broke off another piece and offered it to Luna, saying to Xiongda and Xiong you should partake as well. Xiongda and Xiong immediately began to indulge themselves. Just then, a crackling sound echoed overhead. Looking up, he saw the treetops ablaze. We must leave. This place is about to catch fire. Having narrowly escaped death once, he had no desire to be trapped in flames again. After navigating a considerable distance, They exited the forest, witnessing thick smoke billowing from the distant woods, indicating a substantial fire. In the afternoon, Raymond came to find him. The people had been settled. Before I arrived, I checked near the North City gate. The old locust tree still lacks the red cloth. Roger was not anxious. Had they not been given 3 days? They would surely first leverage their connections to search. Only when all else failed would they consider ransom. Do you think they will uncover any clues? Raymond shook his head. He had meticulously analyzed the entire operation multiple times, convinced that he had left no trace behind. Roger also believed that this abduction was executed flawlessly. The servants and guards had been rendered unconscious before they could discover the small boat hidden by the riverbank. Even if someone were to come searching later, it would only lead them into the forest, which was currently ablaze, leaving little to no evidence. Then we should gather people to go to Swyrock. This matter still requires your assistance. After all, Raymond is a local, making him more suited for such tasks. It would be best to find individuals with specific skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, stonemasons, tailors, and the like. Better to have quality than quantity. Very well. I shall venture into the slums tomorrow. Once we have recruited individuals, should they travel on foot to Swyrog or use transportation? It's impossible for them to take a dragon boat. I don't have that much money. Would walking be too exhausting? On foot, it would take approximately a month to reach Swyrog. Unless they are marching at a rapid pace, exhaustion should not be fatal. Then we shall proceed on foot. Raymond began calculating on his fingers. Assuming one person requires 1 pound of food per day weight. Roger interrupted him. 1 pound a day? Will that be sufficient? Raymond shrugged. Ordinary people would not find it enough. But these are refugees, one might even say beggars. If they can manage a few morsels a day, they are fortunate. If they could consistently have a pound of rations daily, it would be nothing short of a divine blessing for them. Roger pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us ensure they are well fed. Bringing these refugees to Swyrog is not about allowing them to continue as beggars. It is about building a territory. We need them nourished for labor once they arrive. Raymond shrugged. With your funds, it is your decision. So, 2 pounds of rations per person per day for 500 individuals will require 30,000 pounds of food for a month. A freight cart carries 1,000 pounds. Thus we will need 30 carts plus 10 spare ones. Such a large quantity of food will certainly require hiring mercenaries for escort. Around 50 should suffice. Will we procure all this food in the imperial capital, or can we purchase along the way? That can certainly be arranged. However, procuring here has its advantages. For instance, food prices in the imperial capital are stable, and bulk purchases can lower costs. If we buy sporadically along the route, prices fluctuate greatly, and we risk being overcharged. Moreover, having all the food prepared at once means we need to stop frequently for resupply. Oh, let us proceed as you suggest. I will handle the mercenary arrangements. He felt somewhat reluctant to leave everything to Raymond. I happen to know members of the Blade of War mercenary group. Blade of War? Raymond exclaimed, taken aback. That is one of the top mercenary groups in the Empire. Such an escort task does not require such elite mercenaries, does it? A standard mercenary group would suffice, and their fees would be considerably higher. Not to worry. Consider it a means of fostering friendships. Who knows, we might collaborate in the future. After calculating, he looked at Roger. The expenses for this trip alone will amount to 1,000,000 crystal coins. The 5 million ransom has yet to be secured. Yet 1/5 of it must already be expended. With a murmured complaint, he nevertheless nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. Even upon reaching Swyrog, one must at least provision them with sustenance for half a year. When one considers their clothing, food, shelter, and other necessities, that 5 million may prove insufficient. Moreover, there are the local indigenous people to consider. Roger let out a dejected sigh. We'll address it when the time comes. If it truly falls short, we may resort to abducting a few more individuals for ransom elsewhere. Raymond asserted with grave seriousness. Achieving success once or twice in such endeavors may be attributed to fortune, yet repeated attempts may not yield the same results. I am aware, and thus, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to resort to such desperate measures. Chapter 27. Commission after dinner. Anna called out to him. Is there a continuation of the story you wrote last time? Elise is quite fond of it. There is. But I've been preoccupied with various matters lately, Roger admitted candidly, not concealing the truth. I am preparing to become a lord in Swyrog. Swyrog? Anna's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by realization. You went there with Harris a few days ago, didn't you? Why would you want to go there? It must be rather backward. Roger chuckled inwardly, contemplating that, were it not for the existence of magic, this place could indeed be considered quite primitive. I believe that unless a miracle occurs, I shall not return. Therefore, I aim to see if I can transform the territory into a semblance of my homeland. However, being a lord is no trivial matter. Do you possess any experience in this regard? While I lack practical experience, I do have some theoretical knowledge, culled from thousands of hours spent playing strategy management games. Moreover, Swyrog is almost a blank canvas, ripe for planning from the ground up. If I fail, I can always return and open a restaurant or something. Anna nodded thoughtfully, her silver hair shimmering softly in the candlelight. It seems you have a detailed plan. Roger understood that it was not so much a plan as it was a step-by-step approach. The following day, Roger, accompanied by Bear and the others, arrived at Baron's weapon shop. Ah, you finally decided to show up. I thought you might not come, Baron remarked. Why would T.I.? Did you think I was merely toying with you? Baron stroked his beard. Not all, it's just. His words were interrupted by Nora's voice at the entrance. Roger, you're not thinking of betting with Uncle Baron again, are you? At the mention of a wager, Baron's expression instantly soured as he muttered, Humph, I have sworn never to bet again in this lifetime. Seeing Baron still wearing a pained expression, Roger chuckled and turned to Nora. I was just about to seek you out. Does your mercenary group still accept commissions? He gestured for Bear and the others to select battle axes. Nora's eyes brightened. Of course. What commission do you have? I indeed have one. Well, actually two. One involves escorting someone to Swyrog, and the other is to procure supplies. I cannot manage on my own, so I might as well delegate that task to you. At that moment, a loud exclamation came from Bear. Wow, this battle axe costs 100,000 crystal coins? We can't afford that. Hold on a moment. We shall discuss it shortly. Roger walked over to the rack where the battle axes were displayed. Choose the ones you like. It's not as if you will be paying for them. Bear scratched his head. Boss, isn't this a bit extravagant? Just buy them as I instructed. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Seeing his insistence, Bear and the others made no further objections and each selected a battle axe. Bear swung his axe, the whoosh echoing in the air, a broad grin spreading across his face. Boss, this weapon feels incredible. It seems capable of cleaving a mountain. The others were equally enamored with their choices. Now, you may return. Let Bear and the others head back and pay Baron 450,000 crystal coins. Upon seeing the coins, Baron's face lit up with joy. Ah, lad, come again next time. Upon leaving the armory, Nora eagerly pressed for details. Pray tell, what mission do you have? Roger recounted two matters to her. What do you think? Can you manage escorting 500 people to Swyrog? Swyrog. Isn't that the cursed land? Are you planning to offer these people as sacrifices to demons? Witnessing her shocked expression, Roger couldn't help but find humor in the situation. There are no demons, merely rumors. I intend to become a lord there and require a populace. No demons? Nora remained skeptical. But even if there are truly no demons, why must you go there to become a lord? Does your mercenary group inquire so thoroughly about missions? If you cannot take it, I shall seek out Sylvie and see if their ashes will accept it. At the mention of ashes, Nora nearly leapt up. Yes, we will certainly take it. You need not seek out the ashes. Very well, I shan't pursue the ashes, but can you secure this commission? I am not yet qualified. Let us proceed to our headquarters. Nora tugged him toward the street, inquiring as they walked, Has Sylvie sought you out again? She has visited a few times, always urging me to join their mercenary group. Nora chuckled, relishing the thought. That girl must be utterly frustrated. Do you hold a grudge against her? The last time I saw you two, you were at each other's throats. Nora bared her teeth. That wretched girl never ceases to boast that their ashes is the foremost mercenary group of the Empire. Is it merely a contest for supremacy? What advantages does being the top mercenary group confer? Oh, the advantages are plentiful. For instance, High-level commissions issued by the Imperial Military and the Magic Association are preferentially directed toward the top mercenary group. One can acquire enchanted equipment from the Royal Armory at discounted rates, albeit it is often equipment nearing obsolescence. Furthermore, one can utilize the Empire's exclusive supply lines at favorable prices. In addition to these economic benefits, there are also advantages of power and prestige. The list goes on. Listening to her animated discourse, Roger grew increasingly curious. So how is the top group determined? By official decree? The criteria are quite intricate. Nora's excitement was nearly overflowing. Official involvement is assured. The Mercenary Guild conducts a comprehensive evaluation annually. Factors such as the number of high-level missions completed, the quality of task execution, and completion times are all significant metrics. Beyond missions, the overall strength of the mercenary group's members must also be assessed. If a substantial proportion are high-level warriors or mages, they gain an advantage in strength rankings. Roger suddenly understood. So this is why you wish to recruit me? Indeed, to have a human capable of wielding a 180-pound bow would signify at least high-level warrior strength. If you join us, our Blade of War would see a significant boost in power. Nora looked regretful. Alas, you have no intention of doing so, as you wish to pursue becoming a lord. Surely, the mercenary group's high-level strength would be sufficient to enter the knightly order? Why did they choose to become mercenaries instead of joining the knightly order? Nora grimaced slightly. The knightly order may appear glamorous, yet in reality, they are bound by numerous constraints and stringent regulations. Missions must adhere strictly to military directives, and a substantial portion of the spoils must be surrendered. Should one offend a royal faction, they could find themselves dispatched to the frigid borders for a decade. In contrast, we mercenaries enjoy a different existence. Our choice of assignments is dictated solely by our inclinations, and our earnings, whether plentiful or meager, belong entirely to us. If the work becomes untenable, we can simply walk away, unimpeded by any restrictions. Chapter 28. Turning hostile after finalizing the commission at the headquarters of the Blade Mercenary Corps. Roger meandered to the North City Gate, where he encountered Ilya returning from outside the city. Among the group of knights, her golden hair was particularly striking. Ilya noticed him too, pulling on the reins to detach from the squad and approaching him before dismounting. Where have you been these past few days? He pondered that if he were to reveal his trip to Swyrog, she would likely react with the same astonishment as everyone else. I went to a distant place. Were you on a mission? Ilya replied, somewhat disgruntled. Well, it could be considered a task. The child of a wealthy family was kidnapped, and we went to investigate the scene. You investigated today after the kidnapping occurred yesterday? What a lack of efficiency, he exclaimed. Did you find anything? Nothing at all. A large part of the forest was burned, leaving behind no clues. Roger secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When exactly did the kidnapping happen? Yesterday morning. And don't ask why we only went to investigate today. That family, for some reason, reported it late like fools. Why? Who knows? Perhaps they wanted to avoid making a fuss. Anyway, forget about that. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal of your hometown delicacies when you returned? I happen to be quite hungry now. He glanced at the old locust tree outside the city gate, which bore no red banners. All right, let us go then. Ilya mounted her horse and extended her hand towards him. Roger was taken aback. Share a horse? Ilya smirked, teasingly asking, what's wrong, feeling shy? Perhaps. Roger shrugged. I have yet to engage in such intimate contact with a girl. Ilya's smile deepened. She did not withdraw her hand, but instead leaned forward. Come on. Do I need to ask you multiple times? After a moment's hesitation, he let out a light huff. It would be rude to decline such an earnest invitation from Miss Ilya. He grasped her hand, using it as leverage to mount the horse, sitting behind her. The saddle was already small, making their shared seating feel exceedingly cramped. A faint floral scent wafted into his nostrils, overwhelming his senses. The heightened sensitivity of a bloodline made him feel slightly dizzy, and his heart raced. Clearing his throat, he jested, You're not still contemplating employing the charms of beauty, are you? Ilya chuckled lightly, her tone laced with mischief. What, don't you like it? She gently flicked the reins, and the steed began to trot forward. Her golden hair danced in the wind, brushing against his cheek with a tickling sensation. Of course I like it, but it's futile. Not only am I uninterested in joining the knightly order, but I also plan to leave in a few days. Ilya reined in her horse, turning her face towards him. Leave? Where are you going? To a distant land to become a lord. Become a lord? Ilya's expression turned peculiar. Is it that simple to become a lord? Especially for someone like you, a foreigner? It must be quite challenging in an empire like Valencia. In those small nations, as long as one can eliminate the lord and dutifully pay taxes to the king, one could ascend to the position of lord. After a brief silence, Ilya inquired earnestly, "Have you ever taken a life?" Roger shook his head decisively. No. Despite his efforts to perceive this realm as a mere game, treating others as NPCs, he found himself incapable of taking a life. Luna had, however, assisted him in that regard. You have never killed, yet you aspire to do so? Surely you do not believe that taking a life is an amusing endeavor? Of course not. Yet, there are certain actions that one must undertake. At the very least, they allow me, a foreigner, to secure my footing here. Most crucially, they help me avoid the day when the god of light discovers my identity as a vampire and I lose my life. Ilya fell silent for a moment, then abruptly tightened the reins, causing her horse to rear up, nearly standing on its hind legs. Caught off guard, Roger tumbled from the saddle and landed on the ground. Dusting himself off, he looked up to see Ilya perched atop her horse, gazing down at him with an expression of fury blazing in her golden eyes. Roger, you truly are something. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join the Knight Order, and you wish to become a lord instead? Do you think that becoming a lord is a trivial matter? With your meager skills, you might not even know how you would meet your demise. She abruptly flicked the reins. Since you are so intent on courting death, then so be it. The horse's hooves kicked up a cloud of dust, and Ilya's figure swiftly vanished at the end of the street. Roger stood there, bemused, watching Ilya retreat, unable to suppress a wry smile. Her mood changes faster than one can turn a page. Seeing that she could not win him over, she had so quickly turned her back. It was unclear whether to admire her straightforwardness or to deem her superficial. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he had taken only a few steps when the sound of urgent hoofbeats reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Ilya returning, her face still bearing traces of anger. She reined in her horse, halting in front of him. What you said earlier, was it true? Roger, somewhat perplexed, replied, Which part? The part about wanting to become a lord? Of course it is true. Am I so idle as to toy with you? Ilya seemed to wrestle with her thoughts before letting out a sigh. Never mind. Consider that I did not ask. She turned her horse around, but paused again, speaking over her shoulder. If you change your mind, the doors of the Imperial Knight Order will always be open to you. Watching Ilya depart once more, Roger shrugged in resignation, his peripheral vision catching sight of Raymond not far off. Upon being noticed, Raymond approached with a cheerful demeanor. It seems this knightly lady has quite the temper. Do you know her? Roger inquired, recalling that Raymond had previously been a member of the Imperial Knight Order. I suppose I do, Raymond replied with a nod. If I am not mistaken, she is a member of the 14th Regiment of the Imperial Knight Order. I have heard that she is quite adept at charming the hearts of men. It is impressive that you managed to resist her allure. Had he not feared the exposure of his vampiric nature, he might have indeed been captivated enough to join the Imperial Knight Order. However, conversely, if he were not a vampire capable of wielding a heavy bow, she likely would not have spared him a second glance. Indeed, one must bear loss alongside gain. After a moment of silent reflection, I inquired of Raymond, What brings you here? What are the plight of the refugees? Raymond nodded in acknowledgement. It is progressing quite well. We have already recruited over 100 individuals today, and in a couple of days, we should be able to gather nearly 500. I came to see if the red banners have been hung. Although he had just checked, the proximity to the North City Gate prompted the two to make their way there once more. Upon arriving at the North City Gate, they beheld a slight boy scaling the ancient locust tree outside the gate, tying red ribbons to its branches. Chapter 29. Countermeasures. Upon seeing the crimson cloth, Roger's heart raced, causing his body to tremble slightly. Raymond, noticing his agitation, patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. Have you devised a plan to secure the funds? They would undoubtedly be unwilling to relinquish 5 million crystal coins without resistance. The notorious Black Raven Gang's leader could hardly swallow the indignation of having his beloved son kidnapped and extorted for such a sum. Taking a deep breath, Roger forced himself to steady his nerves. Is there any method to track these crystal coins? In numerous films, there are often plots involving trackers concealed within money. It remains uncertain whether similar magical techniques could be employed here. Raymond pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. The coins themselves cannot be traced. However, if one were to coat them with an odorless, colorless substance known as shadow essence, which emits specific magical fluctuations, they could be tracked through specialized magical crystals. Roger smirked, begrudgingly impressed by the feasibility of this plan. Is there a way to hinder or block this? It is not entirely impossible. By employing a purification spell on the shadow essence, one could cleanse its magical energy, rendering it untraceable. However, such magic is exclusively wielded by clerics of the light god, and they are certainly unlikely to assist in such nefarious endeavors. Hearing his teasing tone, Roger glanced at him. You wouldn't happen to know any clerics expelled from the light goddess order, would you? Raymond shook his head with a wry smile. I truly do not know of any. As far as I'm aware, none have been cast out from the order. So, there are no other alternatives? They have already agreed to the ransom, and I certainly do not wish to forfeit this impending 5 million crystal coins. Raymond hesitated. Perhaps there exists something in the black market that can obscure shadow essence. I will inquire further. I appreciate your efforts. Please exercise caution while investigating, as they may also be watching the black market. Roger couldn't help but internally lament how troublesome this magical world was, with an endless array of unheard-of magical techniques emerging constantly. Rest assured, I will tread carefully. After parting ways, Roger returned to the estate, where Harris awaited him inside. While Luna practiced archery in the backyard, Harris inquired, when do you intend to depart? In a couple of days. Would you care to accompany me? Accompany you? Harris looked perplexed. What do you mean? I mean, you should join me in visiting the Swirog family. They will hardly miss a scholar like you. Perhaps your presence could yield significant accomplishments. Aside from the bloodline girl trapped in the Fallen Lands, only Harris was aware of his vampiric heritage. If this fellow were to inadvertently reveal it, it could lead to complications. However, if he is unwilling to go, Roger would have no choice, for they had endured hardship together, and he couldn't possibly abandon him. Harris shook his head. Significant accomplishments? What sort of achievements could one expect? Roger replied earnestly. To be frank, your realm is exceedingly primitive. I do not refer to any specific nation, but rather the world as a whole. Setting aside the matter of magic, this world lags behind our homeland by at least several centuries, and in some respects, it could be said to be a millennium behind. Harris expressed his astonishment. Is that truly the case? Is it true that your hometown has regressed to the point of using yellow stones as currency? This is solely because rarity enhances value. In our region, the scarcity of yellow stones leads to their recognition as a form of currency, which has no correlation to progress or lack thereof. Perhaps I could establish a great nation with knowledge that is centuries ahead of the world. Do you not wish to witness this firsthand? Harris, stroking his chin, fell into contemplation. After a moment, uncertainly he responded, well, I had not actually considered that. Roger continued to persuade him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you are a scholar, you possess little in terms of tangible accomplishments, do you not? Consider the immense chance you have to witness the birth of a great nation, becoming both a witness and a chronicler, ensuring your name resonates through the ages. Harris unconsciously began to fidget with his wings, murmuring, You make it sound somewhat reasonable. I have spent my life chronicling the histories of others. Perhaps this time, I could partake in the creation of history myself? Yet, he still could not commit at that moment. Your proposal is indeed enticing, but I must deliberate carefully. Having expressed his thoughts, Roger chose not to press further. By the way, are you familiar with shadow essence? Shadow essence? Harris inquired. Of course, but why do you ask so suddenly? Do you know of a way to neutralize the magical properties of shadow essence? Harris's skepticism deepened. Why the sudden interest? Have you done something again? Roger did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I have acted. I recently kidnapped the son of the Raven King from the Black Crow gang and demanded a ransom of 5 million crystal coins. This is quite audacious. Harris exclaimed, flapping his wings in shock. To kidnap someone of such significant background in the imperial capital, if caught, it would surely lead to the guillotine. Roger was well aware of the perils involved. I had no choice. You have seen the destitution in Swyrock. I cannot approach my lordship empty-handed. I must prepare resources to settle securely, which necessitates funds. But you cannot cause trouble in the capital. What if you get caught? You would only be creating problems for Professor Anna. I do not wish to trouble Professor Anna, which is why I must execute this cleanly and efficiently. As long as I can secure the ransom, all will be well. In a few days, I will also be heading to Swyrock. Who knows what may happen then? You are truly, Harris sighed, contemplating for a moment. The tracking magic of shadow essence is indeed troublesome, yet it is not entirely insurmountable. The juice from star dust moss can neutralize the magical fluctuations of shadow essence. Stardust moss? Is that difficult to obtain? Not particularly. It is generally available at most magical shops. However, as you suggested, if they intend to tamper with the crystal coins using shadow essence, they will likely be on guard against this. They may even have someone watching those magical shops. Where does this moss grow? Can I go harvest it? Harris lifted his wings and pointed to the south. To the south lies a marshland, where the stardust moss glimmers under the night sky, making it easily identifiable. The marsh? Is it perilous? Indeed. Harris shook his feathers, his tone grave. The marsh harbors not only stardust moss, but also venomous scaled crocodiles and carnivorous water vines. Typical adventurer parties would not dare to provoke such creatures lightly. Venomous scaled crocodiles? Carnivorous water vines? Their names alone suggest they are no trifles. Are they magical beings? Upon seeing Harris nod, a deeper sense of gloom settled within, and he could only silently hope that Raymond had made some discoveries. If not, they would have no choice but to venture into the southern marsh to gather stardust moss. Chapter 30. The ambush in the evening. Raymond sought him out. There exists a type of leather from a magical lizard, specially processed to nullify magical fluctuations. Wrapping a crystal coin in this leather ensures that even if the coin is coated with shadow liquid, it cannot be traced. Magical lizard leather? To encase 5 million crystal coins, how much of this leather would be required? And at what cost? Raymond extended 5 fingers. It necessitated 5 pieces, totaling 50,000 crystal coins. 50,000 crystal coins? That constituted all his possessions. He could not spare even a single coin. Should anything go awry, he would be left destitute, a beggar without a penny to his name. What if we were to warn that Crow King? Threatening his son's life if he attempted any tricks? Would he dare play games? Raymond stroked his chin, shaking his head. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't dare. However, one cannot predict the actions of such a person. Logically, the Crow King's agreement to pay a ransom of 5 million crystal coins indicates his deep concern for his son. Yet on the flip side, a person who ascends to the position of Crow King in the imperial capital must possess a ruthless nature, potentially willing to take risks to secure both his son's safety and reclaim his coins. Roger concurred. It was a risk not worth taking. With 50,000 crystal coins in hand, he followed Raymond to the black market, purchasing 5 pieces of magical lizard leather. This leather shimmered with a dark purple hue, its touch chilling, and its surface faintly adorned with intricate scales. Unfortunately, he was utterly ignorant of magical artifacts and could discern nothing of their efficacy, merely praying that this item would prove effective and not lead to unforeseen complications. As for the location for the ransom exchange, are there any secluded areas outside the city with multiple crossroads? Without hesitation, Raymond replied, behind the hill where you last attempted to raid me, there are several crossroads, and the area is sufficiently isolated. Very well, that shall be the chosen spot. The only task remaining was to inform the Black Crow Gang of the ransom location. Arriving near the residence of the Crow King within the city, Roger gauged the distance. They were approximately 100 meters from the entrance. Observing the surroundings, he noted the absence of others, picked up a stone from the roadside, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it with force. Thud! The stone struck the door of the residence with a resounding thump. Raymond's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such strength! No wonder the Knight Order sought to recruit you. Roger chuckled, picked up another stone, and wrapped it in parchment. The parchment bore a warning addressed to the Crow King, cautioning him against any trickery or else his son would pay the price. It also detailed the time and location for the ransom exchange, set for the following morning, with only one individual permitted to deliver the payment. As the stone left his hand, he witnessed the door of the residence swing open and a figure emerged. Scanning the area, Roger could only watch in horror as the stone struck the individual squarely on the head, sending both the person and the stone tumbling through the doorway. Good heavens, I hope I haven't killed him. Before he could ponder further, a throng of people surged from within the door, prompting Raymond to urgently pull Roger into a nearby alley. After they had fled a considerable distance, Roger still felt a tightness in his throat, an indescribable sensation pressing down upon his chest, leaving him breathless. Had he just taken a life with his own hands? Raymond patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Do not overthink it. That individual may not be deceased after all. Even if he is, it is a consequence of his own actions. These fellows have long engaged in bullying and wrongdoing. This is merely retribution." He silently repeated Raymond's words, acknowledging that these individuals were not virtuous souls, and if they were to meet their end, it would be well-deserved. After a moment, he mustered his spirits and inquired of Raymond, "What shall we do next?" Raymond gestured towards the distance. "Since we have already disclosed the location for the ransom, they may dispatch scouts to lay in wait." An idea struck Roger. Should we not preemptively position ourselves to ambush them? That evening, the group ascended a nearby hill to lie in wait. After enduring the incessant annoyance of mosquitoes for quite some time, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the early hours, signaling the approach of a contingent of approximately 20 individuals. Bear, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, shall we engage them directly? These mere rabble are hardly a match for us." Roger shook his head, signaling him to remain patient and observe their intentions. The group halted at the base of the hill. Their leader instructed 2 of his men to lead the horses away, while the remainder dispersed to conceal themselves. Thanks to Roger's bloodline, his vision remained largely unaffected by the darkness, allowing him to clearly see their formation as they scattered, some concealed within the thickets, others climbing the rocky heights. He observed one individual preparing traps on the ground, pulling a pouch from his robe and sprinkling a powder upon the earth while muttering incantations. The once solid ground began to bubble as if it were boiling water. "Who is that?" he pondered. With such abilities, he must be a sorcerer. Raymond whispered, "A swamp sorcerer, capable of transforming the ground into quicksand. It seems these men are the elite of the Black Crow gang, even including a sorcerer. Quicksand? How do we counter this trap? It is not overly complex. We merely need to eliminate that sorcerer, and the spell will be undone. Luna, you will take care of that individual." As he spoke, 3 gang members approached their hiding place, mumbling to one another. Is the Crow King being overly cautious by ambushing here in the dead of night? Another kicked him, hissing silence. If anything were to happen to the young master, we would all be doomed. As they drew near, 3 arrows pierced their necks in swift succession. Luna's archery remained as precise as ever, not producing a whisper of sound amidst the darkness. Bear excitedly brandished his battle axe, declaring, "Boss, leave the remaining rabble to us." Upon receiving Roger's nod, the 5 bear men charged forth. The gang members, still unaware of their fate, had no time to react as the glinting axes descended upon them. The skilled fighters of the gang were no match for the bear men's ferocity. With a single swing, Bear cleaved one member in 2, and the remaining 4 bear men showed no mercy, cries of anguish filling the air. To Roger's astonishment, the swamp sorcerer exhibited no combat prowess whatsoever, effortlessly falling to the ground as 3 arrows shot forth from Luna's bow. In merely a few minutes, the unfortunate elite of the Black Crow gang met their demise, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Roger retrieved a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his heart, instructing Xiongda and the others to carry away the bodies for burial. Raymond clicked his tongue, acknowledging the cunning strategy of their leader. Were hostages still necessary? He had long warned them against playing tricks, yet they chose to disregard his counsel. Although Roger felt a flicker of anger, he merely shook his head. If they could deliver the crystal coins, it would spare him his life. Chapter 31. The Druid. After dealing with the corpses, the group returned to the mountaintop, exuberantly brandishing their battle axes. "Boss, this axe feels so comfortable to wield. It's like cutting through vegetables," one exclaimed. "Indeed. It's the first time in my life that I've used such a fitting weapon," another replied. Roger, however, still dared not remove the towel, covering his mouth and nose, fearing the scent of blood that clung to his companions. He merely waved his hand, signaling them to continue squatting to the side. As a ray of sunlight pierced through the morning mist, a horse-drawn carriage approached in the distance, laden with 5 large sacks. The driver, an elderly man hunched with age, appeared utterly innocuous. The carriage came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and the old man dismounted, glancing around nervously. "Is anyone there? 5 million crystal coins are here. Release our young master," he called out. Roger turned to Luna beside him. "Shoot an arrow to scare him off." Luna's arrow flew true, landing precisely at the old man's feet, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. "Leave the carriage and scram," roared Bear. Trembling, the old man refused to budge, insisting, "I want to leave without seeing my young master." This old fellow was quite loyal, Roger noted, prompting Bear to shout again, "Get lost. Your young master will return on his own." Yet, the old man persisted, mumbling to himself. In the next moment, his previously frail form abruptly swelled, muscles bulging and hair sprouting wildly, transforming into a towering bear nearly 3 meters high. "What the hell?" Roger gasped, his mouth agape, while Raymond exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn. He.S. a druid." That Raven King really invested heavily. The enormous bear's crimson eyes glinted menacingly, its ivory fangs bared as it emitted a deep, resonant growl. Charging up the mountainside, Luna swiftly knocked 3 arrows and released them in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet the colossal bear did not flinch. The arrows struck its chest, but merely bounced off its sinewy muscles. Roar! The bear's sprint remained unabated, swiftly closing the distance to the hillside. Bear, undeterred, leaped with excitement. "Boss, I'll handle this one." He swung his battle axe and charged forward. Boom! The two forces collided with tremendous impact, shaking the very ground. However, the bear's strength exceeded their expectations, forcing Bear to stagger back several steps. Immediately, the other bears rushed in, their axes swinging in unison towards the giant beast. Yet, the bear exhibited remarkable agility, rolling aside to evade the attack and swatting Bear 3 back with a powerful paw. Bear 3 stumbled several paces before crashing heavily against a tree. "This creature is no ordinary foe," Raymond muttered under his breath, drawing his short sword. Yet he knew all too well that against such a monster, this blade was woefully inadequate. Reluctantly, Raymond sheathed his sword, his tone grave. "Perhaps we should retreat." "Retreat? 5 million crystal coins are right at the foot of the mountain. I refuse to leave empty-handed," Roger declared, picking up Frostfawn. The lightweight elven bow had failed to penetrate the beast's hide. He wondered if his heavier 180-pound bow would fare better. He knocked an arrow, aiming at the colossal bear locked in combat with the 5 bearmen. Whoosh! The arrow, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, struck the giant bear squarely in the left chest. The beast seemed to sense the impending danger and swiftly veered to the side, the arrow grazing its robust arm and tearing a gash, blood splattering forth. With a thunderous roar, the bear, in agony, glared menacingly at Roger, its crimson eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. A surge of trepidation gripped Roger's heart as he swiftly knocked another arrow. The giant bear forcefully broke through the encirclement formed by the others and lunged toward him with ferocity. "Boss, cried Berda," raising his battle axe and striking down upon the bear's back. With a sickening thud, the sharp blade sunk into its flesh, blood erupting forth. The bear howled in pain, but remained relentless, continuing its charge toward Roger. "Damn it!" Roger pulled back the Frostfang bow once more, releasing an arrow that soared through the air, piercing the bear's left eye. With a furious howl, the bear swiped its massive claws at Roger, barely evading the deadly strike. He retaliated, lifting the Frostfang bow high and delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head. A dull thud resonated as he felt the bear's skull shatter, its enormous form staggering momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Bearda and the others rushed in, wildly swinging their axes in a frenzy of strikes. Blood gushed from the bear, yet only seemed to ignite its ferocity further, sweeping its massive paw and forcing Bearda and the others to retreat. "You truly are a formidable foe," Roger exclaimed, drawing forth the dragon breath gun. But before he could aim, the bear emitted a pained wail, its body trembling violently. The once ferocious demeanor rapidly diminished as it began to shrink, fur receding and muscles dissipating, ultimately transforming back into a frail old man. Blood flowed profusely from his wounds, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Raymond exhaled in relief. "That was close," Roger cautiously inquired. "He 1T transformed back into a bear. Will he?" Raymond shook his head. "Given his current state, it seems unlikely." He then looked at Roger with admiration. "With your skills, you could easily join the Paladins, if not the Knight Order itself. Are you truly just an ordinary man? The ability to draw a 180-pound bow with ease is already remarkable, and that last strike seemed to shatter the bear's skull. Of course, I am an ordinary man." He glanced at the frostfang in his hand. Its bowstring twisted at nearly a 60-degree angle, clearly damaged. "I wonder if this thing has a warranty. I hope Baron doesn't T-charge me an arm and a leg." Baron had claimed that this bow was crafted from polar ice iron, yet he hadn't anticipated the bear's head to be so resilient. Approaching the old man, he looked down at him. "Did the Crow King send you here to die, or to pay?" The old man coughed up blood, offering a grim smile. "The Blood Moon Society will not spare you." "The Blood Moon Society? Isn't that part of the Black Crow gang? Why has the Blood Moon Society emerged?" Raymond's tone grew serious. "The Blood Moon Society is a nefarious organization known for undertaking dirty work. It appears the Crow King has hired them. But how could the Blood Moon Society even know who I am? What motive do they have to pursue me? Unless there exists some magical means akin to live broadcasting that transmits everything happening here to the Blood Moon Society." The elderly man emitted two sinister chuckles before suddenly raising his hand to grasp his right eye socket, forcefully extracting his eyeball and flinging it away. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the air as the projectile was struck by an arrow, landing several meters away and transforming into a pool of blood. The entire sequence transpired with alarming swiftness, leaving Roger momentarily bewildered. He glanced at the gory hollow of the old man's right eye, then at the distant blood-soaked eyeball, and finally at Raymond beside him. What on earth was happening? Raymond furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment before a realization struck him. "The Eye of Horus," he exclaimed. "I had only heard whispers of such a thing. I cannot believe it truly exists." It became apparent that the eyeball served as a vessel imbued with magical power, capable of storing memories or intelligence, thus enabling the transmission of information in dire circumstances. Meanwhile, the old man glared intently at Luna, who held the bow, his remaining left eye brimming with rage and resentment. Observing this, Roger could not suppress a cruel smirk. "Are you not going to extract your left eyeball and cast it away as well?" No sooner had he spoken than the elderly man's head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Fearing the possibility of further tricks, Roger instructed the others to dispose of the body thoroughly. Turning to Luna, he expressed gratitude. "This time, we owe you a debt of thanks." A flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. Had that eyeball escaped, the entire imperial capital would have learned of his involvement. Even if he fled immediately, escaping the confines of the capital would pose a formidable challenge. Luna, however, merely curled her lip in disdain. Chapter 032. Crystal coins. A few individuals approached the carriage, where Roger cautiously requested the battle axe from Bear. He carefully opened one of the bags, revealing it to be brimming with crystal coins. Bear and his companions immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. "Wow, so many crystal coins. Boss, we're going to make a fortune this time." After fiddling with the coins to ensure no danger lurked, he proceeded to open the remaining 4 bags. He extracted several coins from each of the 5 bags, wrapping them in scraps of magical lizard skin before stowing them away in his pocket. Subsequently, he wrapped the 5 bags in magical lizard skin and ventured behind the mountain to find a secluded cave, where he concealed the bags of crystal coins. "Bear, You all return to the inn, and remember not to mention today's events, Roger instructed. Bear thumped his chest in assurance. Rest easy, boss. We'll keep our lips sealed. Raymond inquired, what about the Crow King's son? Shall we release him? If the Crow King pays the ransom as expected, he will naturally honor his word and release him. However, given that he has sent ambushes and hired experts from the Blood Moon Society, one cannot be certain what tricks he has employed with these crystal coins. I am tempted to eliminate the Crow King's son, allowing him to experience the consequence of failing to snatch a chicken and losing his rice. Whether to release him or not, it's up to you, Roger replied. Upon arriving at Balin's shop, Balin, who was attending to customers, greeted them with enthusiasm. Ah, young man, what brings you here today? I have just crafted. His words abruptly halted as his gaze fell upon the frost fong in Roger's hand, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He rushed forward in 3 swift strides, nearly snatching the bough from Roger, trembling fingers gently tracing the curved limb, his face growing increasingly grim. You dare to treat my frost fong in such a manner? Balin nearly shouted, drawing the attention of other patrons in the shop. Roger cleared his throat. Uncle Balin, what do you mean your frost fong? This is mine. Isn't it? Balin, infuriated, pointed at him with trembling fingers. This bough was forged from polar ice iron. Do you have any idea how rare this material is? What have you done? Used it to batter down a city wall? Roger naturally refrained from disclosing that he had used it to strike a druidic giant bear. Not at all. I merely drew the bow and shot normally. I have no idea how it became bent. Balin nearly jumped in outrage. Draw the bow normally? Do you take me for 3-year-old? This bow-S structure has clearly been deformed due to a tremendous impact. Roger silently praised Balin's keen perception. Regardless of how it was damaged, could it be repaired? Balin examined the damage to Frost Fong meticulously, muttering under his breath. Do you understand the properties of polar ice iron? Once this material is deformed, its internal structure is irrevocably ruined. Does that imply it cannot be saved? Roger asked. It cannot be repaired. However, Balin squinted. If you are willing to part with 100,000 crystal coins, I may be able to restore it. 100,000 crystal coins. A brand new bow costs 200,000 coins. And you expect me to pay 100,000 to fix this? Why not just rob a bank? Roger exclaimed. This bow is from your shop. Should you be responsible for the warranty? Warranty? Balin snorted dismissively. Had this frost fong been purchased with your coin, I would naturally provide warranty services. However, as it stands, you wanted in a wager, and the terms of our bet did not encompass any guarantee. If you find a repair cost excessive, feel free to seek assistance elsewhere. I am quite curious to see who in the Empire could possibly handle the polar ice iron. Roger and Baron exchanged intense glares, locked in a stalemate for a moment, until suddenly an idea struck Roger. He seized the frost fong. Very well. I shall find another to repair it, and will gladly inform them that Uncle Baron's bows are not durable, having bent after only a few uses. Upon hearing this, Baron's face flushed crimson. You little brat, how dare you? Roger feigned to exit. I am a man of integrity. When asked, I shall speak the truth. Halt! Baron grabbed his arm, yet Roger continued to drag him along, prompting Baron to shout, You little rascal, you are quite something. 50,000 crystal coins. I am utterly destitute at the moment. Baron stamped his foot. 30,000. It cannot be any less. If you dare haggle further, I shall toss you out. After a moment's contemplation, Roger nodded. Very well, it is a deal. Baron snatched back the frost fong, gritting his teeth. You little scoundrel, you are indeed formidable, but do not tarnish my reputation. Rest assured, I am not of that ilk. However, how long will it take to have this bow repaired? I should have never bet with you in the first place. Baron muttered. Polar ice iron is not something one can easily procure. I must arrange for someone to source it from the north. It will take at least a month. A month? He must depart for Swirog in a few days. Who knows when he will return? In that case, I will need to borrow another bow of comparable draw weight. Though I possess a spare elven bow, it is merely a lightweight 30-pound bow, far inferior to the 180-pound heavy bow. Baron approached the bow rack and retrieved a longbow. Entirely black, adorned with dark red patterns. This is the Black Python, with a draw weight of 150 pounds. While it is not forged from polar ice iron, it is crafted with a core of black ironwood and dragon sinew string, sufficient for your needs for a while. He paused, adding, "The rental fee is 100 crystal coins per day." Roger took the bow, drew the string, noting the lesser power compared to the frost fong, yet the feel was quite satisfactory. 50 crystal coins per day. Hey, are you addicted to haggling, you rascal? 80 crystal coins, the lowest price. After some back-and-forth negotiation, they settled on 70 crystal coins per day. Deal. As Roger picked up the bow and prepared to leave, Baron called out to him, "Hey kid, where's the money?" Roger feigned innocence. "I've already stated that I am utterly broke. I have no coins to give you." Baron's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare rent a bow without any money? Is this not outright theft? Is it not your fault that your bow cannot withstand use? Otherwise, why need to pay to rent a bow?" Baron's anger caused his beard to bristle as he reached for the black python bow. "You little scoundrel. Do you think you are in the right? You shall not take this bow without payment today." Roger deftly evaded Baron's grasp, swiftly concealing the bow behind him. "Uncle Baron, we are quite familiar with one another. Must we quibble over such a trifling sum?" Without waiting for Baroness' response, he hurriedly exited the shop. "Rest assured, my dear uncle, once Frostfang is repaired, I shall return your investment with interest." A furious roar erupted behind me. "You little rascal, just wait. The next time we meet, I shall make you pay." Upon returning to the estate, Harris awaited me. "Did you acquire it?" "Indeed, I have. I produced the magical lizard skin, which concealed dozens of crystal coins, and handed it to him. Could you assist me in verifying the authenticity of these coins? I fear I have become your accomplice." After a light jest, Harris grasped the magical lizard skin with his claws and soared out of the room, heading into the distance. Chapter 033, Arrival one evening. Harris approached him, informing him that the crystal coins were immaculate, devoid of any issues. Could it be that the Raven King placed too much faith in the prowess of the Blood Moon Society, refraining from tampering with the coins? Regardless, it saved him considerable trouble. In the ensuing days, Roger busied himself with arranging for the displaced persons to journey to Swyrock. Although the Blade Mercenary Corps undertook much of the labor, he found himself overwhelmed and expending substantial amounts of money. The deposit of 200,000, coupled with the expenses required to procure various supplies in the neighboring country of Lamricaro, would amount to over 3 million. As he saw him bring in 2 large bags of crystal coins, Nora's curiosity piqued. "Are you a scion of a wealthy family?" she inquired. "Sort of. Why do you ask?" If he denied it, Nora would undoubtedly be intrigued by the source of such wealth. For a solitary foreigner like him, lavishly dispensing millions seemed rather suspect. "Nothing much. I just feel you might be a bit extravagant," Nora said, half-jokingly. "Perhaps you won't even last 6 months in Swyrock. Wouldn't that render this fortune wasted?" Roger offered no explanation, merely shrugging his shoulders. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Nora refrained from pressing further. "When do you plan to depart?" "In a couple of days. The displaced persons traveling on foot will take a month to reach Swyrock. I shall be taking a dragon boat, so there is no urgency. By the way, do you know about the Blood Moon Society?" "The Blood Moon Society?" A flicker of caution crossed Nora's eyes. "Why do you ask?" "I happened to hear someone mention it a few days ago. It seems to be a rather enigmatic organization." Nora's expression grew grave. "It is far from an ordinary secret society. It is the most perilous assassination group on the continent. Rumor has it that its members are lunatics, willing to do anything for money. They are said to dare assassinating even royal family members and have never missed their mark." "Never miss?" Roger nearly chuckled, considering he was standing there unscathed. Nora raised an eyebrow. "Do you not believe it?" "I do find it somewhat exaggerated. Nothing in this world has a 100 success rate. Even the most formidable assassin organizations must experience failures from time to time. It is quite normal not to believe, but the Blood Moon Society indeed possesses such capabilities. Their most terrifying trait lies in the fact that if their initial assassination attempt fails, they will dispatch even stronger killers until the target is dead." Roger furrowed his brow. "To the bitter end?" "Precisely." Nora nodded. "Moreover, they never accept retraction of commissions. Once a task is undertaken, it must be completed." After pondering for a moment, Roger asked, "What if, during the course of the mission, they suddenly lose the trail and their target? What then?" "You've truly stumped me there," Nora replied, exasperated. I am not a member of the Blood Moon Society. How would I know their specific methods? Why are you suddenly so interested in this organization? You haven't gotten entangled with them, have you? Of course not. Roger shook his head resolutely. I'm merely curious. That's good. It's best to avoid any connection with them. If you do, end up provoking them. She made a gesture across her throat, suggesting one should prepare for their own demise. On the surface, Roger nodded in agreement, secretly relieved. Had Luna not struck the old druid in the eye, he would have had to remain perpetually vigilant against assassination. Nora mounted her horse. Then we shall meet again in Swerg, my lord. Be cautious on your journey. 2 days later, after dinner, Roger took his leave from Anna. Teacher Anna, I shall set off tomorrow. Thank you for your care during these days. Be careful, Anna replied with a nod. I will continue to keep an eye on matters concerning your hometown. Thank you, Teacher Anna. He awkwardly pulled out several sheets of parchment from his pocket and handed them over. I have nothing much to repay you with. Here are some recipes from my hometown, including several dishes you have enjoyed these past few days. Anna accepted the parchment, a slight smile gracing her lips. You are quite thoughtful. I truly appreciate this gift. By the way, is Harris accompanying you? That is quite a bold decision. I wish you both the best. The next day, Roger set out with Luna, Raymond, Harris, the 5 bear brothers, and 2 moles aboard a dragon boat toward Lanricaro. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at the outskirts of Lanricaro. This time, he chose not to hire a cart, but rather purchase 2. Upon entering Swerg, Raymond visibly tensed, frequently glancing around with apprehension. Roger could not help but chuckle. I told you there are no devils here. You needn't be so anxious. Raymond, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gestured to the desolate landscape around them. But this place is truly eerie. Look at this land. Not even weeds grow here. It's as if it has been cursed. That is because there is a vast lake of oil nearby. It is no wonder that plants cannot thrive here. As they rounded the foot of the mountain, the oil lake appeared ahead. Upon seeing the dark, viscous surface, Raymond exclaimed, "What is that?" Do not be alarmed. It is merely a mineral, a rather significant one. Significant? Raymond replied, skeptical. What use could it possibly have? It has numerous applications. You will come to understand in due time. This substance has the potential to transform this world. After another half-day's journey, they arrived at the territory Roger had previously favored. Raymond, surveying the dismal surroundings, could not suppress his astonishment. This place is akin to hell. The slums of the imperial capital are far superior to this. The rickety, leaning grass huts looked as though they could collapse at any moment, while the ragged, emaciated villagers huddled in corners, their expressions vacant. He could almost smell the air thick with decay and despair. Are you certain you wish to establish a nation here? These villagers can barely stand. Roger nodded, halting the cart at the base of a hillside, pointing to a 2-story castle perched atop it. He commanded the Bear brothers, "You shall seize it." Upon hearing this, Bear Big's eyes brightened. Finally, some excitement. He raised his battle axe and called to his brothers, "Brothers, let's get to work." Raymond stared in astonishment as 5 bear men excitedly charged towards the castle. Wait, is that the Lord's castle of this territory? Are they truly launching a direct assault? Roger remarked casually, "Fear not. The Lord's guards number fewer than 20, not even comparable to the bandit Denyu encountered previously. The rule here is that anyone can seize a territory, provided they continue to pay taxes after the acquisition. The king is indifferent to who becomes the lord." Raymond opened his mouth, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, "Such a barbaric custom." Chapter 034 Occupation 5 Bear men charged towards the small castle, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. The castle guards, clearly sensing the ill intentions of these uninvited guests, hastily rang the alarm bell. A few guards clad in tattered armor hurriedly climbed the battlements, one of whom drew his bow and released an arrow that veered wildly off course, missing the target by several meters. "Ha ha! Is this all you've got?" The bear man laughed heartily, cleaving the castle gate with a single swing of his axe, splintering it to pieces. Roger, from a distance, could hear the rising cacophony of terrified shouts from within the castle. "Monsters! We are under attack by monsters." As they reached the castle entrance, the bear man emerged, dragging a rotund, middle-aged man, whom he disdainfully discarded onto the ground. "Boss, this fat pig is the lord." Raymond glanced at the lord, who easily weighed over 200 pounds, then turned to observe the emaciated villagers in the distance, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. This fellow has certainly pampered himself. W, what do you want? The Lord's corpulent body quivered like a puddle of mud. Do you understand the consequences of attacking a noble? Roger scoffed. I know not of such matters, but I do know that as long as taxes are paid, the king does not concern himself with who holds the title of Lord. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall assume this title. Let be known, even if I were to slice you into pieces, no one would dare challenge me. The Lord turned pale, his face smeared with tears and snot. Please, my lord, I am willing to surrender all my treasures. I beg you, spare my life. Witnessing his craven demeanor, Raymond's disgust deepened. Spare your life is not a difficult task. What treasures do you possess? You look rather plump. You must have feasted well. The bear man swung his axe between the Lord's legs, nearly causing him to soil himself. In the basement, the Lord shrieked in a panic, trembling as he fumbled with a set of keys from his waist. Lead the way. The interior of the castle was even more dilapidated than its exterior. The carpet in the corridor had long since faded, and a few decrepit oil lamps hung from the walls, casting a feeble glow. The Lord, dragging his hefty frame, guided them to the basement. The spacious basement was divided into several storage rooms. The Lord opened one door, revealing large wooden crates stacked within. The bear man casually opened one, finding it filled with various animal hides. Raymond quickly assessed the contents. This crate is worth at least 500,000 crystal coins. This fellow is quite the scavenger. I can only imagine the other crates hold treasures of similar worth. In such a desolate place, to extract this much wealth is quite the skill. He ought to be hanged from the castle walls. In another storage room, a mountain of grain lay piled high, leaving Roger speechless. The villagers outside are nearly starving, and you hoard this much food? Can you consume it all by yourself? Please, my lord, this is my savings over many years. I'm willing to offer it all to you. It would be too lenient to simply hang this man. The basement also contained a prison cell, where the bear man unceremoniously tossed the Lord inside. I shall decide how to deal with him later. And no, please, my lord, I can assist you in managing the territory. I'm quite familiar with this place. Manage the territory? By the looks of it, you have brought it to this dismal state? Turning away, the Lord's anguished wails gradually faded into the distance. Bear 2 inquired, Boss, what shall we do with the remaining ones? Shall we execute them all? The remaining ones? Let's take a look. Upon entering the castle hall, a group of elegantly dressed women and children, evidently the Lord's kin, huddled together, softly sobbing. On the other side, maidservants and servants clad in coarse garments knelt in terror on the ground, their faces gaunt, barely healthier than the emaciated villagers outside. Standing before the elegantly attired women and children was an elderly gentleman. This esteemed sir, the old man stepped forward, his voice high-pitched, instantly reminding Roger of a eunuch from a television drama. I am Morris, the steward of the Lord. These are the lady of the Lord and her children. I humbly beseech you to spare their lives. Roger scrutinized the old steward. Morris, is it? What did you have for lunch? Morris was taken aback, not anticipating such a sudden inquiry, and cautiously replied, My lord, I had some simple fare for lunch. Sin por fare. Roger gestured towards the kneeling maidservants. And what did they eat? Beads of sweat appeared on Morris's forehead. He forced a stiff laugh, his voice becoming even more shrill. My lord jested. The servants naturally eat more modestly. Oh, is that so? Roger approached a trembling maidservant. What do you typically eat? Speak the truth. The maidservant, quaking in fear, stammered, My lord. We eat 2 bowls of porridge daily, and sometimes we have wild vegetable soup. What did the steward have for lunch? The maidservant cast a terrified glance at Morris, her voice barely above a whisper. The steward had white bread, smoked meat, and wine. Is this what you refer to as simple fare? Casting a glance at the pallid-faced Morris, Roger remarked, Bear Eye, he is mocking me. What audacity! How dare he mock my boss? Bear Eye glared fiercely and stepped forward, raising his foot to kick Morris's left leg. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed, and Morris let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, writhing on the ground, clutching his twisted leg. Ah, my leg, my leg! Bear Eye dragged him to the basement alongside the Lord, Roger coldly commanded while watching Morris. "From now on, you shall subsist on scraps." "Understood, boss." Bear seized the desperately pleading Morris like a chick and headed towards the basement. The elegantly dressed women huddled together, their faces as pale as parchment. Roger cast a glance at them and turned to Raymond. "What do you think we should do with them?" Raymond shrugged. "You are the Lord. The decision lies with you." In truth, he too was uncertain about how to handle these women. The Lord's actions warranted the gravest of punishments, yet these kin. Roger pondered for a moment. Regarding the family members, "You are presented with two choices. Either depart from my domain at once, or join the Lord, Maurice, in the dungeon's confines." Upon hearing this, several women immediately fell to their knees. "My lord, we beseech your mercy." Roger, growing impatient, retorted sharply, "Begone at once." He then turned to Xiong, instructing, "Count to 50. Should they remain after your count, imprison them all in the dungeon." With that, he disregarded their pleas and ascended the stairs. Chapter 035. The situation standing atop the castle parapet. Raymond gazed at the women and children who were stumbling away. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet he faltered. Roger, noticing his unease, urged him to express his thoughts candidly. "What is it? Is it due to their being women and children?" Roger, however, remained unconvinced. "Is it because of chivalry? What does chivalry truly encompass?" Raymond instinctively replied, "Chivalry includes loyalty, courage, compassion, integrity, and honor." His voice trailed off, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he recalled his expulsion from the Knights of the Valencia Empire, feeling unworthy to discuss the tenets of chivalry. "Compassion?" Roger gestured toward the distant villagers. "Did that gluttonous lord show any compassion for those near starvation? Are his family members innocent? Every morsel of meat they consume, every drop of wine they drink, is drawn from the very essence of the people." He continued, "I have shown enough mercy, at least granting them the chance to live." After a moment of silence, Raymond nodded slightly. "Perhaps you are right. I might be too old-fashioned in my thinking." Suddenly, Bear 2 came bounding up the stairs. "Boss, I hadn't even counted to 30 when they fled." "Yes, I noticed. Go fetch those maidservants, but do not frighten them," Raymond instructed. Bear 2 hurried down, summoning all the maidservants. They appeared timid, with several frail young girls too frightened to lift their heads, trembling visibly. Roger spoke gently from now on. "I shall be the lord here. I require someone well-versed in the affairs of this territory to provide an overview of the situation." The maidservants exchanged anxious glances, none daring to speak first. Finally, the eldest among them, a middle-aged man, cautiously stepped forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "My lord, I am Old John, and I have served in this castle for over 20 years. Familiar with the territory." Roger proceeded to inquire about the expanse and population of the land. Old John answered every question without hesitation, detailing that from the southern coastline to the northern entrance of the territory spanned approximately 200 miles. From the eastern forest edge to the western desert, around 100 miles. The territory housed roughly 500 families, totaling around 2,000 inhabitants. "Shall I summon these villagers? Do we need to notify each household?" Roger asked. Old John pointed toward a metal bell in the corner of the parapet. "Ring the bell, and the villagers will gather at the foot of the hill." Roger internally scoffed at the notion, questioning if this was akin to training dogs, ringing a bell to summon them. Shaking his head, he instructed Bear 2, "Go ring the bell." "Understood, boss." Bear 2 promptly approached the bell, grasping the seemingly heavy clapper, and struck it. Dong, dong, dong. The sound resonated with a deep, sonorous quality, carrying far and wide, even echoing through the distant valleys. It was as though it were not an ordinary metal bell, but a magical artifact. With a heavy toll reverberating across the territory, activity began to stir in the nearby villages. The ragged, faltering villagers gradually gathered in clusters, making their way toward the castle. As if moving like a throng of lifeless beings, their eyes were filled with numbness and dread. Witnessing this scene, Raymond clenched his fists. This wretched creature has ravaged the territory to such a degree. Harris's feathers bristled slightly. By the goddess above, what is this place? It is nothing short of a hell on earth. Luna, tilting her head, wore a curious expression. Why are they so terrified of the bell? Old John softly explained. My lord, every time the former lord rang the bell, it signified either increased taxes or conscription. Over time, after a while, thousands of people congregated at the foot of the mountain. Old John cautiously pointed to a trumpet-shaped object on the wall. My lord, this is a magical horn. Roger stepped forward, cleared his throat, and his cough was amplified several times through the magical horn, resonating in the air. From now on, I shall be the lord of this place. The crowd below exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps, to them, it mattered not who held the title of lord. Fortunately, Roger did not expect them to respond as if they had encountered a savior, eyes brimming with tears and overflowing with excitement. In order to facilitate the management of the territory, we shall now conduct a population register. Each person will receive 5 pounds of grain. The lifeless crowd finally stirred slightly. A few bold villagers cautiously raised their heads, their previously dull and murky eyes now shining with a glimmer of hunger. Old John, can you read? My lord, I cannot read, nor can anyone else. Only the lord's family and the steward possess such knowledge. With a sigh, he could only assign Raymond and Harris to the castle gate to oversee the population registration, while also asking them to note each individual's age, skills, and other information. Though he did not expect these people to possess any remarkable talents. He also instructed Bear and a few others to transport grain from the basement. As bags of grain stacked up at the castle entrance, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Observing this, Roger shouted into the horn, "Form an orderly line. Anyone who dares to push forward will be thrown out." The villagers' deep-seated fear of the Lord ran through their very bones, despite their restlessness at the sight of the grain. None dared to rush forward, soon forming a crooked line. He directed the remaining servants and maidens to assist and continued his inquiries with old John. What is primarily grown here? My lord, sugarcane is the main crop. Sugarcane? What is the yield like? Is it also used for making sugar? I recall that in the imperial capital of Valencia, a pound of sugar could fetch over 20 crystal coins. Moreover, sugarcane not only served for sugar production, but also for brewing. As far as he knew, in this world, both sugar and alcohol were highly lucrative commodities. The yield of sugarcane could reach around 2,000 plants per acre, approximately yielding 8,000 pounds of sugarcane, which could produce around 1,000 pounds of sugar. How much does a pound of sugar sell for? The sugar produced in the territory is all purchased by the lord. The former lord collected it uniformly at 1 crystal coin per pound. 1 crystal coin? Is this not akin to robbery? Old John sighed and continued. In the past 2 years, the harvest has been poor and production has plummeted, coupled with the heavy taxes imposed by the former lord. The villagers are left with scarcely enough food to survive. After a moment of silence, Roger pointed towards the distant forest to the east, an expanse of trees stretching endlessly out of sight. Surely there must be numerous creatures within. Is there no one who dares to hunt? Old John's face suddenly reflected a look of terror. Sir, within that forest lurk magical beasts, and those who venture in to hunt rarely return. What are southern seas? Is there no one who goes fishing? Although he had yet to witness the perils of this great ocean, it seemed improbable that it was entirely inhabited by ferocious monsters. Surely there must be ordinary fish? If venturing out to sea is impossible, is it also unfeasible to fish along the shore? Long ago, some villagers took the perilous risk of scavenging for washed-up sea treasures. However, a band of marauders later seized the coastline. They periodically come to extort from the territory. The former lord only dared to oppress the villagers, remaining powerless against these savages. Truly, what a predicament. Chapter 036. The barbarians. As Roger pondered how to resolve his troubles, a cacophony of commotion reached his ears from a distance. He lifted his gaze to see a group of individuals clad in animal hides, rudely pushing aside the villagers as they advanced toward the castle. There were 10 of them, each lean and sinewy, their skin exhibiting an eerie bluish-gray hue. What captured the most attention, however, were the necklaces fashioned from bones and animal teeth that adorned their necks, along with the strange totems painted across their faces, and most notably, their slitted pupils gleaming with a feral light. What on earth are these creatures? Just as he contemplated this, old John beside him gasped in alarm. My lord, they're the barbarians from the seaside. What brings them here at this hour? The seaside barbarians? Had someone tipped them off? Roger shook his head, dismissing that notion. They had been on the terrace, and he had not seen anyone rush toward the coast. It seemed merely a coincidence. Old John, how many barbarians are there? Surely, it cannot be just these 10? Old John trembled as he replied. My lord, their tribe by the sea consists of approximately 100 to 200 individuals. And how often do they come to collect tribute? They usually arrive every 3 months. It has only been a little over a month since their last visit. As they spoke, the 10 barbarians swaggered beneath the castle, causing the surrounding villagers to scatter as if they had encountered a plague, with some even collapsing to their knees in terror. Roger leaped from the terrace, landing firmly on the ground. The barbarians, eyeing him warily, exchanged glances with one another. The leader narrowed his slit-like pupils, scrutinizing Roger. Who are you? Where's Morris? Tell him to come out and deliver the tribute. I am a new lord here, Roger declared, crossing his arms and surveying them. What do you want? A new lord? Excellent. The barbarian leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. According to our customs, your territory must pay tribute to my tribe. Since you are newly appointed, you ought to demonstrate your sincerity. We do not require much this time. 500 pounds of grain, 20 head of livestock, and his greedy gaze swept over the young maidens cowering in the corners. 10 young women. Roger was nearly driven to laughter by the audacity of their demands. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new level of brazen entitlement. And what if I refuse? The barbarian leader raised his hand, his nails suddenly elongating menacingly as he threatened. Then do not blame me for being uncivilized. Oh, I am truly terrified, Roger replied, his expression exaggerated, yet dripping with mockery. I suppose I ought to grant you one. I imagine you will find it quite delightful. It appeared these ruffians were indeed deserving of the title barbarians. Had they not noticed that his companions, Bear and the others, were eagerly preparing for a confrontation? Did they truly believe that 10 of them could easily overpower 5 bear men? The barbarian leader, sensing the peculiar tone in Roger's voice, furrowed his brow. One what? Foot, Roger exclaimed, abruptly lifting his leg and delivering a forceful kick to the barbarian leader's groin. The barbarian leader let out a shriek of agony. His bluish-gray face instantly flushed to a deep crimson as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xiongda and his companions, without needing Roger's command, charged forth with a fierce battle cry, their war axes slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. These brutish creatures appeared formidable, yet they were no match for the might of the bear warriors. Their sharp claws could not even break the skin of Xiongda and his comrades, leaving only faint white marks upon the resilient fur. In stark contrast, each swing of the bear warriors' axes erupted in a spray of crimson. However, it became evident that while the combat prowess of these marauders was inferior to that of the bear folk, their tenacity was remarkable. One marauder, with half of his shoulder cleaved by Xiongxi's axe, still managed to rise and continue the fight. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and one by one, the marauders fell, staining the ground before the castle with their blood. The villagers, who watched from a distance, were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly vanquish these savage foes. Roger retrieved a handkerchief to shield his nose and mouth from the stench of blood in the air, stepping firmly upon the neck of the marauder chief. Now, we can have a proper discussion, he stated. The chief, gasping in agony, spat threats. You shall meet your demise. Our tribe will not forgive you. Is that so? Roger replied with a cold smirk, applying slight pressure, causing the chief's face to flush a deep purple. I had no intention of sparing you either. I've heard tales of your ferocity. Let me show you what true ferocity entails. He instructed Xiong to find a marauder who was not yet lifeless, and with 4 bear warriors grasping the creaturesque limbs, they raised him high. At my command, pull in your respective directions. Understood? Xiongda and the others displayed expressions of eager anticipation. As you command, boss. Roger glanced at the marauder chief. Watch closely. This is the fate that befalls those who provoke me. He gestured to Xiongda and the others. 1, 2, 3, pull. With a resounding roar, the 4 bear warriors exerted their strength. A harrowing scream pierced the air, accompanied by the chilling sound of flesh being torn asunder. The marauder was gruesomely ripped into 4 pieces, creating a scene of utter carnage. The onlooking villagers erupted in terrified screams, with many succumbing to nausea, their empty stomachs expelling only bile and sour water. Roger, standing over the marauder chief, forced him to behold the dismembered corpse. "Do you see? This will be the fate of your tribe. Soon, we shall come to collect your people." The chief trembled, his throat emitting rattling sounds, unable to utter any further threats. You fiend!" Ignoring the chief, Roger surveyed the surroundings, noting the villagers' expressions, now filled with awe and fear, even more profound than their previous dread of the marauders. "Why do you stand there in shock? Continue with the grain distribution." The villagers, shaken from their stupor, cautiously resumed their lines. By the time dusk fell, the registration was complete. The territory housed over 2,300 villagers, of which fewer than 500 were able-bodied men. The remainder comprised of the elderly, women, and children. This was somewhat better than he had anticipated. Roger led the group, escorting the marauder chief towards the seaside. Raymond inquired, "Is it just the 5 of us? Should we wait for the members of the Blade of War mercenary group to arrive before proceeding?" Roger raised his chin, gesturing towards the tribal leader striding ahead. Their tribe comprises merely over 200 individuals. Even if all were of such caliber, they would scarcely pose a challenge for Xiongda and his companions, would they? Xiongda, thumping his chest, laughed heartily. "The chief is absolutely right. No matter how many of these little brats come, I shall cleave them down, observing decisively." Raymond silently pondered whether these bear folk were perhaps a tad too bloodthirsty. Roger, discerning his thoughts, chuckled softly. To tackle barbarians, one must employ an even more barbaric approach. Is the only way to instill fear in them. After traversing for over an hour, the briny scent of the sea grew increasingly potent, and the sound of crashing waves reached their ears. As they ascended a hillside, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The vast, cerulean ocean stretched endlessly, and the salty breeze enveloped them. This sea bore little difference from that of Earth. In his musings, he spotted a camp not far from the bay. The camp could only be described as chaotic and filthy, with haphazardly erected bee-skin tents, where dozens of barbarians were busy processing their catch. Not far from the camp stood several poles adorned with numerous desiccated corpses. Judging by their attire, they were likely the villagers from the territory. Chapter 037. See beasts casting a glance at the desiccated corpses of villagers dangling from the pillars. Roger placed a hand on the shoulder of the barbarian chieftain. "Soon, I shall hang all of your kin upon those very pillars." Fear flickered in the chieftain's eyes, and with a grotesque sneer, he retorted, "You shall regret this. The sea god will punish you. He shall lay waste to your territory." "The sea god?" Roger scoffed, gesturing at the tranquil sea. "Where is your esteemed deity? Summon him forth, so that I might behold his majesty. With such ragtag followers, your sea god seems rather diminished." Harith interjected, "I dare say their god is merely some creature of the deep, perhaps a beast of legend." The chieftain erupted in maniacal laughter. "Fools! Do you believe our faith rests upon ordinary sea creatures? The sea god is a true, ancient being, the lord of the abyss, the king of all waves." Roger and Harith exchanged skeptical glances, unconvinced by the chieftain's wild claims. Harith flapped his wings dismissively. Every cult revels in boasting about the might of their deity. Roger, uninterested in further banter, turned to Big Bear. "Big Bear, greet them. Inform them that we have guests." Big Bear reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated like thunder across the bay, startling the barbarians into a frenzy. All the barbarians in the camp turned in unison towards the hillside, their faces shifting from disbelief to horror upon seeing their bound chieftain. "Intruders! Our leader has been captured. Kill them." The barbarians let out howls akin to wild beasts. Charging up the slope, Big Bear, show them the true colors of our might. Do not hold back. "Got it, boss!" Big Bear exclaimed, swinging his battle axe with enthusiasm, leading 4 brothers down the hill like a battalion of tanks crashing into the barbarian horde. With a single charge, Big Bear sent 5 or 6 barbarians flying. A bloody tempest unleashed with every sweep of his axe. Big Bear, too, proved even more ferocious, wielding 2 barbarians as makeshift weapons, battering others into submission. The barbarians, undeniably fierce and resilient, were rendered as helpless as lambs before the overwhelming force of the bear man. In less than 10 minutes, the majority of the young barbarian fighters lay sprawled upon the ground, the hillside awash in crimson. At that moment, Roger heard a deep, resonant horn echoing through the air. Following the sound, he spotted an elder barbarian beside the camp, vigorously blowing into a colossal conch shell towards the sea. Roger furrowed his brow. His instincts warned him that this was no harbinger of good fortune. "Look," Raymond exclaimed, pointing. Following his gaze, Roger observed the distant sea churning violently. "This is dire." Hurry's tone shifted dramatically. "He is summoning something from the depths. Miss Luna, you must stop him." Luna raised her bow, but Roger stopped her. "Wait. I wish to see what monstrosity arises from the ocean. Should it prove to be an extraordinary beast, I might as well pack up and flee. Otherwise, how can we develop our territory if it is plagued by monsters every other day?" However, for the sake of caution, he called back Bear and the others. "Bear, come back." A thick, dark red tentacle, as large as a water barrel, erupted from the depths, followed by a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, 8 colossal tentacles danced upon the surface of the sea. "What on earth is that?" Raymond's voice quivered in disbelief. "Good heavens!" Roger recognized the creature. It was a gigantic octopus, yet its size dwarfed that of any octopus found on Earth by several folds. The portion visible above the water stood over 3 meters tall, its rotund head adorned with 2 massive eyes glinting menacingly. The barbarian chief erupted into hysterical laughter. "Ha ha ha! You're doomed. The sea god shall rend you asunder." The remaining barbarians knelt in reverence, worshipping the octopus. "Boss, this creature seems rather formidable." Bear fixated on the rapidly approaching beast, his expression unusually grave. "Let us see if it can come ashore. If our arrows cannot harm it, we must withdraw immediately." As he spoke, the colossal octopus reached the shallows. As it lumbered onto the beach, the onlookers beheld its true size. Its head alone was as large as a house, and each of its 8 tentacles stretched over 10 meters long, adorned with suction cups the size of dinner plates, invoking a sense of claustrophobia. Roger raised his black python bow and knocked a magical arrow. This was an ice crystal arrow, crafted from magical ice crystals, known for its penetrating power and lingering freezing damage. That was how the proprietor of the magical weapon shop had described it. Due to the scarcity of arrows, he had never tested one before. Now, he could only hope that the arrow's effects were indeed as the shopkeeper had claimed. Whoosh! Thwack! The arrow sliced through the air, striking the octopus's enormous eyeball with precision, embedding itself deep within its head. A chilling scream erupted from the octopus, a sound so eerie it sent shivers down the spine. Frost formed around the wounded eye, visibly spreading outward at an alarming rate, soon enveloping a significant portion of its head. Inflicted with such a grievous injury, the giant octopus writhed in agony, its 8 tentacles flailing wildly, obliterating the nearby barbarian camp. The barbarians, who had been worshipping fervently, were caught off guard, mercilessly crushed into pulp by the frenzied appendages. "Help! The sea god is furious." The remaining barbarians scattered in panic, yet the octopus's tentacles were too long. Before they could escape, they were flung into the air, their bones shattering mid-flight. The barbarian chief stared at the devastated camp and the corpses of his kin, his maniacal laughter freezing on his lips. Eyes wide in disbelief, he muttered, "No, it cannot be. The sea god would never." Roger, reveling in the irony, taunted, "It seems your deity is rather poor at distinguishing friend from foe. Or perhaps it never considered you as true followers?" Suddenly, a tentacle coiled around a boulder at the shore, hurling it violently towards them. "Scatter!" The group swiftly dodged. The chieftain of the barbarian tribe, bound and helpless, watched in horror as a massive rock hurtled towards him, his eyes wide with terror as he let out a desperate scream. "No!" Boom! The rock smashed the chieftain into a pulpy mass, and a splintered fragment grazed Roger's cheek, leaving a crimson streak. "Boss!" Upon witnessing this, Shionda roared in fury, swinging his battle axe towards the octopus. Shonda, don't go. Roger urgently called out to stop him, but it was too late. Boom! A thick tentacle lashed out suddenly, sending Shonda and his axe flying. Roger noted that the octopus's movements had slowed significantly. After all, whether it was a magical beast or a monstrous creature, having half its head encased in ice would undoubtedly take a toll. Chapter 038. Harvest. It seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Harris could not help but exhale in relief. Roger remained vigilant, drawing a second magical arrow. Although the effect of the ice crystal arrow was commendable, he had initially deemed the magical arrows too expensive, purchasing only one of each type. This was a fire arrow, which upon impact would explode into flames, inflicting area burn damage. He drew back the bowstring, aiming for the intact eye of the octopus. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air. The octopus appeared to anticipate the attack, attempting to turn its head to evade, yet its frozen brain rendered it sluggish, and the arrow found its mark in its eye. Boom! The arrow detonated with a thunderous explosion, scorching flames erupting from its eye socket. The colossal octopus emitted a deafening shriek, its 8 tentacles thrashing wildly against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. After a while, the creature's struggles gradually subsided. As the dust settled, the giant octopus lay limp on the ground, its 8 tentacles sprawled weakly, twitching occasionally. Its head, ravaged by ice and fire, was a ghastly sight. Dark green blood oozed from the wounds, staining the earth in an eerie hue. Bear, are you all right? Bear rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his body, and grinned. I'm fine, boss. Just feeling a bit dazed from the beating. He cautiously approached one of the octopus's tentacles and gave it a gentle kick. The tentacle twitched slightly, but was too feeble to retaliate. Boss, this fellow is completely dead. Roger also breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful for the magical arrows. Otherwise, this beast would have posed quite a challenge. The group moved closer, marveling at the octopus's exaggerated size, unable to suppress their astonishment. This creature was merely a denizen of the shallow seas. One could only imagine the nature of the beasts lurking in the deep ocean. The barbarian camp lay in disarray, the bodies of the tribesmen strewn haphazardly across the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sea, inducing nausea. Raymond covered his nose and frowned. Did these barbarians meet their end here? It certainly spared us the effort of engaging them. Roger approached the corpse of an elder barbarian, picking up a conch shell and examining it closely. The shell's surface was rough and appeared unremarkable. Harris fluttered over, landing on his shoulder. This should be some form of magical artifact capable of emitting sound waves at specific frequencies to attract sea beasts. So, ordinary individuals could summon sea creatures with it? The barbarians likely could not control that octopus, could they? Not entirely control, Harris elucidated. It resembles more of a symbiotic relationship. The barbarians provided it with sustenance. I surmise they would capture live individuals or livestock to feed the octopus. Roger weighed the conch shell in his hand. Do you think this thing could summon other sea monsters? In theory, it should be possible, but there likely isn't anything more fearsome than that octopus in these waters. I hope. After a moment's contemplation, Roger suppressed the urge to blow the conch. With only a few aggressive magical arrows remaining, summoning a horde of sea beasts could spell trouble. At that moment, Bear 5 came running excitedly. Boss, you won't believe what I found. In his hand, he held a sphere the size of a fist, glistening with myriad colors under the sunlight. Roger could not identify the object, but Harris exclaimed, by the gods! What a magnificent pearl! Is this truly a pearl? As Roger accepted the weighty gem, he marveled. This is rather extravagant, isn't it? What kind of mollusk could produce such a colossal pearl? It must weigh at least several hundred pounds. Raymond approached, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. I have never encountered a pearl of this size. Surely it could fetch 100,000 crystal coins? Harris corrected him. At the very least, 100,000. Given its color and size, it could easily command 1,000,000 crystal coins. Xiongwu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Is it really worth that much? There are plenty more in that box. The crowd gasped anew. If one pearl could sell for 1,000,000 crystal coins, how many more must there be? Let's go take a look. Following Xiongwu to a demolished tent, They found a chest brimming with pearls of various sizes, the smallest resembling a chicken egg. How curious. Harris mused, pawing through the pearls. What could these savages possibly want with so many pearls? If they sold them, they could live comfortably. Roger shared the same perplexity. Even savages would surely prefer a life of luxury over one of hardship, unless they were inherently foolish, relishing in unnecessary suffering. Unfortunately, all the savages in the camp had perished, leaving no one to inquire about their motives. Regardless, these pearls now belonged to them. Surely this chest could be worth several million crystal coins? Everyone searched the camp. Let us see if there are any other treasures. The group immediately began rummaging through the encampment, and indeed they discovered several chests filled with rare and exotic items, all unequivocally treasures of the sea. Yet, with each treasure they unearthed, their confusion deepened. Raymond muttered to himself, could it be that these savages were utterly unaware of the value of these items? Harris shook his head. Since they knew how to gather and preserve them, they must understand their worth. Perhaps they do not wish to sell them, or perhaps they fear doing so. Fear selling them? Roger frowned at the implication. Do you mean to suggest they are collecting these treasures for some powerful entity? He could conceive of no other explanation. Raymond's demeanor grew serious. What kind of power could compel savages to willingly toil as laborers, even to the point of fearing to claim these treasures for themselves? A heavy silence enveloped the group, punctuated only by the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Roger stared at the pearl in his hand, suddenly feeling its warmth. If some force were indeed manipulating these savages, they had not only extinguished the lives of the laborers, but had also seized the treasures they had collected. Would the opposing force simply allow this to go unchallenged? Xiongwu scratched his head once more. So, if we take these treasures now, will we attract trouble? Raymond sighed. I fear we may already be in trouble. Xiongda brandished his battle axe, speaking in a gruff voice. What is there to fear? One we strike down, two we fell together. Xiong'er thumped his chest in agreement. Indeed, who dares to seek trouble must first inquire whether our brothers' axe consents. Roger, gazing upon this fearless band of bear men, could not restrain a chuckle. He reached out and patted the shoulder of the lead bear. Indeed, trouble had already been stirred. What was there to fear? As the saying goes, when water comes, the earth conceals. When soldiers arrive, the generals confront. If it truly becomes insurmountable, they could always make their escape. He did not believe that any hidden forces could extend their influence across the entire continent. Bear, gather every treasure we can carry. Not a single pearl should be left behind. Bear promptly summoned his comrades to load the plundered treasures onto their steeds. Chapter 39. The octopus after scavenging everything. Just as they were about to depart, Bear pointed at the corpse of the colossal octopus. Boss, discarding this would be quite wasteful. It seems edible, doesn't it? Eating this sea monster? Although octopuses on Earth are indeed consumable, this creature, Roger, uncertain of its edibility, turned to Harris. Can we eat this? Theoretically, yes, but we must first ascertain whether it is toxic. Let's consult Miss Luna. The elves possess an innate sensitivity to flora and fauna. Luna regarded the octopus's remains with a hint of disdain. After a moment's hesitation, she drew a dagger and sliced off a piece of flesh from one of its tentacles, gently inhaling its scent before shaking her head. There is no poison, but it does indeed appear appetizing. Roger surveyed the octopus and pointed to a specific area. Bear, cut here. Understood, boss. Bear hefted his battle axe and struck at the designated spot. Observing the axe blade penetrate the octopus's body, Roger instructed the others to step back. It might spout something. Everyone disperse. Bear, step aside and pull out your axe. Following his orders, Bear moved to the side and yanked the axe free, causing a thick, inky black liquid to erupt from the wound, spraying several meters away. Harris, intrigued, inquired, Are you well acquainted with this sea beast? What is this substance? Not exactly well acquainted. We have similar creatures back home. Though they're much smaller in size, their anatomical structure is quite similar. This substance is ink, a defensive mechanism used to confuse foes. However, given this creature's size and strength, what could possibly harm it? Casting a glance at the tranquil sea, he pondered the terrifying monsters that might lurk in the depths. Could he, like others on the continent, spend his life never venturing into the ocean? He yearned to discover what lay beyond the horizon. The ink continued to gush for over 10 seconds, leaving a vast, dark stain on the beach, permeated with a strong fishy odor. Bear and a few others hoisted one of the octopus's tentacles and began dragging it back. Upon returning to the castle, they rang the magical bell to summon the villagers. As the gathered villagers beheld the octopus, gasps of astonishment erupted. "What manner of creature is that? It's larger than my house. The Lord has slain such a monster." Standing at the balcony with a trumpet in hand, Roger surveyed the villagers at the foot of the hill. The barbarian camp by the seaside had been eradicated by the Lord, ensuring no further disturbances. Additionally, the Lord had caught a sea fish to share the meat with everyone. Initially, the villagers fell silent, but soon they erupted in cheers. The joy of receiving rations during the day had yet to fade, and now they could also receive meat at night. This was something unimaginable in the past. Praise and gratitude filled the air. Harris perched on Roger's shoulder. "You certainly know how to win people's hearts." Roger sighed. "Isn't it because that gluttonous lord has exploited the territory to such an extent?" Bear and the others swung their axes, beginning to divide the octopus. Observing the long-starved villagers now adorned with long-lost smiles, a sense of accomplishment swelled within Roger. After all the villagers had received their share of meat and dispersed, over 500 pounds remained. "Xiongda, tonight we shall feast." Upon hearing this, Xiongda and his companions erupted in jubilant cheers. "Long live the leader! Tonight we shall indulge." Within the castle, a modest yet lively celebration commenced. The 5 brothers of Xiongda set up a large iron pot, tossing sizable chunks of octopus meat into it to simmer. Although the meat was somewhat coarse, the enticing aroma wafting from the pot was enhanced by the spices Roger had brought from the imperial capital. Once the meat was cooked, Roger cut a piece and placed it in his mouth. Though the taste buds of a Blood Clan member could discern no flavor, he feigned appreciation, nodding in approval. "Not bad, everyone dig in." Raymond took a hesitant bite, astonished. Could it really be quite good? Harris, cautiously grasping a small piece with his claws, took a tentative taste. Better than I expected." Luna elegantly sampled her portion, and though she said nothing, her expression revealed it was far superior to her anticipations. The sight of the 5 brothers devouring their meal was nothing short of spectacular. They huddled around the pot like 5 fluffy hills, their robust arms repeatedly diving in and out. Xiong'er scooped up a chunk the size of a fist and swallowed it whole, without even chewing, causing his throat to bulge dramatically. "Slow down, there's plenty of meat. Don't choke yourself," Xiong'er mumbled with his mouth full. "Don't worry, leader. Our throats are sturdy, we can't choke. Look at you gluttons." Xiong teased his brothers while voraciously forking 3 large pieces into his mouth, grease dribbling down to his chest fur without a care. Xiongxi and Xiongwu were equally uncouth, their eating habits far from refined. Observing their hearty consumption was enough to whet anyone's appetite. It seemed that, even without spices, these fellows could relish their meal. However, as the 5 brothers began to belch contentedly, Roger found little to smile about. Out of the 500 pounds of meat, these 5 had consumed nearly 300 pounds, roughly 60 pounds each. My goodness, even the hungriest of souls could not devour so much. Raymond echoed his astonishment. "Do you eat this much at every meal?" "Not every meal, mind you." Xiong'er patted his round belly. "Usually 20 to 30 pounds suffice in a day, but today, our leader is treating us." Gazing at the 5 satisfied bears, patting their bellies and burping contentedly, Roger rubbed his temples, internally lamenting that their voracity might lead to financial ruin for the territory. However, despite their enormous appetites, their combat prowess was undeniably impressive. At that moment, Xiong'er, somewhat bashful, spoke up. "Leader, I wish to discuss something with you." Roger, taken aback by Xiong'er's sheepish demeanor, nearly slipped off his chair, a chill running down his spine. "Speak plainly." "Hee. Our hometown is Everwinter City. I wish to bring my kin over." Raymond spat out the sip of liquor he had just taken. Roger nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before regaining his composure. "How many kinfolk remain in your hometown?" Xiong'er pondered, counting on his fluffy fingers. "Perhaps around 200." "Around 200? Raymond's voice shifted in pitch. Do they all possess such hearty appetites as yours? Xiong'er quickly waved his hand in denial. No, no. We five are the most gluttonous in our clan. The appetites of the other tribespeople are considerably smaller. It is precisely because we eat so voraciously that we felt compelled to venture out into the world. Chapter 040. Origins. Despite the fervent assertions from Bear 2 that the appetites of his kin were significantly smaller, Roger remained cautiously inquisitive. By how much smaller? How many pounds do they consume in a single meal? Bear 1 scratched his head, contemplating. Well, perhaps around 5 or 6 pounds per meal. An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Harris's wings froze mid-flap. Luna's pointed ears twitched slightly, and Raymond's expression resembled that of a man struck by lightning. The thought of one individual consuming 5 or 6 pounds in a single sitting meant that, over a day, one would require 15 pounds, leading to a staggering daily consumption of 3,000 pounds for 200 individuals. Roger inwardly chuckled bitterly and patted Bear 1's shoulder. Bear 1, you can see the current state of the territory. It is evident that we cannot sustain your people. However, I promise you that once the territory flourishes, I will certainly bring your kin here. Upon hearing this, Bear 1's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped Roger's hand. Boss, I knew you were the best. The strength of his grip was such that, were it not for his bloodline, Roger's bones might have been crushed. Before that, you all must assist me in developing the territory. Absolutely, boss. The 5 bear men chorused in unison, their voices resonating so powerfully that dust rained down from the rafters. After rubbing his now-numb ears, Roger instructed them to transport all the supplies scavenged from the barbarian camp. He then summoned Old John, adopting an exceptionally grave demeanor. Old John, I must ask you a question, and you must respond truthfully without any concealment. Old John promptly bowed. My lord, please inquire. I assure you I will speak without reservation. When did the barbarians by the seaside first establish themselves there? Roger felt a sense of trepidation regarding the origins of these barbarians. Should they be backed by some formidable force, it could spell trouble. Old John pondered carefully. My lord, those barbarians appeared suddenly 10 years ago. That day was my birthday, and it is a day I fear I shall never forget. Suddenly appeared? Harris keenly seized upon this phrasing. What do you mean? Quite literally, my lord. 10 years ago, the villagers went fishing as usual by the seaside, only to discover these barbarians had materialized. It was as if they had simply come into existence. Materialized? Did they fall from the sky or emerge from the sea? Old John, had you ever encountered these barbarians before? Never. Old John asserted with unwavering certainty, shaking his head. Our terrain is quite remote. If any strangers passed through, the villagers would have certainly noticed. Those barbarians seemed to have sprouted from the earth overnight. Roger and Harris exchanged glances, finding the explanation exceedingly peculiar. He would rather believe that the barbarians had come from the sea. Yet, considering the perilous nature of the ocean, how had they reached safety? Unless the barbarians had some connection with the sea monsters. Suddenly, Harris clapped his wings. That seashell. He promptly shook his head, countering his own thought. But that seems unlikely. If those barbarians could indeed control sea monsters, they would not have been decimated by the sea god they summoned. Roger nodded, turning his gaze back to Old John. Please continue. The villagers gazed at the barbarians with a sense of wonder and approached them, hoping to engage in communication. However, at this juncture, Old John's expression shifted to one of dread as he wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered. Those barbarians devoured several villagers alive. Devoured alive? Raymond grimaced, and the expressions of the others mirrored his revulsion. From that moment on, the barbarians established their presence in the bay, occasionally venturing into the village to seize individuals. Roger furrowed his brow, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. They did not interact with others. Some do. Every year, a group of cloaked figures arrives from the outside and heads toward the shoreline. When they depart, they always take several wooden crates with them. Instantly, Roger and the others became alert. Cloaked figures? Indeed, my lord. Those individuals are shrouded in black robes, rendering their features indistinguishable. Each time they visit, they linger in the barbarian camp for several days, and upon their departure, the barbarians become particularly aggressive, raiding the village with reckless abandon. Cloaked figures, he murmured, glancing at Harris and Raymond. What do you suppose they are? Raymond's tone grew solemn. To command the barbarians and routinely extract treasures from the depths. This bears the hallmark of a clandestine organization. Harris's feathers bristled slightly. It reminds me of an ancient legend, the Abyss cult. Raymond's complexion paled, and he exclaimed, impossible. That cult was eradicated by a coalition of great nations over a century ago. Observing his reaction, Roger raised an eyebrow. The Abyss cult? It does not sound benevolent. Raymond, you seem quite knowledgeable about it. Raymond's expression remained grave. This cult once unleashed torrents of bloodshed across the continent. They venerated ancient entities of the deep sea, believing the world would ultimately be submerged, and all living beings would return to the abyss. Harris added, it is rumored that the Abyss cult specifically sought treasures from the ocean floor for some nefarious rituals. Roger suddenly comprehended. So, those cloaked figures are likely remnants of the Abyss cult. They exploit the barbarians to collect underwater treasures, returning periodically to retrieve them. Then, they conduct their rituals? What a bunch of lunatics, he scoffed. To possess such valuable treasures and not indulge in them, but rather engage in wicked ceremonies. Quite likely, Raymond concurred. If this is indeed the case, we may be embroiled in significant trouble. Roger, however, remained unconvinced. What trouble could there be? Was it not said that the Abyss cult was vanquished a century ago by a coalition of powerful nations? If those nations were to discover that remnants of the Abyss cult still exist, would they simply stand by? Well, Harris pondered, rubbing his head with his wing. You're considering this too simplistically? Given the integrity of the high-ranking officials in various nations, they would not mobilize for a mere handful of remnants unless those remnants were to incite another bloody uprising akin to a century ago. Roger frowned. So, unless those madmen truly cause a significant uproar, the nations would turn a blind eye? Harris nodded in resignation. Precisely. After a moment's contemplation, a glimmer of insight flickered in Roger's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Conversely, the abyssal cult would dare not create too much commotion. They must act with discretion. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps. Raymond shook his head, turning his gaze towards old John. You mentioned that those figures in black robes arrive periodically. When is their next visit? Old John extended his fingers, calculating. In 7 months. The group exchanged glances. This implies that those cloaked individuals will indeed return in 7 months. By that time, should they discover the annihilation of the coastal barbarians and the treasure stripped bare, it is likely they will seek retribution. 7 months may prove sufficient. We shall then witness whether they choose to remain inconspicuous or to act ostentatiously. Chapter 041. Value. Raymond felt a twinge of concern. What if the other party acted boldly? Will we be able to withstand it? Roger shrugged nonchalantly. If we can't, we can always retreat. There's no need to engage in a futile struggle. Raymond was momentarily silenced by his unapologetic theory of retreat, eventually managing to utter, "But you are the Lord now, aren't you? So what if I am a Lord? Does that mean I cannot strategically withdraw? Surviving allows for a comeback. Death leaves nothing behind. I am neither a noble nor a knight. Perhaps true nobles or knights might fight to the end for honor, but I carry no such burden." Raymond opened his mouth, seemingly ready to argue, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Perhaps you were right. Harris was equally optimistic. Let's not forget the 200 bear folk in Everwinter City. If we can bring them over, imagine the formidable strength we would possess. If those remnants of the Abyss cult choose to confront us, things would escalate, and they would surely wish to avoid attracting the attention of other nations, would they not? Raymond's eyes brightened. Indeed, if we could bring the bear folk here. He then furrowed his brow. But their food consumption. 200 bear folk would require at least 3,000 pounds of food daily. Can this territory sustain them? Let us explore the land tomorrow to see how much arable land we possess. Suddenly, Harris flapped his wings. Wait, I just thought a question. Why did the Abyss cult choose this remote bay? Roger paused at this revelation. Indeed, the entire continent is surrounded by oceans, with such an extensive coastline. Why pick this desolate spot? Raymond voiced his speculation. Perhaps they have established similar outposts along many coastlines? Roger found his reasoning compelling, considering he was unaware of conditions along other coastlines. It is also possible they were drawn here by the infamous reputation of this demon's land. This notoriety has perhaps become the perfect cover, as outsiders rarely pay attention to this place. We shall visit the barbarian camp again tomorrow to see if there are any overlooked clues. At that moment, the bear folk returned, carrying 6 chests they had scavenged from the barbarian camp. The first chest contained pearls. Upon emptying the chest onto the table, they revealed 8 fist-sized pearls, 23 egg-sized pearls, and 17 medium-sized pearls. Roger picked up one of the fist-sized pearls. "Harris, are you certain this can fetch 1,000,000 crystal coins?" Harris nodded with unwavering certainty. 3 years ago, I attended an auction where a pearl slightly smaller and of lesser quality sold for 800,000. Roger quickly calculated the value of the pearls. Just the 8 large ones alone were worth 8 million crystal coins, easily bringing the total value above 30 million crystal coins. During the kidnapping of the Raven King's son in the Valencia Empire, they had exerted considerable effort to obtain 5 million crystal coins. Yet here, in this so-called demoness land, they had effortlessly acquired treasures valued in the tens of millions. In a moment of astonishment, he suddenly realized that the contents of the other crates might also be immensely valuable, prompting him to urge Bear to pry open the remaining boxes. The second and third boxes were filled with sun-dried corals, glimmering with a dark crimson sheen under the candlelight. This was exquisite blood coral. Such quality of blood coral could fetch a staggering price of 100,000 crystal coins per pound in a magical potion market. Roger weighed the 2 boxes, estimating their combined weight to be at least 100 pounds, amounting to a staggering value of 10 million crystal coins. The 4th box contained a dozen dark stones, their surfaces riddled with honeycomb-like cavities. By the gods, Harith gently touched one with his wing, exclaiming in surprise, "Could this be abyssal volcanic rock? The legendary stone said to burn underwater?" The 5th box was meticulously filled with dozens of sealed glass bottles, each containing a glowing marine creature. Deep-sea bioluminescent jellyfish. This was indeed the core material for crafting high-level illumination magical artifacts. Within the 6th box was yet another box, entirely black and made of some metallic material. This material, Harith scrutinized it, uncertain. Could it be the fabled deep-sea dark iron? Roger retrieved the box, which felt somewhat cold to the touch. Upon opening it, he discovered another small box of the same material. A nesting doll, perhaps? The moment his finger brushed against the small box, a chilling sensation surged up his fingertip. He quickly withdrew his hand, only to find a thin layer of frost forming on his fingers. Was deep-sea dark iron inherently this frigid? Harith awkwardly rubbed his wings together. This, I have only read about in books, and they did not mention it being this cold. Could it be the contents of the box causing this? After a moment's thought, he instructed old John to bring several pieces of cloth to wrap around his hands thickly before extracting the small box. Even with the thick fabric as a barrier, the piercing cold still rendered his fingers numb. He placed the small box on the table and cautiously opened it. A visible wave of white chill immediately spread out, causing the temperature in the entire hall to plummet. Roger, at the forefront, was quickly covered in a layer of frost, his breath transforming into white mist. Nearby, Bear and the others sneezed, rubbing their arms, which had erupted in goosebumps. How cold! It felt as if they had returned to Eternal Winter City. Raymond stumbled back a few steps, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What in the world is this? Luna's pointed ears perked up, and she leapt back as if struck by an electric shock. Harith fluttered to the chandelier. And master, old John's beard was laden with frost, his teeth chattering as he spoke. This thing is too sinister. Roger hastily closed the box, significantly diminishing the terrifying chill. What on earth is this peculiar item? Raymond rubbed his frozen arms, his voice still trembling. Roger brushed off the frost from his body and looked up at Harith on the chandelier. You saw it, did you not? Inside the box lay a fist-sized, deep blue crystal, its surface swirling with an eerie radiance, pulsating as if imbued with life. Indeed, I saw it. Harris descended and landed upon the table, gazing at the small chest with a lingering sense of trepidation. I too was oblivious to the nature of this object. Perhaps Anna, the teacher, would possess the knowledge. Alas, he was bound to this territory for the foreseeable future. Harris continued, "Yet this is undoubtedly a treasure. The sheer purity and potency of this ice magic, if harnessed to forge ice magic equipment, could potentially yield legendary-grade weapons. I dare say an offer of 10 million crystal coins would find a willing buyer." As he beheld these rare and exquisite treasures, Roger was engulfed by regret, wishing he could strike his thigh in frustration. Had he known such remarkable artifacts resided within the barbarian encampment, he would have captured some live specimens for their utilization. Now, it truly felt like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Who could have anticipated that a barbarian tribe, collecting tributes in such a destitute territory, would possess such remarkable treasures? With a melancholic sigh, he could only comfort himself with the notion that one must not be overly avaricious. Chapter 042. The Giant Rabbit. The following day, the group arrived at the coastal barbarian encampment. Aside from the remnants of yesterday's battle, everything appeared unremarkable. A flock of seabirds busily pecked at the corpses of the barbarians. The group dispersed to search for any potential clues. They meticulously scoured every corner of the encampment. Before long, Luna called them over. At the edge of the camp, a rocky wall was entwined with vines, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, upon Luna's careful prodding, an inconspicuous groove was revealed. The groove had a peculiar shape, clearly not a result of natural formation. Harris landed on the rock face and gently tapped the edge of the groove with his claws. It appeared to be some sort of mechanism, requiring a specific key for activation. A key? Raymond glanced at the barbarian corpses being feasted upon by the birds. Could it be on one of them? Roger was reluctant to search through the dead. "Bear, smash it open and see." "All right." Bear hefted his battle axe and delivered a powerful blow with the back of it. Bang! Chunks of stone flew, and a fissure opened in the rocky wall. "Hey, quite sturdy, isn't it?" Bear swung his axe again with great force. Boom! The rock face finally succumbed, shattering and revealing a dark entrance. Roger peered into the opening. The cave was not deep, approximately 10 meters in length. At the far end stood an altar. An altar? Did these barbarians have something to worship? Just as he was about to enter, Bear halted him. "Boss, what if there's danger? Let me go." Without waiting for Roger's reply, Bear strode into the cave, reaching the end after a few steps. After a brief examination, he emerged. "Boss, there's just a shabby altar inside. Nothing dangerous." Roger nodded and ventured into the cave. At the far end, on a rough stone altar, lay a slab inscribed with strange characters. He could not comprehend it all. After carefully tapping around the rocky walls to ensure there were no hidden spaces, he picked up the slab and exited. "Harris, what does it say?" At a mere glance, Harris's feathers bristled in alarm. "Goodness, I am familiar with the script of all civilizations on the continent, yet I cannot decipher a single word of this." Raymond surveyed it as well and shook his head. Could it be the script of these barbarian tribes? Yet the characters were excessively neat, exhibiting a certain pattern in their strokes, far too sophisticated for a small tribe to have devised. Harris helplessly shrugged his wings. "Let us take it back for now. We can consult Teacher Anna. She will surely know. It seems we have no other choice. Let us return." Upon their return to the castle, they enlisted Old John to begin surveying the territory. Most of the dwellings were humble, thatched huts constructed from mud and straw, their walls riddled with cracks, and the roofs sparsely thatched, clearly incapable of withstanding the elements. Occasionally, a few slightly better wooden houses could be seen, but they too were old and in disrepair, precariously teetering. Why aren't these houses being repaired? Roger pondered. It's troublesome to procure stone and timber, yet mud is abundant everywhere. Old John sighed bitterly. Unbeknownst to the adults, the former lord established a rule that mandated a repair tax for fixing houses. To mend a wall, one must pay 50 crystal coins. To replace a roof, 100 coins. Consequently, no one dared to undertake any repairs. Upon hearing this, Raymond was consumed by fury. This was nothing short of blatant extortion. Roger found it equally absurd and was about to command the immediate repeal of this regulation. However, he reconsidered, realizing that the buildings were in such disrepair that even if restored, they would hardly be of any use. Perhaps it would be best to demolish all these houses and construct anew. Harris was astonished by the notion of tearing down all the buildings. All of them? That amounts to hundreds of houses. Such an endeavor would require substantial manpower and resources. Constructing wooden houses would not be overly burdensome in terms of finances or materials. He continued, "From my observations, this region experiences a tropical monsoon maritime climate with indistinct seasons, thus eliminating concerns regarding winter insulation. The timber needed for construction is abundantly available in the nearby forest." He gestured toward the eastern woods. Old John cautiously interjected, "My lord, there are magical beasts lurking in those woods. Surely those beasts cannot be larger than the octopus from yesterday?" At this, Old John paused, recalling the giant octopus that resembled a small mountain, and bowed his head in reverence. "Indeed, you speak the truth." Roger turned to Harris and inquired, "Are there any craftsmen in the territory?" Yesterday, Harris had been tasked with recording population information alongside Raymond and had not had the opportunity to check. Harris nodded. "There are 10 carpenters, a few masons, tilers, and blacksmiths. The rest only know how to cultivate sugarcane. Let us venture into the forest, then," Roger replied, intrigued about what kinds of magical beasts might dwell within. Upon reaching the forest's edge, everything appeared unremarkable, merely overgrown with shrubs. As they ventured deeper, Roger observed that the plants grew increasingly colossal. Ordinary ferns towered over them, reaching heights surpassing a person, and the tree trunks were significantly thicker than those of the periphery. "This place is peculiar," Raymond observed, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "These plants are excessively large. The concentration of magical energy here is far too intense." Harris's wings fluttered nervously. No wonder magical beasts thrive in this environment. Intense magical energy? Roger was oblivious to this, instead noticing a gigantic mushroom beside a tree root not far away. The umbrella-like cap of the mushroom was larger than a wash basin. This appearance seemed familiar. Upon reflection, he recalled having seen a similar mushroom at the forest's edge, though that one was merely the size of a fist. He approached the enormous mushroom, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from its exaggerated size, it appeared to be quite similar to an ordinary mushroom. "Luna, is this edible?" "Luna nadi gently." "Yes, it is." As soon as she spoke, her pointed ears perked up. "Something is approaching." The thicket ahead began to shake violently, and a white figure, the size of a calf, suddenly sprang forth. Upon catching sight of its form, Roger's mouth fell agape. Goodness, a rabbit? He had never before encountered a rabbit of such colossal proportions. With long ears, a 3-pronged mouth, and bright red eyes positioned on either side of its head, it was unmistakably a rabbit, yet its size suggested it weighed several hundred kilograms. Before he could fully express his astonishment, Luna had already drawn her bow, the string vibrating delicately as 2 arrows struck with precision into the blood-red eyes of the colossal rabbit. Without hesitation, she fired another arrow. Just as the giant creature opened its mouth to unleash a cry of agony, the 3rd arrow pierced through its exposed throat. The great rabbit staggered a few steps before collapsing, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness, leaving Roger to click his tongue in disbelief as he inquired of Luna, "Have you encountered such a rabbit before? This is certainly no ordinary creature. Could it be a result of genetic mutation?" Luna's expression remained composed. "It is quite common in our region." Chapter 043. Soil. The territory boasts approximately 3,000 acres of sugarcane fields, primarily concentrated in the northeastern region. By all accounts, this expanse is quite substantial, measuring over 50 kilometers in width and more than 100 kilometers in length from north to south. However, aside from the 3,000 acres of sugarcane, the remaining areas contain only scattered small plots of farmland, totaling merely over 1,000 acres. How can such a vast territory yield so little? Is it that the former lord forbade you from farming, or does cultivating the land require significant financial investment? With a population exceeding 2,000 inhabitants, the average land allocation amounts to merely 2 acres per person. It's a wonder they aren't starving. Coupled with the lord's merciless exploitation, the survival of these villagers is nothing short of miraculous. Old John sighed helplessly. "My lord, it is not that we do not wish to farm. Rather, much of the land is dominated by what is known as the devil's fruit." He had almost forgotten this detail. The cassava, known locally as the devil's fruit, What is so frightful about this devil's fruit? Old John's face was etched with fear. My lord, this is a warning passed down through generations. These devil's fruits can siphon away a person's soul. Anyone who consumes it gradually transforms into a mere shell of their former self. Roger raised an eyebrow. What specific symptoms manifest? I have heard my grandfather speak of this. Initially, one experiences a fever, followed by convulsions in the limbs, and ultimately old John mimicked rolling his eyes. The person becomes vacant, as if their soul has departed. It sounded more like symptoms of poisoning than soul siphoning. So, the ancestral warning insists that one must not even touch these devil's fruits? Yes, my lord. Old John nodded fervently. Even cutting them down invites misfortune. It seemed the villagers' fear of cassava was deeply ingrained. Roger rubbed his temples and inquired, how many acres of devil's fruit exist throughout the territory? Old John calculated with his fingers. At the very least, there must be 50,000 acres, perhaps even more. At least 50,000 acres. Roger nearly choked on his own saliva. If these cassavas were fit for consumption, how many lives could they sustain? Even if a single acre produces 2,000 pounds. 50,000 acres would yield a staggering 100 million pounds. 200 bears consume 3,000 pounds a day. It would last them nearly a century. Harris flapped his wings and landed on Roger's shoulder. Last time, you mentioned these devil's fruits were edible. Roger rubbed his hands together excitedly. Of course they are edible. Back in my homeland, we refer to it as cassava, a vital staple crop. Upon hearing this, old John turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. My lord, you must not. This could cost lives, Roger reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Fear not, I have a plan. Bear 4 and Bear 5. Go and dig up a few roots of the devil's fruit to bring back to the castle. Bear 1, Bear 2, and Bear 3. Venture into the forest to collect 2 bags of soil from the spot where you just caught the rabbits. Harris inquired curiously, what do you need the soil from the forest for? Digging up the devil's fruits I can understand, but what use is the soil? For an experiment, Roger replied. He was more intrigued by why the flora and fauna in the forest grew to such impressive sizes than by the cassava itself. Harris remarked that the concentration of magical energy within the forest far exceeds that of the outside world. Yet, even magic must have a source, does it not? He speculated whether the forest had been struck by meteorites, which might carry some form of radiation or energy. Harris, when did magic first emerge? He pondered. Harris chuckled softly. That question was akin to asking, since when has the sky been blue? According to the most ancient elven texts, magic has existed since the dawn of the world, as ubiquitous as the air we breathe. Could it be that this planet inherently possesses the energy referred to as magic, and that life forms subsequently adapted to this magic? Was it possible that this magic was some sort of radiation? Regrettably, he lacked any means of testing his hypothesis. Radiation? Harris mused, hearing his own thoughts aloud. What is that? It is a very peculiar type of energy. In my homeland, certain minerals emit this energy, causing mutations in the surrounding flora. So, do you possess magic? No. In my homeland, this energy is lethal. Even a slight increase in its potency can lead to death. If the magic here truly is some form of radiation, then its concentration must be quite terrifying. He could not help but feel a sense of relief. Had he not become a vampire, he might have perished long ago. Shaking his head, he resolved to tackle the issue of the cassava first. Upon returning to the castle, Bears 4 and 5 had already dragged in 2 enormous cassava plants. Roger examined the cassava tubers closely, confirming they were similar to the varieties found on Earth, albeit over 3 times their size. He plucked one cassava and sliced it open, revealing its pure white flesh. Old John watched in horror, several times attempting to intervene, but hesitating in fear. Roger handed half of the cassava to Luna. What do you think? Luna took the cassava, brought it to her nose for a careful sniff, and then scooped a small piece with her finger to taste. Her pointed ears twitched slightly as she spat out the cassava residue, declaring it's toxic. Although the poison was not exceedingly potent, it could be lethal to an ordinary person if consumed in excess. Raymond exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly a devil fruit?" Roger shook his head and summoned a servant. Upon seeing the cassava handed to him, the servant turned pale trembling as he took 2 steps back. "My lord, this is a devil fruit. Touching it can be fatal." Roger retorted, "Do you see me dead?" The servant hesitated for a long moment before nervously accepting the cassava, his expression resembling that of someone holding a bomb poised to explode. "And my lord, is this really safe?" Old John asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled. "Of course it's safe. Take it to the kitchen, peel it, slice it, and soak it in clean water. Change the water twice a day, and after 3 days, bring it back." The servant nodded stiffly, clutching the cassava as he retreated. Raymond queried in disbelief, "Will this truly remove the toxicity?" "That is how it's handled in my homeland." At that moment, Bear Big and the others returned, bearing 2 sacks of forest soil. "Pour the soil onto the vacant space in the backyard and level it out." What experiment is to be conducted? The remarkable growth of plants in the forest is likely associated with a particular component within the soil. Are you referring to magic? Harris pawed at the earth with his claws. Indeed, this soil possesses a certain enchantment, with a concentration of magical essence far greater than that found elsewhere. Roger pinched the soil between his fingers. This is merely the humus commonly found in forests, devoid of any discernible magic. Have a servant transplant the seedlings from the adjacent field into this forest soil. Chapter 044. Planning the following morning, a servant approached with troubling news. "My lord, the seedlings planted yesterday have all wilted." "Wilted?" Raymond replied, bewildered. Upon inspecting the backyard, he indeed found the seedlings drooping and their leaves yellowed and withered. "Strange," he remarked, perplexed. Given the lush growth of the forest flora, the soil should be quite fertile. "It appears it may be overly fertile," he mused. The plants in the forest thrived, suggesting they had adapted to such rich nutrients or perhaps magical energies. Roger commanded the removal of all the wilted seedlings and instructed to mix the forest's humus with ordinary soil in ratios of 1:5, 1:10, and 1:15, creating 3 small plots for replanting. The next day, in the 1:5 ratio plot, the seedlings exhibited the same wilting issue. In the 1:10 ratio plot, however, the seedlings flourished, their leaves a noticeably vibrant green and plump, while in the 1:15 plot, the seedlings were similar to those in the ordinary field. "Well, this is indeed promising." Harris flapped his wings excitedly. "Do you far back home?" "Not really. I've merely observed my grandparents tending to their garden. If too much fertilizer is applied, it can scorch the seedlings." He directed the servants to continue experimenting with the humus ratios. Understanding that 1:10 may not be the optimal mix, it could be 1:9 or even 1:11. It seemed that the forest humus could indeed enhance farmland. But first, the transportation issue needed addressing. There were no decent roads leading to the forest, and relying solely on manual labor would be inefficient. "It appears we must construct roads," he concluded. Throughout the territory, only a small stretch from the castle to the foot of the mountain was paved with blue stone. The rest could only be described as muddy pits. With the rainy season approaching, these paths would likely turn into quagmires, impeding normal passage. Road construction? Harris flapped his wings again. "The conditions are indeed poor, but building roads is a monumental task requiring considerable materials and manpower. You must understand, even if you were to acquire treasures worth millions, such extravagant expenditure would soon deplete your resources. Moreover, the villagers appeared gaunt and frail, barely able to walk. Expecting them to perform strenuous labor would likely result in many collapsing within hours. Given the current conditions, we shall make do with what we have. When circumstances improve, constructing an asphalt road will be feasible. But for now, we lack both personnel and tools. Thus, we must adapt." He resolved to first level and compact the existing roads, transforming them into sturdy dirt paths. This approach would require no stone, and the manpower needed would be relatively minimal, making it manageable for the villagers. With a determined mindset, he instructed his companions. "Shionda, you and your men go to the forest and fell some sizable trees. But do not venture too deep. Who knows what beasts lurk within?" Shionda pounded his chest confidently. "Leave it to me, boss. A simple task." He then led his 4 brothers, axes in hand, toward the forest. Upon reaching the platform, he rang the magical bell to summon the villagers. Soon, they began to gather at the foot of the mountain. Roger observed that the villagers, who had appeared lifeless just the day before, now exhibited a glimmer of vitality in their eyes and a semblance of spirit on their faces. The lord of the land resolved to repair the roads within his domain. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with despair. Roger had previously learned from old John that when the former lord conscripted labor, there was no remuneration, and the workers were required to bring their own provisions, with some even perishing from exhaustion at the worksite. Villagers participating in the road construction would receive 2 pounds of grain each day. Noticing their astonishment, Roger added that once the roads were completed, he would provide timber from the forest for them to build new homes, without imposing any taxes. Reflecting on the absurd repair tax levied by the former lord, he found it utterly ludicrous that such a tax could be conceived. Even more astonishing was his discovery in the castle's ledgers, where he found over 20 different tax items listed for the territory, an unheard-of situation. No wonder the villagers moved about like mere shadows of themselves. What they faced was not taxation, but rather a systematic plundering of their very essence. The villagers gasped in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. Furthermore, the Lord declared the immediate abolition of all the oppressive taxes imposed by his predecessor. From this moment forth, they would only be required to pay land taxes. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the villagers, their eyes brimming with tears of joy as they fell to their knees. "Lord, you are merciful. May the gods bless you," whispered Harris from aside. "But what will happen to the territory's finances with the elimination of so many taxes? Will you deplete the treasury?" Roger shook his head. How much could these oppressive taxes possibly yield? Instead of squeezing these impoverished villagers, it is far more prudent to seek ways to develop industries and earn revenue from outside. Develop industries? What industries could possibly thrive in this remote region? If there were any viable industries, it would not be in such a state of poverty. Harris retorted. The most lucrative resource would likely be the pearls from the sea. Unfortunately, those savages had left none behind, and he could not recklessly send villagers into the ocean to search. Lacking defenses against sea beasts, sending villagers into the waters would merely be delivering them to their doom. Fortunately, there were numerous other projects that could be developed beyond the treasures of the sea, albeit they may not yield as quick a profit as pearls. For instance, cultivating wasteland to grow sugarcane. Sugarcane could not only be used to produce sugar, but also for brewing alcohol, and the leftover pulp could be utilized for papermaking. Papermaking? Are you referring to parchment? Sugarcane can be used for papermaking? Is it some sort of magical process? Harris exclaimed incredulously. Magical process? Roger chuckled softly. This planet is quite backward indeed. Here, only the affluent can afford paper. In my homeland, paper is the most common writing material, accessible to all. It is not magic, merely a simple technological method. One can produce paper without magic, and everyone can afford it. Harris's wings fluttered in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is that possible? Is everyone in your homeland wealthy? Not everyone is affluent. It is merely the cost of paper that is exceedingly low, to the point where ordinary individuals utilize it to wipe their noses, discarding it carelessly afterward." Wipe their noses. Harris seemed to hear a tale from the Arabian Nights. The price of a single sheet of parchment is sufficient to sustain a humble family for a fortnight. Even the wealthy would not resort to such a use. He then pondered a more significant point. If the paper is so inexpensive in your land, does that not imply that even common folk can read and write? Truly, you speak correctly. In my homeland, everyone is literate, and knowledge is no longer a privilege reserved for the nobility. Harris was taken aback, nearly a loss for words. This could fundamentally disrupt the entire order of the continent. However, before that, Roger gently tapped on the city wall. We must first establish a solid foundation. Observing the villagers still kneeling in gratitude, Roger clapped his hands. Rise, all of you. In 2 days, those willing to participate in road construction may sign up before the castle. The elderly and the infirm need not overexert themselves. The villagers then gradually dispersed. Chapter 045. The demon boar Roger stood in the middle of the road, contemplating its width when he suddenly felt an unusual tremor beneath his feet. An earthquake? In the distance, the sound of splintering trees echoed, and he beheld a colossal creature barreling towards him. This beast resembled a wild boar, its 2 curved tusks as thick as a man's thigh. Its body was cloaked in bristling black quills. Each step it took sending tremors through the ground. Nearby villagers screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, while some collapsed in fright. It was the steel, quill demon boar. Harris exclaimed in shock. How could it possibly appear here? Luna swiftly unslung her bow and prepared an arrow, but Roger raised his hand to halt her. Wait! On the back of the rampaging demon boar sat Bear Big, covered in blood. He clung desperately to the vines entwined around the boar's neck. Ha ha ha! Boss! Look what I've caught! Bear Big shouted excitedly, his voice breaking amidst the chaotic motion. This fellow possesses incredible strength. The demon boar thrashed violently, attempting to throw Bear Big off its back, a sight that filled onlookers with dread. Suddenly, the boar made a sharp turn, its massive tusks sweeping past the trees, snapping trunks as thick as bowls with ease. Bear 2, Bear 3, hurry and help, Bear Big shouted, tightening his grip on the vines. At that moment, Roger noticed that several thick vines were also wrapped around the boar's hind legs, with Bear 2 and Bear 3 desperately pulling on the other ends, dragging along the ground and carving deep furrows. The disheveled Bear 2 shouted back, Can't you see we're helping? Bear 4, Bear 5, you two idiots need to run faster. Not far behind, Bear 4 and Bear 5 sprinted toward them. These lunatics! Raymond watched in astonishment. Surely, they do not intend to tame this demon boar? Roger, intrigued, thought, is it truly possible to tame such a creature? While he understood that domestic pigs were derived from wild boars, the demon boar before him was an entirely different entity. It appeared more ferocious than a tank, its tusks capable of skewering a person like a candied hawthorn. Harris shook his wings. Theoretically, it is not impossible, but taming a beast of such ferocity is exceedingly difficult. Bear Big and the others are playing with fire. These fools! Roger cursed under his breath, having previously warned them not to venture too deep into the forest. He wondered if they had disobeyed him, or if this demon boar had emerged from the depths of the woods. Furthermore, he had not anticipated such an occurrence, and had not brought his black python bow with him. Luna's light bow would likely only tickle the demon boar. As he hesitated whether to return for the black python bow, the demon boar suddenly skidded to a halt, and Bear Big could no longer maintain his grip, being hurled off like a rag doll and crashing heavily onto a mound of earth by the roadside. The boar's tusks aimed directly at Bear Big, nostrils flaring with steam, and its hind legs began to dig into the ground, preparing to charge. Bear Big, watch out! Just as the words left Roger's lips, the demon boar lunged forward like a cannonball. In a moment of dire peril, Bear 1 executed a deft roll to evade a fatal strike, while the fangs of the demonic boar sank deeply into the ground, rendering it momentarily immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Bear 2 and Bear 3 lunged forward, each grasping one of the boar's hind legs. Meanwhile, Bear 4 and Bear 5 firmly restrained the creature's front legs, pinning the frenzied beast to the earth. The demonic boar emitted a deafening howl, thrashing wildly as the 4 bear men exerted every ounce of their strength to hold it down. Bear 1 wiped the blood from his face and charged forward, seizing the boar's ear and raising his fist as large as a cooking pot to strike its forehead. Bang! 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 The boar's cries of agony intensified, its struggles growing more frantic. Settle down, Bear 1 bellowed, his fists falling like rain. Try moving again. After enduring dozens of blows, the boar's howls gradually morphed into pitiful whimpers, and its thrashing diminished. Roger couldn't help but marvel at the boar's resilience. Had it been an ordinary beast, Bear 1's punch would surely have been enough to fracture its skull. After a few more strikes, the boar finally collapsed, its cries transforming into whimpers that seemed to plead for mercy. Bear 1 ceased his assault, panting heavily as he patted the boar's head. It would have been better to do this sooner. A few onlookers nearby stared in astonishment at the scene. This fellow had truly tamed a demonic boar with his fists. Bear 1 cast a proud glance at Roger. Boss, this creature has submitted. Are you certain it will obey? Bear 1 responded confidently. Do not worry, boss. This is how we tame the snow mammoths in Everwinter City. As long as it is subdued, it will suffice. Roger cautiously approached the now prostrate boar. Although it appeared temporarily subdued, Its crimson eyes still glimmered with a wild ferocity. "Are you sure it won't suddenly lash out?" Bear 1 grinned. "Fear not, boss. If it dares to misbehave, I will just give it another beating." He raised his fist in a show of bravado. The boar seemed to comprehend Bear 1's words, emitting a disgruntled grunt and rubbing its massive head against the ground, adopting a submissive demeanor. Seeing Bear 1's unwavering confidence, Roger refrained from further protest. Circling the colossal creature, he inquired, "How did you encounter it? Weren't you advised against venturing deep into the forest?" "Boss, we truly did not venture far. This foolish pig charged out from the depths of the woods on its own, likely startled by the noise of our tree felling," Bear 2 added. "The moment it spotted us, it bolted over like a mad beast, and we had no choice but to fight back." This certainly seemed plausible. The villagers had previously refrained from entering the forest. Today, however, Bear 1 and his companions had made quite a commotion while chopping down trees. "Then why didn't you simply team up to kill it? What made you consider capturing and taming it instead?" Bear 1 chuckled, patting the boar's forehead. "To serve as a mount for boss." Roger's lips twitched at the thought. It was indeed difficult to imagine riding atop this creature, with its bristly mane resembling steel needles and tusks thicker than his thighs. "Look, boss," Bear 1 exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Imagine charging in a battle on this beast's back. It would be utterly magnificent. No knightly steed can compare." Roger hastily waved his hand. No, you may as well keep this creature for your own amusement. I jest, but this infernal boar charges like a tank. With his diminutive stature, I fear a mere jolt would send him tumbling to the ground, crushed beneath its weight." Bear, feeling a twinge of regret, scratched his head, but soon his eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Then I shall use it as my mount." Observing Bear's exuberance and the boar feigning death on the ground, Roger could only shake his head in resignation. "Suit yourself, but ensure it poses no threat to others." Bear immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Do not worry, boss. If it dares to misbehave, I shall roast it for dinner." Chapter 046. Treatment. Roger observed the steady drip of crimson blood from Bear Big's back, pooling into a small puddle upon the muddy ground. Noticing no significant wounds on Bear Big's front, he initially assumed the blood belonged to the magical boar, only to discover that Bear Big himself had sustained injuries. "Bear Big, how severe is your wound?" Bear Big nonchalantly patted his chest, producing a dull thud. "Just a minor injury." "Look, boss." However, his vigorous movement aggravated the wound on his back, causing him to grimace in pain. "Ouch, it's just a bit fiery." Quickly, he turned around, revealing a ghastly gash that extended from his shoulder to his waist, the flesh grotesquely torn and blood oozing profusely. Harris, upon witnessing this, clicked his tongue in dismay. "That is quite a serious injury. It's unfortunate that there are no healing mages around here. Otherwise, it could be treated swiftly." Roger furrowed his brow. Where could one possibly find a healing mage or a decent clinic in this vicinity? Harris shook his head. "In such a remote and impoverished area, it's unlikely there would be any healing mages or respectable clinics. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The beast folk possess formidable self-healing abilities, and this injury is not fatal for a bear person." Roger remained unconvinced. "But with a wound this deep, it still poses a risk if left untreated, doesn't it? If you're concerned, Miss Luna should have some knowledge of herbs. The elven folk are quite knowledgeable about plants." Luna nodded slightly. "I do have some understanding." Roger promptly commanded, "Bear 2, Bear 3, accompany Luna to gather herbs. Be cautious. If you encounter any more magical beasts, flee immediately." Bear 2 and Bear 3 straightened up, thumping their chests in assurance. "Rest easy, boss. We will protect Miss Luna." Bear 4, Bear 5, keep a close watch on this magical boar. Ensure it does not run amok or harm the villagers. Bear Big, return to the castle with me. We shall wait for Luna to return and tend to your wounds." Upon returning to the castle, he suddenly recalled that among the magical arrows he had purchased, there were healing arrows. He hastily searched for one. "Lie down, Bear Big," he instructed, and following Harris's guidance, he unscrewed the arrowhead of the healing arrow, pouring the viscous green liquid evenly over the wound on Bear Big's back. As the liquid made contact with the injury, wisps of white smoke began to rise, accompanied by a sizzling sound emanating from the wound. Bear Big's muscles tensed dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Bear with it. The magical potion is taking effect, Harris explained. The green viscous liquid flowed across the wound, and the torn flesh visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. Roger couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of magic. Such an immediate healing method was unheard of on Earth. A wound of this magnitude would typically require dozens of stitches and weeks of recovery. Boss, this potion is truly remarkable. Bear Big soon began to grunt in comfort. It's pleasantly cool. I feel no pain at all. Of course, this is a high-priced healing potion. Its efficacy is assured. Ordinary arrows cost 5 crystal coins, while a single healing arrow commanded a staggering 2,000 crystal coins. However, witnessing the instantaneous healing effect, he felt the expense was justified. After a while, Bear Big's wound had already formed a scab. Xiongda shifted his shoulders and leaped up with excitement. Boss, I feel ready to take on that monstrous boar again. Roger retorted with irritation. Save your breath. If that beast were any stronger, you lot would have already been turned into bear patties. If even one of the 5 brothers were absent, taming that monstrous boar would be out of the question. The more Roger contemplated, the more apprehensive he became, fixing a serious gaze upon Xiongda. No more reckless ventures in the future. You all are currently the strongest force in our territory. Any misstep could jeopardize the entire region's safety. Xiongda scratched his head and chuckled. You're right, boss. We'll definitely be more cautious next time. At that moment, Luna, along with Xiong Air and Xiong San, returned with gathered herbs. Upon seeing the lively Xiongda and his healed back wound, Luna raised an eyebrow in surprise. Magic? Indeed, the magical arrows we purchased last time proved useful. Let us use these herbs to treat Xiong Air and the others. Although Xiong Air and his companions were not as severely injured as Xiongda, they bore their share of wounds. Luna skillfully crushed the herbs and applied them to their injuries. Once the wounds were tended to, Xiongda and his companions dashed out with renewed enthusiasm. Just then, a servant timidly approached, carrying a wooden basin. My lord, the devil's fruit has been soaked for 3 days. The cassava slices had turned pale from repeated soaking. He picked one up and sniffed it, detecting a faint aroma of starch. As for whether it was toxic, he did not know. He handed the cassava slice to Luna. What do you think? Luna accepted the slice, scrutinizing it closely. Her pointed ears quivered slightly, her expression one of astonishment. The toxins have dissipated? Harith exclaimed, flapping his wings in surprise. Is it really that simple? Roger chuckled. Many matters are indeed simple. It's merely a question of finding the right approach. It seems we can bring the Bear clan from Everwinter City over. So soon? Harith queried incredulously. We haven't even stabilized our own footing yet. Isn't that a bit hasty? Roger shook his head, countering. I assent it true that the deeper we venture into the forest, the more numerous, larger, and stronger the magical beasts become. That is indeed the case. Harith gestured with his wings. From my observations, the magical density in this forest exhibits a gradient distribution the further one goes. The stronger the magic, and, consequently, the magical beasts that arise will also be formidable. One wonders whether this is a blessing or a curse. If a high-tier magical beast from the depths of the forest were to emerge, our current defensive capabilities would likely be insufficient. This was precisely why he wished to bring the bear folk from Everwinter City. Xiongda mentioned that their clan numbered 200. Even if just 50 possessed combat abilities, fully armed, they would represent a force to be reckoned with. How far is Everwinter City from here? On foot, it would take at least 2 months' journey, for months round trip. Roger frowned. For months is too long. Let Xiong Wu take the dragon boat. Although it might cost a bit more, it could save nearly 2 months of time. We just need to consider whether we also have to prepare food for the journey and hire a mercenary group for escort. If necessary, it seems that even 2 million crystal coins may not suffice. At once, I summon Bear Big. Bear Big, if we were to bring your kin over, would the food for the journey be manageable? Rest assured, my leader, our bear clan possesses exceptional skills when it comes to hunting. We can easily procure enough game along the way. Would we need to send someone to escort you? Escort? Bear Big chuckled heartily. Wherever our bear clan goes, others tend to steer clear of us. There is no need for an escort. Roger found himself both amused and exasperated, yet in a way, this was reassuring. At least there would be no concerns regarding safety during the journey. Chapter 047, Development 1. After confirming that the bear tribe did not require provisions or an escort, Roger nodded. I intend to bring your people over. Really? Beardo exclaimed, nearly jumping with disbelief. Didn't you say we would have to wait until the territory developed before you could bring our tribe here? Plans often change. I have already devised a solution to the food issue. Once your people arrive, they can feast to their heart's content. Otherwise, I would not dare to bring over 200 bears, as they would consume everything before the territory is even established. Beardo rubbed his hands together in excitement. Wonderful. I shall prepare immediately. No need for you to prepare. I plan to send Bearwoo. After all, we still need combat strength here, and it is more fitting for the least capable Bearwoo to handle this small task of fetching people. Go summon Bearwoo. Understood. Bearda dashed out with great haste. Soon, 4 bears followed Bearda back, their faces alight with exhilaration. Bearwoo, unable to contain his eagerness, asked Boss, "Where do I leave?" Right now. As he spoke, Roger produced a pouch of coins. Here are 100,000 crystal coins. You shall travel by dragon boat. Dragon boat? Bearwoo scratched his head, about to take the pouch. Where do I board the dragon boat? Didn't we take you on one last time? It seemed that they had not learned how to board properly during their previous journey. Turning to the other 4 bears, Roger inquired, which of you knows how to board a dragon boat? The remaining 4 bears shook their heads in unison. Bearda, scratching his head, suggested, Boss, let him walk. We want to complain about the fatigue. This is not merely an issue of fatigue. After pondering, Roger sought out Raymond and shared his plan. I need to trouble you to run an errand. Take him back to Eternal Winter City, traveling by dragon boat. Me? Raymond paused, glancing around, realizing he was one of only 2 humans in the group. He couldn't help but chuckle. All right, it seems I cannot escape this task. However, you must ensure he does not cause trouble along the way. Raymond could not physically subdue a bear. Should this fellow create a ruckus, he might easily be flattened with a single swipe. Roger nodded, looking at Bearwoo with a serious expression. Listen carefully. You must obey Raymond's commands during the journey. No fighting and no stirring up trouble, understood? Boss, rest assured. I promise to listen to Raymond all the way. Roger produced another pouch and handed it to Raymond. This contains 300,000 crystal coins. It should suffice for travel expenses and other costs along the way. In truth, he was reluctant to send Raymond, as the refugees from the Valencia Empire would soon arrive. Settling 500 refugees would be a considerable undertaking, requiring Raymond's capable assistance. Yet, the urgency of bringing the bear tribe over was paramount, for the development of the territory relied on a robust military presence. Set off at once. Exercise caution on the road. After retrieving the bear tribe, return immediately. Remember, if trouble arises, prioritize your safety. After bidding farewell to Raymond and Bear 5, Roger contemplated his upcoming plans. The first priority was, of course, road construction, while the second was to persuade the villagers to accept and consume the devil fruits. However, he believed that the latter task would prove significantly more challenging than the former. The villagers' deep-seated fear of the devil fruits could not be altered overnight. It seemed wasteful to let such abundant food go uneaten while spending money to purchase supplies from afar. After some reflection, he instructed his servants to dry the processed cassava chips, intending to grind them into flour for use in making pasta. This might help assuage the villagers' psychological resistance. The following day, the road construction project officially commenced. He divided the participating villagers into 10 groups, each comprising 100 individuals, and established a shift system to ensure they had ample rest while maintaining the continuity of the work. With the assistance of the magical pigs, the task was far easier than anticipated. The magical pigs trundled back and forth, crushing several tons of logs on the road, while the villagers merely needed to follow behind to level the surface and compact the foundation. The progress of the project exceeded expectations by several times. Boss, Bear Big excitedly approached. This creature is quite capable, isn't it? Should we catch a few more from the forest? Roger replied tersely, Are you seeking trouble? What if we encounter a beast even more formidable than that magical pig? Not to mention, It's uncertain whether you 4 bear men can handle another untamed magical pig. Before your kin arrive, do not entertain ideas of hunting beasts in the forest. Our foremost priority is to complete the road. If you find yourself restless, assist the villagers in transporting materials. Bear Big scratched his head and chuckled good-naturedly. You're right, boss. I'll go lend a hand. With that, he hoisted several hefty logs and jogged effortlessly towards the construction site. Watching Bear Big depart, Harris shook his head, harboring some concerns. I believe that forest poses a potential threat. A threat? From the beasts within the forest? Roger inquired. Indeed, in forests that breed a large number of magical beasts, there can sometimes occur a beast tide, Harris replied gravely. Roger frowned. What is a beast tide? It is when the magical beasts in the forest collectively revolt, surging forth like a tide. Harris explained, his tone becoming serious. Historical records of past beast tides have resulted in catastrophic disasters. The most severe incident left the entire principality in ruins. Roger felt a tightening in his chest. What triggers a beast tide? Harris ruffled his feathers. The precise cause remains unclear. Scholars have proposed various theories, such as magical disturbances, high-level magical beasts competing for territory, or other unforeseen events. Yet no substantial evidence has been presented to support their claims. Roger gazed toward the distant forest, muttering, surely, I cannot be that unfortunate. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Such beast tides have indeed been rare throughout history. I merely worry. If we excessively harvest the forest, what unpredictable consequences might arise? Wasn't the magical pig startled into action by the commotion of Bear Big and the others felling trees? Roger pondered for a moment. Creatures of such formidable size as the magic boar undoubtedly possess their own territorial domains, do they not? Within their realms, one might wonder if other large magical beasts reside. Harry shook his head. Generally speaking, beasts of this caliber maintain exclusive territories, prohibiting the entry of other large magical creatures. Before the timber within the magic boar's domain is felled, the bearfolk should have arrived. At that juncture, with over 200 bearfolk warriors stationed, any potential uprising of magical beasts could be adequately managed. The arrival of the bearfolk would enable them to take charge of the hunting. This would not only address the issue of monotonous sustenance, but also yield magical materials that could be sold for profit, all while diminishing the threat posed by the beasts to the territory. Truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, the bearfolk's arrival would still require over 2 months. One can only hope that no unforeseen events arise during this period. Chapter 48, Development 2. A few days later, after a day's labor, Roger summoned 10 leaders from the road construction team. These leaders were representatives elected by the villagers from their respective groups. Middle-aged men of some repute within the community, with the exception of the last, a young man in his 20s. Compared to the other 9 middle-aged men, this youth appeared strikingly out of place. He was slender, his face still bore traces of youth, yet his gaze held an unwavering determination that belied his years. The 9 older men avoided eye contact, even shying away from meeting Roger's gaze. In their experience, being summoned by the Lord rarely heralded good news. The previous Lord had always convened them only to impose heavier taxes or conscript labor. Despite the apparent benevolence of this new Lord, an innate fear left them restless. Conversely, the young man stood tall, exuding an air of calm confidence. Roger assessed the 10 individuals before him. Their heights varied, and it seemed that prolonged malnutrition had left them with slightly hunched backs. Nevertheless, compared to when he first arrived, these villagers had gained some weight and color in their faces. Although they toiled daily, the assistance of the magical boar, acting as a formidable roller, meant that their workload was manageable, and with sufficient food to eat, their health had markedly improved. Yet, their clothing could only be described as tattered rags barely covering their bodies. The coarse linen garments, layered with patches, were stained with dirt and sweat, and their feet were clad in worn straw sandals held together by grass ropes. While they could fill their stomachs and regain flesh, their garments would not rejuvenate on their own. Please, take a seat. Roger gestured towards the makeshift benches in the hall. The men exchanged glances, none daring to move first. An older man fidgeted with his hands and stammered, "My lord, we can stand." Roger furrowed his brow slightly, but did not insist. I have gathered you here today to hear about any difficulties faced during the road construction. None of the 10 leaders dared to speak initially, but at Roger's prompting. The older man spoke tentatively. My lord, there are no difficulties. Everyone is quite grateful for the food you have provided. Roger shook his head. I am not the tyrannical lord of the past. Do not hesitate to voice your challenges. A smooth road construction process benefits the territory and yourselves. Seeing his sincerity, another leader found the courage to speak. My lord, some sections are strewn with too many stones. It is challenging to clear them with mere manpower, which will hinder our progress. Should you encounter stones that cannot be moved by hand, feel free to enlist the bearmen. They will manage it, Roger replied, with the lord so readily addressing their concerns. The leaders relaxed slightly and began to bring forth their issues. My lord, it would be advantageous to have more shovels and spades. Many are still using wooden tools, which are inefficient and prone to breaking. Iron tools? Roger inquired. Surely there are a few blacksmiths in the territory? One leader cautiously raised his hand. My lord, I am one of the blacksmiths, but without raw materials, my forge has long ceased operation. Are there iron mines in the territory? Roger asked. The blacksmith leader shamefully shook his head. The petty man possessed only a rudimentary understanding of blacksmithing, utterly ignorant regarding mineral exploration. He turned his gaze towards Harris. Do you comprehend this? Not all. Harris succinctly shook his head. Roger sighed, burdened by frustration. Was it truly necessary to seek someone specifically for iron or exploration? Who would dare venture into this accursed land? Even if one were to spend a fortune hiring someone, once the ore was found, they would still need to extract it, smelt it, and forge it. By the time new tools were fashioned, the road would likely be fully constructed. It appeared a journey to the neighboring country of Lancaraco was in order to procure some iron implements. Roger lamented the plight of a lord, reduced to personally attending to such trivial matters. He hoped that among the refugees arriving from the imperial capital of Valencia, there would be individuals capable of providing assistance. The matter of iron tools would be resolved by the lord. What other issues remained? A bold young foreman ventured a suggestion. My lord, could we perhaps erect a few shelters near the worksite? The midday sun is quite harsh, and everyone seeks a place for shade. The other foreman glanced at the young man in alarm. Were they not discussing work-related matters? How dare he broach the subject of rest? Was he courting disaster? The blacksmith foreman quickly tugged at the young man's sleeve, hissing in a low voice, Be quiet. Are you mad? Had this been the former lord, he would have been dragged out and beaten to death long ago. Yet the young man remained undeterred. My lord has stated that we should voice any difficulties. The midday sun had indeed been scorching lately, and many were on the verge of heat stroke. Roger regarded the young man with a glint of admiration in his eyes. What is your name? The youth straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. I am called Kyle, an apprentice at the blacksmith shop. Kyle, your suggestion is excellent. Please construct the shelters. Every worksite must have one. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, during the 2 hottest hours of midday, everyone may take a rest, and their wages will remain unaffected. The other foreman wore expressions of disbelief. The former lord had sought to extract every last drop of their strength, while this new lord even considered their need for a midday respite. The contrast was akin to that of a demon and an angel. By the conclusion of the meeting, the foreman's expressions had transformed from initial trepidation to surprise and gratitude. Roger nodded towards old John in the distance. Several servants approached, bearing large platters of steaming buns. Though the absence of yeast rendered the buns slightly dense, they were filled with fragrant wild vegetables and meat, their aroma wafting temptingly through the air. The foreman instinctively twitched their noses at the scent, their eyes fixated on the fist-sized buns, their throats working involuntarily. Let's dine here, Roger declared. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The foreman exchanged glances, each hesitant to be the first to partake. None of them possessed any experience of dining within the Lord's castle, let alone partaking in a main course. Several elder group leaders stood awkwardly in place, their eyes darting back and forth between the buns and Roger, fearful that this was some sort of test. With a bemused expression, Roger glanced at Kyle. What has become of the courage you displayed when making suggestions earlier? Kyle swallowed hard, mustered his bravery, and stepped forward, grasping a bun. The steaming dough was scalding against his skin, yet he was reluctant to release his hold. Cautiously, he took a bite, and the piping hot meat juice burst forth, causing him to inhale sharply, yet he dared not spit it out. After chewing a few times, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he mumbled in delight, "Delicious." Upon witnessing this, the other group leaders could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward to seize buns. The hall was soon filled with a chorus of enthusiastic exclamations. Observing their ravenous consumption, Roger couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "I'll tell you later that these are crafted from devil fruits. Just hope you don't faint from shock." Chapter 49, Development 3. Observing the 10 individuals voraciously devouring their food. Roger couldn't help but recall the dining habits of Xionda and his companions. While he had once thought their manner of eating was exaggerated, the villagers before him rendered that notion trivial. It wasn't until they could no longer continue that they gradually ceased their feasting, patting their round bellies and gazing longingly at the few remaining buns on the plate. "Have you all had enough?" Roger inquired. "Why, yes, my lord," Cal replied, stifling a belch while gingerly rubbing his belly. He lamented that he could no longer eat, for the buns were simply too delectable. The other group leaders nodded in unison, their faces a mixture of bliss and discomfort. Roger pondered how to phrase his next words to ensure they would be more easily accepted, without causing anyone to faint on the spot. "Can you guess what these buns are made of?" The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain why their lord had suddenly taken an interest in a riddle. Roger was aware they would likely be unable to discern the answer. He merely sought to soften the blow of the revelation. Kyle hesitantly ventured, "Is it wheat flour?" "Try again. Could it be rye?" The elder farmer inquired, perplexed. "But the texture doesn't seem right." To their knowledge, the only crops that could be processed into flour were those two, leaving them at a loss for a third option. Observing their confusion, Roger gradually revealed the truth. "These buns are made from cassava flour. In my homeland, we cultivate a plant known as cassava. Though it contains toxins in its raw state, it can be rendered safe for consumption through simple processing." As he spoke, he picked up a bun and took a hearty bite. "Did you experience any unusual effects after eating?" The group leaders' expressions shifted slightly, realizing they had just consumed a potentially toxic crop. However, seeing their lord enjoying the same buns assuaged their fears regarding the safety of the cassava. Kyle rubbed his belly and stretched his limbs. "I feel fine, just a bit overstuffed." The others nodded in agreement. Roger continued, "After arriving here, I discovered that cassava grows abundantly in this region, so I decided to make these buns." "Abundant? How come we were unaware?" The group leaders were bewildered, with the elder farmer scratching his head. "My lord, our ancestors have lived here for generations, yet we have never seen any cassava. That is because cassava is known by another name here." He turned to Kyle. "Kyle, can you guess?" As if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. Kyle's face paled, his voice trembling slightly. "My lord, you cannot mean devil fruit, can you? The only things abundant here, aside from stones, are those devil fruits." This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the group leaders frozen in shock. Roger smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is what you refer to as devil fruit." Upon hearing their lord's confirmation, the group leaders erupted in a flurry of reactions. A few stumbled backward in fright, while others covered their mouths, gagging. Only Kyle managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. My lord, is it truly? It is indeed devil fruit, and the toxins have been effectively removed." Roger finished the last bite of the bun. After consuming such a large meal, did anyone feel unwell? Would I dare to eat it if it were truly poisonous? The group leaders gradually calmed down, realizing that aside from their psychological fears, their bodies exhibited no discomfort. However, the ancestral teachings. The leader of the farmers trembled as he spoke. "Nonsense ancestral teachings." Roger disdainfully waved his hand. "It is merely a consequence of your ancestors' ignorance, failing to discover a method to eliminate the toxins." He certainly did not believe that humanity had stumbled upon a safe way to consume cassava on the first attempt. Countless trials must have preceded it. Had they been a bit bolder and experimented with various methods, they would have long realized that this was indeed a valuable source of sustenance, sparing their descendants from near starvation. This statement struck the group leaders like a thunderbolt. rendering them speechless. The deep-seated fears that had persisted for centuries were merely a product of their ancestors' ignorance. Upon grasping this, their expressions grew complex, filled with a medley of emotions. Each of them had lost relatives to starvation, had they known that the devil's fruit was edible. As the other leaders sighed in lament, Kyle quietly murmured, even if they had known it was consumable, they would have been exploited by successive lords. The expressions on the leaders' faces shifted from shock to bitterness. The blacksmith leader shook his head with a rueful smile. Indeed, the previous lord taxed even wild vegetables. Had he known that the devil's fruit was edible, he would have likely uprooted them entirely. Roger was taken aback. He had not considered this. Just as the blacksmith leader had stated, even if the villagers had been aware of cassava's edibility, the harsh exploitation by the former lord would have rendered their situation little better. With this in mind, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Such occurrences shall not transpire again. Now that I am the Lord, I shall be responsible for the territory and its people. Witnessing his solemn promise, a thought of trust in this Lord began to blossom in the hearts of the group leaders. This was unfathomable in the past, as they had lived under the yoke of their lords for generations, perceiving them solely as tyrants. My lord, encountering a leader like you is a blessing we have earned over generations. May the divine bestow blessings upon you. Roger waved his hand, interrupting their expressions of gratitude. I do not seek your thanks. The best reward for me is for everyone to unite and build this territory together. Since I cannot return to Earth, I shall transform this place into a second homeland. It shall not be allowed to devolve into a hell on Earth, for I am no demon. The crowd solemnly agreed, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented determination. Very well. You may all return now. Tomorrow, discuss the matter of cassava thoroughly with everyone. The leaders respectfully bowed and took their leave, but Roger called Kyle back. Noticing he was left alone, a hint of tension appeared on Kyle's face. What is it? Weren't you quite brave just now? Roger smiled, signaling him to sit. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about certain aspects of the territory. After all, I have only been here for a few days, and there is much I do not understand. Kyle took a deep breath and straightened himself at the edge of the bench. This place is so impoverished, and the Lord so exploitative. Have you ever considered escaping from here? I would rather starve to death here than leave. Kyle's expression grew peculiar as he hesitated for a moment before whispering, My lord, you may not be aware that it is not that we do not wish to escape, but rather that we are unable to. What do you mean? Is the Lord forbidding your departure? Roger inquired, pondering the possibility that if all the subjects fled, the Lord would be left powerless. Kyle shook his head and slowly elucidated the reason. As you may know, our ancestors were criminals exiled here during the era of the Roland Empire. This land is cursed. Those who attempt to leave will meet a sudden and untimely death. Is that truly the case? This prison security system is remarkably advanced, confining them without a single guard. He turned to Harris. Have you ever heard of such a curse? Harris nodded. Indeed, there are similar legends. During the era of the Roland Empire, there existed a curse known as the Mark of Exile. However, with the collapse of the empire, one would presume that such a curse would have lost its potency. Harris flapped his wings, adding in confusion. Moreover, a curse of such magnitude should exhibit a significant magical disturbance. Yet, I sense no trace of any curse here. Roger then turned his gaze back to Kyle. Have you witnessed anyone perish from leaving the territory? Kyle shook his head, no. But the elders in the village speak of it. Roger chuckled softly. Is it yet another ancestral teaching? Perhaps there was indeed such a curse during the time of the Violet Empire. But that empire has long since fragmented into countless small nations, effectively ceasing to exist. It is possible that this curse quietly lost its power decades, even centuries ago. Yet, the villagers remain shackled by fear, confined to this barren land for generations. Chapter 050, Development 4. I am planning to visit our neighboring country tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me? Kyle's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was indeed a tremendous honor to be personally invited by the Lord. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned. My lord, but what about the curse? Roger gestured toward the remaining buns on the table. Did you not just consume a significant number of those buns made from the devil fruit? Yet, you are all perfectly fine, aren't you? Some ancestral teachings are merely tricks intended to frighten us. Seeing Kyle still hesitating, Roger waved his hand. You may return for now and ponder it over. If you decide to join me, come find me in the morning. After all, this concerns your life, and I cannot make that decision for you. No one can guarantee with absolute certainty that the curse has indeed lost its power, or that it is nothing but a fabrication. Should anything strange occur, I would not wish to endanger this young man. Kyle bowed deeply and turned to leave. Harith inquired curiously, You seem to hold this lad in high regard? Since we are to establish a foothold here, it is only prudent to cultivate some trusted subordinates. This lad appears promising. What if he is too fearful to come tomorrow? Then we shall consider it a misjudgment and seek another. There are plenty of young men in the entire territory, after all. The following morning at breakfast, Roger asked Luna, Can you communicate with those two moles? He had previously observed Luna amusing herself with the two little creatures. Though he had little hope, it wouldn't hurt to try. Luna nodded gently. It is merely simple communication. They cannot comprehend anything too complex. Then please have them assist in searching for iron or within the territory. However, a thought struck him. Aren't moles only capable of digging through soil? If they encounter a hard rock layer, these little creatures might be powerless. Harith, noticing his concern, interjected. The magical mole's claws can soften rock. Is that so? Then let us not limit our search to just iron, or we should explore for other minerals as well. If we could uncover additional resources, it would be exceedingly beneficial. Otherwise, we would need to purchase whatever we lack from outside sources, and even if the prices are reasonable, transportation presents its own challenges. This may prove somewhat challenging. I can only give it a try. Do your utmost. Just as they finished their meal, old John hurried in to report. My lord, that young fellow Kyle has come to see you. Let him in. Kyle entered, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured a restless night. My lord, I have made up my mind. I am willing to accompany you. Very well, let us set forth now. Have Luna communicate with the two moles, and he set out with Harith, Bear 2, and Kyle. As they approached the entrance of the territory, Kyle's demeanor grew noticeably tense, his hands gripping the reins tightly, veins protruding. Kyle, it is not too late to turn back now. If you're truly frightened, you may return. Kyle swallowed hard and straightened his back. No, my lord, I simply need a moment to acclimate. Bear 2 smiled broadly, wrapping his sturdy arm around Kyle's shoulders. Fear not, lad. With me around, no curse can harm you. The sudden surge of enthusiasm caused Kyle to stumble slightly, his smile stiff as he nodded in gratitude. Observing Bear 2's unwavering confidence, Roger found himself both amused and perplexed. If it were some monstrous creature, perhaps one could rely on such bravado. Yet, curses are not tangible entities. They cannot be vanquished by sheer brute force. Upon reaching the boundary of the territory, Kyle became as rigid as a piece of wood, gripping the reins tightly as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Do not be anxious, take it slow. Roger's voice trailed off as Bear 2 unexpectedly slapped the rear of Kyle's horse. Go! The horse, stung by the sudden pain, neighed and bolted forward. Taken by surprise, Kyle instinctively tightened his grip on the reins and clamped his legs against the horse's belly, barely avoiding a fall. Bear 2, you fool. What if you injure him? His intention had been for Kyle to cautiously test the waters, retreating at the first sign of danger. He had not anticipated Bear 2's reckless approach. Despite his skepticism, what if a curse truly existed? Would they not be risking a life unnecessarily? Even if there were no curse, this sudden jolt could frighten anyone senseless. Bear 2 scratched his head, grinning foolishly. I just thought he was hesitating. I was lending a hand. If that curse dares to show itself, I'll cleave it in two with my axe. Roger sighed in exasperation, deciding to have Harris explain to this oaf the true nature of curses, before spurring his horse to chase after Kyle. Fortunately, Kyle was riding a rather unimpressive steed, allowing Roger to catch up swiftly and seize the reins. Kyle slowly lifted his head, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings. Glancing back, he realized they had galloped several dozen meters beyond the boundary. Am I still alive? He incredulously touched his face, then looked down at his hands. What was I saying? I'm still breathing. It seems the curse either does not exist, or has already lost its potency. Suddenly, Kyle erupted into laughter, a manic edge to his mirth. So it was all a ruse. Tears streamed down his face as he dismounted, kneeling on the ground, his hands buried deep in the earth. "Father, grandfather, you have been deceived your entire lives." Watching Kyle oscillate between laughter and tears, Bear 2 scratched his head in confusion. Did I perhaps go too far?" "It is of no concern to you," Roger replied, shaking his head. "That was merely an outpouring of years of shackled burdens being lifted." After a while, Kyle wiped his tears and stood, his eyes glimmering with an unprecedented brilliance as he bowed deeply to Roger. "Thank you, my lord. You have not only provided us with sustenance, but have also helped us shatter these chains." The group continued onward, and Kyle appeared rejuvenated, his gaze filled with wonder as he observed everything along the way. As they passed the oil lake, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Why is the water so dark? It even shimmers with an oily sheen?" "Do not concern yourself with it. That is not water, but a type of mineral. It is simply not yet of use. Once the territory flourishes, this will become a veritable treasure trove." Kyle nodded, though he remained irresistibly drawn to the eerie glimmer of the Black Lake surface. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at a small border town in the kingdom of Lanricaro. Upon entering the city, Kyle stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. "Wow, is this what a big city looks like?" Roger and Harris exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. The grand metropolis that Kyle envisioned was merely a modest border town of moderate size. The cobblestone streets were crooked, the buildings no taller than 2 stories, and the number of pedestrians scarcely exceeded 100. Bear 2 could not help but burst into laughter. "Kid, is this what you call a big city? Wait until you see the imperial capital of Valencia. That is something else altogether." "Bear 2, tone it down," Roger cautioned. As newcomers, they were unfamiliar with the local customs, and discretion was advisable. Bear 2 quickly covered his mouth, glanced around, and lowered his voice to Kyle. "Well, it's certainly better than this." They found an iron shop in the town, where the proprietor, a burly man with a full beard, was rhythmically hammering away at a hoe. "What can I do for you?" the blacksmith inquired, his hammer still striking with precision. Roger surveyed the various iron goods displayed in the shop. "You don't have many items here," he remarked. The blacksmith paused his work and turned to him. "What kind of ironware would you like?" "Quite a lot, actually. I intend to take everything from your shop," Roger said, pointing at the items. "I want all the ironware. If you have iron, I'll take that too." The blacksmith's hammer clattered to the ground, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking, sir? In all my years as a blacksmith, I have never encountered such a request. Who would want to pack up an entire blacksmith shop?" Roger patted the bag on his horse's back, the sound of coins ringing clearly. "Do I appear to be joking? Hurry, I'm pressed for time." The blacksmith's demeanor instantly brightened, and he shouted toward the back room, "Wife, come here, we have a big order. Bring the warehouse keys. So, go fetch old Tom next door to lend a hand." Chapter 051. The Count 1. Having purchased 5 entire carts filled with ironware, Roger had completely cleared the stock of several blacksmith shops in the quaint little town. However, shortly after departing, he sensed something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a group of individuals stealthily trailing behind, maintaining a considerable distance. How intriguing. The local customs here are indeed quite innocent. Beside him, Xiong Air scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the suddenness of his leader's remark. "What's wrong?" Harith inquired. "It seems someone is enthusiastically escorting us." Harith turned to glance back. "Oh, are we truly being watched?" He then expressed his confusion, given their attire and demeanor. "They hardly resemble common thieves. Our modest possessions should not warrant such an elaborate pursuit, should they?" Roger tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the followers. He noted that although they made a concerted effort to conceal their figures, there was an unmistakable air of discipline in their movements, and their equipment was decidedly sophisticated. Mercenaries? Goodness, have these fellows turned to banditry due to a lack of commissions? Bandits? Are they planning to rob us? Kyle swallowed nervously. "Sir, should we hasten our pace to shake them off?" "No need," Roger replied. "Perhaps a few of them could gallop away to escape. But these 5 carts laden with ironware would not allow for swift movement." He had no intention of relinquishing the precious cargo. Xiong Air, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbed his hands together. "Let me take them down, regardless of whether they are mercenaries." "Hold on," Roger cautioned. "We are still within the territory of Lanricaro. Acting impulsively could invite trouble." What if these ruffians are in league with the local knightly order? Or worse, if they are impostors from the order itself? That would complicate matters significantly. The group feigned nonchalance as they continued onward, when suddenly a party appeared ahead, initially suspecting them to be accomplices of their pursuers. They soon realized that the individual in the center was dressed in opulent attire, mounted on a magnificent white steed, surrounded by a retinue of guards, a sight that did not suggest involvement in such dubious activities. The two parties encountered each other on the narrow mountain path. "Step aside," barked the burly guard leading the group. "The esteemed Count of Lanricaro is present. Do not delay in yielding." "Huh, I care not for your counts or marquises." As Xiong'er excitedly reached for his battle axe, Harith quickly intervened. "Xiong'er, do not act rashly. This young count is likely of royal lineage." Roger assessed the youthful count, who appeared to be in his early 20s, handsome, exuding an air of refined grace. Given the possibility that he was of royal descent, confronting him would be unwise and could lead to unnecessary complications. Just as he was about to instruct Xiong'er to steer the carts closer to the roadside, the count raised his hand first. "Given that your carts are heavily laden, it would be prudent to navigate past us carefully to avoid any mishaps on this narrow road." The count's voice was as smooth as jade, yet carried an undeniable authority. The guards, albeit reluctantly, bowed in respect. "As you wish, my lord," Harith murmured. How rare to encounter a noble who is reasonable. Roger also found himself harboring a measure of admiration for the young count. As the count brushed past, his gaze swept over their group, and he paused momentarily upon seeing Kyle. "People from Swyrog?" Roger questioned, glancing at Kyle with curiosity. "Do you know this count?" Kyle shook his head, bewildered. "My lord, I have never left the territory." The count explained, "I had previously visited Swyrog, where the inhabitants are dressed in such a manner, appearing quite gaunt." He scrutinized Kyle with intrigue. "But aren't the people of Swyrog burdened by a curse? How could you have left the territory?" Kyle replied somewhat timidly, "Aye, our lord has lifted the curse." At this response, Roger nearly burst into laughter. It was not that he had lifted the curse. It was evident that the curse never existed or had completely lost its potency. "Oh," the count's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. "Is that so?" He then turned his gaze toward Roger. "You must be the newly appointed Lord of Swyrog." "Indeed," Roger affirmed. "Your keen observation is commendable. How did you discern it?" The count smiled faintly. "It is quite rare to find someone with black hair and yellow skin. Not only in Swyrog, but even in Lanricaro. There is no second to be found." He continued, "I recently heard that the Alec territory of Swyrog was seized by a group of foreigners." Alec was the name of the portly lord. As to how this information spread, it was likely from the relatives of the ousted lord. Roger reflected inwardly, realizing he had been too merciful. Fortunately, this news had not brought any repercussions. Otherwise, he would have regretted not eliminating the threat completely. The count observed him with keen interest. "How intriguing. I did not expect you to have unraveled the curse of Swyrog. Might I inquire about the method you employed?" Roger shrugged. "It was merely foolish rumor. There was no curse to begin with." The count opened his mouth slightly, his expression somewhat nuanced. "It seems the lord is not very well versed in the history of Swyrog." Roger nodded candidly. "Indeed, I am not well acquainted. I have only recently taken office, and am aware that it is referred to as the Land of Demons." "I see." The count gently stroked the mane of his white horse, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking Kyle, "Your lord claims the curse is non-existent, and that is why you dare to accompany him?" Kyle instinctively glanced at Roger, and upon receiving his approval, replied, "Yes, my lord." "Could you please excuse yourself for a moment?" Roger instructed. "Kyle, wait for us beneath that large tree ahead." He was curious as to why the count wished to send Kyle away. The count watched Kyle retreat before lowering his voice. "I asked that boy to leave so as not to frighten him, because the curse of Swyrog is indeed real. The curse truly exists." Roger and Harris exchanged startled glances. "Why are you so certain, my lord?" During the era of the Violet Empire, Lanricaro was responsible for overseeing Swyrog to prevent the criminals within from escaping. Although Swyrog was afflicted by a curse, occasionally a few fortunate souls managed to escape. The count's words sent a jolt through Roger's heart. He initially believed that the so-called curse was merely a superstitious legend, only to discover its unsettling veracity. Had he not nearly brought ruin upon Kyle? No wonder the Count sought to send Kyle away. Such revelations were indeed unfit for his ears. His admiration for the young nobleman deepened. This aristocrat not only handled matters with grace, but also demonstrated an understanding of the sentiments of the common folk. As for Lamricaro, does he still fulfill that duty? Duty? The Count shook his head. That is but an ancient tale from centuries past. The current Lamricaro has long ceased to concern himself with such affairs. Nevertheless, I must confess, this is the first time I have encountered a living soul who has departed from Swyrog. It seems that the curse has, at some point, utterly lost its potency. Chapter 052. The Count, too. Was it truly the first time encountering a living soul departing from Swyrog? That seemed implausible. Had not the Lord Alex family also vacated the premises? The Count shook his head. The lords throughout Swyrog are not indigenous. They are all territories seized, much like the one held by your esteemed self. What sort of cursed place still attracts such a multitude of plunderers? Roger could not help but scoff. Yet, recalling Lord Alex's prowess in extorting the populace, it indeed appeared to be a lucrative endeavor. The Count, upon hearing this, revealed a knowing smile. Pray tell, what brings you here, my lord? Roger raised his chin and gestured towards the distant Kyle, jestingly stating, perhaps I cannot bear to witness their suffering. And wish to lend them a hand? The Count paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. How delightful, truly delightful. It has been some time since I have heard such a fascinating rationale for venturing into Swyrog. Roger merely smiled, non-committal. I beg your pardon for causing amusement, my lord. With an elegant bow, the Count replied, may your noble endeavors flourish, and until we meet again, I am Count Arthur Walker Blackwood of Lawnrica. I'll look forward to our next encounter. Roger felt a twinge of annoyance. The Count had introduced himself with his full title, and in return, he felt obliged to reciprocate formally. However, his own name consisted of merely 2 syllables, which could easily be misconstrued as disrespectful without further explanation. Thus, he hastily concocted an elaborate title, mimicking the Count's gesture. I am Lord Roger von Heisenberg of Swyrog. Until we meet again. The Count raised an eyebrow. Fun? Might you perhaps be of kin to the Violet royal family? Why did it turn to the Violet royal family? Yet, he could only muster the courage to continue this farce. It is merely a distant ancestral connection. The Count nodded thoughtfully. No wonder your demeanor is so distinctive. Farewell, farewell. As his steed took a few steps forward, Roger suddenly seized the reins, turning to call out to the Count. Count Arthur. The Count halted, turning gracefully. What further counsel do you have, my lord? There is a group concealed within the woods ahead. Initially, I surmised they were after my belongings. Yet, it seems I may have misjudged. The intrigues of royal offspring engaging in betrayal or assassination are plentiful. Surely this Count must also confront such treachery. He harbored a favorable impression of Count Arthur and wished not to see him meet an untimely demise, thus offering this warning. The Count's captain of guards immediately drew his sword, alert. My lord, shall we take a detour? The Count's lips moved slightly as he muttered to himself. Must we pursue total annihilation? He then regained his composed demeanor. Thank you for your warning. Do you require assistance? No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of whistling arrows erupted from the woods. Protect the lord, the captain shouted, swiftly yanking the Count from his mount as a dozen guards rapidly formed a defensive perimeter. The opponent wielded a formidable bow, and the arrows struck with astonishing power, instantly felling 3 guards. Take cover behind the wagon. The captain of the guards decisively shielded the Count, retreating to the rear of the cart laden with iron goods. The subsequent rain of arrows transformed the wagon into a porcupine, and the horses pulling it were not spared either. They were hit by several arrows, letting out anguished whinnies before collapsing. Those bastards! How dare they harm my horses? Bear Air, witnessing the scene, was immediately incensed and brandished his axe, ready to charge forward. Roger firmly grasped Bear Air's shoulder. Do not act rashly. They are not targeting us. There is no need to embroil ourselves in this conflict. We cannot ascertain what other tricks they may have up their sleeves. Notably, the Earl Arthur, hiding behind the wagon, remained remarkably composed, as though he were no stranger to assassination attempts. The Earl then turned his gaze towards Roger, who stood still, a look of confusion crossing his face. "My lord, are you not going to take cover? Surely, anyone else would have sought refuge by now." Yet, the Earl remained calmly mounted, even leaving his sword sheathed at his side. Roger smiled and replied, "It is evident they are aiming for you, my lord. Wouldn't it be a waste of arrows to shoot at me?" He continued to praise the Earl's composure and courage. The Earl, hearing this, shook his head in resignation. "I have grown accustomed to it. This marks the third such incident this month. The Black Duke has been particularly active lately." "The Black Duke? A guild of assassins?" Roger inquired. "No, it is my uncle, the Black Duke of Rauricaro," the Earl clarified, elegantly brushing off the dust from his sleeve. "I apologize for the familial squabbles that have brought you amusement." Roger nearly burst into laughter at the Earl's pretense, but managed to stifle it, nodding earnestly. "I understand. Every family has its own burdens." Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Roger's face. Yet he did not even flinch, effortlessly snatching the arrow from midair. The Earl's pupils dilated in shock, and the guards gasped, astonished by the lord's hidden prowess. "How dare they harm my master?" Pyre roared in fury, his eyes turning blood-red as he charged into the woods with his battle-axe raised. The ground trembled beneath his heavy footfalls, and shrubs were smashed aside in his wake. "Pyre, leave one alive." It was uncertain if he had heard. "Is it necessary to leave a survivor?" Harris, perched on Roger's shoulder, remarked. "The Earl believes they are sent by his uncle. Indeed, it seems it matters little whether we leave anyone alive." Pyre plunged into the woods, and soon the sounds of fierce combat and anguished cries echoed back. "Can Pyre handle this alone?" Roger mused. "These lackeys are hardly a challenge for him." Before he could finish, Pyre's massive form was suddenly hurled out of the trees, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Pyre, what could possibly have thrown him out like that? A deep growl resonated through the air as a figure emerged slowly from the woods. Before them stood a colossal wolf, its size rivaling that of a steed, cloaked in obsidian fur with eyes aglow like crimson embers. Good heavens, another druid? He recalled the last encounter in the imperial city of Valencia, where he faced a druid capable of transforming into a bear while collecting ransom from the Black Crow gang. The aura emanating from this giant wolf bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the massive bear, leading him to instantly conclude that it was indeed a druid. The monstrous wolf bared its ivory fangs, emitting a low, ominous growl as it lunged towards Bear 2 with lightning speed. "Bear 2, watch out!" Just as Bear 2 staggered to his feet, the giant wolf was upon him. With a furious roar, he swung his battle axe down with tremendous force. The clash of the wolf's claws against the axe resonated with the sound of metal colliding. Observing that Bear 2 was managing to hold his own against the wolf, the Count's expression darkened slightly. It appeared this wolf had not been anticipated by his lordship. With a wry smile, the Count realized that his uncle had truly invested heavily this time. Chapter 053. The Count 3. Xiong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Previously, even with the combined efforts of 5 bear warriors against the bear druid, they had failed to gain significant ground. This wolf, even if it possessed merely a fraction of the bear druid's power, would be enough to pose a substantial threat to Xiong. Roger dismounted and retrieved the black python bow from his steed, nocking an arrow and taking aim at the colossal wolf. "Are you not using magical arrows?" Harris inquired curiously. "I fear that ordinary arrows may not harm it. Let's first observe the creature's reflexes. If it can easily evade arrows, employing magical ones would be a waste." With a swift motion, the arrow was released, slicing through the air towards the joint of the wolf's hind leg. The colossal wolf seemed to sense the impending danger, swiftly twisting its body to evade, yet the arrow grazed its hind leg, drawing forth a spray of crimson blood. With a pained howl, the great wolf staggered, its movements noticeably hampered. Seizing the opportunity, the beleaguered Xiong swung his battle axe with great force, aiming a powerful strike at the wolf's forehead. "Taste my axe." The wolf, in a hurried attempt to defend itself, raised its forepaw to block, the sharp claws clashing against the axe blade, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. With one leg compromised, the wolf's balance faltered, forcing it to retreat unsteadily. Roger swiftly drew a magical arrow. Just as he prepared to nock it, Harris suddenly cried out in alarm. Good heavens! This is no ordinary druid. The wolf's wound was healing at an alarming rate, visibly knitting itself together. Roger's extraordinary vision discerned the muscle fibers at the site of the injury intertwining as if animated, mending the torn flesh and blood vessels. The previous bear druid had not exhibited such grotesque regenerative abilities. Be cautious, the Count warned loudly from behind the wagon. This is a druid's transformation distorted by forbidden magic. Forbidden magic? What is that? In the blink of an eye, the wolf's wound had completely healed. With a powerful swipe, the wolf sent Xiong air flying. Its crimson eyes locked onto Roger, and in an instant, it vanished, only to reappear before him the next moment. Its razor-sharp claws lunged for his throat. Roger sidestepped just in time to evade this lethal strike. With a swift motion, he thrust his right hand deep into the gaping maw of the colossal wolf, reaching toward its throat. Impressive speed, but alas, still a tad too slow. The wolf's eyes widened in shock as it expelled a billowing cloud of black smoke from its open mouth, a faint glimmer of red fire visible deep within its throat. With a chilling howl that abruptly ceased, the wolf's body convulsed violently, its abdomen swelling rapidly. With a thunderous boom, the distended belly of the wolf erupted, sending charred fragments of its insides flying in all directions, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Roger withdrew his right hand from the decimated remains of the wolf's head, shaking off the viscous remnants of blood and flesh with disdain. By heavens, that is revolting. The Count and his guards stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. This seemingly frail lord had dispatched the formidable wolf druid in such a brutal manner. Seeing Xiong Air approach unharmed, albeit disheveled, Roger exhaled in relief. Though the fool appeared battered, he seemed to have escaped unscathed. Glancing down at the searing dragon breath spear in his hand, he lamented its wasted potential. Now, only a single gem radiates a vivid crimson glow, indicating its remaining use. After some contemplation, I inquired of Harris, is it possible to recharge this item? It is truly a life-saving artifact. If it could be recharged, I would gladly spend not just hundreds of thousands, but even millions of crystal coins. Indeed, it is possible. Yet whether purchasing a new one or recharging it presents considerable complications, he replied. How complicated? Is it costly? Costly is an understatement. The crux lies in the necessity of gathering the materials oneself. Items such as volcanic lava cores or dragon blood crystals, which serve as fire-type energy sources, are exceedingly rare and unattainable even in the black market. Gather materials myself? That would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Is there truly no alternative? Not entirely, for one could seek a living dragon and directly siphon dragon breath into the weapon. Roger's lips twitched in disbelief. What sort of absurdity is this? You'd have me find a dragon to breathe fire for me? Is it not a death wish? Harris shrugged. That's why I mentioned the complications. What about those drakes that pull the dragon boats? Those are merely subdragon species and do not possess true dragon breath. A thought struck Roger, recalling the black rock dragon he had encountered in the Fallen Lands. That was indeed a genuine dragon. But to seek it for recharging? While the black rock dragon enjoyed listening to tales, what if it were to be in a foul mood one day and incinerate him with its breath? He shook his head, dismissing the mad idea. Unless he were to have a lapse in judgment and seek out that black rock dragon in the Fallen Lands. Never mind. I shall conserve its use. The Count elegantly adjusted his disheveled collar and approached. I did not anticipate Lord Roger to possess such formidable prowess. He dispatched the dire wolf without my even noticing how it perished. I only saw him reach into the wolf's maw, and then its belly erupted. Roger waved the dragon breath weapon in his hand. A magical weapon, hardly worth noting. He pondered whether to seek some form of compensation from the Count, considering he had not only saved his life, but also consumed a valuable use of the dragon breath weapon. However, after some reflection, he decided against it. The Count had not sought his aid, and his intervention had been largely motivated by self-preservation. At that moment, the remains of the dire wolf on the ground began to twist and contort, gradually transforming into a fragmented human form. The skin of the corpse was adorned with bizarre black patterns, which continued to writhe even in death. Is this the mark of forbidden magic? The bear druid from before bore none of these abhorrent markings. This is a sign of erosion from forbidden magic, the Count remarked calmly as he crouched to examine the remains closely. It appears the erosion is quite severe. Even without today's battle, his lifespan was already severely limited. He might not survive another month. Isn't this akin to a death soldier? The cost of nurturing such a being must be considerable, the Count muttered to himself. It seems my uncle has indeed invested heavily this time. I imagine he will feel the pinch for quite some time. At the very least, it should grant him some peace for a while. Roger hesitated before finally voicing his inquiry. If I may be so bold, since your uncle seeks to kill you, what your father? Could it be that his father would merely watch as his son is pursued by his own brother? The Count rose from his seat, letting out a soft sigh. My father perished a year ago in what was deemed a hunting accident. Was it also the handiwork of your uncle? Is he intent on eradicating us entirely? Such is the tradition of our family. For the sake of power, one may disregard familial bonds and resort to any means necessary. He continued, I must admit, I find myself somewhat envious of the method of succession employed by the Lord of Swerlog. The direct approach is rather straightforward. Roger shrugged. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages, I suppose. At least your uncle must now operate stealthily, afraid to act openly. Huh, the Count chuckled lightly. That is merely because Lord Lanricaro and a few old stalwarts cling to the so-called orthodoxy. Chapter 054. The Count 4. Although Roger felt a measure of sympathy for the Count's predicament, he lacked the leisure, not to mention the strength, to concern himself with the power struggles of others. After all, he was merely a fledgling lord, yet to firmly establish himself in his domain. His territory lacked even a decent wall. His entire military force, including himself, amounted to a mere 6 individuals, one of whom, Luna, might well flee at the first sign of trouble. Even if each of them were as formidable as 1,000 men, they would still be no match for an army of 10,000. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to bide his time, at least until the arrival of the 200 bear warriors. By then, the fighting capability of his territory would multiply several-fold. He had a favorable impression of the Count and could not resist inquiring further. Have you prepared any contingencies? If the Count remained unprepared after enduring so many assassination attempts, it would indeed be folly, an absurdity deserving of death itself. It would be better to take one's own life, at least that would be swift. Indeed, I have, the Count replied with a slight smile. For instance, I chose this secluded path today, revealing my itinerary to but one individual. Using oneself as bait to draw out the serpent, this audacity and resolve were indeed commendable. I presume you have already laid an ambush for me? Roger mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Surely, the esteemed Count had woven a web of protection around him. Yet, the Count's expression grew somber. What I did not anticipate was the appearance of the wolf druid. Roger remained unfazed. One's calculations could never rival those of fate. Even the most meticulous plans are susceptible to oversights. You did not expect to encounter me here, either, he mused inwardly. The Count bowed to Roger with a serious demeanor, his posture both elegant and sincere. Thank you, Lord Roger, for your timely assistance. Without it, today could have turned dire. I shall remember this kindness. Merely a trifling effort. My lord, there is no need for such formalities, Roger replied. In the distance, the sound of synchronized and urgent hoofbeats approached. A cadre of fully armed knights arrived, their palpable aura of menace rendering the air thick and oppressive, clearly seasoned warriors hardened by the battlefield. The knight commander dismounted and knelt on one knee. My lord, we have awaited your signal at the designated location for some time. Upon hearing the sounds of battle, we rushed to your side. The Count patted Commander Horn on the shoulder. Horn, your timing is impeccable. He turned to Roger and gave a slight bow. Lord Roger, I am grateful for your assistance today. I shall pay you a visit in the future to express my gratitude properly. Before departing, he instructed a guard to bring forth a robust warhorse to replace the one that had succumbed to a hail of arrows. As the Count mounted his steed, he observed the guards loading the fallen iron implements onto the cart and could not help but inquire, why does the Lord require such an abundance of iron? Roger shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. Since you have been to Swyrog, You must be aware of the dire situation there. There's a lack of everything. Even the most basic farming tools cannot be gathered. Your hands-on approach is truly admirable. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Watching the Count's retinue fade into the distance, Roger sighed. On this particular day, who could have anticipated such troublesome events? Xiong-er, are you injured? Xiong-er thumped his chest, producing a dull sound. Fear not, boss. My skin is tough, and my flesh is thick. That wolf cub's claws felt merely like a scratch. Observing Xiong-er's naive demeanor, Roger felt a mix of amusement and exasperation and couldn't help but give him a kick. You fool. Do not act so recklessly in the future. You nearly lost your life. Were it not for my dragon breath gun, we might have struggled against the wolf druid's formidable healing abilities. The adversary was originally targeting the Count, yet Xiong-er's rashness nearly led to disaster. Xiong-er scratched his head, a hint of grievance on his honest face. But boss, they were shooting arrows at you. I couldn't stand idly by. Those were merely stray arrows. Your reckless charge almost cost you dearly. Hey, Xiong-er grinned widerly. But you were there, boss. I know you were the strongest. That wolf cub was easily dealt with by you. Roger rolled his eyes in resignation. Continue this reckless behavior, and I shall not take you along next time. Xiong-er nearly jumped in protest. Please, boss. I promise to listen to you from now on. If you say charge, I will charge, and if you say retreat, I will run at once. At that moment, Kyle cautiously approached from a distance, his face still pale with fear. My lord, what were those? Roger couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow had never ventured beyond the territory, and encountering such chaos on his first outing must have been quite a shock. He patted Kyle on the shoulder. Such occurrences are commonplace out here. Venture out a few more times, and you shall grow accustomed to it. Kyle swallowed hard. His complexion still wan. But my lord, those assassins, and such a large wolf. That is a wolf druid, Xiong-er interjected proudly. Did you not see how easily the boss dealt with that foolish wolf? Admiration gleamed in Kyle's eyes as he furtively glanced at the shattered corpse on the ground, quickly averting his gaze. Boss, how shall we dispose of this wolf cub? Xiong-er nudged the broken body with his foot. Roger waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Just kick it to the side of the road. The Count shows no interest in taking it away. I certainly have no desire to clean up this mess. With that, Xiong-er cheerfully lifted his large foot and, like kicking a ball, sent the wolf druid's mangled body into the nearby bushes. Let us go. Roger mounted his horse and patted its neck. It is getting late. We shall return to the territory before nightfall. Yet Kyle remained rooted in place, dazed. Xiong-er grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him onto the wagon. What is the matter? Are your legs weak? Kyle's face flushed crimson as he stammered. And no, I but could not articulate his thoughts. Xiong-er laughed heartily, delivering a hearty slap on Kyle's back that nearly sent him tumbling off the wagon. Kid, if you stick with the boss, you'll encounter plenty of such scenes. Xiong-er, close your mouth, Roger admonished. It seemed as though he relished a life of constant conflict. He merely wished for a tranquil existence to manage his territory, who desired to be perpetually embroiled in such troubles. After walking for a while, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Harris. Does Feng have a special significance in this world? Why does the Count immediately associate it with the Violet Emperor upon hearing his name? Harris casually explained, the surname Feng signifies heir of bloodline, and only nobles with a direct lineage to the Violet royal family are permitted to use it. Is that so? Will I encounter any trouble for misusing it? You are overthinking. The Violet Empire has been fallen for quite some time. Who would concern themselves with your lineage? But how did you think of using this surname? Roger shrugged. I haven't really studied it. We have similar surnames used in our region. Harris immediately became intrigued. Oh, do you also have a surname Feng? Is it also tied to the royal bloodline of the Violet Empire? It probably has no connection to the Violet Empire. Harris thoughtfully stroked his chin. How fascinating. It seems that languages from different worlds share similarities. Upon hearing this, Roger nearly laughed aloud. In this realm, all human nations and the majority of beast tribes utilize the same language and script. I wonder how they would react if they learned that humanity on Earth speaks dozens of languages and employs various writing systems. Chapter 055, Development 5. They arrived at the territory only after nightfall, neglecting their meals, and summoned Luna. How did the communication with the moles go? Luna's chirag. It went all right. What does all right mean? If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. I had them dig to see what lay beneath the surface. Roger opened his mouth in surprise. Is that it? Luna rolled her eyes, exuding a sense of exasperation. What else could I do? I don't even know what iron or looks like. How could I accurately instruct them on what to seek? Roger instructed Bear 2 to fetch a piece of iron ore and handed it to Luna. Next time, let them search based on this. After a moment's contemplation, he reconsidered. Luna's method of blind searching might indeed yield better results. The moles did not discern valuable minerals, so allowing them to dig up whatever they encountered might uncover hidden treasures. He tossed the iron ore out the window. Never mind, let them dig at will. We are in need of everything. Whatever they find shall suffice. Luna raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried they might unearth a pile of worthless stones? If I instruct them a few more times, they should stop digging up mere stones. The following day, Luna brought 2 dusty moles to him. They found some things. She placed a handful of small stones on the table. Roger fiddled with the colorful minerals, or rather, stones, but regrettably, he was entirely ignorant of their nature. More accurately, he had a faint understanding, recognizing a piece of gold. Unfortunately, in this otherworldly realm, what was referred to as gold was as common as dirt and held little value. These golden pieces would only find their worth in the age of electricity. Just as he was about to consult Harris, he remembered that it too was unacquainted with minerals. What a hassle! With a sigh, he turned to Harris. What do you suggest we do? Harris shrugged its wings. We can only seek out someone knowledgeable to inquire. There seemed to be no one of understanding in the entire swirlog, and they would need to make another trip to Lanricaro. Roger leaned down and patted the heads of the 2 moles, praising them. Well done. The moles chirped happily, seemingly delighted by the commendation. He then looked at Luna. Tell them to keep digging. Anything that does not resemble an ordinary stone should be brought back. Upon hearing Luna's orders, the 2 moles chirped once more, shook the dirt from their bodies, and swiftly scurried out of the castle, disappearing into the hole in the wall. In the subsequent days, the territory bustled with activity. Those who were tasked with road construction worked diligently, while others harvested cassava, gradually breathing life into the entire domain. The 10 leaders indeed held sway, persuading the villagers to accept cassava. Although the villagers' fear of the demon fruit had not entirely dissipated, they no longer avoided it as fervently as before. Roger calculated carefully. The impending arrival of 500 refugees from the Valencia Empire would consume over 1,000 pounds of food daily, while the 2,000 indigenous inhabitants would require over 4,000 pounds, and the 200 bearfolk would need more than 3,000 pounds each day. Once all members have arrived, the territory consumes over 8,000 pounds of grain daily, amounting to approximately 3 million pounds annually. With cassava yielding around 2,000 pounds per acre, merely 500 acres would suffice to ensure the food supply for the entire domain. Thus, he resolved to retain only 2,000 acres of cassava, clearing the remainder to cultivate other crops, preferably those that could yield a profit. Harith, are there any valuable crops? Without hesitation, Harith replied, certainly, magical plants are the answer. For instance, moonlight grass is a primary ingredient for crafting healing potions. Flame flowers are utilized to concoct fire resistance potions. And starlight vines are essential for numerous high-level magical equipment. Harith spoke with the familiarity of a seasoned expert. These magical plants are in high demand in the market, fetching prices several dozen or even 100 times that of ordinary crops. Hold on. Roger swiftly raised his hand to halt Harith's enthusiastic discourse. That sounds promising, but can we actually cultivate them? If ordinary people could easily grow them, would there be such a disparity in supply and demand? Well, Harith mused, tapping his head with his wing. Magical plants have stringent growth requirements and necessitate the care of specialized mages. Moreover, the seeds are quite expensive, sold individually. Doesn't tea that render the conversation moot? Well, I don't mind the cost. We currently lack a proper mage in the territory. Wait, Harith suddenly flapped his wings excitedly. There is indeed a magical plant, bloodthorn. It possesses remarkable vitality and requires little care. Once planted, it blooms and bears fruit effortlessly. Its flowers are the core ingredient for the Berserker potion. The fruits can be refined into essence of life. The sap serves as a premium material for magical ink. Even the vines themselves are the best tanning material for high-quality leather armor. Roger squinted, intrigued by the treasure trove of resources this plant seemed to offer. Such an easily cultivated and valuable plant must come with its pitfalls, right? I find it hard to believe that others would leave such a gem unharvested for me to exploit. Harith chuckled nervously. Well, it's not without its complications. Bloodthorn is, slightly aggressive. Aggressive? Are plants capable of aggression? Roger pondered, realizing that this was no ordinary flora but a magical one. How does it attack? Its vines ensnare nearby creatures, drawing their blood, hence the name vampire vine. Roger frowned at the mention of blood-sucking. So, you're suggesting that farmers would need to don full armor to cultivate this cursed thing? Ah, therein lies the beauty of it. Harith flapped his wings joyfully. Noble knights would never stoop to such menial labor, and ordinary peasants lack the means to don full armor, which is why it has never been cultivated on a large scale. However, here it is different. You want to be concerned with knightly honor? Nor will you care whether commoners can wear armor. Most importantly, we have the bear tribe. They are tough and robust, unfazed by such minor thorns. They will be perfectly suited for this task. Roger stroked his chin, contemplating the idea. Is obtaining the seeds a straightforward endeavor? The seeds of the bloodthorn can only be procured from the black market. A single bag of seeds typically costs around 5,000 crystal coins. However, the return on investment is remarkably high, as a mature bloodthorn can yield at least 1,000 crystal coins worth of produce annually. Does this plant grow uncontrollably? For instance, if one were to plant a single specimen, would it soon multiply into 10 or even 100? If it were to spread unchecked, transforming the entire territory into a forest of bloodthirsty thorns, that would spell disaster. Fortunately, its rate of reproduction is exceedingly slow. As long as the fruit is harvested promptly, it cannot propagate. It seems worth a try. Currently, there are no walls around the territory, and this plant appears capable of serving as a rudimentary defensive barrier. By encircling the territory with it, one could simultaneously cultivate an economic crop and establish a fortification, thus achieving a dual purpose. Chapter 056. Development 6. He retrieved a piece of coarse parchment, inscribed with blood thorns. Observing the uneven script produced by his quill, Roger let out a frustrated click of his tongue. He found himself utterly unaccustomed to these two implements, which were of such inferior quality compared to the paper and pen he had utilized at Anna's estate, rendering them nearly akin to refuse. He resolved to experiment with better paper and pens as soon as the territory stabilized. Adjusting the parchment's orientation, he diligently wrote blood thorns once more and continued his inquiry with Harris. Are there any more commonplace crops? Ones that are both profitable and easy to cultivate? Fortunately, this world harbored a plethora of ordinary flora and fauna akin to those on Earth, apart from the magical varieties. Otherwise, he was at a loss for how to navigate his circumstances. To be honest, I'm not particularly well-versed in ordinary crops either, Harris admitted, shrugging his wings as he pondered earnestly. How about cultivating moonlight grapes? Although they are magical in nature, their cultivation is significantly simpler compared to other magical plants, almost on par with bloodthorns. Most importantly, he glanced around mysteriously, ensuring no one else was within earshot before whispering. The wine produced from these moonlight grapes is highly esteemed among the bloodkin. Roger's curiosity was piqued. Why is that? Do the bloodkin actually enjoy drinking wine? Harris casually explained. The bloodkin pride themselves on being an elegant and noble race, and moonlight wine happens to be a coveted delicacy among the upper echelons of society. It is said that this wine can alleviate, to some extent, the bloodkin's cravings for blood, making it one of the few beverages they can genuinely enjoy. But I can't possibly sell the wine I produce to the bloodkin, can I? Those bloodkin are confined to the Fallen Lands, after all. Should I brew the wine and transport it to the Fallen Lands for sale? Harris lifted his wings, signaling him to remain calm. As long as you can produce the wine, intermediaries will surely seek you out. Roger found this notion intriguing, lightly tapping his fingers against the table. So those intermediaries will transport the wine into the Fallen Lands? Aren't they afraid of being captured by the bloodkin and turned into blood servants? Come now, The bloodkin are not mindless beasts that bite indiscriminately. They adhere to their own rules. It is said that within the Fallen Lands, there exist several clandestine trading posts where the bloodkin send representatives to conduct transactions. Roger remained skeptical. But where would those bloodkin procure the funds to buy wine? Harris emitted a peculiar chuckle. Do you think the Fallen Lands lack resources? It was once the last refuge for the alien races during the Purification War. There are countless treasures there. Even a small portion could be worth a fortune. What if I drink it? Would people suspect me of being a bloodkin? Rest easy. The nobility of the human race enjoys it as well. For these grapes absorb the magic of moonlight, imparting a rich and unique flavor that invigorates the mind. The bloodkin's fondness for it is merely a quirk. Humans can partake without issue, and no one would suspect a thing. At this juncture, Harris suddenly paused, fixing his gaze intently upon Roger. Are you truly planning to abstain from consuming blood for the rest of your life? Roger fell silent for a moment before retorting. Tell me, if I were to drink blood, would I become immune to sunlight and holy water? Harris shook his head decisively. To be honest, in your situation, not even the most ancient scholars of the bloodline could provide a clear explanation. Drinking blood might transform you into a vampire entirely, or it might result in nothing at all. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? It's a 50-50 chance. Never mind. He shook his head, temporarily casting the matter aside. Perhaps when the day comes for me to face death, I will consider it again. By then, I might accept my fate with equanimity. Harris, somewhat astonished, inquired, Are you serious? A lifetime devoid of the taste of food? At least drinking blood allows one to savor the exquisite flavor of fresh blood. Although fresh blood may be as tasteless as water to a vampire, I cannot fathom the notion of consuming it raw. Is there truly no special cultivation method for moonlight grapes? None at all. They merely require ample moonlight. However, there is one caveat, the method of winemaking. Harris spread his wings in exasperation. That is a closely guarded secret of every winery. I am unaware of the specific techniques. Beyond winemaking, moonlight grapes hold no other value. If you cannot brew wine yourself, you can only sell them cheaply to other wineries. What is so difficult about it? In my childhood, nearly every household in the countryside brewed their own grape wine. Although Roger has never engaged in the process himself, he is well acquainted with the basic steps. Wash and dry the grapes, crush them, place them in a jar, add sugar for fermentation, and filter for clarity. Though rudimentary, it should be sufficient to produce drinkable wine. Is there anything else? That is all I know. If you seek further knowledge, it would be best to consult the agricultural compendium at the Imperial Library. Roger noted moonlight grapes on the parchment, rubbing his temples. And what of fabrics? There are indeed many concerns to address. Perhaps the former lord found such troubles distasteful and chose to languish in idleness, a lord living off the fruits of others' labor. Although I have never held the title, one can easily imagine how effortless it would be to be a negligent lord, collect taxes, and oppress the common folk, without the burden of managing crops, fabrics, or minerals. But this path is one he chose for himself. Thus, he must forge ahead with determination. Commoners wear linen, do they not? And what do the nobles wear? Common folk predominantly don linen, as it is both affordable and durable. Nobles, on the other hand, favor fine wool and cloud-patterned cotton. The finest is the rose silk imported from the southern elven territories, light and breathable. A single rose silk robe can fetch upwards of 10,000 crystal coins. They could also cultivate flax and raise sheep, couldn't they? If sheep were raised in the forest for generations, wouldn't they grow to the size of cattle? And as for rose silk, what exactly is it? It is woven from the fibers of the petals of the phantasmal rose, crafted through the elven's secret arts. It seems that endeavor is futile. Is there silk available here? Harris pondered for a moment before responding. What is silk? Does that mean there is no silk here? Are there mulberry trees present? Are you referring to the silver mulberry? The kind with leaves that glisten with silver on the underside? I saw some in the forest last time. The underside of the leaves glimmers with a silvery sheen, suggesting that it may not belong to the same species found on Earth. Nevertheless, it is worth a try. Are there silkworms that feed on mulberry leaves? Silkworms? You mean those plump, dark creatures that spin silk? They envelop themselves in it, and, after a while, transform into moths? Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, that's the one. I believe we can raise silkworms. Raise them? For what purpose? Let us give it a go. I'm uncertain if the silk here can be fashioned into garments. If successful, it might rival rose silk in quality. Harris's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Are you suggesting that you wish to create clothing from silk spun by insects? The noble gentleman would never accept wearing something woven by worms. Roger chuckled. Yet they currently don garments made from wool, which is sheared from sheep, is it not? Silk is far superior to wool. Harris tilted his head, pondering for a moment, and reluctantly accepted this notion. Very well. After all, there is nothing to lose in trying. Chapter 57. The Count, 5. After tucking away a parchment inscribed with a list, Roger began to bundle the colorful stones collected by the two moles over the past few days, preparing for a trip to Lamricaro. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. These trivial tasks were initially meant for the Blade Mercenary Corps, yet he found himself compelled to undertake them personally. Was he destined to be a bearer of burdens? At that moment, Bearsan rushed in, breathless. Boss, a group of people has arrived outside, requesting to see you. To see me? His acquaintances in this world were few and far between, and no one would intentionally seek him out. The Valencia refugees were still over 10 days away. Could it be the king of Swyrog? Yet, old John had mentioned that the king departed this territory 3 months ago and was not expected to return for another 9. Who could it be? What was his name again? Ah, I forgot. Bearsan awkwardly scratched his head. The leader was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, appearing to be of similar age to Roger, flanked by more than 20 guards. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes? Could it be Count Arthur? What brings him here? Where is he? Bearsan stood in their way. Let's go see. Roger promptly mounted his horse and followed Bearsan. From a distance, he spotted the enormous form of the magic boar blocking the road like a wall, with Bearsan majestically riding atop it. Indeed, it was Count Arthur. At this moment, he appeared calm and unperturbed, while his guards were visibly tense, hands resting on their sword hilts, their gazes fixed on the snorting magic boar. Behind them, a dozen heavily laden carts stood still. Upon seeing the carts, Roger immediately understood. They had come to express their gratitude for the life-saving assistance rendered days prior. It seemed wise not to have solicited a reward at that time. Hearing the commotion, Bearsan turned and grinned. Boss, these folks say they want to see you, so I thought I should confirm their identities first. Roger waved his hand. Do not obstruct the path. Hurry along with your tasks. Understood. Bearsan tugged at the vine reins around the boar's neck, and the creature reluctantly moved aside, not forgetting to bare its fangs at the guards, who were nearly compelled to draw their swords. As the magic boar trotted away, its hefty form caused the ground to tremble slightly, sending dust swirling into the air. Once the boar had moved a fair distance, the guards finally relaxed a bit. Roger dismounted and bowed to Count Arthur. Your lordship, your unexpected visit has caught me unprepared. Count Arthur also dismounted, returning the gesture with elegance. I ought to have come sooner to express my gratitude for your previous assistance, but certain matters delayed my visit. He gestured towards the convoy behind him. These are my humble offerings. I heard from the Lord that you are engaged in the development of your territory. I hope these supplies may be of use. With a cursory glance, Roger noted the presence of grains, fabrics, various tools, and more. Your lordship is too kind. I did not assist with the expectation of reward. A glimmer of appreciation sparkled in the Count's eyes. The Lord is certainly not one to covet recompense. But please permit me to insist. This gesture is not merely an expression of gratitude. It is also a heartfelt desire to forge a lasting friendship with you. Establishing such an enduring bond, it seems a most agreeable prospect. Having a neighbor like this could foster mutual exchanges and greatly benefit territorial development. Roger contemplated this in his mind, a sincere smile gracing his face. It is indeed my honor to cultivate a friendship with your excellency, the Count. Since you extend such gracious hospitality, I shall humbly accept your invitation. With that, he gestured courteously. As you have journeyed from afar, would you care to rest at my humble abode for a while? A humble abode it is, indeed. The castle is in such disrepair that it scarcely feels appropriate to invite guests inside. He had never anticipated receiving visitors and had not prepared for their arrival. Yet now that they stood at his doorstep, it would be impolite to allow them to linger outside. Count Arthur nodded with delight. It is indeed a privilege. As they walked, Count Arthur curiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on the bear folk before he finally could not suppress his inquiry. "My lord, I have observed that your subordinates refer to you as boss. Such a title seems more common among street gangs, does it not?" Roger chuckled dismissively. "To be candid, when they began following me, I had not yet aspired to be a lord. My activities were of a similar ilk to those found on the streets, and thus they became accustomed to addressing me in this manner." "Ah, I see." Count Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "It appears that these bear folk harbor genuine respect for you, which is quite rare. How have you achieved such a feat?" "There always exists an invisible barrier between nobility and common folk, not to mention between humans and beast folk." This was his first encounter with beast folk exhibiting such unwavering loyalty to a human. Roger secretly chuckled. It was merely a matter of winning over Big Bear through a test of strength, thereby earning their allegiance. "For me, as long as one is not deceitful or underhanded, I am more than willing to treat everyone equally, regardless of whether they are human or beast folk." Upon hearing this, Count Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your Excellency's philosophy is indeed unique. However, such views might draw criticism within noble circles." "Noble circles?" Roger nearly laughed aloud. He was uncertain if he would ever gain entry into such circles in his lifetime. When his strength is sufficient, his rules will be paramount. Who would dare to question him then? "Do you truly believe I would care about the opinions of those individuals?" Count Arthur paused in surprise and could not help but chuckle. "Indeed, it seems I have been overly concerned." Suddenly, Count Arthur noticed villagers in the distance harvesting cassava. "Oh, is that not the devil's fruit? When I visited previously, they avoided these devil's fruits at all costs. What has changed?" Roger casually explained. "Those devil's fruits are indeed toxic when consumed raw. However, once processed, the toxicity is removed, making them safe to eat." "Oh, is that so? I presume this method of processing was imparted by Your Excellency? You are indeed well informed." "Ha ha, it is merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of being called knowledge." As they spoke, the group arrived before the castle, instructing the servants to lead the carriages to the rear clearing, and ushered Count Arthur into the castle. The place bears a certain dilapidation, a testament to the former lord's neglect. Roger cannot help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The imposing gate, once shattered by a mighty bear, remains unrepaired. The modest conditions might provoke a smile from the Earl. Yet, Earl Arthur surveys the worn castle with genuine interest. One might expect any other individual to prioritize the embellishment of their residence, but the Lord has chosen to commence with the roads instead. Pushing open the creaking oak door, they step into the somewhat spacious reception hall. Personal quarters are of little concern to me. In my homeland, we have a saying, to prosper, one must first pave the roads. Please have a seat, my lord. Earl Arthur gracefully settles down, a glint of curiosity illuminating his eyes. "Oh, what does this imply?" "It signifies that to cultivate economic growth, one must first establish vital transport routes. When roads are unobstructed, trade caravans can traverse freely, goods can circulate, and the territory can flourish. This notion is indeed refreshing. It appears that our Lord possesses considerable insight into economic matters. However, the undertaking of road construction demands substantial investment. Most lords would shy away from such expenditures, viewing it as a thankless endeavor." Roger personally pours a cup of tea for the Earl, remarking, "That merely reflects their short-sightedness." Earl Arthur takes a delicate sip, sincerity radiating from his gaze. "Then I must keenly observe your lordship's approach to territorial development. I am confident it will yield remarkable insights." Roger hastily gestures. "You flatter me, my lord. I have only recently taken charge of this territory. Everything must commence from scratch. To genuinely develop, it will likely require several years of dedicated effort." Chapter 058. The Earl, 6, as Earl Arthur prepared for departure. He learned that Roger also intended to make another journey to Lancaro, and thus proposed they travel together. "I would like to invite you, my lord, to visit my home. The city offers a wider array of goods than the small town, making it more convenient for you to procure whatever you desire." After a moment's contemplation, Roger nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble you, my lord. There are too many items needed that cannot be fully acquired in the small town. A larger city may well allow us to procure everything at once, and perhaps uncover additional business opportunities along the way. They set off, accompanied by Harris and the two bears, Xiong Air and Xiong San. After traversing the route they had taken days prior to purchase ironware, they arrived at a city. Roger learned that this city was named Simon City, part of Earl Arthur's domain. Although Simon City did not boast the same level of grandeur as the imperial capital of Valencia, it was indeed 100 times more prosperous than his own territory. As Roger rode, his gaze swept over the orderly shops and tidy residences lining the streets, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Earl truly governs with exceptional skill." Earl Arthur smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "This foundation was laid by my father. I still have much to learn." "Indeed," Roger replied, "while your domain may currently appear humble, I see the vigor of the villagers and the bear folk. Given time, they will undoubtedly achieve great things." "Maybe so," Earl Arthur responded. Just as Roger was about to speak further, a commotion ahead caught their attention. They observed a tattered boy encircled by several merchants outside a shop. The merchants' angry shouts indicated that the boy had stolen something. Such petty theft was commonplace. He had witnessed it several times in Valencia, often committed by homeless orphans desperate for food. However, this was Earl Arthur's territory, and he felt it inappropriate to interject. To spare the Earl any embarrassment, he discreetly averted his gaze. Earl Arthur, however, furrowed his brow and approached. "What is happening here?" Upon seeing the Earl's arrival, the merchants immediately bowed respectfully. A portly merchant grasped the boy by his collar, declaring, "My lord, this wretched child has stolen bread from my shop. He has pilfered from nearby stores before, and we finally caught him today." The boy, appearing around 12 or 13, had a gaunt face marked by terror, yet his eyes burned with defiance. "I was just too hungry." Earl Arthur dismounted and crouched before the boy. "Child, where are your family?" Tears welled in the boy's eyes. "They all died in last year's plague." After a moment's thought, Earl Arthur turned to his attendants. "Take him to the castle, provide him with clean clothes, and prepare some food. Let him assist with chores at the castle." He then cast a glance at the merchants. "Consider your losses charged to my account." The merchants hastily waved their hands. No, it is but a small amount of food. Your generosity is more than enough, my lord. We cannot possibly accept your money." As Roger observed this scene unfold, his admiration for Earl Arthur grew even greater. Once the matter was resolved, Earl Arthur returned to his mount, expressing a hint of exasperation. "I apologize for the spectacle, my lord. Last year, a plague swept through the surrounding regions, claiming many lives, leaving numerous orphans in its wake." Roger nodded silently, aware that such charity was not a sustainable solution, yet he could not conjure a more effective strategy at that moment. He continued onward, arriving at a gray-white castle in the heart of the city. Count Arthur gestured invitingly. Upon entering the castle and instructing his servants to accommodate the bears, Roger was personally guided by the Count through the premises. As they traversed the opulent hall, Roger caught sight of a grand family portrait adorning the wall. The elderly Count depicted therein bore an imposing countenance, standing beside a young Arthur, while a portion of the painting was conspicuously veiled by drapery. Following Roger's gaze, Count Arthur's voice lowered. "That is my mother. She passed when I was 10. Roger, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from further inquiries. They arrived at the study, where bookshelves reached from floor to ceiling, densely packed with exquisitely bound volumes. The air was infused with the scent of parchment and ink, suggesting that the Count was a bibliophile. Most of these were collected by my father. Should the Lord have any interest, he is welcome to peruse them at any time." "Thank you. Might there be any books here regarding crops and minerals?" "Oh, is the Lord interested in such matters?" "Not particularly, but I would like a brief overview of the crops to be cultivated and the minerals to be sought within the territory." "I see. Allow me to summon scholars in these fields to address your queries directly. Would that not be more convenient?" Count Arthur promptly dispatched someone to fetch the agricultural and mining officials. Before long, two middle-aged men hurried into the room. The agricultural official was a robust man with sun-kissed skin, while the mining official was tall and slender. "This is Lord Roger from Swyrog, who has some specialized inquiries for you both," Count Arthur introduced. "These gentlemen are the agricultural and mining officials of my domain. No one possesses greater knowledge in these areas." The two men bowed respectfully. It is our honor to serve you, Count and Lord. The agricultural official rubbed his rough hands and spoke first. What crops does the Lord wish to learn about? Upon discovering that Roger sought information on high-value, easily cultivated crops, the agricultural official replied without hesitation. That would include silk, flax, and indigo. Roger's interest was piqued. What are the characteristics of these two crops? Silk flax is an excellent material for producing high-quality fabrics. It is drought-resistant and thrives in poor soil, making it ideal for newly cultivated land. However, it requires careful crop rotation, as continuous planting may invite diseases. On the other hand, indigo is an essential ingredient in every dye house. After a moment's thought, the agricultural official added, the Lord might also consider cultivating medicinal herbs, such as silverleaf mint, which can be used both as a spice and for medicinal purposes. Roger listened attentively, taking note of each detail. Thank you. Count Arthur instructed the agricultural official. Please gather a sample of all the crop seeds we have here for the Lord, along with a detailed planning manual. Certainly. The agricultural official respectfully accepted the command and departed. Roger expressed his gratitude to Count Arthur, retrieving a small pouch and spilling its contents, an array of vibrant, multicolored stones, before the mining officer. These were unearthed from beneath our territory. Are they mere stones, or do they possess mineral value? The mining officer meticulously examined the stones, lifting a dark-hued specimen. My lord, this piece is high-quality hematite, rich in iron content. It appears that your domain is blessed with an abundance of hematite. He then selected a few additional stones. These are copper ores of commendable quality as well. However, he set aside the remaining stones. These are merely ordinary rocks, devoid of any significant value. The discovery of two types of ores could be deemed a commendable yield. Moreover, the areas searched by the two moles accounted for less than 1% of the territory. Perhaps even more treasures lie undiscovered. Chapter 059, The Count 7, as night descended. The Count's castle was aglow with light. A sumptuous dinner was laid out in the dining hall. Yet at the table, apart from Roger and Arthur, there were only two young ladies. The girl seated next to Arthur appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in a delicate blue gown, exuding elegance intertwined with gentleness. This is my fiancée, Miss Helen Jane Clester. Beside Helen sat a girl of about 14 or 15, her visage bearing a striking resemblance to Helen. Yet her eyes sparkled with vivacity. This is Helen's younger sister, Miss Isla Jane Clester. This is Lord Roger von Heisenberg, a noble from the kingdom of Swerg, Arthur introduced. After exchanging pleasantries, Helen inquired with curiosity, I have long admired the illustrious Heisenberg family. Are you a descendant of the Violet royalty? As Roger pondered how to respond, Isla leaned closer to her sister. Is he the fallen Violet that father often speaks of? Ilsa, Helen softly reprimanded, then turned to Roger with an apologetic look. I beg your pardon for my sister's rudeness. Roger chuckled lightly. It is of no consequence. Such matters are relics of the past. Does Miss Helen's father also have ties to the Violet royalty? A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind, fearing that his fabricated identity might be unveiled. How embarrassing that would be. My father simply has a keen interest in the history of the Violet Empire and has amassed quite a collection of related texts, Helen replied. Has your father also delved into the land of eternal torment? Roger casually continued, recalling what Hurith had mentioned before, a decade after unifying the continent. The Violet Emperor had gathered millions of elite soldiers and thousands of mages to conquer the land of eternal torment, only to vanish without a trace. To this day, no one knows what befell the expedition. Helen nodded slightly. Father has mentioned it a few times, but there are no leads. Roger held little hope for a fruitful discussion. He merely asked out of idle curiosity, My lord, please partake in the meal. The dishes are nearly cold. The fare was exquisite and aromatic, yet for him, it remained tasteless. As he feigned enjoyment, he noticed Isla stealing glances at him, her curious eyes alight with intrigue. Upon catching her gaze for the third time, he could not help but chuckle and ask, Miss Isla, is there something on my face? Isla's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and after a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage to ask softly, My lord, do the bear folk eat children? Roger was taken aback. Bear folk eat children? How was I not aware of this? Ilsa, Helen admonished in a hushed tone. That is most impertinent. Where did you hear such a notion, Miss Isla? Is the reputation of the bear folk truly so dire? Isla fidgeted with her fingers, a touch of shyness creeping in. The maids say so. They claim the beast folk are quite savage, especially the bear folk, who could devour 3 children in one sitting. Arthur suppressed a laugh, explaining to Roger. This child has grown up listening to the maid's frightening tales and is particularly afraid of the beast folk. Meanwhile, Helen gently chastised Isla. Isabella, those are merely tales meant to frighten children. The bear-like guardian of the Lord would not harm innocent souls. As the group engaged in lively conversation, an elderly gentleman clad in a black butler's attire swiftly entered, whispering a few words into Arthur's ear. Roger, with his keen sense of hearing, caught the critical information within the butler's words. The southern post station had been attacked, resulting in significant casualties. Arthur's expression grew grave. He set down his goblet and rose to his feet. I apologize. A pressing matter requires my attention. My lord, please continue to enjoy your dinner. Forgive my abrupt departure. Of course, my lord, replied the count. Helen, with concern, grasped Arthur's sleeve and softly inquired, Is it those assailants again? Arthur reassuringly patted her hand, speaking gently. Do not worry. I shall return shortly. As Arthur hastily departed, a profound silence enveloped the dining hall. Helen, mustering her spirits, addressed the gathering, my lord. Do sample this exquisite secret sauce roasted venison. It is a specialty of Simon City. Are attacks of frequent occurrence? Helen's silver fork hesitated slightly as she sighed. They happened occasionally before, but in the past month, merchant caravans have been increasingly targeted. However, you need not worry. Arthur will handle it. Roger silently nodded. Just as he picked up his knife and fork, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his chest, his heart pounding with unusual intensity. What is happening? Kai had been poisoned. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Yet, he bore no grudge against Arthur and could not fathom a reason for such an act. Could it be that Arthur was a heartless killer beneath his charming facade? Amidst Roger's spiraling thoughts, Isabella suddenly pointed towards the window, exclaiming, Wow, sister, look! The moon has turned red. The moon has turned red? Ignoring his discomfort, Roger followed Isabella's gaze. Indeed, through the window, he beheld the full moon, inexplicably shrouded in a sinister crimson hue. What could this mean? As he stared at the blood-red moon, the peculiar sensation in his chest intensified, as if his heart were about to leap from his ribcage. Helen's tone shifted to one of palpable tension. Blood moon. How could this be? Before her words could fully escape her lips, the window shattered violently. A tall silhouette gracefully poised itself upon the windowsill, its pale skin glinting with an eerie luminescence beneath the blood moon, and its crimson eyes slowly scanned the room's occupants. Good evening, everyone, the figure greeted, bowing elegantly. It appears I have arrived just in time for a family gathering. Helen shielded her sister behind her, indignantly rebuking Adrian. How dare you, unclean one, trespass upon the count's estate? Unclean one? Am I merely filth? The shadowy figure descended gracefully from the windowsill, the moonlight casting a slender, dark silhouette behind him. Cousin, it has been many years. You remain as uncouth as ever. Has my dear uncle not taught you the fundamental courtesies regarding kin? Cousin? Roger was taken aback. Is he truly your cousin? He is my cousin, albeit one from the past. Helen's voice quivered slightly, her eyes filled with disdain. He has long since descended into the clutches of the bloodkin. Bloodkin, are they not trapped in the abyss? How could they possibly be here? I recalled that Harris had mentioned most of the vampiric kind were ensnared in that dark realm, with only a few scattered across the lands. Is this the guest for tonight? Adrian's crimson gaze settled upon Roger, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his lips. I sense an intriguing aroma. Helen exclaimed with fury. Adrian, your target is me. Do not involve the innocent. The discomfort in Roger's chest gradually subsided. It seemed he had not been poisoned, but rather affected by the sanguine moon. Exhaling softly, he regarded this unexpected visitor with keen interest. It was the first time since leaving the abyss that he faced a vampire at such close quarters. The last encounter had been in the imperial capital of Valencia, where he had witnessed a vampire's execution from afar. Adrian's pallid visage appeared even more otherworldly under the glow of the blood moon. His black attire was impeccably tailored. Had it not been for his unnaturally pale skin and the dual crimson of his eyes, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary noble. Adrian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you not afraid?" Roger shrugged. "Should I be? Merely a creature of the night, shunned by the light." Adrian erupted into laughter, a hint of madness lacing his mirth. How delightful, truly delightful. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Roger, his mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs. "Let me taste whether your blood is equally fascinating." Chapter 060. The Count, Ada. Before Adrian's fangs could graze Roger's neck, a muffled grunt escaped him. Roger turned, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded the staggering Adrian, who had retreated 2 steps. "It seems Mr. Adrian is feeling rather unwell. Should I fetch a doctor for you? Or perhaps a veterinarian would be more appropriate." Adrian struggled to lower his gaze to his chest, where his silver dinner knife was embedded deeply, leaving only the hilt protruding. "When did you?" Adrian's voice trembled with disbelief and agony. Roger casually picked up a napkin from the dining table, methodically wiping his hands. "When? Just now, of course. Is not the Blood Clan renowned for its swiftness? How could you not perceive that?" He leaned in close to Adrian's ear, his voice laced with derision. "You call yourself a member of the Blood Clan? You bring shame upon our kind." Adrian's body convulsed violently, wisps of white smoke rising from the wound where the knife had pierced him. He struggled to extract the dagger, only to find his fingers turning to ash. Nearby, Helen's pupils trembled, shock rendering her speechless. Instinctively, she reached to cover her sister's eyes, only to discover Isabel wide-eyed with excitement, her small face alight with joy. "How impressive, my lord!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her glee, completely oblivious to the terror surrounding her. "No, this cannot be." Adrian's voice twisted in despair. "I am of noble blood. How could this be?" Regardless of his futile struggles, his form began to disintegrate, pale flames spreading from the wound. Thud, thud, thud. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the dining room, the door crashing open as Arthur burst in, a look of urgency, despair, and regret etched upon his face, accompanied by a cadre of fully armed knights. "Helen, are you unharmed?" His voice faltered, eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Adrian engulfed in flames. Silence cloaked the dining room in an eerie stillness. Adrian was reduced to a mere pile of ashes before their very eyes. As a chill breeze wafted through, the ashes scattered into oblivion. Outside, the sanguine hue of the blood moon began to fade, returning to a normal silvery glow, leaving only the occasional hoot of an owl to pierce the night. "My dear," Helen cried as she flung herself into Arthur's embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "You have finally come." Arthur held his fiancée tightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Roger, shock evident in his expression. What has transpired here?" Roger replied nonchalantly. "As you can see, my lord, this unwelcome guest barged in, intending to siphon my blood, and I merely retaliated." Arthur, still grappling with disbelief, questioned you. "You killed a member of the Blood Clan with your bare hands?" Roger bent down to retrieve the silver knife from the floor, deftly twirling it between his fingers. To be precise, it was with a dinner knife. Fortunately, these utensils are silver. While they are not as abundant as the silverware in Anna Manor's dining room, they were indeed sufficient to dispatch this little bloodsucker. Taking a deep breath, Arthur released Helen and stepped forward, bowing solemnly to Roger. "My lord, not only have you saved me, but you have also rescued my family." This kindness. Roger hastily waved his hand to interrupt him. "My lord, you flatter me. It was merely a trifling matter. Since we are friends, this minor deed is hardly worth mentioning." Arthur nodded gratefully and turned to instruct the knights behind him. "The entire city is to be placed under martial law. Inform a church. A blood clan has appeared within the city. Although one has perished, we cannot rule out the possibility of others lurking." The knights accepted their orders, and the clamor of clashing armor gradually faded into the distance. Arthur embraced Helen once more, then crouched down to examine Izar's condition closely. "Are you all unharmed?" Izar excitedly waved her small fists. "I'm fine. My lord is incredibly powerful. That villain didn't he even lay a finger on us. Arthur affectionately tousled Ezar's hair, a look of relief gracing his face. That is good to hear. It seems the Earl has fallen into a trap. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. It is my oversight. Recently, the border trade caravans have been frequently attacked. I should have anticipated that there was something amiss. Was the Earl diverted to seek Miss Helen or Miss Ezar, or perhaps merely to catch up with relatives? Arthur sighed and spoke in a hushed tone. Adrian is after the tears of starlight that Helen possesses. Tears of starlight? What is that? Helen unfastened a delicate silver chain from around her neck. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped crystal, shimmering with a dreamlike blue light in the candle's glow. This has been passed down through generations of the Clyster family. It is said to be crafted from shards of fallen stars. Ezar stood on her toes, adding in a hushed voice, Sister prays to it every night. Why would the Blood Clan seek to seize this? Helen shook her head. We do not know. All we have is a family decree that this item must never fall into the hands of the Blood Clan. Roger pondered for a moment before asking. So, this item only brings trouble. Why not dispose of it? Is it of use to your Clyster family? We are uncertain of its purpose. It is merely a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. Roger rubbed his temples, somewhat exasperated. So, you nearly risked your lives for a relic of unknown utility? I say, why not simply discard it? Helen and Arthur exchanged a complex glance. Arthur sighed softly. Perhaps my lord has a point. Then shall we discard it? Helen bit her lip, gripping the pendant tightly. But what if the Blood Clan finds it? After contemplating for a moment, Arthur turned to Roger. My lord, your territory is by the sea, is it not? Could we implore you to dispose of it in the ocean? To have it thrown away? Would this not invite danger? However, if the Blood Clan desires this object so fervently, it may hold tremendous significance for them. Does the Blood Clan possess any means to track this item? Helen shook her head. Father mentioned that the tears of starlight only emit a unique wave during the night of the blood moon. At all other times, it is indistinguishable from ordinary jewelry. In that case, allow me to assist you in disposing of it. Hand it over to me. With a sigh of relief, Helen placed the pendant into Roger's hands. I entrust it to you. Her fingers trembled slightly, embodying a mixture of reluctance and relief. As she took the pendant, she casually weighed it in her hand, feeling its icy, weighty presence. Rest assured, I shall handle this with care. My lord, please escort the two young ladies back to their quarters. They must be quite shaken this evening. I can return to my room alone. The lord was indeed considerate. He turned gently, wrapping his arm around Helen's shoulder. Helen, I will first see you and Isabella back to your resting place. Helen managed a faint smile, yet her gaze remained anxiously fixed on the pendant in Roger's hand. Then, I entrust this to you. Chapter 061. The Count. 9. Upon returning to the room, Harris stood motionless by the window, gazing vacantly at the sky. Harris, did you witness the blood moon earlier? What was that all about? The blood moon is not an uncommon sight on Earth. He had encountered it several times before. It is merely a natural phenomenon occurring during a lunar eclipse. Yet, the blood moon here exuded an inexplicable strangeness, distinctly more than a mere eclipse. I do not know, Harris replied succinctly, shaking his head. No one knows why it appears. There is no pattern, no forewarning. Sometimes it occurs every few years, other times just a few months apart. Roger approached the window, tilting his head to gaze at the night sky. The full moon had returned to its silvery hue, devoid of any anomalies. However, its appearance often coincided with peculiar occurrences. Peculiar occurrences? Such as? The powers of all magical creatures temporarily amplify. In certain regions, magical fluctuations may abruptly disrupt, even forming bizarre magical vortices. There are also rumors of many having witnessed the apparitions of the deceased wandering under the blood moon. Roger instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, recalling the sudden palpitations and the heightened heartbeat he experienced in the dining hall moments ago. Could it indeed be the blood moon's influence? After all, he was not affected by the nature of the bloodline. Sunlight and holy water could not harm him in the slightest. So why did he respond to the blood moon? Fortunately, the effects were only temporary and not particularly severe. Unaware of his disquiet, Harris jokingly remarked, I just saw Count Arthur rushing back with a group of people. thinking he had uncovered your bloodline identity and was about to apprehend you. What transpired? Nothing much. A bloodline individual just caused a ruckus in the dining hall. A bloodline individual? Harris exclaimed, turning abruptly. Are you saying a bloodline individual intruded into the castle? How is that possible? Curious at her astonishment, Roger inquired. Why is that impossible? Harris quickly explained. Any sizable castle has barriers to fend off dark creatures, especially one as noble as the Count's. A common bloodline individual could never breach such defenses. As she spoke, an idea seemed to dawn upon her, her eyes widening further as she turned to gaze at the full moon. Could it be that they harnessed the power of the blood moon? But the blood moon appears without warning. How could they? Could it be that these bloodline individuals have mastered the pattern of its appearance? Despite her shock, Roger remained unconvinced. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. That individual just happened to pass by, encountered the blood moon, and ran over. However, this explanation did little to assuage her unease. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. I hope so. I must document this incident to present to Teacher Anna next time. Why did that bloodline individual intrude upon the castle? To assassinate Count Arthur? To seek out Count Arthur's fiancée, Miss Helen. At this point, he could not suppress a chuckle. You would never guess that bloodline individual is actually Miss Helen's cousin. Cousin? Harris paused and scoffed. He must be yet another wretch who, in pursuit of immortality, willingly descends into depravity. What does he intend to do? Simply visit family? I doubt Miss Helen would extend a warm welcome to him. Would she? Certainly not. Miss Helen would be more than eager to eliminate him on the spot. She brandished the pendant, swinging it before him, claiming it was for this object referred to as the Tears of Starlight. Tears of Starlight. Harris scrutinized the pendant closely, unable to discern its significance. What purpose does this object serve? I am unaware. Even Miss Helen herself does not know, as it is a treasured heirloom passed down through her family. There exists a family decree that this item must never fall into the hands of the Blood Clan. Harris found it difficult to contain himself. The family decree of Miss Helen states that this object must not fall into the Blood Clan's possession, yet it has ultimately ended up in their grasp. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. How then did she entrust this to you? I told her that keeping it would only invite calamity, and Count Arthur entrusted me with the task of casting it into the sea. Cast it into the sea? While somewhat rash, it does seem feasible. I doubt the Blood Clan would venture to the ocean depths in search of it. So, do you genuinely intend to discard it in the sea? Roger toyed with the pendant in his hand, a smile curling upon his lips. Since the Blood Clan desires it so fervently, it must harbor some secret. Tossing it into the sea would be a waste. Harris shrugged his wings, having anticipated he would not be so compliant. What about that Blood Clan member? Did he flee? No, I disposed of him. What? Harris's feathers fluffed up instantly, his voice rising sharply. You killed a Blood Clan member? Why? Why, you ask? That fool attempted to drain my blood. So I plunged a silver dinner knife into his heart, and he turned to ash. At that moment, he realized he had personally vanquished a Blood Clan member and felt no particular sensation. The last time in the imperial city of Valencia, merely witnessing a Blood Clan member's execution from a distance had nearly terrified him to death. Yet this time, he had killed one with his own hands and felt not even a flutter in his heart. No fear, no regret, not even a ripple of emotion. And you, why are you making such a fuss? Harris's tone grew exceedingly serious. The Blood Clan has 10 commandments, one of which prohibits the slaughter of one's own kind. The violators will be hunted to death by all members of the Blood Clan. Is it for this reason? Roger shrugged off the concern. Who would know I am the Blood Clan? Harris paused, contemplating the matter. You are quite audacious. He chose not to elaborate further, shaking his feathers and turning his gaze back to the moonlit scene outside. Speaking of which, perhaps Count Arthur's mother has also been transformed into a Blood Clan member. Now it was Roger's turn to be astonished. Has he stumbled into the lair of the Blood Clan? How do you know? Harris gestured with his wings toward the door. Do you recall the family portrait hanging in the hall? Of course I do. The figure on the other side, veiled with a drapery, signifies that person has brought shame to the family. Is there such a custom? Has Arthur's mother brought shame to the family? Must bringing shame necessarily equate to becoming a Blood Clan member? Not necessarily. There are several reasons. For instance, elopement, treason, the murder of kin, joining a cult, and so forth. I can only speculate, particularly regarding the illustrious Arthur family, for whom the presence of such dark entities is an utmost taboo. That is nothing but unfounded conjecture, Roger replied, shaking his head. After all, it is their private affair, and we need not meddle. He placed the pendant into his pocket, resolving to present it to Scholar Anna next time, for she may possess knowledge of its origins or purpose. Speaking of which, there are numerous items to consult with Scholar Anna. I must find a time to visit the imperial capital of Valencia soon. Chapter 062. A Stroll. 1. The following morning. After breakfast, Roger strolled through the castle when he encountered Arthur, who entered with dark circles under his eyes, looking travel-worn. Did the esteemed Count not rest last night? Surely, you were not engaged in the hunt throughout the entire night? Arthur rubbed his sore eyes and forced a wry smile. Alas, after a night of toil, not a single strand of hair was discovered. Instead, I roused the entire town. The Count truly immerses himself in his endeavors. With the loss of the tears of starlight, it is to be hoped that the vampires shall not darken our doorstep again. However, one must wonder, how did Helen's cousin Adrian become a vampire? Did he make a special trip to the Fallen Lands? Or perhaps, there exists a vampire clan nearby? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Arthur sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. They could be lurking within human towns or concealed in ancient castles deep within the mountains, remaining undiscovered for centuries. Meanwhile, those humans yearning for immortality willingly seek them out, begging to serve. Indeed, the allure of eternal life proves to be a formidable temptation for ordinary mortals. Regrettably, these fools believe that by becoming vampires, they shall attain everlasting life. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that it merely transforms them into another form of bondage. They are destined to dwell in darkness, enslaved by older vampires, forever craving blood, yet never truly satiated. Arthur scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Roger, feeling somewhat awkward, wished to divert the conversation. Since the Count has labored throughout the night, it would be best for you to rest. I can explore the streets on my own. Arthur perked up, waving his hand dismissively. That simply will not do. It is the Count's first visit, and I must extend my hospitality. Allow me to change in a more appropriate attire. Roger shook his head, his tone gentle yet resolute. My lord, you have worked tirelessly throughout the night. It would be inconsiderate for you to force yourself to accompany me today. I merely wish to take a leisurely stroll. There is no pressing matter at hand. Arthur contemplated this for a moment and nodded. Very well. You make a valid point. In my current state, it would be rather impolite to accompany esteemed guests. Instead, I shall have Isa guide you. Miss Isa? Is she not a bit too young for such a task? Arthur laughed heartily. Do not be misled by her age. She is quite familiar with the streets and alleys of Simon City. Moreover, you are her hero. The opportunity to guide you will surely delight her immensely. Very well. I shall trouble Miss Isa then. I wish you a pleasant outing. Arthur bowed and turned to depart. Before long, Isa, dressed in a light green frock, came bounding towards him, her hair styled into playful braids and a small leather pouch tied at her waist, cheerfully greeting him. My lord, I am here to be your guide. It is my honor to have Miss Isa accompany me today. Isa performed a mock bow and excitedly recalled the events of the previous night. My lord, you were truly magnificent last night. That scoundrel did not even graze the hem of your garment. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, completely oblivious to the terror of the previous evening. Sister remarked that during the blood moon, the power of dark creatures would significantly amplify, making it virtually impossible for ordinary humans to contend with them. Thus, my lord, you must be anything but ordinary. Indeed, I am far from commonplace. However, even if she were the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, she could hardly fathom that he too belonged to the bloodline. Pondering this thought, I couldn't help but wear a relaxed smile and shrug my shoulders. Perhaps I am simply blessed with serendipity? Luck? Isa pouted slightly, clearly skeptical of this assertion. My sister once told me that luck is the most unreliable thing in this world. Anyone who relies on it to survive is bound to stumble and may even lose their life. She mimicked my sister's tone with utmost seriousness. To divert the little one's attention from this topic, Roger bent down, lowered his voice, and feigned mystery. Very well, Let me share a little secret with you. It is, in fact, due to my violet bloodline. Wow. Isa's mouth fell open, her eyes widening in awe. Is that true? Is the violet bloodline truly that powerful? Certainly. But this is my secret, and I shall share it with you alone. You must not tell anyone else. Understood. Isa nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I swear, I will never speak of it to another soul. Harith rolled his eyes on Roger's shoulder, muttering in a tone only he could hear. You truly have a knack for charming children. Roger pretended not to hear, smiling brightly as he asked, Isa, where do you plan to take me, Miss Isa? We must first visit the Central Market. There are so many delightful things to see. Before long, they arrived at the bustling Central Market of Simon City. The market was alive with chatter, with various stalls lining the cobblestone path on either side. However, compared to the market in the imperial capital of Valencia, its scale was several tiers lower, and it seemed devoid of any particularly rare items. As his gaze swept over the myriad of stalls, it landed on an inconspicuous corner not far off. There sat an elderly man draped in a grayish-brown cloak with a birdcage before him. Inside the cage was a bird, entirely crimson, its feathers resembling flames, with not a single stray feather in sight. Beside the cage stood a small sign, crookedly inscribed with a price of 50,000 crystal coins. A liar's nightingale? Harith exclaimed in astonishment from Roger's shoulder. I never thought such a bird still existed. Do you know it? Roger inquired, curious about what made this bird worth such a steep price. This bird is called the liar's nightingale, a magically cultivated creature. Liar's nightingale? What does that name signify? It means this bird feeds on lies. It feeds on lies? Roger observed the peculiar bird with growing interest. So, it can discern truth from falsehood? Precisely. It is also known as the lie detector bird and can identify truth and lies with absolute accuracy. The most advanced lie detectors on Earth cannot achieve 100% accuracy. Yet this magical creature can. How fascinating. It must be quite valuable. Yet it seems no one is even stopping to look. Perhaps it is simply too expensive? Harith chuckled heartily and continued. The liar's nightingale was indeed quite popular at first. The noble class and wealthy merchants each possess one of these birds, creating a situation of overwhelming demand. However, this avian creature possesses an uncanny ability to discern falsehoods, leading to several prominent figures suffering public embarrassment, with some incidents even resulting in fatalities. Consequently, the bird swiftly lost its appeal among the aristocracy and affluent circles. The cost of breeding such a creature is exorbitantly high, rendering it unaffordable for anyone outside the elite. I had thought it long extinct, yet here it is, encountered in such an unexpected location. Roger's realization dawned upon him, and he nodded in understanding. After all, no one relishes having their deceit exposed in public. Noticing his gaze, Isabella curiously approached, inquiring, my lord, are you intrigued by this bird? Indeed, it appears rather exceptional, he replied. Chapter 63. Shopping 2. Isla gasped at the price displayed on the sign. 50,000 crystal coins? Is this an act of robbery? Ah, my dear lady, this is the last remaining liar's songbird in existence. The elderly man grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. Its worth transcends 50,000 crystal coins. Suddenly, the liar's songbird emitted a melodious chirp, its beak opening and closing as if savoring something. Harris chuckled heartily at this. It seems it disagrees with your statement. Roger's interest was piqued further. The old man had uttered 3 phrases. This beautiful lady, the last remaining liar's songbird in the world, and its worth transcends 50,000 crystal coins. It was unclear which of these was a falsehood. The old man's expression turned awkward as he hastily pulled out a black cloth to cover the birdcage. What is this for? Harris inquired. The liar's songbird ceases its lying abilities in darkness, the old man explained. Roger scrutinized the elderly gentleman with a wry smile. It appears you are not entirely truthful. The old man chuckled nervously. Sir, you yist. I have always conducted my business with utmost integrity. Roger waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. I am not interested in your character. I will purchase it for 50,000 crystal coins, but you must answer a few questions. Harris tapped Roger's shoulder with his wings. Are you out of your mind? When the liar's songbird first appeared, It commanded a price of 100,000 crystal coins. Now, even 500 coins would find no buyers. Are you truly willing to spend 50,000 on an obsolete bird? Is your wealth so abundant? I find it worth the price, Roger retorted. Upon hearing this, the old man's murky eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you truly willing to pay 50,000 crystal coins? Roger nodded, gesturing toward the birdcage. You may test it if you doubt. Excellent. Please, sir, ask away. The old man rubbed his hands together eagerly, lifting the black cloth from the cage. Roger tapped the cage lightly with his fingertips. For my first question, is this bird indeed the last lyre's songbird in the world? The old man blurted out, yes, it is undoubtedly the last lyre's songbird. The old man's forehead glistened with sweat, and he quickly amended, it is the last one in Simon City. All right. The old man, flustered and irate, slapped the cage. I purchased this from an antique dealer. Who knows if it is truly the last one? Roger exchanged glances with Harris, admiring the old man's skill at fabricating tales. It seems you no longer desire 50,000 crystal coins? The old man hastily shook his head. Please, sir, do not be angry. My age has rendered my memory poor. In truth, there are two of them. I believe they're the only two left in the world. This time, the lyre's songbird remained silent. Strange, Harris mused. To my knowledge, lyre songbirds do not live beyond 10 years. Given the passage of time, how could anyone still be breeding them? It seems a waste of financial and material resources to sell them if there are no buyers. Roger pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze back to the old man. For my second question, where did you acquire this bird? Given that the lifespan of this bird is merely 10 years, he must ascertain its origins to ensure it could be acquired when needed. The old man's eyes flickered as he was about to speak, but Roger raised a hand to halt him. Consider your response carefully. Should you utter another falsehood, this transaction shall be nullified. The old man's expression shifted between light and shadow, his withered fingers fidgeting incessantly. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously inquired, Sir, are you truly willing to offer 50,000 crystal coins? Certainly, Roger replied. The deceitful songbird remained still. The old man took a deep breath, lowering his voice. Regardless of the bird's origins, no matter who raised it, are you indeed prepared to pay 50,000 crystal coins? Roger, growing somewhat impatient, nevertheless nodded patiently. Of course. Observing the songbird's continued silence, the old man's throat constricted as his gaze flickered. This bird, I cultivated it myself. The deceitful songbird quietly preened its feathers. You must be jesting. Harris immediately countered. Only a top-tier mage could cultivate a magical creature. And you an old fraud? The old man sighed, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his murky eyes. Indeed, once I too was a top-tier mage. I am the creator of the deceitful songbird. Impossible. Harris's feathers bristled. It has been centuries. How could you still be alive? Ah, indeed, it has been centuries. The old man seemed to embrace his fate. I was once consumed by the pursuit of immortality and delved into forbidden arts. The songbird remained unresponsive, affirming the truth in the old man's words. Harris widened his eyes. Forbidden arts? Surely you cannot mean. The old man slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a grotesque black marking on his wrist. The patterns appeared vaguely familiar, and Roger instantly recalled the druid he had previously vanquished, who bore similar markings. I bound my life force to that of an immortal being. As long as it exists, so do I. Harris emitted an unintelligible click of his tongue. And then the magic association discovered you? A flicker of pain crossed the old man's murky gaze. Indeed. Upon discovery, I was stripped of all titles and honors, cast out from the magical community. Roger struggled to comprehend. Was the consequence that severe? As a top mage, surely you need not worry about sustenance? Harris scoffed. No nation or organization dares to harbor a traitor expelled by the magic association. Their decree signifies that anyone engaging in trade, offering refuge, or even conversing with him shall be deemed an enemy of the association. Admittedly, the last point is somewhat exaggerated, but the first two are enforced with utmost rigor. Indeed, after my expulsion, all my possessions were confiscated, not a single crystal coin remained. My former friends shunned me like a serpent, even my closest disciple. The old man's voice trembled, leaving the thought uncompleted. The deceitful songbird stood silently within its cage. Harris flapped his wings a few times, laced with disdain. Did he not foresee such consequences? As a top-tier mage, one cannot be ignorant of the price of forbidden arts. In my youth, I believed that death was the most dreadful fate. Only after truly living for centuries does one come to realize that the most terrifying aspect of existence is solitude. Over the years, I have concealed myself, subsisting on the cultivation of trivial creatures. Recently, by a stroke of fortune, I managed to assemble the necessary materials and successfully bred 2 lyrebirds. Alas, there are no buyers. Initially, I offered them for a price of 100,000 crystal coins, yet no one showed interest. I have since reduced the price to 50,000, yet still, no one is willing to purchase. Harris scoffed disdainfully. You must have known all along that the nobility dares not touch lyrebirds anymore. How many scandals have arisen because of them? How many unions have been shattered? Those influential figures would rather see these creatures extinguished entirely. The old man lowered his head in despair. Indeed, I once believed that time would bring change. Chirp! The lyrebird suddenly emitted a brief call. The old man chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Very well, I concede that I am at my wit's end. The cultivation of these 2 birds has nearly depleted my last savings, if they remain unsold. Chapter 064. Shopping 3. Roger cast a curious gaze upon the elderly man. Will you starve to death if you don't eat? Although the question seemed somewhat foolish, he felt that if one could perish so easily from hunger, then this forbidden secret technique was rather unimpressive. The effort and the reward were entirely disproportionate. Noticing the old man hesitating to speak, Harris snorted dismissively. You won't die, not really, since you coexist with the immortal seed, unless it perishes. Your frail body can continue to cling to life. The old man's face was etched with despair. I may not die from hunger, but the suffering is akin to a living death. As he spoke, he lifted his garment, revealing a gaunt abdomen adorned with bizarre black markings. Isaac gasped in horror and quickly hid behind Roger. Each time I feel hunger, these contract markings ravenously consume my flesh and blood. The symbiosis with the immortal seed is no blessing. It is the most malevolent curse, transforming you into a mere shell of your former self. Harris interjected, his tone tinged with disdain. This is the price of forbidden arts. The wrinkles on the old man's face deepened further. Indeed, the inability to die is the cruelest torment. Harris tilted his head, perplexed. If living is so agonizing, why not grant yourself a merciful end? The symbiotic contract should be dissolvable, or do you still fear death? At this, the old man's lips twitched, and a flicker of rage and sorrow ignited in his murky eyes. Do you think I do not wish to? To dissolve the contract, both parties must be present. Yet I cannot find that symbiotic entity. What do you mean? Have you become separated? The old man sighed deeply, his gaze becoming distant. When we were expelled by the magic association, chaos ensued, and we became lost. For centuries, I have traversed every corner of the continent, yet have never been able to locate it. The lyre's nightingale stood silently within its cage, bearing witness to the truth of the old man's words. It seems that the caprices of fate are also one of the costs of the forbidden. Roger stifled a laugh, finding the old man's misfortune rather amusing, albeit somewhat self-inflicted. Nevertheless, to be compelled to endure for centuries in such a wretched state, unable to find release, was indeed tragic. Very well, I shall purchase this bird. Meet me at the Count's castle this evening. Without waiting for a response from the old man, he turned and departed. Harris was utterly bewildered. Are you truly going to spend 50,000 crystal coins on that wretched bird? You could bargain it down to 500 coins. Yet here he was, unwilling to haggle even a single coin. It was quite extravagant, and Harris felt a pang of sympathy for him. What? Do you think 50,000 crystal coins is too much? Of course it is. Not to mention that the bird isn't worth much at all. Do you really believe the old con artist's words? What top-tier mage? What immortal contract? It all sounds fabricated. Observing Harris's agitation, his feathers slightly ruffled, Roger shrugged. But the lyre's nightingale didn't sing. So what? Perhaps that old man employed some trickery. After all, he is the creator of the lyre's nightingale. He should possess some means. Roger couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that contradictory? The preceding sentence labeled him a deceiver, yet the subsequent one acknowledged him as the creator of the lyre songbird. Harris's feathers fluffed up even more. I merely posited a hypothesis. What if he truly is the creator? Roger cast a meaningful glance at Harris. I suspect your hostility stems from his use of forbidden magic, does it not? Internally, I pondered why one would be so agitated over someone else's use of forbidden magic, particularly when it had no bearing on them. Harris sighed, his feathers gradually settling. Indeed, I harbor a deep disdain for forbidden magic. Teacher Anna had instructed us that any magic that defies the laws of nature ultimately leads to catastrophic consequences, a sentiment shared by all magicians. Roger shook his head, responding earnestly. Regardless, he has endured suffering for many years. That in itself is a form of retribution. Moreover, I firmly believe that what he claims is true. Most importantly, a top-tier magician, even one cast out by the Magic Association, must still possess considerable treasures. Harris suddenly grasped the implication. You wish to extract more from him? He then grew exceedingly serious. However, you're playing with fire. Should the Magic Association discover your association with a traitor, you may find it impossible to attract any reputable magicians to your territory in the future. Roger, however, remained unfazed. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. In this magical realm, even the most novice of apprentices are rare commodities. It may take years for the territory to develop sufficiently to attract or recruit magicians. After all, who would willingly endure hardship in a remote territory when they could enjoy a prosperous life in a bustling city? He did not wish to squander these years. Thus, he felt compelled to take risks. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Harris was filled with exasperation. Do you have any idea of the Magic Association's influence? If they decide to blacklist you, it will not only be impossible to recruit magicians, but acquiring magical items will also become an insurmountable challenge. That sounds rather dire. Yet Roger found himself at a loss. He was in urgent need of various resources and talents, leaving little room for long-term considerations. One step at a time, he resolved. On the other hand, what sort of upheaval could a fallen old magician truly incite? Perhaps the Magic Association has long since presumed him dead. Surely, they wouldn't assign someone to monitor him for centuries without cause? I hope your assumptions prove correct, Harris muttered, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Issa returned from a nearby stall with 2 golden pastries, offering one to him. My lord, this honey cake is the most renowned delicacy of Simon City. Do give it a try. Thank you. Noticing her eager expression, Roger reluctantly accepted the pastry and took a bite. Though it tasted somewhat bland, he feigned delight. Indeed, it is sweet yet not cloying, with a wonderfully soft texture, quite delightful indeed. Right? Issa, happily savoring her honey cake, mumbled, out-of-towners adore it. They even want to take some home. After finishing the honey cake, Issa guided him through the market, sampling several of Simon City's local delicacies. Roger could only pretend to relish the food, nodding in approval while feeling rather stuffed. Isha, having indulged in her meal, shyly scratched her head and admitted, my lord. It seems I have overeaten, he. Roger, glancing at her round little belly, could not suppress a chuckle. It appeared that Miss Isha had quite the appetite today. Shall we conclude our feast here? What shall we do next? Are there any delightful places to visit around here? Isha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nearly bounced up. My lord, let us venture to a most enchanting place. Oh, then I implore you, Miss Isha, to lead the way. The two traversed several narrow alleys until they arrived before a quaint shop adorned with a sign that read Wonder Workshop. Upon entering, they were greeted by an intriguing amalgamation of scents, wood, metal, and an assortment of peculiar aromas. Many of these fragrances were familiar to him from the magical material shop. It seemed they had stumbled upon a magical emporium. The interior, though modest in size, was brimming with an array of exquisite trinkets. As Roger surveyed the surroundings, he found himself both amused and bewildered. There were books that turned their own pages, crystal orbs levitating in midair, dancing wooden figures, and in one corner, a small organ that played itself. Was this truly a toy shop? Had this girl brought him to a magical toy store? Chapter 065. A Stroll for Little Isha. An elderly man rose from behind the counter. With his snow-white hair and beard, coupled with a benevolent smile, He resembled a kindly old craftsman from a fairy tale. Back to see Grandpa's little toys again? Grandpa Norton, Isha greeted cheerfully. I brought a guest today. This is Lord Heisenberg. Heisenberg? Norton squinted, scrutinizing Roger with curiosity. I haven't heard of a Heisenberg territory nearby. Isha puffed out her small chest with pride. The Lord hails from the neighboring kingdom of Swyrog. He is a descendant of the Violet royalty. Roger nearly choked on his own saliva. Before he could respond, Isha eagerly continued her boast. Grandpa Norton, the Lord was amazing last night. He effortlessly defeated a vampire. Roger sighed inwardly, realizing that children often speak without restraint. Norton, upon hearing this, looked astonished. A single person defeated a vampire. How is that possible? Unless he possesses the strength of a paladin. It's true, Isha exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. My sister and I were there too. That scoundrel was vanquished in an instant by the Lord. Isha, my dear, Roger gently interjected with a soft cough, interrupting her. Let us not delve further into this. It might lead to trouble. Isha blinked her large eyes in confusion. Why not? The Lord truly is that impressive. Roger leaned down and whispered, if you boast like this, and other vampires catch wind of it, they might seek retribution against me. Adrian perished in the Count's castle. Unless the vampires behind him investigate thoroughly, they'll merely assume he fell at the hands of the Count. Yet, with you spreading the word, it could attract unnecessary trouble. Oh, Isha suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly covered her mouth. I'm sorry, my lord. I got too excited. It's all right, but you must keep this a secret from now on. Isha nodded vigorously, mimicking a gesture of sealing her lips. I promise I won't reveal a word. As for Norton, it remained uncertain whether he was a blabbermouth. It would be unwise to silence him directly on Arthur's territory. Perhaps a little intimidation would do. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the basement. Damn it, another failure. A young girl's furious voice rang out from below. Norton's expression turned slightly awkward, and he apologized. My granddaughter is conducting experiments. I hope you won't take offense. A girl, covered in soot and grime, burst forth. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her hair frizzed out from an explosion, her face smudged with black, yet her bright amber eyes stood out strikingly. Grandpa, that blasted transformation spell. The girl halted mid-sentence upon noticing the unfamiliar faces in the shop. Alice, Norton admonished softly. Look at yourself, what a disgrace. The girl, named Alice, hurriedly attempted to wipe her face with her sleeve, only to smudge it further. Sister Alice, Isha waved happily. Did your experiment explode again? Alice stammered in her defense. It's not an explosion. It's a controlled release of energy. Grandfather Norton sighed helplessly. This was already the third instance of a controlled release of energy this week. Isa tilted her head curiously. Is Sister Alice still researching that silver alchemy? Silver alchemy? Roger raised an eyebrow, having some knowledge about alchemy on Earth. Alchemy was once a popular pursuit in medieval Europe, typically involving the fusion of base metals like copper, tin, lead, and iron into an alloy, which was then treated with mercurial vapor to grant it the luster of silver, with a touch of gold as a catalyst to transform the alloy into gold. Although many dismissed alchemy as nonsense, numerous scientific discoveries emerged from the alchemical process, laying the groundwork for the scientific revolution. It seemed that in this world, silver was deemed more precious than gold, leading to the development of silver alchemy. I wonder if the evolution of silver alchemy here might also transition into science. However, with the presence of genuine magic, the trajectory of silver alchemy may diverge significantly from that of earthly alchemy. Miss Alice, Roger inquired with a smile, could you enlighten me about your research on silver alchemy? Alice instantly perked up, hastily wiping the grime from her face. Of course, I am studying the theory of lunar silver transformation recorded in the Silver of the Sage. Wait, Harris interjected suddenly, astonished. The Silver of the Sage? Isn't that from the era of the Violet Empire? Alice grew even more animated. You know this book? Then you must be aware that the lunar silver transformation theory mentioned within is indeed real. Norton looked at Roger and shook his head with a sigh. Ever since this child had read the Silver of the Sage, she seemed to have become obsessed. That is not a forbidden text, Alice retorted indignantly. It is a buried truth. I am determined to prove that silver alchemy is the shortcut to enlightenment. It certainly seemed she was entranced. What exactly was this silver of the sage, and how did it relate to the Violet Empire? Harris shook his head. There is a reason that book is classified as forbidden in the magical community. During the decline of the Violet Empire, at least dozens of silver alchemists suffered dire consequences from attempting the experiments detailed within, and achieved groundbreaking discoveries. Alice excitedly interrupted Harris, her eyes gleaming with fervor. They validated the feasibility of the theory with their lives. Could it be that she was not merely infatuated with the idea? Norton seemed at a loss for words and coughed heavily. Enough, Alice. He pointed at Roger. This gentleman is a descendant of the Violet royalty. You should inquire with him. What? A descendant of the Violet royalty? Alice's dusty little face flushed with excitement. Roger's heart raced, and just as he intended to deny it, she darted in front of him, gripping his sleeve tightly. Are you truly a descendant of the Violet royalty? My goodness, I never expected to encounter a member of the Violet royal lineage here. Surely, you are aware of the concept of lunar silver transmutation mentioned in the Sage's Silver, are you not? The Violet royal family must possess comprehensive experimental records, correct? Roger, utterly perplexed by her discourse, discreetly stepped back, freeing himself from her grasp. Well, I'm not a direct member of the royal family, so I'm not well versed in this matter. However, I do have a keen interest in silver alchemy. Perhaps we could engage in a discussion? Really? She exclaimed, leaping in excitement, nearly toppling a nearby shelf. I knew it. The Violet royal family must still retain the true legacy of silver alchemy. Hey, I never claimed that. Please refrain from making assumptions. Silently critiquing her in his mind, he maintained a gentle smile on his face. I've been quite occupied with matters of my territory lately and truly cannot spare the time. If Miss Alice is interested, she might consider visiting my domain, since it appears challenging to recruit a proper magician at the moment. Perhaps enticing this rather eccentric individual wouldn't be a bad idea after all. Chapter 66. Shopping 5. How wonderful. Let's set off at once. Alice exclaimed with excitement, dancing with glee as she rushed to pack her belongings. No, Norton bellowed suddenly, startling Alice into a shiver. Isabel was taken aback as well, instinctively clutching the hem of Roger's garment, her eyes wide with confusion as she gazed at Norton. Even Harris's feathers ruffled slightly. Norton's expression was unusually grave as he pulled the bewildered Alice protectively behind him. My lord, my granddaughter is still quite young and naive. She cannot leave Simon City. I hope you will understand. Though his words were courteous, his tone brooked no argument. Behind him, Alice stamped her feet in frustration. Grandfather, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Silence. Norton rebuked sharply. The atmosphere in the shop grew awkward, though Roger could not fathom why the previously amiable Norton had suddenly erupted with such fury. He was equally disinclined to linger in the uncomfortable ambience, and he bowed in farewell. I merely mentioned it in passing. There is no need for you to be anxious. Mr. Norton, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. Once outside the shop, Isabel looked up with a worried expression. My lord, why was Grandfather Norton angry? He is not angry. He is simply very concerned for Sister Alice, Roger replied, shaking his head with a gentle yet resolute tone. You can kind of play again next time. I assure you that Grandfather Norton will not be angry then. Isabel sighed in relief, her face breaking into a sweet smile. That is good. Harris shook his feathers, grumbling under his breath. What is wrong with that old man? Why did he suddenly turn hostile? Such a lack of decorum. Roger observed Isabel's joyful figure bounding ahead and remarked quietly, perhaps he fears that his granddaughter might be whisked away by me. Harris, puzzled, asked, then why did you invite her to the territory? Do you truly wish to abduct her? I believe she possesses the potential to become a mad scientist. Just look at her fervor for the art of silver refining. She does not seem like a normal person at all. You two have noticed she is not normal? Harris rolled his eyes. Are you not concerned that she might blow up your castle? High risk yields high reward. I would not allow her to reside in the castle. I would find a secluded spot to build her a separate laboratory. I do not believe she could devastate the entire territory. If she truly had such prowess, it would be akin to striking gold. Unfortunately, it seems Norton has no intention of letting his granddaughter accompany him, though Norton appears to have few years left in him. One cannot truly wait for his demise, can one? What if he possesses a longevity trait and lives for several more decades? To abduct her secretly? He shook his head, dismissing that thought. This is the domain of Count Arthur, and he has no desire to stir up such trouble. By the way, what is this silver of the sage? Harris inquired with a serious tone. It is a forbidden tome from the late Violet Empire, documenting the secret methods of transforming ordinary metals into pure silver. According to Professor Anna, the content of the book indeed holds some profound insights, yet it is exceedingly perilous. Many silver refiners have lost their lives because of it. Can this thing truly cost lives? How can such a dangerous item still circulate? Has it not been destroyed? Harris stretched out his wings. Indeed, he had been destroyed before. Yet each time, new manuscripts would inevitably emerge shortly thereafter, and ultimately, the matter would fade away. After all, not everyone possesses the means to master the art of silver refining. At least these individuals are aware of the consequences that may arise. This piqued Roger's curiosity, leading him to desire a glimpse into the contents of the book. Do you know what this book contains? He inquired. I have no interest in such forbidden tomes. Harris replied decisively, shaking his head. I have merely heard of it. I have never seen it. Is there a complete version in the Valencia Imperial Library? There should be. But access to such forbidden texts requires approval from Professor Anna. You wouldn't want to see it, would you? Would you be able to comprehend it? I'm just a bit curious. I want to find a time to explore the differences between silver refining and alchemy. At that moment, Isa, who was walking ahead, halted in front of a shop, her eyes fixated on the display window. Roger approached, and within the window was a hairpin adorned with a sapphire. Do you fancy this? Isa's cheeks flushed as she quickly shook her head. No, not at all. I merely find it beautiful. He pulled her into the shop. How much for this hairpin? The shopkeeper held up 2 fingers. 2,000 crystal coins. For such a small hairpin, 2,000 crystal coins? Why not just steal it? Just as he was about to voice his complaint, Harris poked him with a wing. That hairpin emanates magical energy. The shopkeeper gave a thumbs up. This gentleman has a keen eye. This hairpin is imbued with 3 useful spells: a dust-repelling charm, a waterproof charm, and a simple protective spell that can withstand a low-level attack. Roger, unfamiliar with such magical items, turned to Harris for insight. Do you think it is worth that price? Harris nodded. It appears well-crafted, and in this place, that is about the standard price. Wrap it up, Roger instructed. Isa hurriedly waved her hands. It's too expensive. My lord, I cannot accept it. My sister will scold me. Nevertheless, Roger continued to retrieve his money, accepting the box containing the hairpin and handing it to Isa with a smile. This is a gift to thank you for guiding me today. Rest assured, your sister will not scold you. If she does, come to me for justice. Isa received the box, her face flushed with excitement. Thank you, my lord. They continued to wander, arriving at a shop specializing in magical weaponry. The magical arrows available were only of low quality, yet their prices were exorbitant, each priced at 500 crystal coins. Such wares would scarcely fetch 100 crystal coins at a magical weapon shop in the Valencia Imperial City. Thus, he abandoned the idea of purchasing magical arrows here. After an afternoon of browsing, most items on the list could be found in Simon City at reasonable prices. The remaining few would require a visit to a larger city. Upon returning to the castle, Isis suddenly exclaimed, "My lord, look! It is that old man who sells birds." The elderly man was crouched in a corner, cradling a birdcage, and upon spotting them, he hurried over with a nervous fidget. "My lord, you have finally returned," he said, wringing his hands anxiously. "Yes, wait a moment. I shall fetch the money." He retrieved a pouch containing 50,000 crystal coins from the room and took the birdcage. The elderly man grasped the heavy pouch, poised to untie the strings, when he heard Roger's inquiry. "Would you be interested in coming to my territory?" The old man's hand trembled, causing the pouch to fall to the ground. Yet, he paid it no mind, his eyes widening as he fixated on Roger. "What did you say, my lord?" I asked. Roger replied leisurely, lifting the black cloth covering the birdcage. "Would you care to reside in my territory? I can provide you with sustenance, a laboratory, materials, and a secure environment for your research." The elder's expression was one of disbelief, while the deceitful oriole in the cage quietly preened its feathers, affirming the authenticity of Roger's proposition. "I am a traitor expelled by the Magic Association, and you. Roger dismissed the concern. I'm only interested in the value you can offer me. My territory is in dire need of talents such as yours. I accept your offer. Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. The elder, overcome with emotion, nearly knelt down, but Roger supported him. How do you wish to be addressed? M.O. Morris. Clement, my lord. The old man stuttered. Though it has been a long time since anyone has called me by that name. Very well, Mr. Morris. I shall return to my territory tomorrow morning. You may ponder this overnight and come to find me again tomorrow. Chapter 067. The Count, 10. Morris was trembling with excitement, to the point where onlookers were genuinely concerned that he might collapse at any moment. After finally managing to calm him down, Roger proceeded towards the castle, carrying a birdcage. Harith nudged Roger with his wing. Are you certain you wish to take in that old fellow? What if the Magic Association finds out? Old fellow? Roger chuckled inwardly at the implicit insult. Haven't we already discussed this? But you mentioned wanting to extract more valuable information from him, Harith countered. I hadn't anticipated that you'd bring such a significant troublemaker into the territory. Isn't this inviting disaster? Then what you propose? If I don't keep him close, how will I glean more from him? I cannot simply seek him out every time. What if he is driven away one day? What then? Seeing that Roger had made up his mind, Harith resignedly spread his wings. Very well, you are the Lord. The decision rests with you. Upon returning to his chamber, Roger pondered a thought. Shouldn't we perhaps change his name to avoid complications? Harith scoffed. Even with a name change, it would only mitigate a fraction of the trouble. These exiled traders are undoubtedly marked with magical brands that cannot be evaded simply by altering their names. Magical brands. That does not sound promising. Is there no way to remove them? It is a fusion of magic and curses, for which no method of dispelling has been discovered to date. Any sorcerer can sense this peculiar magical mark. This is precisely why these outcasts have fallen into such dire straits. They cannot enter any magical establishments and must pay exorbitant prices on the black market for magical materials. Is that so? In that case, it is indeed miraculous that Morris has survived without becoming a mere shell of a man. He is undoubtedly worth recruiting. His abilities must extend far beyond mere appearances. Moreover, it seemed that no reputable sorcerers would visit his territory anytime soon, alleviating concerns regarding the exposure of Morris's presence. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated from outside the door. My lord? Isla's melodious voice filtered through the door. Enter. Isla pushed the door open, and Roger immediately noticed the sapphire hairpin adorning her braid. Is it beautiful? The young girl asked shyly, tilting her head. Roger gave her a thumbs up. It suits you perfectly. Has your sister seen it? My sister said it was too precious and insisted that I express my gratitude to you, my lord. What for? This is merely your due. Thanks to you, I was able to explore Simon City properly today as your guide. By the way, could you tell me about the old Mr. Norton and Miss Alice? Since he was able to recruit a traitor expelled by the Magic Association. Adding a somewhat eccentric silversmith posed little concern. Old Mr. Norton and Miss Alice? Isla tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. What would you like to know, my lord? Are they locals of Simon City? What about Miss Alice's parents? Isla pondered seriously for a moment. The shop of Grandfather Norton has been established in the town since my early childhood. Sister Alice only arrived last year. I have heard that her parents have passed away, and Grandfather Norton took her in to live with him. She only came last year? Where was she before? I'm uncertain about that. After posing a few more questions, I gleaned no useful information. Perhaps I should simply ask Arthur to handle that old man? Yet, the old man is quite obstinate. Surely he would give some deference to the Lord Count? I quickly shook my head, dismissing that notion. It would be too trivial for a lord of the city to intervene in such a minor matter. At that moment, a respectful voice from outside the door announced, My lord, Miss Isha, the Lord Count requests your presence for dinner. Isha bounced to the door. Got it. Let us go, my lord. In the dining hall, Count Arthur and Miss Helen were already seated. Arthur's complexion appeared significantly better than during the day. It seemed he had enjoyed a restorative nap. My lord, were you satisfied with today's excursion? He inquired. Very much so. Simon City is even more prosperous than I had imagined. With a rich variety of goods, I replied. Helen graciously poured wine for everyone. My lord, you have been so extravagant in purchasing such precious gifts for Isha. Isha immediately flaunted her head, the sapphire hairpins sparkling under the candlelight. Miss Isha is an exceptional guide. This is her deserved reward, Arthur remarked with a smile, shaking his head. This child has indeed been spoiled by us. I heard that you viewed quite a number of items today, my lord. Indeed, most of the items I wish to purchase can be found in Simon City, though some may require a journey to a larger city. Oh, is there anything in particular that my lord still needs? Perhaps I may be of assistance. Roger produced a parchment list from his pocket and handed it over. Primarily, these few items, such as high-grade magical arrows. Arthur nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, we only have low-grade magical arrows here. The caravan's cost for transporting high-grade arrows, including shipping, storage, and risk fees, would multiply the price several times over, rendering them unmarketable. If my lord wishes to make a purchase, it would require advance reservation with the caravan along with a substantial deposit. That sounds rather troublesome. It seems I must venture to the imperial capital of Valencia. Considering the price difference between the two locations, I might save on the round-trip expenses. After reviewing the list, Arthur folded the parchment and placed it in his pocket. I shall procure the supplies available in Simon City for my lord. It will be more convenient. Please do not decline. Roger initially intended to refuse politely, but reconsidered, realizing it would indeed alleviate a great deal of trouble. Then I shall trouble you, Count. Arthur smiled heartily. It is merely a small effort on my part. During the conversation, I learned that Roger would be returning the following day. Arthur raised his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. I had originally hoped to invite my lord to next week's hunting festival. It is truly a pity. Isha pouted, looking disappointed. Can't my lord stay a few more days? The hunting festival is so much fun. Roger smiled apologetically. The affairs of the territory are quite demanding, making it inconvenient to linger. Should another opportunity arise, I shall certainly visit again. Helen gently patted her sister's hand. Isla, the lord has important matters to attend to. You mustn't be willful. Although Isla continued to pout, she obediently nodded. The following morning, Arthur personally escorted Roger to the castle's entrance, accompanied by the reluctant Isla and the gently smiling Helen. My lord, the supplies you require will be gathered in approximately 3 to 4 days. I shall deliver them to your domain myself, Arthur assured. Your grace is exceedingly courteous. Sending someone would suffice, Helen interjected, stepping forward with utmost seriousness. My lord, I entrust you with the tears of starshine. Please ensure it is cast into the depths of the sea. Miss Helen, you need not worry. I shall handle it appropriately, he replied, though inwardly he mused how such a valuable item could be so casually discarded. It would be a waste. Perhaps it would prove invaluable one day. Farewell, Miss Isla, he said as he mounted his steed, waving at Isla. Next time I visit, I shall bring some specialties from Swyrock. Isla's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she waved vigorously. You must come again, my lord. I will miss you. Chapter 68, Development 7. As they were about to leave the city, a hunched figure by the roadside intercepted them. It was Morris, burdened with a tattered satchel and holding a birdcage draped in black cloth, presumably containing another lyrebird. Harris murmured to Roger from his shoulder. This old fellow has quite the audacity to show up, hasn't he? Roger summoned Bear to bring forth an empty horse for Morris to mount. The elderly man clumsily ascended the steed, grasping the reins tightly. My lord, I am grateful for your kindness in sheltering this weary old frame, he expressed. Roger merely nodded in acknowledgement. After a long day's journey, they returned to the territory as the sun dipped below the horizon. Morris surveyed the modest domain before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his murky eyes. He had anticipated that the lavish young lord's territory would possess some magnitude, yet he was taken aback by its desolation. Is this truly your domain, my lord? He inquired, his tone tinged with incredulity. With a smile, Roger replied, disappointed, are we? Morris hastily shook his head. No, not at all. To have a place to call home, I'm already content. It is merely unexpected, standing at the castle gates. He glanced at the rudimentary wooden houses and sparse farmland. There is considerable potential for development here. Mr. Morris, you have spoken truthfully, Roger acknowledged. Indeed, it is rather rudimentary, but therein lies the vast potential for growth. Bear and the others emerged upon hearing the conversation. Boss, you have returned. Has everything been well these past few days? One inquired. Nothing of great consequence, save for a visit from the group leaders yesterday, Roger replied, noting the waning light and deciding to defer further discussions until the morrow. After instructing old John to prepare accommodations and sustenance for Morris, he sought out Luna. Has the little one uncovered anything? He asked. She has been searching diligently and found a collection of small stones, Luna replied, producing iron, ore, and copper for her pocket. You should inquire tomorrow where these were found. Luna examined the iron and copper ore, weighing them in her hands, and asked curiously, out of all those stones, are only these two useful? Is that not sufficient? They have only explored a limited area. Discovering these two is already quite commendable. The following morning, 10 group leaders were summoned. You visited me the day before yesterday. Have you encountered any difficulties with the road construction? The road work has been progressing smoothly, my lord, one leader reported. What should we do with the cassava once harvested? Several thousand pounds of cassava have been unearthed, another leader noted, rubbing his hands together. These cassavas cannot be left for long, or they will spoil. Roger pondered for a moment before making arrangements. The young adults will continue road work. The women shall be tasked with harvesting the cassava, while the elderly and children will slice and dry it. However, even so, managing such a large quantity of cassava would overwhelm the scant manpower available in the territory. Fortunately, the refugees from the imperial capital of Valencia were expected to arrive in a few days. One leader hesitantly raised his hand. My lord, with so much cassava, drying them alone may not suffice. What if it rains? Roger almost forgot about the region's frequent rains, recognizing it as a genuine concern. It seems we shall need to construct some drying houses. Drying houses? The group leaders exchanged puzzled glances. Sir, we have never constructed anything like this before. It's quite simple. Just build a closed house with stones, dig a fire channel below, and lay bamboo mats above. Spread the cassava slices on top, and dry them slowly with smoke. The group leader, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It seemed quite manageable. Roger turned to Kyle. Have you managed to calculate the area of the cassava fields I asked you to? Kyle promptly produced several pieces of wood inscribed with numerous scratches. Sir, I have marked each plot according to the method you taught me. Roger accepted the wooden pieces, observing the varying depths of the scratches that differentiated the plots. Nearly bursting into laughter, these marked pieces were indeed more primitive than the counting methods of early humans. Yet, in such a backward territory, devoid of literate villagers, this was the only way. Kyle, tomorrow, find a few skilled hands, preferably with carpentry experience. I have important tasks for them. Initially, it was planned to wait until the territory stabilized before launching a literacy campaign, but it appeared that this had to be expedited. Otherwise, even the most basic statistical tasks would be arduous. Kyle nodded eagerly. Yes, sir, I will gather them first thing in the morning. After scrutinizing all the scratches on the wood, Roger furrowed his brow. So, the area of the cassava fields is approximately 100,000 acres. That is double old John's estimate of 50,000 acres. However, one could hardly blame old John. After all, the villagers had previously regarded cassava as a dreaded fruit, and no one would voluntarily count the exact quantity. What is the yield per acre? At least 2,000 pounds. By that calculation, the territory could yield about 100,000 tons of cassava. Even if 1,000 people were allocated to process this cassava, each would have to handle 100 tons, which would be utterly exhausting. At that moment, he could not devise a better plan, so he dismissed the group leaders. After their departure, Harris could not contain his curiosity. A drying room? Where did you learn such peculiar methods? In our hometown, these are common knowledge. However, this drying method seems a bit slow. Can't we use magic? Without hesitation, Harris remarked. According to your principle, fire magic could indeed facilitate rapid drying. But employing magic for such laborious tasks feels like a desecration of its essence. Roger scoffed. No matter how noble magic is, it must serve humanity, does it not? Harris's feathers ruffled slightly, but mages dedicate decades to mastering magic, not to dry cassava. Magic is about pursuing truth, exploring the essence of the world. Then, helping ordinary people improve their lives is not a form of truth. Roger countered. Using magic to dry cassava could save countless from hunger. ISNT, that far more tangible than researching some elusive essence. Harris was momentarily speechless, merely muttering, "That's a fallacy." Roger, disinterested in further debate, summoned Morris and briefly explained the structure of the drying room. After listening, Morris nodded thoughtfully. "Sir, this design is quite ingenious. However, I have a simpler proposal." He returned to the room and rummaged through his belongings to retrieve a metal device shaped like a rice bowl, intricately engraved with complex runes. This was a trinket I studied in my youth, capable of emitting gentle warmth continuously. Roger took the device into his hands, feeling its mild temperature. How long can it last? Theoretically, it can sustain its function for about 3 days. Morris felt a surge of pride, although it cannot compare to those exquisite magical artifacts. It excels in simplicity of design and cost-effectiveness. Harris approached, scrutinizing it closely. Is this not merely a subpar, temperature-regulating magical device? Morris's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it is somewhat crude, but is more than adequate for drying cassava. Chapter 069. Rumors. Morris asserted that, given sufficient materials, he could produce a dozen of these trinkets in a single day without difficulty. Materials? Surely, they aren't rare magical components? Ordinary metals, such as copper and iron, should suffice. Although copper and iron have been located in the mines, they have yet to be extracted. What about gold from the nearby area? This place is abundant with it. In this magical realm, when it comes to the conductivity of magical energy, silver surpasses copper, which in turn surpasses iron and other metals, including gold. Nevertheless, being a metal, it should be feasible, right? Morris nodded in agreement. While the efficacy of gold may be somewhat inferior, it remains acceptable. The crux lies in the magical runes inscribed upon the surface. However, relying solely on magical runes results in a rather brief duration. Ideally, fire-type materials would be available to ensure functionality for over a month. Unfortunately, there's a scarcity of fire-type materials here. Even one that lasts merely 3 days would suffice. Let Bear 2 and the others transport some gold to the blacksmith shop and request the smith to forge a batch of golden bowls. Mr. Morris, please compile a list of the experimental apparatus you require, and I shall endeavor to procure them. Additionally, feel free to voice any other requests you may have. Morris rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his murky eyes. My lord, I require a quiet workspace, preferably distant from the main castle. Experiments can sometimes lead to, minor mishaps, such as explosions. Clear's throat occasionally. There may be uncontrollable fluctuations in magical energy. Morris awkwardly coughed twice. Furthermore, I will need a basic set of alchemical equipment. He produced a crumpled piece of parchment, densely inscribed with a list of items. These are the essentials. Roger took the parchment and glanced over it. Upon seeing items such as test tubes, crucibles, distillers, and precision balances, he couldn't help but chuckle. These appear to be a rather incomplete set of chemical laboratory equipment. Were he to be transported to a high school chemistry lab, this old man would likely be left utterly astounded. It seems that magic and chemistry are quite similar. Hearing his mumblings, Morris looked up in confusion. Chemistry? What do you mean, my lord? Nothing of consequence, merely a field of study from my homeland. It appears their essence is quite alike, revolving around the transformation of energy and matter. Nearby, Harith interjected with a scoff, easier said than done. Do you comprehend how many years of study a magician must invest to master these principles? Roger pondered for a moment and asked, do magicians ever share these hard-earned principles with others? Harith shook his feathers dismissively. What a ludicrous notion. The research outcomes of each magician are their most prized treasures. How could they ever share them so freely? In other words, they cling tightly to their discoveries, unwilling to share, allowing knowledge that could flourish to be buried instead. Roger shook his head, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. It's akin to discovering an intriguing phenomenon today. If shared with others, 100 minds collaborating, there would surely be new breakthroughs. However, if everyone hoards their findings, progress will crawl at a snail's pace. Morris's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. The gentleman's statement resonates remarkably with the ideals once espoused by the Violet Emperor. Oh, The Violet Emperor articulated such sentiments? Indeed. Morris nodded, a reminiscent gleam in his eyes. In those days, the Violet Royal Academy openly disseminated a plethora of magical knowledge, even permitting commoners to study. This was an unprecedented and audacious act at the time. Harris, with a dismissive shake of his feathers, retorted, and what was the outcome? Among those naive common apprentices, 9 out of 10 ended up maimed. Yet, that one remaining individual often achieved astonishing feats. Morris countered impulsively, only to realize his indiscretion and quickly lowered his gaze. I apologize, I spoke out of turn. Roger disregarded him, muttering to himself. It seems the Violet Emperor was indeed a progressive figure. However, it remains a mystery why he rallied the continent's elite to wage war against the abyss of eternity. Upon hearing this, Morris opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Roger noticed his reaction. What is it you wish to convey? Speak freely. After a moment's hesitation, Morris cautiously began, My lord, I have merely heard rumors. It is said that the abyss of eternity contains rifts in time and space, linking to unknown realms. Rifts in time and space, linking to other realms? The Violet Emperor led his army to conquer other dimensions? Harris flapped his wings in exasperation. Do not be overly excited. Such rumors number in the hundreds, if not thousands. To this day, no one knows the true nature of the abyss of eternity. Morris hurried to clarify. No, this is different. It is said that the Violet Emperor discovered an ancient tome within the royal library, after which he commenced his campaign against the abyss of eternity. Both Roger and Harris perked up in interest. What ancient tome? Morris shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Harris, infuriated, exclaimed, Isn't that stating the obvious? Even if that book did exist, it would surely have been carried by the Violet Emperor and vanished with him into the abyss. Not so, Morris lowered his voice. Speaking conspiratorially, that tome was subsequently divided into 6 parts, with each of the 5 major nations and the Church of Light holding one fragment. He lowered his voice further, adding, It is said that uniting the 6 fragments could unveil the truth behind the Violet Emperor's disappearance. Harris's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you hear such a ludicrous tale? Morris offered a wry smile and shook his head. Time has passed, and many details elude me now. Yet, the shock of this matter has lingered in my memory. Fascinating. If such ancient fragments truly exist, have the 5 major nations and the Church of Light never considered uniting them for research? My lord, you are unaware, Morris stated gravely. On the surface, the 5 nations are rife with suspicion, each unwilling to present their fragment first. However, behind closed doors, they have signed a clandestine agreement forbidding anyone from attempting to gather these fragments. The devastation wrought by the Violet Emperor's expedition has left all nations wary of another figure like him arising. It indeed sounds plausible. The sudden loss of millions of elite warriors and tens of thousands of sorcerers, along with provisions that must amount to astronomical figures, is a calamity sufficient to severely wound the vitality of the entire continent. Yet, if there truly exists a rift in the fabric of time and space within the realm of eternal calamity, why has no one returned? Is it merely a one-way passage? One that permits departure but forbids return? Despite pondering for an extended period, he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Roger shook his head. Now is not the time to dwell on such ethereal legends. The most pressing matter at hand remains the development of his territory. Chapter 070, gathering 5 days later. Arthur arrived at the territory with his convoy. However, he did not linger this time. After leaving the inventory and supplies list, he hurriedly took his leave. There were pressing matters to attend to in his fief, and he promised to return another day. He did not even have the chance to settle the payment. Observing Arthur's departing figure, Roger furrowed his brow slightly. Was he in such a hurry? Could it be that another blood clan was on a prowl? For the tears of Starlight? But the tears were no longer in Helen's possession, and any further harassment by the blood clan would be futile. Shaking his head, he instructed his servants to lead the wagons to the empty space behind the castle to unload the goods. Do you think Count Arthur is facing some trouble? He casually inquired of Harris, standing atop the castle's parapet, gazing at the dust rising in the distance. Harris ruffled his feathers. Has he encountered any fewer troubles? His own uncle wishes to kill him, and there are Blood Clan disturbances. Who knows what else could go wrong? Arthur's situation is indeed quite dire. Alas, though he calls me a friend, he does not confide in me during his troubles. Roger genuinely considered Arthur a friend, appreciating his character. Yet, it seemed that the Count was reluctant to involve him in any complications. Harris chuckled heartily. Look at your current capabilities. Even if you wanted to ask for your assistance, he might hesitate to do so. Just because you managed to eliminate one Blood Clan member doesn't mean you possess the prowess to vanquish thousands. Roger was left speechless by Harris's remarks. Given the current strength of his territory, it was not only impossible to assist others, but even to ensure his own safety. He wondered how Raymond and Bear 5 were faring. If all went smoothly, in a month and a half, 200 bear men would arrive at the territory. At that point, the combat strength of the territory would increase exponentially, potentially providing substantial support to Arthur. Harris, is there a long-distance communication device in this world? If only there were something akin to a mobile phone that could facilitate real-time communication. Long-distance communication? Certainly, there are magical communication crystals. However, they are exorbitantly expensive and require matching magic arrays on both ends. The magical energy needed to maintain these arrays is no trivial matter. Only the wealthiest families can afford them. It appeared that such a device was beyond his means. Gazing at the azure sky, Roger contemplated whether he could devise a radio. The first step would be to generate electricity. Setting aside the lightning magic available here, even using conventional methods, one could create the simplest of primary batteries, such as the classic copper-zinc acid battery. If zinc was unavailable, iron could suffice. If the voltage was insufficient, one could connect them in series. If the current was inadequate, one could increase the electrode reaction area. Alternatively, one could handcraft a generator using the principle of electromagnetic induction. In this era devoid of electricity, the spatial frequency spectrum was remarkably clean, with minimal interference. A mere few watts of radio frequency power could cover the entire continent. With electricity secured, the receiving device posed no challenge. He played with crystal radios in his youth. As for the transmitting device, just as he was pondering this, a terrified scream erupted from behind the castle, interrupting his thoughts. Hastening to the edge of the rooftop, he peered down to find a servant sitting on the ground, trembling and pointing at the carriage. Within the vehicle, a disheveled figure rose unsteadily. What? How can there be someone in that carriage? Harris muttered. Could it be that the esteemed Count is involved in human trafficking, sending people to the wrong place? The person's hair was tangled, and their attire was covered in dust and hay, evidently having endured a bumpy ride within the carriage. Raising their head to look up, a pair of bright eyes sparkled through the disarray of hair. In an instant, Harris recognized her, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that the silversmithing girl? What's she doing here?" Alice excitedly waved at them. "My lord, I have come to find you." "This girl," he murmured, then leaped from the rooftop, striding directly to the carriage. "Miss Alice, how did you end up here? By the looks of it, did you sneak into the carriage?" Such stealth was impressive. She had managed to remain undetected throughout the journey. Alice clumsily climbed out of the carriage, brushing off the dust from her skirt, revealing a mischievous smile. "I learned from ISA that the Count would be transporting supplies here today, so I secretly hid in this carriage. You promised to discuss silversmithing with me." Roger was at once amused and exasperated. "I didn't invite you, but I certainly did not intend for you to sneak out like this. Your grandfather must be frantic right now. The last time he casually invited her to visit the territory, her grandfather nearly had a fit. If he discovered she had slipped away, wouldn't he be furious enough to storm over?" Alice pouted. "Grandfather is too stubborn. He knows I wish to study philosophers, Silver yet insists on hindering me. Do not worry. I left him a note before I came. He won't be concerned." "Not concerned?" "Hardly. Yet, since she was already here, it would be unwise to send her back." "Very well. You may stay for now." Alice cheered, her dusty little face blossoming into a radiant smile. "Wonderful. I knew you were the most open-minded lord." Roger summoned a maid to assist Alice with freshening up. Watching Alice hum a cheerful tune as she departed, Harris couldn't help but grumble. "You keep gathering these individuals. Soon, the territory will become a haven for oddities." Roger, as curiosity piqued, he quickly inquired, "Are there many expelled by the Magic Association?" Harris's feathers ruffled in alarm. You can't be serious? Roger snapped his fingers. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, one does not itch. Since we have already taken in a Maurice, a few more would not hurt. Have you lost your mind? Harris flapped his wings in distress. If the Magic Association discovers you sheltering these traitors in your territory, they will surely raze it to the ground. Well, as long as they remain unaware, it should be fine. There is no such thing as a soundless wall. Rest assured, I will handle it with discretion. Besides, our territory is rather remote. Those old fellows from the Magic Association are likely too lazy to come here. Just tell me, do you know anything about those expelled mages? Harris shook his head. These individuals either conceal themselves in the remote wilderness or adopt false identities to survive within the shadows of the black market. Where might one seek them? The black market? Indeed, Maurice should possess some insights. Thus, I shall approach Maurice without delay. Upon learning of Roger's intentions, Maurice appeared utterly astonished. You wish to shelter more exiles like myself? He inquired. Precisely. Do you know where I might find these individuals? Roger's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes upon Maurice. Maurice, rubbing his frail fingers together, hesitated before responding. I am aware that several of my exile colleagues are indeed making a living in the black market. However, they possess certain peculiarities in their character. He quickly added, but their abilities are undeniably exceptional. Excellent, Roger exclaimed, slapping the table with enthusiasm. Mr. Maurice, please note their locations. I shall dispatch individuals to retrieve them. I intend to gather all those who have been marginalized by the mainstream magical community. Excitement flickered in Roger's eyes. Perhaps we could even establish a new magical association. Chapter 071, The Rules 1. What about calling it the Night Magic Association? Roger proposed, believing it to be a rather impressive name. Yet, it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a nefarious organization. Harry cast him a surprised glance. Though I do not wish to dampen your enthusiasm, the Night Magic Association is an already established entity. Roger nearly choked, astonished that such a villainous-sounding organization truly existed. Are they indeed malevolent? Harry tilted his head in contemplation. They aren't exactly evil, but they are certainly not a reputable organization. They refer to themselves as seekers of truth in the night, while in the magical community, they are dubbed fallen scholars. Fallen scholars? Roger's curiosity piqued. Then why doesn't Mr. Morris join them? Surely, with his proficiency, he would qualify. At that moment, Morris, who was inscribing the whereabouts of other exiles on parchment, displayed a look of embarrassment. Harry struggled to suppress his laughter, explaining that the members of the Night Magic Association were even more arrogant than those of the Magic Association. They scorned the traitors expelled by the latter. How ironic it was, a group that prides itself on seeking truth yet cannot tolerate its own kind. It seemed that this so-called Night Magic Association was rather unremarkable. Roger continued to ponder what name to bestow upon their magical organization. How about the Secret Council? A bit kitsch, isn't it? Every third-rate organization seems to adopt that title. Perhaps Eye of the Stars? Or Eye of Truth? Those sound like names fit for astrologers. He mused further. That might not be such a bad idea. Upon hearing that name, no one would associate it with a magical organization, nor would they suspect it to be a gathering of traitors from the Magic Association. Eye of the Stars it is, a name that suggests an astrology club, quite discreet. Harry shrugged his wings, indicating that he found it agreeable. The first rule of the Eye of the Stars, Roger stated, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. All members must unconditionally share their research findings for the benefit of collective inquiry within the organization. The quill in Morris's hand clattered to the table, his expression one of shock. Master, this is... Harry flapped his wings in astonishment. How could that be? Every magician holds their research findings dearer than life itself. Roger, arms crossed over his chest, regarded Morris with a calm gaze. If one is unwilling to share, they are not compelled to join. No one will force them into this venture. Mr. Morris, if you are reluctant, you may leave now. It was laughable that these individuals, whose livelihoods were at stake, clung to their research findings so tightly. Even more absurd was the notion that the very research they considered vital to their existence may have already been discovered by others, merely kept under wraps. Each individual was repeating studies on matters that were already known, squandering precious time on problems long resolved. This insular academic environment was an impediment to the advancement of magical civilization. Harry opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, folding his wings slightly, lost in thought. A flicker of struggle passed through the murky depths of Morris's eyes. The elder spoke wisely. Indeed, this approach could expedite the advancement of magic. However, after a moment's hesitation, he finally let out a deep sigh and gritted his teeth. "My lord, I am willing to share the fruits of my research." Roger nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Excellent, Mr. Morris. You are the inaugural member of the Eye of the Stars. Perhaps in the future, the Eye of the Stars will become a force that transforms the entire magical realm." After sketching out grand visions, he took the parchment from Morris, glancing over it. It detailed the exiles Morris had encountered over the past 5 years, spanning 6 nations, totaling 13 individuals. Morris had annotated each name with brief information, areas of expertise, last known locations, and potential whereabouts. "My lord, these are records from the past 5 years. As for those from 5 years prior, their chances of survival are likely grim." He nodded in understanding. According to Harris, most of these exiled magicians faced dire circumstances. Surviving for 5 years was already a remarkable feat. I shall send someone to seek them out. You may focus on your research. As he exited Morris's chamber, Harris inquired curiously, "Who will you send?" Roger, looking somewhat dejected, pointed to himself. "Who else could I send? It has to be me." It seemed somewhat absurd for a lord to be scurrying about for such trivial matters. Yet, with the territory still in its infancy and no suitable personnel to delegate, it appeared he would have to seize this opportunity to take a few astute individuals out into the world. At that moment, Xiong Air rushed in with urgency. "Boss, a group of mercenaries has arrived outside, accompanied by a large crowd, claiming they are here to see you." It seemed the refugees from the imperial capital had arrived. He spurred his horse onward and soon spotted Xiongda blocking the road on his magical boar. In front of the procession stood a dozen fully armed mercenaries, warily confronting Xiongda. Upon seeing Roger approach, the leader, Nora, waved at him. After sending Xiongda back, Roger greeted Nora with a smile. "It has been a while. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" Nora replied with a hearty laugh. "Not at all. We brought all 500 without a hitch." Roger's gaze swept over the refugees, all of them young and robust. He silently commended Raymond for his selection. Nora's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Is it enjoyable being a lord? Wouldn't being a mercenary be more exciting?" Roger couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had not abandoned her hope of recruiting him as a mercenary. Being a lord is indeed quite taxing, yet it has its own peculiar joys. Nora shook her head dismissively, surveying the surroundings with a click of her tongue. "This place is even more backward than the rumor suggested. If you wish to be a lord, at least choose a better location. Why pick such a wretched place?" Before Roger could respond, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Have you encountered any demons here?" Roger replied, "Look at me. I am perfectly fine. There are no demons in this world, merely nonsensical tales." She seemed to agree, but cast a wary glance at the magical boar in the distance. Even in the absence of malevolent forces, peace seems rather elusive here. Even amounts are rather extraordinary. After conversing for a while, Roger instructed the mercenaries to escort the displaced individuals to the clearing beneath the castle. As they made their way toward the castle, he inquired of Nora, "Are there any literate individuals among your people?" "Indeed, I can read, along with 5 or 6 others." "Why do you ask? Out of 50 mercenaries, only 5 or 6 can read. That literacy rate is rather low. Please assist me in recording their information, names, ages, special skills, and so forth." Nora rolled her eyes. "Hey, we are mercenaries, not your clerks. Furthermore, this task is not part of our contract. Rest assured, I would not expect you to work without compensation. There will be an additional payment of 1 crystal coin per person." Nora's eyes lit up, and she immediately perked up. "You should have mentioned that sooner." Chapter 072, Rules 2. 500 refugees gathered in the open space before the castle, while Roger stood on the castle as parapet, addressing them through a trumpet. "I am the lord of this place, Roger. From now on, you shall be the new inhabitants here. For the time being, there are no laws, only simple rules. He raised 3 fingers. Thieves shall repay, assailants shall be punished, and murderers shall pay with their lives. You have just witnessed the fate of that magical boar. Those who fall prey to their own misdeeds will become its sustenance. The crowd of 500 refugees stood in utter silence, many discreetly swallowing hard. As he surveyed the anxious faces below, Roger could not help but smirk inwardly. Of course, as long as you abide by the rules, I assure you that you shall have ample food and warmth. This was precisely why these refugees were eager to come here. In the slums of the imperial capital Valencia, they struggled to secure even the most basic necessities. A month ago, upon hearing that they could find food here, they disregarded the ominous reputation of this place and rushed to enlist. They were instructed to queue and register at the castle gates, providing their names, ages, literacy, former professions, and skills, among other details. Nora leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow as she observed him. You certainly carry the mantle of a lord quite well. But shouldn't such matters be handled by a steward or subordinate? Do you not even have a steward here? Roger couldn't help but chuckle wryly. A steward? I don't even have a proper scribe. As this territory is in its nascent stage, I must take matters into my own hands. If Raymond were here, he would undoubtedly be in charge of this task. But with him absent, I must step up. He glanced at her and pointed toward the castle entrance. Aren't you going to register? Are you foregoing this opportunity? Nora waved her hand dismissively. Let them earn a little pocket money. My commission for this task is already quite substantial. I do not need this small sum. You are quite generous. Do you have any idea how much a mercenary can earn in a month? A guaranteed 10,000 crystal coins, perhaps. Are you envious? Indeed, that is quite a sum. Would it be possible for me to hire you for an extended period? Nora crossed her arms, regarding him with keen interest. Oh, is the Lord attempting to poach my team? It is not poaching. I see that your team works harmoniously. I would like to employ a few of you for several months to assist me with various tasks. Nora shook her head decisively. Regrettably, our itinerary is full, and we must return to fulfill other obligations. However, she lowered her voice and flashed a sly smile. If you are willing to offer triple the commission, I might consider staying behind to assist you for a few months. Roger's lips twitched slightly. Was he inscribed with the words "great fool"? You might as well resort to thievery. Nora blinked innocently. Do not say such things. I am worth every penny. She began to enumerate her skills. I am capable of combat, skilled in accounting, can train soldiers, and assist you in managing these refugees. Triple the commission is already quite a bargain. Roger shook his head resolutely. I think not. I do not possess such funds. I was hoping to discuss a friendly rate. Perhaps 5,000 to 6,000 crystal coins per month would be more reasonable. 5,000 to 6,000 crystal coins. Nora nearly leaped in astonishment. You are insulting the worth of an elite mercenary. Roger feigned sorrow, shaking his head. It seems our friendship is not sufficient for a discount. Friendship aside, business is business. Since she has stated it thus, Roger has little desire to haggle any further. How much do I still owe you for the commission? Don't you still need to purchase other goods? Is it time for settlement already? Those items can be put on hold for now. Nora produced several sheets of parchment and handed them over. After deducting the deposit of 200,000 crystal coins, a sum of 1,287,500 crystal coins remains to be paid, along with an additional 500 crystal coins for the part-time clerks. Upon verifying the accounts, he clicked his tongue in discomfort. This is not merely spending money like water. It is akin to spending it like a waterfall. Of course, this is the price he pays for his insistence on hiring the Blade Mercenary Corps. According to Raymond, employing a regular mercenary group could save him at least 300,000 to 400,000 crystal coins. However, it also establishes a robust cooperative relationship with the Blade Mercenary Corps. Both parties have demonstrated commendable credibility, making future mercenary needs considerably more convenient. Follow me. He led her to the castle basement. In the dimly lit prison cells of the basement, the former lord, emaciated and gaunt, lay half reclined upon a pile of straw. Upon seeing Roger enter, he immediately rushed to the iron bars, emitting a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. My lord, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. The skeletal steward lay nearby, groaning in protest. Witnessing this scene, Nora inquired half-jokingly, "Are they hostages? Seeking ransom?" Upon learning they were the former lord and steward, her curiosity piqued. Why keep them when the territory had already been seized? Have you not seen how these scoundrels have ravaged the land? To execute them would be too merciful. As he spoke, he entered a storeroom, opened one of the chests, and counted out 129,000 crystal coins, handing them to Nora. "The surplus shall be considered a tip." Nora accepted the pouch of coins, weighed it in her hand, and whistled. Indeed, the lord is quite affluent. In less than half a day, the registration process was completed and Nora's party prepared to depart. "My lord, do not forget us for future business." Nora waved as she mounted her horse. After they left, he summoned Kyle and several villagers. "You will escort these 500 individuals to the southwestern district and assign them housing according to the planned areas. Bear 2, Bear 3, accompany them to help maintain order." Subsequently, he ascended to the castle rooftop, gazing at the increasingly bustling southwestern district. Harris remarked, "It can be considered a fresh infusion of vitality into the territory." No sooner had he spoken than Roger suddenly slammed the railing, startling him. "What is it?" Roger pointed at the new residents, his brow furrowed. "Do you not notice any issues?" "What problem?" "They all appear quite healthy. It seems they have been well fed." "They are all men." Roger nearly ground his teeth in frustration. 500 refugees, and not a single woman among them. Harris suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh, that indeed poses a problem. However, we cannot entirely blame Raymond. In such impoverished areas, the presence of female refugees is indeed scarce. Moreover, those who are found are often sold into. Ahem, you understand." Roger furrowed his brow deeply. Without women, these able-bodied men would inevitably cause trouble. More critically, the population of the territory cannot sustain growth. Harris suggested, "Perhaps we could procure some female slaves." He was not fond of such human trafficking endeavors. Yet, he could not conjure a more favorable solution at the moment. Fortunately, these new residents should not pose any immediate issues, allowing the matter to be set aside for now. For the time being, it would suffice to wait until the territory develops, when perhaps women might be inclined to settle here. The more pressing concern at hand is how to allocate these 500 able-bodied laborers to swiftly advance the territory's development. Chapter 073. Treasure. After several days of settling in the new inhabitants, Roger prepared for an extensive journey. This expedition entailed numerous tasks. 1. A visit to Simon City to inquire about the troubles faced by Count Arthur and to settle the payment for the previous shipment. 2. To recruit the expelled wizards listed by Morris. These individuals were scattered across 6 nations, making the journey quite time-consuming. 3. To procure a batch of supplies, including several magical items, notably high-level magical arrows. 4. To purchase the experimental apparatus required by Morris and Alice. 5. To travel to the imperial capital of Valencia to seek Anna's insights on the slate salvaged from the barbarian camp by the sea, although not of utmost importance. It was convenient to address it while en route. 6. To sell some treasures for crystal coins. 7. To ascertain the purpose of the chilling blue crystal and the tear of starlight. Gazing at the densely packed to-do list on the parchment, Roger sighed softly. Had he perhaps spread himself too thin? He had to manage the development of his territory, act as a procurer, and now personally recruit wizards. Speaking of wizards, he pondered whether Morris might recognize the blue crystal. He promptly retrieved a box from the basement and headed to Morris's room. "Morris, I have something remarkable to show you." Morris looked on with curiosity as Roger donned thick gloves and cautiously extracted a metallic box from the wooden chest. "Is that deep-sea mysterious iron? How could a noble such as yourself possess such a rare item?" Morris exclaimed in astonishment, only to question why such a precious treasure had been fashioned into a storage box, considering it a waste. What other uses could this object serve? Though Harith had identified the material, it lacked knowledge of its specific applications. This metal, being of extreme cold, could easily withstand fire magic attacks and enhance the power of ice magic. Roger mused internally about the Abyss sect's extravagance in using such a fine material for a storage box. Reflecting on the treasures looted from the barbarian camp, it was plausible that the Abyss sect was already wealthy beyond measure. Morris reached out to stroke the surface of the metallic box, exclaiming in surprise, "How curious! Why is it so cold? Although it is of extreme cold nature, it should typically be at room temperature." "My lord, what is inside this box?" Roger opened the metallic box and retrieved another box of the same icy material. "Morris, the contents within are exceedingly cold. You would do well to wrap yourself in a blanket first." Hurry flapped its wings and took flight. Morris hurriedly found a blanket to wrap around himself. His gaze fixated on the metallic box as it slowly opened. A blast of bone-chilling cold surged forth, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The breath Morris exhaled instantly crystallized in the air, tiny ice crystals accumulating on his beard. "By the gods!" Morris gasped, retreating 2 steps from the frigid air, nearly tripping over his own blanket. His eyes widened, fixated on the box, which emanated a soft blue glow from the crystal within. Roger swiftly closed the lid and returned the box to the metal chest as the temperature in the room began to rise gradually. "What is this?" Morris stammered. "Ice. The heart of frost? No, that cannot be right. The shape is incorrect. Could it be the legendary core of frost? Impossible." Observing Morris's reaction, Roger surmised that he too was unfamiliar with the object. Trembling, Morris wiped the frost from his beard and took a deep breath to steady himself. "My lord, where did you acquire this treasure?" "I found it at a barbarian camp by the sea. It must have been retrieved from the ocean by those savages." "The sea? My lord, what happened to those barbarians?" Seeing his anxious demeanor, Roger couldn't help but smile wryly as he informed him that none had survived. "They're all dead," Morris exclaimed, striking his thigh in frustration and stamping his foot. "What a pity! Such a shame. If only I could have learned where it was salvaged from." After sighing for a considerable time, he managed to regain some composure. "My lord, although I am uncertain of what this truly is, one thing is certain. It is undoubtedly the finest material for ice magic." His eyes sparkled with fervor. If utilized properly, one could even forge equipment capable of freezing fire magic at the level of a sorcerer. "That sounds impressive. Can you do it?" Morris's expression turned somewhat awkward. "I can, but the energy contained in this treasure is immense, requiring the most advanced equipment. And here, we lack even the most basic experimental tools. Are those advanced devices prohibitively expensive?" Morris rubbed his frostbitten fingers and replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, my lord, exceedingly so. Only the headquarters of the Magic Association and a few elite magic academies possess such equipment. Just a high-tier enchanting furnace costs tens of millions of crystal coins, and that is at the internal price of the Magic Association. Should an outsider wish to purchase it, it would likely exceed 100 million. 100 million? It seems there is no hope." Roger lamented as he closed the metal chest, realizing it would remain unused for several years. "Since it is of no use, should we simply sell it? Mr. Morris, what do you think this would fetch if sold?" "Sell it?" Morris nearly leaped from his seat, almost shrieking. "My lord, are you mad? Such a high-grade magical material cannot be measured in mere currency." Roger was well aware of this, yet he thought it better to convert it into resources that could be immediately utilized rather than allowing it to gather dust in the basement. Morris continued to ramble. "Moreover, once such a high-caliber magical material is revealed, it will undoubtedly incite a frenzied competition among the major powers. At that point, not only would selling it be impossible, but you might even lose your life. Is it truly that exaggerated? My lord, consider this. If the Magic Association learns that you possess this treasure, they may offer a fortune for it. However, other factions may resort to unsavory and despicable tactics." This was indeed true, given the current strength of his territory. If another faction were to forcibly seize it, even sending hundreds of elite soldiers, he might not be able to defend it. "Very well, then we shall not sell it." He had completely dismissed the thought of obtaining the appraisal from the capital of Valencia. He certainly did not wish to invite peril upon himself due to this crystal. As he held the wooden box, preparing to return it to the seller, he encountered Alice in the hall. Ever since her arrival in the territory, she had incessantly pestered him to discuss the art of silver refining, which was becoming increasingly exasperating. Despite his repeated assertions of his utter ignorance in this field, she remained obstinately unconvinced. He considered sending her to the laboratory to experiment herself, but the so-called laboratory was nothing more than an empty shell. devoid of any equipment or materials. "My lord," Alice exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she approached him. "I have a new silver refining formula I wish to consult you about." "Alice, I must embark on a journey. Should you have any inquiries, please seek out Morris." Chapter 074. The Black Market. Roger set forth with Bear 4 and 4 young men. Although these lads lacked combat experience, they compensated with their nimble minds and quick reflexes. By taking them out to explore the world, he hoped to cultivate them into capable assistants in the future. Aside from leaving Bear 1, Bear 2, and Bear 3 behind to maintain order within their territory, Luna and Harris also remained. Luna intended to communicate with the two moles regarding mining prospects, while Harris would serve as a strategist, ready to offer counsel should any unexpected situations arise in the territory. Upon reaching the boundary of their domain, the 4 young men instinctively tugged at their reins, exchanging nervous glances. Although Kyle had ventured beyond the territory previously, they were still apprehensive, glancing around anxiously as if fearing that stepping outside would bring calamity. Observing their trepidation, Roger chuckled. "What are you afraid of? Didn't Kyle return safely last time?" Finally, a young man named Jack mustered his courage and urged his horse forward. As the horse crossed the boundary, he nervously rubbed his head and patted his chest, releasing a heavy sigh of relief once he confirmed that no dreadful occurrences had transpired. It seemed that indeed, nothing was amiss. Encouraged by his bravery, the other 3 followed suit. One of them, named Tom, even dismounted to kneel and feel the soil beyond the boundary. "It's just like the dirt back in our territory," he remarked. "All right, enough of the exploration. We must continue our journey." The 4 young men chatted excitedly along the way, marveling at everything they encountered. Upon arriving at the small town where they had previously purchased iron goods, they bought 4 ready-made garments from a tailor's shop for the young men to change into. Though merely coarse fabric, it was far superior to the ragged clothes they had been wearing. Dressed in their new attire, they finally resembled respectable individuals. Continuing their journey, they reached Simon City. While the 4 young men gaped in awe at the grandest city they had ever seen, Tom nearly toppled from his horse, only to be caught by Bear 4. "Look at you, such a timid fellow," Bear 4 chided as he helped Tom back onto his mount. "This is merely a small city. Wait until you see a larger one. You might just wet your pants." Tom's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. The other 3 stifled their laughter while stealing glances at the towering city walls. "Come on, let us enter the city." Upon entering, the cacophony enveloped them, overwhelming the young men with sensory delight, as if they had stepped into a grand bazaar where everything appeared novel. Street performers, vendors shouting their wares, and even a dozing stray cat at the corner elicited their awe. Roger, finding no need to rein them in, allowed them to explore freely. Arriving at the Earl's castle, they were greeted by Helen and Isabel. Isabel joyfully ran over and clasped his hand. "My lord, you've finally arrived." The sunlight glimmered on her braided hair, accentuating the sapphire hairpin she wore. Helen gently cleared her throat. "Isabel, mind your manners." Isabel playfully stuck out her tongue. "Hee. The lord doesn't mind, does he?" Roger chuckled as he tousled her hair. "Of course not." Turning to Helen, he inquired, "Where is the Earl?" "He has gone to the royal capital. The last time he visited my domain, he left in haste." "Did something transpire?" Helen's gaze flickered slightly. "I am not privy to the specifics." Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiry. "This is the payment from our last transaction. Please have 2 bags of gold coins brought in." "You are too gracious, my lord. Arthur specifically instructed me to ensure you receive a warm welcome should you visit Simon City." She turned to a nearby maid and instructed her to prepare the guest rooms and arrange for dinner. "Miss Helen, there's no need for trouble. We shall take our leave now." Roger waved his hand dismissively. "There are numerous matters to attend to this time, so I shall not linger." Isla's expression fell immediately as she tugged at his sleeve. "Must you depart so soon, my lord? At least stay for a meal." Roger smiled apologetically. "The itinerary is rather tight this time. I promise to stay longer on my next visit." Isla pouted for a moment, but soon brightened up. Then it settled. "Isla, have you visited Grandpa Norton's shop recently?" He pondered whether he should inform Norton about Alice's situation in his territory. Yet, what if Norton misconstrued it as him, having spirited Alice away. Would he not retaliate? Grandpa, Norton moved away just a few days ago, Isla said, fiddling with the hem of her dress, looking dejected. He didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. He moved? Why? Could it be because his granddaughter ran away, and he couldn't bear the disappointment? I'm not certain. I heard from the neighbors that he left in the dead of night. Does no one know where he has gone? He contemplated how Alice would react upon hearing this news. Would she cry and demand to find her grandfather? Isla shook her head. No one knows. In light of this uncertainty, he felt powerless. He gently patted Isla's head in an attempt to console her. Do not be saddened. Perhaps one day Grandpa Norton will return. My lord, please wait a moment, she exclaimed, dashing back towards the castle. Roger regarded Helen with utmost seriousness. Miss Helen, kindly convey to the Count that if there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do my utmost to help. A flicker of gratitude crossed Helen's eyes as she slightly bowed. I shall convey your message. Thank you, my lord. Isla returned breathlessly, cradling a small wooden box in her hands. My lord, this is a gift for you. Oh, he accepted the box, revealing a delicate silver brooch within, its craftsmanship somewhat rough. Yet the design was unique, resembling a blossoming petal. I made this myself, Isla declared proudly, puffing out her chest. I learned from Grandpa Norton. Although it pales in comparison to a silversmith's work, Roger carefully extracted the brooch and solemnly pinned it to his collar. It is beautiful. I truly adore it. Thank you, Isla. Isla's cheeks flushed with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. After bidding farewell to them, he arrived at a secluded corner in the eastern part of the city. Following the address recorded by Morris, he discovered the black market of Simon City. Boss, why are we here in such a place? Xiongxi asked, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, his hand instinctively resting on the handle of his axe. For young individuals huddled together, their eyes darting anxiously around the dimly lit, dilapidated alleyway. They were on a quest. Consulting the markings on the parchment, they ventured deeper into the passage, where a crooked wooden sign bore the hastily scribbled words grocery store. Upon entering, they were immediately assaulted by a pungent odor of mildew. The dimly lit interior was cluttered with an assortment of disarrayed items. Behind the counter, an emaciated old man slowly lifted his head, a pipe clamped between his teeth. His indifferent gaze swept over the newcomers as he tapped out a peculiar rhythm on the counter. This left Roger utterly bewildered. What does this mean, Mute? A code? A secret language? Morris had never mentioned such intricacies to him. I'm here to find someone. As the words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the shop shifted subtly. The old man gradually lowered his pipe, his murky eyes fixated on Roger, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. A barely perceptible aura of menace began to permeate the confined space. A black market? Roger grasped the dragon's breath pistol at his waist with his right hand, while discreetly signaling to bear with his left hand behind his back. Fixing the old man with a cold stare, he remarked, Old man, I'm not fond of your gaze. Chapter 075. The black shop. Roger's extraordinary hearing allowed him to instantly detect the sound of slicing air above him, prompting him to swiftly retreat. A glimmering knife plunged deeply into the exact spot where he had just stood. The sight made Roger's eyelids twitch. Had he been even a moment slower, the blade would have pierced his skull. This was no mere test or warning. The adversary's attack was lethal. Something felt amiss. Although the black market was rife with all manner of individuals, it was still a place of commerce, governed by its own rules. What sort of establishment would attempt murder upon a patron's entrance? Even the infamous bun shop run by Sun Airiang required a more subtle approach, often resorting to drugging their victims first. Ah, what remarkable reflexes! A figure shrouded in a black cloak gracefully descended upon the knife's hilt, their piercing gaze fixed intently on Roger. Blocking the path of the advancing Xiongxi, the cloaked figure scrutinized him closely. Who are you? Xiongxi demanded. I bear you no grudge. Why strike so viciously upon our first encounter? The cloaked figure let out a derisive laugh. Foolish boy, blame yourselves for choosing the wrong time and place to intrude. Roger furrowed his brow, perplexed by the enigmatic words. What did wrong time and wrong place mean? He detested such cryptic banter, scoffing as he released his grip on Xiongxi's arm. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Xiongxi roared and swung his battle axe towards the cloaked figure. Like a wraith, the figure evaded him with ease. Xiongxi's axe struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending shards of stone and splinters flying, yet failing to graze even the edge of the adversary's cloak. Using the momentum of the axe's blade, the cloaked figure propelled themselves into the air, launching 3 glimmering, throwing knives directly at Roger's face. Roger raised an eyebrow at the audacity of his opponent. Was this individual attempting a 1 versus 2 confrontation? Had he been an ordinary person or even someone with moderate combat skills, he would have likely fallen victim to the assault. However, given his vampire constitution, those knives moved sluggishly in comparison. He sidestepped effortlessly, catching one of the knives in midair. Inspecting it, he remarked disdainfully, "The accuracy is commendable, but the force leaves much to be desired." Witnessing this, the elderly man behind the counter widened his eyes in alarm and hastily fled towards the back door. "Old man, where are you going?" Roger called out. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the throwing knife hurtling through the air, embedding itself deeply into the old man's back, the hilt nearly disappearing within him. TSK. Observing the elderly man fall lifelessly to the ground, Roger clicked his tongue in disappointment. The force was adequate, yet the accuracy was lacking. He had intended to wound the man's arm, leaving him alive for questioning, but miscalculated, resulting in a fatal strike. It seemed he would need to practice on a target more often. He couldn't afford to consistently aim for a non-lethal outcome only to end up with a corpse. The cloaked figure, witnessing the turn of events, vanished momentarily, only to reappear as 4 distinct phantoms, all advancing towards him simultaneously. "Watch out, old man!" Xiongxi bellowed, swinging his axe once more, striking one of the phantoms, only to find it was merely an illusion. The overwhelming inertia sent Xiongxi tumbling forward, landing in a heap. Roger discerned the underlying truth. What he had initially believed to be a genuine technique of duplication was, in fact, merely an elaborate ruse. With a forceful stamp of his right foot, dust and wood shavings erupted into the air. The 3 duplicates revealed subtle distinctions amid the swirling debris. In a flash, Roger's hand seized the throat of the leftmost duplicate, causing the other 2 to dissipate instantly. The cloaked figure gasped, eyes bulging and legs thrashing helplessly. "Boss, you are incredible. This fellow is quite a handful, almost like a flea," exclaimed Xiongxi, his face alight with admiration as he brandished his battle axe near the black-clad man's neck. "Shall we finish him off?" "Not just yet. Release him," Roger commanded. The cloaked man collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. "I trust you are one who values life. Why not share what I wish to know? For instance, who are you? Why do you seek to kill me?" The black-clad figure coughed a few more times, regaining some composure, and shot him a menacing glare. "You had better release me immediately, or else." Roger was taken aback by the audacity of the man. Did he truly believe he could issue threats in such a precarious situation? Or else what? "If I don't let you go, am I doomed?" I am quaking in my boots. Just as he was about to continue taunting the man, he noticed Jack and Tom huddled together on the floor, trembling in fear. "Jack, Tom, you 2 should step outside and wait," he instructed. The 4 young men, as though granted a reprieve, scrambled out in haste. After closing the door, Roger lost interest in further jesting with the cloaked figure. "Now, what gives you the confidence that I 1T kill you?" The black-clad man's lips moved slightly, his voice barely audible, nearly drowned out by Xiongxi's heavy breathing. Roger raised an eyebrow and crouched closer, urging, "What? Speak up. I can't hear you." A sinister smile crept across the cloaked man's face as he suddenly lunged. A dagger concealed in his sleeve aimed directly at Roger. The blade halted mere inches from Roger's throat, his wrist firmly grasped, rendering him immobilized. The man's expression shifted to one of disbelief and terror. Xiongxi, witnessing this audacity, raised his axe, ready to strike the cloaked man down for daring to attack the boss. However, Roger stayed his hand, tightening his grip on the assailant's wrist. "Do you think such petty tricks can deceive me?" He had already noticed the peculiar movement of the man's sleeve prior to the attack. With a sharp crack, the man's wrist fractured under Roger's pressure, and the dagger clattered to the ground. "Ah!" The cloaked man writhed in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. so you can feel pain after all. From your earlier bravado, I assumed you were made of iron. Crouching in pain, he gritted his teeth, stifling his cries, and managed to squeeze out a few words. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Yet his trembling body betrayed his suffering. Of course, I shall kill you. Surely, you aren't naive enough to believe you will leave here alive today? Roger scoffed. However, death comes in many forms. You can forget about a swift demise. I find myself quite intrigued by the prospect of shattering each of your 206 bones, one by one. What do you say? Would you care to give it a try? Demon. Gazing upon Roger's devilish grin, the cloaked figure screamed hysterically, his previously fierce countenance now entirely supplanted by terror. Roger slowly waggled his finger. The devil offers no choices. But I shall. You are presented with two options, a swift demise or endless torment. Contemplate this carefully. I am not threatening you, but rather offering you an opportunity. The cloaked figure glared intently at Roger, his eyes swirling with humiliation and dread. The excruciating pain in his wrist incessantly prodded his nerves, a stark reminder that the man before him was indeed capable of carrying out his words. After a prolonged silence, the cloaked figure's body slumped in defeat. I confess, we are members of the Blood Moon Society. The mention of the Blood Moon Society sent a jolt through Roger's mind, recalling their notorious reputation for relentless pursuit of their targets, stopping at nothing. Could it be that his abduction and extortion in the imperial capital of Valencia had been exposed? Yet, that seemed unlikely. If they were truly after him, they could have sought him directly in his domain. Why lay an ambush in such a manner? He had come here in search of the sorcerer listed by Maurice, and these individuals would need to be in collusion with Maurice to set such a trap. Chapter 76. The interception. Roger initially suspected that the old Coop Morris was merely toying with him, perhaps testing his qualifications to become a lord. However, it was evident that this was not the case. Upon further inquiry, he learned that their mission was to eliminate all irrelevant personnel who had entered the establishment. Such brutality! If irrelevant individuals had intruded, they could simply be dismissed with an excuse, yet they resorted to indiscriminate slaughter. It soon dawned on him that if this group was here to clear the area, it signified the imminent arrival of a significant figure. What were you waiting for? The cloaked figure's eyes narrowed sharply, as if struck at a vulnerable spot, their jaws clenched in silence. Still refusing to speak at such a critical juncture, Roger lifted his foot and forcefully pressed down on the cloaked figure's wrist, where the bone had been shattered. The cloaked figure emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, hastily exclaiming, "We truly do not know who it is. We are merely awaiting someone who matches the code." The code? He realized that the rhythmic pattern the old man had just tapped out was indeed the signal. Moreover, the proprietor of the establishment had long since been dealt with by them. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Roger was incensed. He had anticipated a triumphant start, eagerly seeking to recruit his first mage, only to have his plans derailed by these scoundrels, turning a promising beginning into a disastrous one. Without the shopkeeper, where'd he find that mage? Such terrible luck. With a fierce kick to the cloaked figure's chest, a muffled crack echoed as the figure flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall, lifeless. Spitting in disdain, he turned and strode towards the exit, uncertain whether there were still members of the Blood Moon Society lurking nearby. He had no desire to be cornered by a band of assassins. As the two approached the door, the wooden entrance creaked open from the outside. A shadow clad in a black cloak stood at the threshold, obscuring its features. "Hey, another one!" Su Air's eyes widened as he hoisted his battle axe above his head, ready to strike. "Stand down, Su Air." The newcomer stooped and, with hands tucked within the folds of the cloak, displayed no signs of aggression. Nor was there any aura of malice about them. Instead, they exuded an inexplicable weariness. The tattered cloak was covered in dust, and beneath it, emaciated fingers could be glimpsed. Clearly not the demeanor of a ruthless assassin. Was this yet another irrelevant individual seeking their demise? The newcomer remained silent and motionless, simply standing there. A thought crossed Roger's mind, and he reached out, tapping a rhythmic pattern on a nearby wooden crate, precisely mirroring the signal the old man had demonstrated earlier. At last, the newcomer responded, raising a hand to the doorframe to echo a similar rhythm. Could this individual before him be the very person the Blood Moon Society awaited? One could hardly tell whether fortune had smiled upon him or if the Blood Moon Society had simply drawn the short straw. Having just dispatched the assassins of the Blood Moon Society, their target had now arrived at his doorstep. Since the Blood Moon Society had thwarted his plans, it seemed only fitting to return the favor and vex them in kind. Upon completing the signal, the newcomer visibly relaxed, lowering their hood to reveal a weathered visage. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with exhaustion and urgency, yet their tone bore a hint of relief. "It seems I have found the right place." Upon uttering those words, his gaze swept across the disarray within the shop, landing on the two lifeless bodies strewn upon the floor. The old man took a cautious step back. "Had I arrived at an opportune moment?" "No, you have arrived at precisely the right time. We have just dealt with a few unwelcome guests." Roger gestured towards the corpses, his tone nonchalant, as if he were merely disposing of a few cockroaches. "These individuals were also here for you." At this, the old man nearly blurted out, "Who? Which faction do they belong to?" "Which faction? Is it merely the Blood Moon Society?" "They are indeed members of the Blood Moon Society." He deliberately paused, keen to gauge the old man's reaction. "Blood Moon Society?" The old man echoed in bewilderment. "Is it a mercenary group? Let us set that aside for now and discuss the matter at hand. You have surely been informed of my request for assistance. Given the circumstances, do you still dare to accept this commission?" The old man's face was etched with urgency, his eyes brimming with hope and anticipation, as if Roger were his last lifeline. Roger swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Initially, he thought this was merely a matter concerning the Blood Moon Society, but it was evident that this old man was being pursued by numerous factions, indicating he had landed himself in serious trouble, a veritable hot potato. Would his rash involvement in this affair only bring him peril? Noticing Roger's silence, the old man assumed he was hesitating and quickly extended 3 fingers. "If you agree to take this on, I shall pay you triple the remuneration. Whether or not I accept will be discussed later. I must first verify your identity and the specifics of your request." He intended to ascertain the other's credentials before deciding whether it was worth wading through this murky water. The old man hesitated not, retrieving a finely crafted metal badge from his cloak, adorned with an intricate magical emblem. "I am Mage Albert Isaac Anderson. My request is for a place of absolute safety, one where I can remain hidden for at least 3 years." "A mage?" Roger inwardly lamented, wishing he had brought Harris along. At least he could have inquired about the rank of a mage. He dared not inquire about this Albert, fearful that in this magical realm, the title of mage might be common knowledge, thereby exposing his ignorance. As he mentally deliberated, he found himself at an impasse. Not wishing to squander time, he produced a crystal coin and tossed it into the air. The coin landed in his palm, which he then pressed down upon. "Mr. Albert, care to venture a guess as to whether it is heads or tails?" Albert looked bewildered, staring at the coin beneath his hand. He asked dryly, "What does this have to do with the commission?" "You may guess, heads or tails." Despite his confusion, Albert hesitantly replied, "Heads," slowly removing his hand from the coin. It indeed revealed heads facing upwards. "Very well, Mr. Albert, I shall accept this commission. From this moment forth, all must adhere to my directives. Is there an issue?" Albert nodded without hesitation. "As long as I can remain safely hidden, I will follow your lead." "Good, now strip off your clothes." Albert's mouth gaped open in shock. "What?" Roger's tone was unyielding and authoritative. "Remove your garments, strip completely, leaving not a single piece." The complexion of Albert fluctuated between hues of blue and white, as he vehemently resisted this nearly humiliating demand. Observing his reaction, Roger gestured towards the door. "Perhaps those pursuing you are merely 3 streets away. With every second you hesitate, the peril intensifies." Albert's expression darkened further, his cracked lips trembling, evidently caught in a fierce struggle between dignity and survival. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over all humiliation and defiance. Shoulders slumped, Albert tremulously raised his hand to untie the knot of his cloak. "Xiongxi, go fetch the old man's corpse." As Roger issued the command, he scoured the shop for any combustible materials. In the midst of removing his outer garments, Albert was startled by the sight of the corpse that Xiongxi had tossed before him, freezing in place. "Mr. Albert, do not dawdle. Hasten your disrobing for the greater good." Xiongxi stripped the old man of his clothing. Xiongxi grinned and, with rough hands, began to peel away the old man's attire. The linen shirt, stained with blood, was yanked forcefully, resulting in a ripping sound that made Roger frown. "Be gentle. Others still require clothing." Under his incessant urging, Albert ultimately shed his final piece of undergarment, standing completely exposed. He curled his frail, bony body, his aging face etched with humiliation. Roger picked up the clothes that Xiongxi had stripped from the old man and tossed them to Albert, instructing him to wear them. He then proceeded to dress the corpse in Albert's clothing. Albert's mouth fell agape as he watched Roger's astonishing maneuver, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. "Are you attempting to create the illusion that I am deceased?" "Indeed. Let us hope it proves effective." Chapter 077. Candor dressing the corpse in Albert's clothing. I scrutinized it repeatedly until I suddenly noticed the ring on Albert's finger. "The ring, please." Albert instinctively covered the ring, his face betraying distress. "This ring is a family heirloom. It cannot." Before he could finish, Roger seized his wrist. "Hand it over." Albert's frail wrist felt like a mere twig, and I feared that even a slight exertion might snap it. "Your life hangs by a thread. Do you still care for such trifles?" With that, he yanked the ring off, nearly dislocating Albert's finger in the process. Albert gasped in pain, his eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the ring was placed onto the corpse's finger. Xiongxi placed the body on the counter. He then picked up the canister of lamp oil and evenly splashed its contents throughout the shop, dousing the corpse with the last remnants of oil. Grabbing a nearby oil lamp, he turned to Albert. "Mr. Albert, from now on, you shall be known as Walter." "Xiongxi, remember not to confuse the names." "Walter," Albert murmured, repeating the unfamiliar name, his bony fingers unconsciously brushing the empty knuckle where the ring once resided. Xiongxi nodded in agreement, responding in a deep, resonant voice, "Rest assured, boss, my memory is sharp. He shall be called Walter from now on." Roger casually hurled the oil lamp onto the floor. Flames erupted, swiftly spreading along the spilled oil. "Let's go." Grasping Walter, who frequently glanced back at the ring, he exited the shop, securely closing the door behind them. Jack, Tom, and the others, who had been huddled nearby, immediately approached, their faces still marked by shock. Jack anxiously rubbed his hands together, stammering, "Sir, is the outside world truly this perilous? Do conflicts arise at the slightest provocation?" The other three shared similar expressions, their initial curiosity and longing for the outside world entirely eclipsed by the sudden violence they had just witnessed. Roger chuckled as he patted Jack on the shoulder. "Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there are good people, there are bad ones. This is the essence of reality. We merely encountered some ill-fated misfortune with the wrong crowd. I brought you out to broaden your horizons. The more you witness, the better you can discern between good and evil, and you will not falter in moments of crisis." The four nodded, somewhat understanding. After reassuring them, he gestured towards Walter. "This is Mr. Walter, a pitiable soul in need of assistance, who will accompany us." The four eyed Walter with curiosity. His gaunt frame and tattered burlap attire made him resemble a destitute beggar. "Let us depart. We must leave the city." The flames within the shop grew ever fiercer, thick smoke billowing through the cracks of a door, soon to be discovered. Roger, no longer lingering, led the group out of the city and towards the outskirts, where they could see columns of smoke rising high into the sky from the town. Having caused such a ruckus on the Earl Arthur's territory, Roger felt a pang of guilt. He hoped it would not bring too much trouble upon the Earl. "I hope this great fire will lead the pursuers to believe that Walter has perished in the flames." The group camped out in the wilderness for a night, and by the following evening, they arrived at another fief within the realm of Lanricaro, the town of Greystone. The second sorcerer on the list is located here. To avoid drawing attention, Roger refrained from bringing them into the town, instead opting for a dilapidated inn in a secluded area outside the city. "Xiongxi, you stay here to watch over them while I make a trip into town." Just as he stepped out of the inn, Walter hurriedly approached him. "You are the Lord?" He had inadvertently overheard a conversation among Jack and the others. discovering that Roger was indeed the lord of the territory and not the black market contact he had presumed. This revelation sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to confront Roger with urgency. After surveying their surroundings and confirming no one else was present, Roger nodded. I am indeed not the client you seek. That individual has already been eliminated by the Blood Moon Society. However, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. If I wish you harm, I would have bound you and exchanged you for money long ago, wouldn't I? Upon hearing this admission, Walter's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you intend to do? You desire a safe haven, do you not? My territory is quite secure. You may reside there. Why should I trust you? Alas, I regret not bringing along the liar's nightingale. The liar's nightingale? Walter exclaimed, astonished. Do people still cultivate that creature? Indeed, I have two in my territory, and perhaps more in the future. Now let us speak of business. Who else can you turn to for assistance besides me? Walter opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. The black market contact had been his last hope, and now that glimmer of possibility had vanished. It appeared that apart from following this enigmatic lord before him, he had no other refuge. What do you want me to do? Roger shrugged. To be honest, I do not know. We shall see when the time comes. He truly had no idea what use this mage might serve, yet anyone pursued by so many factions must possess some extraordinary abilities. Even if they proved temporarily unhelpful, it was prudent to bring him back to the territory. If he turned out to be of no use, he could simply serve as a laborer. However, Walter's physique appeared fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him, likely struggling even to chop wood. Walter's face was etched with disbelief. Aren't you concerned that those pursuing you will find your territory? If they truly come knocking, I have no choice but to surrender you. Roger replied candidly, his gaze devoid of any pretense. Albert was momentarily rendered speechless by Roger's brutally forthright statement. You are remarkably honest, to the point of leaving one speechless. He had expected a lord to employ some strategy, at least to utter platitudes about ensuring one's safety. Instead, Roger spoke so unapologetically about selling him out for survival. Rather than offering empty promises, it was better to make one aware of their predicament. My territory is safe, but it is not impervious. If a horde of elite warriors were to descend upon us, or a formidable army were to invade, I could not protect you, and you would not escape. After a prolonged silence, the astonishment on Walter's face gradually faded, replaced by a complex and bittersweet smile. Are you truly the Lord? He inquired, recalling the charred remains of the body and shop from the previous night, struggling to reconcile the figure before him with the title of Lord. What sort of lord would personally engage in arson and murder? It was utterly inconceivable. So, are we heading to your domain? He asked. No, we must first attend to my affairs. However, this will be advantageous for you. If there are pursuers, taking a few detours could easily lead them in circles. Detours? Do you mean we must visit other places? Certainly. You need not worry about that. Just remain at ease. As long as we are not confronted by an army or an unparalleled master, we shall ensure your safety. If you doubt my words, you are free to leave. No one will stop you. With that, he mounted his horse and galloped towards Greystone City, leaving Walter standing there in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 078. Recruitment. On the following morning, Roger returned to the small inn. Boss, you're back? Exclaimed Bear C, who was squatting at the entrance sharpening his axe. He quickly rose to his feet, noticing Roger's grim expression, his brow furrowed in distress. Is there trouble in the city? Bear C brandished his battle axe, his voice gruff. Did some fool provoke you? I'll go twist his head off. Roger was deeply troubled. After much effort the previous night, he had finally located the second mage on the list. However, upon hearing that the condition for recruitment was the unconditional sharing of his research findings for communal study, the man exploded in fury, berating Roger mercilessly. The tirade was so intense that it felt as though Roger were there to seize his ancestral tomb rather than to recruit him. In all his life, he had never been subjected to such vitriol, and he was nearly provoked into violence himself. Yet, as the man bore no personal grudge against him, he refrained from inflicting serious harm, merely knocking him unconscious with a single punch. It was bewildering how someone expelled from the Magic Association could possess such a temper. Clearly, he had not yet tasted enough hardship. After the Blood Moon Society had thwarted his first target, he had already felt a wave of misfortune. Little did he know that this second encounter would be even more infuriating. Would the forthcoming candidates also exhibit such obstinacy? Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, recalling his conversation with Walter the day before. "Is Walter still here?" "Yes," came the reply, as Walter sat vacantly on the bed, lost in thought. It seemed that Walter truly had nowhere else to turn, which was, at least, a glimmer of good news. "Gather everyone. We shall depart after breakfast." Bercy acknowledged and turned to call for the others inside the inn. Soon, Jack, Tom, and the other young men emerged, rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Walter followed behind, still wrapped in the soiled burlap coat, though his complexion appeared somewhat improved compared to the previous day. Roger tossed him the clothing he had purchased in the city, grateful that he had remembered to buy it before his encounter with the irate mage. "Mr. Walter, do you intend to accompany us?" Walter sighed. "It seems I have little choice in the matter." For the next month and a half, Roger led the group through 6 countries, seeking out the remaining 11 individuals on the list. The journey was far from smooth. It was fraught with obstacles. He had expected that these exiled individuals would grasp the necessity of solidarity, yet many chose to regard themselves as isolated paragons of virtue. The majority of mages reacted to the offer of unconditional sharing of research with little more grace than the second target had shown. One gloomy youth, specializing in necromancy, even summoned 3 skeletal warriors to confront them, proclaiming that knowledge was a sacred personal possession that could never be shared. Though Bercy effortlessly shattered the skeletal minions with a single swing of his axe, the youth remained defiant, refusing to yield even when the blade was poised against his throat, glaring defiantly. Roger found himself at an impasse. He could not resort to killing, thus he reluctantly withdrew. There exists a druid capable of conversing with plants, who summons tendrils to ensnare those present, while he himself transforms into a willow leaf, vanishing without a trace. Were it not for his vampiric constitution, which allows him to effortlessly tear apart the vines with brute strength, the group would surely have found themselves ensnared indefinitely. Throughout this journey, Roger's patience has worn thin, his fists growing ever harder. Fortunately, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate, at long last. For wizards have nodded in agreement. The first is a robust man named Boar, adorned with a bushy beard, who is enamored with the magic of sound visualization, capable of transforming roars into shockwaves and whispers into threads. At the annual celebration of the Magic Association 2 years ago, he turned the elders' admonitions into a cacophony of braying donkeys, simply because he could not abide their pretentious tones. Ultimately, he was expelled on charges of insulting the authority of academia. The second is an elderly woman named Seraphina, who clutches a copper astrolabe. She delves into the magic of probability, calculating the likelihood of events through the orbits of stars. Despite her dismally low accuracy, she claims to provide astonishing insights at critical moments. Seraphina was ousted from the Magic Association following a seemingly absurd prophetic incident. 3 years prior, she publicly foretold at the Royal Astrological Observatory that the king would be struck by lightning at noon during a torrential downpour. Everyone was well aware of the dubious nature of probability magic. Tossing off a shoe would yield a more reliable prediction than hers. The audience took her words as a jest, with even the king himself chuckling that should he indeed be struck by lightning, he would bestow upon her the title of Master of Prophecy. However, a month later, on a day of heavy rain, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly pierced the roof and struck mere inches from the king's feet, startling him greatly. Once he regained his composure, the king concluded that Seraphina had cursed the royal family with dark sorcery, pressuring the Magic Association for an explanation. To quell the royal wrath, the association accused her of abusing forbidden magic and disrupting state affairs, resulting in her expulsion. Upon hearing Roger's invitation, she gazed at her astrolabe for a full half-hour before slowly declaring, "If I accompany you, my chances of surviving this winter will increase from 30% to 80%. It's a deal." Additionally, there are twin sisters, Lily and Lulu, who study weather magic. At the spring festival a year ago, the sisters improperly invoked a large-scale rain spell to nourish the parched fields. To their dismay, the magic spiraled out of control, transforming a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour that not only devastated most of the farmland, but nearly swept away the noble duke who had come to partake in the rites. The Magic Association intended to issue a light reprimand, but the duke, in a fit of theatrics before the king, cried and protested until he compelled the association to impose a severe punishment. Thus, the sisters were branded with charges of endangering livelihoods and disrespecting the nobility, leading to their expulsion from the association. When Roger found them, the twins were in a border town, artificially inducing rain for the parched land. The lively sisters, always chattering together, spoke in a manner reminiscent of a comic duo, each word perfectly timed to the other. While these four agreed to Roger's terms, each harbored their own stipulations. Bohr demanded a chamber with walls and ceilings exceeding 5 meters in thickness. Roger could only stare in disbelief. 5-meter thick walls? It seems sturdier than the castle's main tower in the territory. Seraphina's demands are even more outrageous. She desires a tower that allows for the observation of the starry sky, at least 100 meters in height. The tallest structure in his domain is merely a 2-story lord's castle, falling short of 10 meters. She wishes for a tower reaching 100 meters. When it came to the turn of the twin sisters, Lily and Lulu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We want a lake." "A lake?" Roger was taken aback. "How large of a lake?" Lily gestured with her hands. "It must be able to accommodate the rain clouds we summon." Lulu quickly added, "It cannot be smaller than the fountain in the royal garden." Roger chuckled. "If a lake is not available, would a sea suffice for you?" Chapter 79. Currency exchange. Roger discerned that the group of wizards expelled from the Magic Association exhibited varying degrees of psychological issues, particularly those who had dabbled in forbidden magic, whose conditions were notably severe. In comparison to the peculiar individuals encountered along the journey, Mosley appeared relatively normal. It was uncertain whether the passage of time had dulled his edges or if the forbidden magic he studied bore minimal adverse effects. As for the 4 wizards he had recruited, Roger could not perceive any immediate utility in them, regarding them merely as potential assets. He led the group to their final destination, the imperial capital of Valencia, where they settled into a modest inn on the outskirts. "I must attend to some matters in the city. You all remain here and do not cause any disturbances." Just as Paul was about to interject, Roger decisively interrupted him. "Silence, do not speak." This fellow possessed a voice amplified by magic, booming enough to intimidate. A few days prior, he had drunkenly complained about the wine's weakness at a tavern, shattering a neighboring earthenware bowl and nearly inciting a brawl. Roger had no desire to stir up trouble in such a prominent city. Paul, somewhat disgruntled, fell silent, his face beneath his beard turning the color of liver. "Bear watch over them, Bear 4, and ensure they do not wander." After issuing his orders to Bear 4, he departed with Jack, Tom, and the other 2. In recent days, the quartet had explored various locales, shedding their initial timidity and gaining considerable insights. Jack had learned to recognize numerous characters and could now adeptly decipher maps. Tom had honed his bargaining skills, managing to haggle for half the price of apples at roadside stalls, negotiating from 3 crystal coins down to 2, while also managing to extract a complimentary sour plum. Among the remaining 2, Harry meticulously accounted for their luggage, possessing a memory sharper than that of the innkeeper, managing everything without paper or pen, relying solely on his mind. Roger intended to appoint him as the accountant for their territory. The last, Finley, appeared somewhat dull and taciturn, yet was remarkably observant and quick-witted, particularly adept at reading situations. Whenever Roger required something, even before he voiced his needs, Finley had already silently provided it. Upon entering the city, they made their way to the weapon shop on Armory Street, Barlin's Armory. Upon seeing them, Barlin's eyes widened in surprise. "Hey, you little rascal. You actually returned. I thought you." Roger interjected with a smile. "Thought I ran off with your bow?" It was reasonable for Barlin to harbor such thoughts, given that their agreement had been for 1 month, and nearly 2 had elapsed since Roger's last visit. Barlin's face flushed crimson as he haughtily retorted, "I thought you had perished in some forsaken corner." Disregarding Barlin's bravado, Roger removed the black python bow from his back and placed it upon the counter. "My frostfang bow has been repaired, I presume?" Barlin's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. The polar ice iron has recently become a sought-after commodity. I have yet to acquire it. Roger felt somewhat exasperated. So, my Frostfang bow is indefinitely postponed? Barlin appeared quite disheartened, muttering, "Every time I encounter you, it seems like I am at a loss. How about this? I will waive the rental fee for the Black Python bow and provide you with a better bow as compensation. What do you think? Such a stroke of good fortune? Wouldn't it be an attempt to deceive oneself with inferior goods? What bow?" Bailing led him to the bow rack and retrieved a bow of deep crimson hue. This bow, named Crimson Blaze, was forged from volcanic lava iron, with its string crafted from the tendons of fire lizards. Taking the Crimson Blaze into his hands, he examined it closely. Intricate flame patterns were carved along its limbs, and a faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air. Gently pulling the bowstring, a soft hum resonated, sending a wave of warmth through the atmosphere. "You've struck gold, you little rascal. This Crimson Blaze costs far more than Frostfawn. If it weren't for my reputation, I wouldn't let it go at such a bargain," Bailing remarked, patting the bow with a wince. It was uncertain whether Bailing was exaggerating or if he had indeed suffered a loss. But the feel of the Crimson Blaze was undeniably exquisite. "Thank you. I shall return for more in the future." After departing from Bailing's shop, he made his way to the end of the street to the magical weapon store, where he purchased 50 high-grade offensive magic arrows. Thus, he expended the entirety of the 5 million crystal coins acquired through his previous endeavors. Weighing the few remaining coins in his pouch, he could only manage a bitter smile. How quickly they vanished. In just over a month, such a fortune had been squandered. Another job? He hastily shook his head, dismissing the fleeting thought of danger. As Raymond had said, the first time was luck. The second might not be so favorable. What if he encountered misfortune this time? He might not survive. Moreover, he had brought along numerous valuable items that could easily be exchanged for money, so there was no need to take such risks. Arriving at the headquarters of the Blade Mercenary Corps, he sought out Nora. Upon seeing him, she jokingly teased, "My lord, back so soon? Has your territory gone bankrupt, leaving you unable to continue?" Roger retorted, "The territory is flourishing. Do not curse me." "Oh, what brings you back then? Surely not another request to send the homeless away? Such simple yet lucrative tasks are rare as hen's teeth. I might as well support you. It's not a request. I have a treasure I wish to sell for coin. You must have connections?" Upon hearing this, Nora quickly led him to a secluded inner chamber. "What treasure?" "The value varies, different channels for different goods. If it's merely jewelry, one could exchange it in the black market. But if it's magical scrolls or enchanted equipment..." Roger produced a small cloth bag and handed it over. Nora untied the bag, revealing a fist-sized orb radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. "What is this?" She paused, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this a pearl?" "Such a large pearl." Her fingers trembled slightly as she cradled the gem, her voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. "A pearl of this size. Even the royal treasury may not possess such a specimen. Where did you acquire it?" "I found it by the sea. After all, my territory borders the coast." "Found it by the sea?" Nora raised an eyebrow, her expression clearly skeptical. If such things could be casually picked up, fishermen would have already turned the coastline upside down. Though I've never seen the ocean, I know well that the sea beasts are not to be trifled with. Such a magnificent gem. It must have lain at the depths of the ocean for centuries, surrounded by countless ferocious creatures. Roger shrugged, remaining silent. He too was perplexed as to how those barbaric tribes managed to retrieve these pearls from the abyss. Nora stared intently at the gem for a full half-minute, finally taking a deep breath to quell her excitement. This precious gem, if sold to a royal jeweler, could fetch at least 3 million crystal coins. 3 million? Roger raised an eyebrow, finding the value far exceeding his expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of 1 million crystal coins and had brought 10 with him. It seems that selling just this one would suffice. Such a valuable item presented in excess might attract unnecessary trouble. He understood well the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. Chapter 080. Consultation. Seeing his silence, Nora seemed to think he was dissatisfied with the offer and quickly added, "Do not underestimate its value. This is already an astronomical price." Gesturing with her hands, she continued, Ordinary beads the size of pigeon eggs can fetch 100,000 crystal coins. Yours, being as large as a fist, is so rare that only the royal family or top-tier merchants would dare to take it on. Hence, the price cannot be excessively inflated. Watching her animated gestures and effortless eloquence, Roger struggled to suppress a laugh, feigning deep sympathy. All right, if it weren't for my urgent need for funds, I would insist on a higher price. Nora clicked her tongue in disbelief. You are quite the dedicated lord, willing to part with such a treasure. If I were to find it, I would surely keep it as a family heirloom. Internally chuckling at the thought of her wanting to keep the treasure, Roger mused on the large stash of such treasures within his territory. When can I expect the funds? I am familiar with the Royal Jewelry Bureau. I can personally make a trip. If all goes well, we could finalize the deal today, but it might take up to 3 days at most. However, regarding the commission, noticing the glint in her eyes, reminiscent of a fox eyeing a chick, Roger raised an eyebrow. Do not be too greedy, or I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Immediately, Nora raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, though the cunning spark in her eyes remained. Fear not, considering you are a valued regular customer. I shall offer you a friendly rate, only 5% commission. 5%? That amounts to 150,000 from 3 million. Are you robbing me? This is not a friendly rate. It is blatant extortion. Nora spread her hands and feigned innocence, arguing with conviction. Do you think dealing with the royal family is easy? Just securing the necessary connections incurs considerable costs. 5% is truly reasonable. Furthermore, if this bead were to hit the black market, you might find yourself swindled. By going through legitimate channels, I ensure your safety in receiving your funds. This commission is a small price for peace of mind. Roger deliberately adopted a stern expression. No more than 3%, or I will consult Sylvie. Sylvie was a member of another mercenary group, Ashes, and the two factions have been vying for the title of the Empire's premier mercenary group for over a decade, often in direct competition. Nora and Sylvie were particularly known for their animosity. Sure enough, Nora's smile faltered, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. You would consult her. She knows nothing of the jewelry market. Moreover, the Ashes crew is notoriously unscrupulous. They might pressure you down to 2 million and demand 10% commission. You would regret it. Roger remained silent, placing the pearl back into the cloth bag. Seeing this, Nora pressed down on his hand, gritting her teeth. 3% it is, but you must promise me that for any future opportunities like this, I am your first choice. Otherwise, we will have unfinished business. Agreed. And do not display that expression of a man who has been robbed. Roger released his grip, unable to suppress a smile. I recall you mentioning that such windfalls do not need to be reported to the guild. This meant that the entire 3% commission would go into her pocket. She merely needed to run a few errands and speak a few words to effortlessly earn 90,000 crystal coins, or even more. What could be a more lucrative deal than this? Nora stuck out her tongue, snatched the cloth bag, and dashed out. Wait, I shall make my way to the royal jewel chamber at once, ensuring those old fellows deliver a mountain of crystal coins to you. After departing from the Blade Mercenary Corps, Roger set out alone to Anna's estate, leaving Jack and the others at the inn. Lord Roger, it has been quite some time. The courteous butler, Gu-in, greeted him, his snow-white beard impeccably groomed. Indeed, it has been a while, Gu-in. I have come to visit teacher Anna. Is she at home? Yes, please follow me. The butler guided him to the garden in the backyard, where Anna was pruning roses. Upon seeing Roger, she broke into a gentle smile. Roger? I thought you were too occupied with managing your territory to return. After exchanging pleasantries, Roger produced the stone tablet he had discovered at the barbarian camp's altar. Teacher Anna, I found something rather intriguing near my territory and wish to seek your counsel. Anna's gaze fell upon the tablet, her brow furrowing as she took it from him for a closer inspection, her expression turning increasingly grave. What is this? Where did you find it? There is a barbarian camp adjacent to my territory, and this item was displayed upon their altar. Harith could not decipher the inscriptions, so I brought it to you. Anna's tone turned unusually serious. The inscriptions on this tablet are in an ancient script long thought to be extinct, containing incantations used solely in forbidden rituals. Forbidden rituals? Roger's heart raced at the thought of such things lurking near his land. Do the barbarians find any use in worshipping it? Anna informed him that it was entirely futile. The text was merely a fragment of the incantations from a forbidden ritual, and the barbarians likely held no understanding of its true meaning. As Anna's fingers lightly traced the surface of the stone, a faint golden glimmer emanated from where she touched. Strange, these inscriptions were carved less than a century ago, while this ancient script has not been seen for at least a millennium. Roger marveled at her ability to discern such details, akin to a human carbon dating device. He shared that the barbarians were seeking treasures in the sea, which had been taken by a group of hooded figures, and he recounted Harith's suspicion that the figures were connected to the Abyssal Sect. As Anna listened, her frown deepened. The Abyssal Sect, have they resurfaced? Teacher Anna, I have heard that the Abyssal Sect venerates ancient entities dwelling in the depths of the ocean, believing that the world shall ultimately be submerged, and all living beings will return to the abyss. Is there any truth to this? With a sigh, Anna nodded, her voice tinged with a hint of dread. It may sound absurd, but there was indeed a time when they unleashed catastrophic waves. They summoned a colossal sea beast that devastated 3 coastal kingdoms. It was only through the joint efforts of the Magic Association, the Church of Light, and the mightiest warriors of the 5 nations that they managed to repel it. Afterward, the Abyssal Sect was branded as a cult and eradicated by a coalition of nations. A sea beast? I have encountered one as well. Anna's expression shifted abruptly, her grip on the tablet tightening before it clattered to the ground. You have seen one. Where? What did it look like? Just beyond the waters of my territory. It was a massive octopus, each tentacle stretching over 10 meters. Its head the size of a house, its entire form resembling a small mountain. Anna slightly parted her lips, her taut shoulders gradually relaxing as if a weight had been lifted. She bent down to retrieve the stone slab from the ground and remarked with ease, I believe it is merely an ordinary sea creature. The colossal beast summoned by the Abyss cult once measured an astounding 100 meters in height. 100 meters? Now it was Roger's turn to be astounded. The mere sight of a tentacled octopus measuring several meters in length was already enough to unsettle him. A creature towering 100 meters would be akin to a moving mountain. He suddenly felt that the waters of his domain had transformed into a realm of chilling terror. Chapter 081. The Art of Silver Refinement. Noticing Roger's increasingly troubled expression, Anna reassured him not to be overly concerned. Throughout history, aside from the summoning by the Abyssal cult, there has never been a recorded instance of a second 100-meter giant beast appearing in the world. Even creatures like the sea monster you encountered are exceedingly rare. Did that enormous octopus cause any damage? Roger's mood calmed slightly as he shook his head. Not really. That creature was struck by my advanced magical arrows and went berserk, demolishing the barbarian camp that summoned it, killing those barbarians in the process. Anna raised an eyebrow. Wait, you mean that sea monster was summoned by the barbarians? Yes. Those barbarians blew into a horn made from a conch shell, and the giant octopus emerged from the sea. Is that so? Did the octopus die? Yes. I killed it with 2 advanced magical arrows, and then dragged it back to cook and eat. Anna's expression turned peculiar as she opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. You ate it? You actually consumed that sea creature? Roger felt a bit unnerved by her strange demeanor. Teacher Anna, are these sea creatures poisonous? At the time, I thought it would be a waste to throw it away. Luna confirmed that the giant octopus was not toxic. So, I brought the octopus meat back and shared it with the villagers in our territory. Although I couldn't discern the flavor, Bear and the others savored it. And even Luna ate quite a bit. If that giant octopus had been poisonous, our territory would have turned into a ghost town by now. Yet, there weren't even any reports of anyone suffering from diarrhea. Anna couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose it was not poisonous. After all, ordinary people would flee at the sight of such a massive sea creature, yet you brought it back to cook. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Roger rubbed his nose. At that moment, I thought it would be a shame to waste it, especially since our territory was short on meat. I had eaten plenty of octopus back on Earth, and though this one was larger, it was still seafood, wasn't it? The villagers in our territory hadn't had meat in ages, each one skin and bones, so they hardly cared if that sea creature was a monster. Perhaps they thought that the larger the monster, the more meat there would be to share, and they were eager for it to be even bigger. What about the conch horn? Anna's smile faded as she continued to inquire. Do you still have it? Yes. I kept it, but I fear it might attract another one of those sea beasts, so I haven't tried using it. I bought some advanced magical arrows this time, intending to test it out when I return. If just blowing into it could summon a giant sea monster, it would certainly make for a grand feast. However, whether spending thousands of crystal coins on advanced magical arrows is worthwhile remains uncertain. Shaking his head, he returned to the main topic. Teacher Anna, regarding the abyssal cult. Anna sighed softly, her expression one of resignation. I understand your concerns, but without concrete evidence, no nation would take it seriously. Roger mused that by the time they did take it seriously, the abyssal cult would likely have concocted some earth-shattering scheme. Considering the 5 great nations are all retreating to the inland areas far from the sea, they feel quite secure in their negligence. Even if some monstrous sea creature were to re-emerge, they could leisurely prepare themselves to address the aftermath. For it is the coastal city-states that would bear the brunt of the calamity. It is of no concern to them, nor is there any necessity for him to fret over such matters. The entire continent is encircled by the sea, with an extensive coastline. Thus, even if a sea monster were to appear, it is unlikely that it would manifest in the waters of his dominion. The probability of such an occurrence is infinitesimal, perhaps 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million. Should the sky fall, there are taller individuals to bear the weight. He must prioritize the well-being of his small territory and focus on the immediate concerns, avoiding unnecessary worry. This ostrich-like mentality, once adopted, offered a sense of ease, liberating him from troubling thoughts. You may keep this stone tablet, he said, as it holds no purpose for me to take it back. Anna lightly tapped the tablet with her fingertip. Very well, let it serve as a record. Should those esteemed figures recall this matter one day, it may prove useful. As the evening drew near, Anna invited him to stay overnight. Roger, feeling no need for formality, expressed his gratitude and followed the butler Gu into the same lodgings he had occupied previously. The adjacent quarters of the Lena sisters were empty upon inquiry. He learned they had moved into the dormitory of the Imperial Magic Academy. The furnishings within the room remained unchanged from his last visit. Gazing at the writing desk, he was reminded of the days spent transcribing novels for Alicia, the Empire's foremost diviner. Although the shattering of her ancestral crystal ball was not his fault, and Alicia had no intention of pursuing the matter, he still felt a twinge of guilt as it had stemmed from his actions. Fortunately, Alicia's fondness for those stories somewhat alleviated his remorse. The newly recruited Seraphina, who studies probability magic, requested a 100-meter tower from which to observe the stars. He contemplated visiting the astrological tower to see Alicia the following day, while also examining the structure of the tower to provide a reference for Seraphina's observatory. However, he deemed it inappropriate to go empty-handed. Since Alicia enjoyed those tales, he decided to bring a few stories as gifts. Thus, he retrieved paper and pen, seated himself at the familiar desk, and began to write fervently. By the time the maid summoned him to the dining hall, he had completed 3 short stories. Upon arriving in the dining hall, he engaged in casual conversation with Anna while dining. Ms. Anna, are you familiar with the Silver Sage? Anna paused in her task of slicing the pork chop, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes. How did you come to inquire about that? Not long ago, a silversmith arrived in the territory, utterly captivated by the Silver Sage. A silversmith? Anna's expression shifted subtly. Is he perhaps a bit unhinged? Not to that extent, but one could describe him as fervent, perhaps even obsessed. Anna's demeanor conveyed her agreement. This is precisely why the Silver Sage has been classified as a forbidden tome. The content is profoundly enigmatic. At first glance, it seems attainable, as if one might succeed by mere imitation. Yet, upon deeper exploration, one discovers that many elements are shrouded in mystery, akin to wandering within a labyrinth where an exit is nowhere to be found. Anna set down her knife and fork, wiping the corner of her mouth with a napkin. What is even more terrifying is that researchers become ensnared in their pursuits, oblivious to the danger, convinced that one more step will lead them to the truth. Ultimately, they either exhaust their fortunes or embark on a perilous quest for the so-called truth. Roger was taken aback. Such folly? Have those who became enraptured by the alchemical art of silver of the sage ultimately met their demise? Surely, Alice would not succumb to madness as well. However, Anna informed him that it is not entirely absolute. Some individuals awaken midway, realizing that their aspirations are but unattainable illusions. Others, more fortunate, stumble upon unexpected marvels due to serendipitous errors, such as miscalculating ingredient ratios or experimental procedures. Anna gazed at Roger, her eyes filled with curiosity. The alchemist in your territory has not engaged in any reckless endeavors, has he? Not as of now. My domain is so impoverished that we lack even a laboratory. I will need to procure some experimental equipment for her. Anna's tone carried a note of caution. Alchemical practices are exceedingly costly. Even ordinary nobles cannot withstand the strain. If your alchemist becomes too engrossed, she may very well deplete your treasury. This is not a significant concern. Upon my return, I shall make it clear to Alice that while she may indulge in her expenditures, she must also demonstrate tangible returns, meaning that whatever she concocts must be marketable. Should her financial drain reach a critical point without producing commendable results, I shall instruct her to pack her belongings and depart. Chapter 082. The Astrological Tower the following day. Roger arrived at the Astrological Tower, armed with 10 tails. How magnificent it was! From a distance, the tower appeared to rise at least 150 meters high, standing as the tallest structure he had encountered in this otherworldly realm. To his astonishment, the tower defied conventional design, maintaining a consistent width from its base to its pinnacle. Was this tower not somewhat contrary to logic? As Roger gazed upward at the spire obscured by clouds, he murmured to himself. The tall edifices he had seen on Earth all had bases as wide as boulders, tapering upward to ensure stability. Could it be that this tower was constructed using some form of magic? As he approached the base, he discerned that the entire structure was built from a dark, bluish stone. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns, extending from the foundation to the summit. These designs seemed not merely decorative, as sunlight cascaded upon them. A faint silver luminescence shimmered, flowing gently toward the vaulted ceiling. Roger sensed that this was no ordinary stone. It likely held considerable value. If he were to erect such a tower on his own territory, he would declare bankruptcy before even completing the foundation. Perhaps he should settle for a wooden observatory for Serafina. Yet, he wondered if she would dare ascend a 100-meter wooden tower. If she hesitated, she would have no choice but to wait for him to concoct some concrete. Lost in thought, several tower guards approached him for questioning. What brings you here? The Astrological Tower is a royal restricted area. No trespassers are permitted. I am Roger, sent by Lady Alicis. At the mention of Alicis, the guards exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. The lead guard furrowed his brow, maintaining a wary tone. Do you possess a token? A token? I do not have one. Just inform her of my name. She will surely remember. The guard's expression tightened further, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his tone growing colder. Please return. Without a token, even if you provide your name, we cannot grant you passage. Roger silently cursed the inconvenience, contemplating whether to return or shout toward the tower's peak in hopes of attracting Alicis's attention. As the standoff persisted, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping them. Within the luminescence stood a translucent figure clad in a white cloak, features obscured, yet the voice rang clear as silver bells. He is my guest. Allow him to ascend. Upon uttering these words, the beam and the figure dissipated, and the guard's wariness transformed into respect. The lead guard promptly stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. Please follow me. Lord Roger. Upon reaching the tower's entrance, Roger reached out to touch the dark bluish stone. It felt cold and hard to the touch, its surface smooth as though meticulously polished, rather than naturally occurring. The lead guard stood by the entrance, making a gesture of invitation. My lord, please. As Roger stepped inside, he was nearly rendered speechless by the sight before him. A colossal cylindrical space extended from the base to the summit, creating a passage that seemed to connect the earth to the heavens. Looking up, he could faintly discern a platform at the very top. Yet would he have to ascend to reach it? Following the wall, a spiral staircase wound its way upward, spiraling continuously to the tower's pinnacle. Gazing upon the seemingly endless spiral staircase, Roger felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite his vampiric constitution, the thought of ascending this tower, which soared at least 150 meters high, solely on foot, was exhausting to contemplate. Was there truly no alternative means of ascent? Did those who frequented the summit not tire from their daily toils? Who was the imbecile that conceived such a design? The captain of the guards, standing at the entrance, replied with utmost respect, "My lord, the magical lift of the astrological tower is exclusively for the royal family and astrologers. All other visitors must traverse on foot. However, rest assured, the staircase is equipped with a gentle force array, making the journey less laborious than walking on flat ground." Is that truly the case? Roger stepped onto the first stair with a hint of skepticism. A subtle buoyancy enveloped his feet, granting his entire being a sense of lightness. Fascinating. As he ascended several dozen steps in one breath, he found it remarkably effortless, even feeling no strain from the climb. Upon counting 850 steps, he finally reached the last one, and the view before him opened up magnificently. He stood upon an expansive circular platform, devoid of walls, supported solely by 12 pillars adorned with celestial carvings, all beneath a dome crafted from transparent crystal. At the center lay a colossal instrument composed of numerous, intricately designed gears and a myriad of vibrant gemstones. The gears emitted a soft clicking sound as they turned, casting a constellation of lights upon the crystal dome. Though it was daylight, the paths of celestial bodies were distinctly visible, as if one could reach out and touch them. "This is the astrolabe," a languid voice emerged from behind the instrument, clad in a white cloak. The features of Alicia were obscured as she reclined lazily on a bench beneath one of the pillars. "I've had the honor of meeting Lady Alicia," Roger said, bowing respectfully. "You certainly took your time ascending," came her voice, laced with a hint of playful amusement. "I heard from Teacher Anna that you have taken up lordship in Swirog. I have returned to attend to a few matters, and shall return in a few days," he replied. "But Lady Alicia, are you not an astrologer? Well versed in astrology, I presume?" Upon hearing his inquisitive tone, Alicia chuckled lightly. "It seems you are quite uninformed. Astrologers are merely a collective term, encompassing astrologists, crystal seers, rune interpreters. I am proficient in most of these disciplines, with astrology being but one among many." "Truly deserving of the title of a once-in-a-century genius," Roger remarked. "Could you possibly discern the purpose of my visit today?" Alicia's tone shifted to one of mournfulness. "I do not possess an abundance of crystal balls to indulge your whims." Roger cleared his throat, hastily redirecting the conversation. "Has such a situation ever occurred before?" Alicia shook her head decisively. "No, it is unprecedented. I cannot even find any precedent to reference." It appeared that he, as a traveler from another realm, was indeed a unique anomaly. "If you were to ascend to the rank of master astrologer, would you be able to uncover my origins? Perhaps even discover a means for my return?" According to Harris's deductions, Alicia would likely attain mastery in over 200 years. Alicia lifted the corner of her cloak, revealing a pair of eyes shimmering with a faint lavender glow, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. "Even if I were to discover a way for you to return, what would be the significance? The world you yearn to return has likely transformed beyond recognition, hasn't it?" Roger felt a jolt within, standing frozen in place. Indeed, 2 centuries have passed. The flow of time here is akin to that of Earth, and who knows how the Earth will have evolved after 200 years. By then, not only will familiar faces be absent, but even the very essence of the air will have changed. To return would merely mean traversing from a world he had grown accustomed to over 2 centuries into another that is utterly alien. Chapter 083. Heart's Release, perhaps. "You are indeed correct." Roger sighed softly. 2 centuries is ample time to alter countless matters. Perhaps one day in the future, he will awaken as usual in the castle's bed, freshen up, partake in breakfast, and attend to the affairs of his domain. In a moment of stretching, he might suddenly recall the world he has not thought about in ages, a world filled with parental nagging, friends jesting, and bustling traffic that never ceases. With towering edifices piercing the sky, he may pause for a moment, then chuckle and shake his head, resuming his focus on the documents before him. One always tends to look ahead, and in the mundane repetition of daily life, one can transform a foreign land into a homeland. As Roger gazed at the clouds drifting beyond the dome, He felt an inexplicable emptiness within, yet curiously, it was filled by something. Understanding brings solace, he thought. Alysisis lazily yawned, as if speaking to herself. Is life not merely a journey from one foreign land to another homeland? My grandfather was a wandering astrologer, and it was only in my father's generation that we established roots in the imperial capital. Now, who would deny that I am a native Valencian? You have a point, Roger replied, a faint smile of relief gracing his lips. I once perceived this place as someone else's world. Perhaps, as time passes, it will become my own. He felt an immense lightness, as if he had shed a burdensome weight he had carried for so long. He surveyed the empty platform, where the central astrolabe and a few scattered benches were the only company, and curiously inquired, "Are you the only one here?" Astrological observations occur only at night. The star trails are too faint during the day, and unless there is a special celestial phenomenon, there is no need to linger here. I see, Roger nodded, moving toward the edge of the column to look down. The wind at this height was biting, causing his garments to whip about, while the distant imperial capital shrank into a miniature model. The platform's edge lacked even a guardrail, prompting unease in his heart. This design seems perilously reckless. Do they not fear someone might slip and fall? A tumble from here would surely result in a gruesome fate, the kind that would require a shovel to collect the remains. Are you afraid? Alysisis' voice chimed from behind, tinged with amusement. With a snap of her fingers, a translucent light membrane slowly rose from the platform's edge and the column, enveloping the entire area. The life of an astrologer is precious. We cannot allow anyone to fall carelessly. However, I do enjoy feeling the high-altitude winds to clear my mind. With the wind barred from entry, Roger reached out to touch the light membrane, feeling its smoothness akin to congealed fat, yet possessing a hardness reminiscent of metal. How much would it cost to construct such a tower? Although he knew his domain could not afford such a structure at present, he was genuinely curious about the financial toll it would entail. What do you think? 2 or 300 million crystal coins? 2 or 300 million? Alysisis chuckled lightly at his guess, gesturing towards the crystal dome above. This is crafted from a single block of cloud amber crystal. You cannot find another like it across the entire continent. To shape it into perfection, dozens of the Empire's finest craftsmen were summoned, and it took 3 years to complete. The wages paid to them alone amounted to nearly 100 million crystal coins. Roger was genuinely astonished as he gazed upwards at the seamless crystal dome, only now realizing that there were indeed no visible seams on the entire piece of crystal. He felt that his earlier estimation of 2 to 300 million was an affront to this magnificent tower, and this was merely the dome. Alysisis' voice carried a hint of nonchalance as she lightly tapped her foot. The tower's body was constructed from star-patterned stone, each piece valued at 10,000 crystal coins. With around 300,000 pieces used, though he couldn't quite recall the exact number. Roger's eyelids twitched at the thought. 300,000 pieces of star-patterned stone, each costing 10,000 crystal coins. Was the tower's body truly worth 30 billion? He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Alysis on the spot, pleading with her to cease her revelations. If she continued, his mind might very well implode. Alysis seemed to revel in Roger's astonishment, rising to stand beside the astrolabe. Then there was the astrolabe itself, crafted with mithril alloy, where each gear bore engravings of star trajectory runes. Collecting the gemstones alone took a decade. The central gem, known as the star core, was excavated from a meteorite that had fallen a century ago, nearly sparking a war among the 5 great nations over it. Oh, and you might be curious why the design of this tower is so extraordinarily unique. It's because there exists a buffering magic array at its base, and the materials required to construct this array could purchase a small nation. Roger was utterly numb, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. This tower was not merely a building. It was a palace in the sky constructed from crystal coins. In truth, if it were to be built entirely from crystal coins, it would likely be worth no more than 1/10 of this tower's value. Amidst his astonishment, curiosity began to creep in. Surely, such opulent architecture was financed by the royal family. But why would the monarchy expend such vast sums to erect an astrological tower? Upon hearing his query, Alysis shrugged, casually explaining that celestial phenomena could foretell natural disasters, wars, and even the succession of thrones. This tower, in essence, served as the Empire's early warning system, and regardless of the cost, they deemed it worthwhile. Roger's lips twitched slightly. Was there truly no difference between this and the ancient tribes that divined the future through tortoise shells? Merely substituting the shells for a crystal dome and the cracks from burning with star trajectory runes. Fundamentally, they were still relying on fate to dictate their existence. Alysis, with her back turned to him, was fiddling with a sapphire on the astrolabe, seemingly oblivious to his inner musings. Roger hastily collected himself and inquired again. What if the stars foretold the Empire's demise? As soon as the words left his mouth, he inwardly cursed himself. Had he inadvertently trespassed upon a taboo? The imperial royalty had invested such immense resources in constructing this tower in hopes of warding off ill fortune. How could they tolerate the notion of ruin? Alysis's fingertip paused on the sapphire for a moment before she chuckled lightly. Then let us speak in ambiguous terms. For instance, the trajectories of the stars intertwine within the mist. The bronze eagle banner will be adorned with morning dew, yet may not falter before the dawn. Alysis turned around, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. The members of the royal court reveled in such rhetoric, which appeared both profound and enigmatic, leaving ample room for their imagination. When faced with dire circumstances, they would only blame their misinterpretation of the celestial signs, never directing their ire at the oracle bearing the message. Was this not the essence of charlatanism? He could not resist probing further. Do you truly believe in these celestial signs? Indeed, I do, Alysis replied, her tone suddenly imbued with solemnity. Do you think astrology is merely a trick to deceive the royal family? The movements of the stars are intricately linked to the flow of magical energies. Each deviation in the celestial paths triggers fluctuations in elemental tides. High-ranking sorcerers, when casting their spells, can even feel the gravitational pull of the celestial bodies. Though she elaborated extensively, he was utterly ignorant of magic, compelled to feign an enlightened understanding with nods of agreement. Nevertheless, he gleaned that the celestial phenomena here were indeed intricately connected to magic, far from being mere divinatory tricks. Chapter 084. The treehole Roger was indifferent to the connection between astrology and magic. His curiosity lay instead in whether the royal court was oblivious to the fact that these astrologers were deceiving them. Surely, the royal family and its ministers could not all be fools. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed the question. Alysis stepped beside him, gazing into the distance at the imperial capital, her voice laced with a hint of nonchalant mockery. Often, the predictions of the stars proved to be quite accurate. Moreover, even when they were not, the royal family would remain unconcerned. The monarchy required a validation of divine right. The lords sought auspicious omens of favorable winds and timely rains, and the generals needed portents to bolster morale. Even the warring princes relied on the cryptic utterances of astrologers to cloak their ambitions in a semblance of reason. Roger suddenly grasped the underlying truth. The astrological tower was a clandestine conspiracy from the very beginning. Everyone was leveraging the pretext of celestial will to pursue their premeditated agendas. Did everyone genuinely believe? Was there truly no one who doubted? It was impossible that there were none. Alysis recounted a few years prior when a headstrong duke incessantly claimed that astrologers were nothing more than charlatans. That winter, the stars foretold heavy snowfall in the frozen lands. Yet the duke insisted on sending the grain convoy along its usual route, resulting in the death of over 300 warhorses. The following spring, the stars warned of floods in the south, but the duke dismissed the astrologers' warnings as alarmist. Consequently, the riverbanks collapsed, inundating 3 territories. In the final instance, Alysis cautioned the duke of impending doom on a day he insisted on going hunting, only to have his arm severed by a frenzied bear. Roger was taken aback. Such coincidences seemed too remarkable to be mere chance. Alysis appeared to see through his thoughts, chuckling softly. Do you find this too coincidental? The stars do not lie, but human hearts choose what to believe. The more one disbelieves, the more one involuntarily associates each misfortune with the celestial signs. Ultimately, even if he vocally denounces the absurdity, His heart becomes ensnared by the so-called divine will. Roger silently nodded in agreement. It was akin to a gambler who believes in the sentience of dice, when in reality, it is merely his own obsession at play. Once he unraveled the sequence of events, he could hardly contain his amusement. The astrological tower was not a place for divining celestial intent. It was plainly a grand stage. The royal family set the scene, the astrologers performed, and the common folk applauded from below, each finding the answers they sought within the spectacle. In this light, his decision to construct an observatory for Serafina could also be seen as erecting a stage. The higher she stood, the more credence her words would garner. However, such extravagance seemed excessive. Was it truly necessary? Elise's tone dripped with further sarcasm. Indeed, the more lavish the construction, the greater the benefits certain individuals can reap from it. For instance, the star-patterned stones of this tower indeed possess the ability to channel stellar energy. However, a mere blend of ordinary blue stones with star sand can achieve a comparable effect at merely 1/10 the cost. Yet, they insist that only pure star-patterned stones can truly embody reverence for the celestial bodies. I had not anticipated such subterfuge here. Alisis noticed his expression and spoke with a hint of amusement. You seem quite knowledgeable about the intricacies at play here. Roger cleared his throat, realizing he could not admit that he understood far more than this. Nonetheless, was it appropriate to divulge such matters to an outsider? The thought struck him abruptly. Surely, they wouldn't silence him after sharing these secrets, would they? He instinctively touched the dragon breath gun at his waist. Though he had not heard of these diviners being particularly adept in combat, Alisis, perceiving his subtle gesture, erupted into laughter, her mirth echoing across the vast observation deck, tinged with a touch of mockery. What? Are you afraid I might silence you? Roger shrugged and replied candidly. I am indeed somewhat apprehensive. It appears I have overheard far more than I ought to. Alisis laughed even harder, clutching her stomach, nearly rolling on the smooth floor in her delight. This left him quite at a loss. You are rather amusing, she finally managed to say, her meticulously arranged white cloak now askew, a stark contrast to her usual solemn image as a diviner. She raised her hand to adjust her crooked cloak and teased, as a diviner, why would you think I might resort to silencing anyone? Roger scratched his head awkwardly, primarily because these matters sound too clandestine. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Fear not, she reassured him. These matters are already an open secret among the aristocracy of the imperial capital. It is merely a tacit understanding among us all. However, tacit understanding implies that no one can shatter this veil of secrecy. Keeping it bottled up must lead one to seek an outlet. Mustn't he it? Speaking to colleagues? That would not be prudent. Friends and family might not grasp these convoluted nuances and may not be reliable either. As the foremost diviner of the court, I must always maintain a facade. Am I to be deemed more trustworthy than her friends and family? Roger found himself uncertain whether to be flattered or remain vigilant. They had only met twice, after all. Was this truly appropriate? She turned to him, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. But with you, it's different. You are an outsider. Once you hear this, you shall return to your domain, neither entangled in the murky waters of the imperial capital nor stirring up any commotion. So, in your eyes, I am merely a safe soundboard. Soundboard? What do you mean? Alisis tilted her head. Roger then recounted the tale of the emperor with donkey ears. The barber, having discovered the emperor's secret, dared not reveal it to anyone and ultimately found himself confiding in a tree hollow. Upon hearing this, Alisis paused for a few seconds before bursting into even louder laughter. Ha ha, that metaphor is indeed quite fitting. Are we astrologers not akin to that barber? Before the royalty and nobility, one must feign ignorance while dutifully assisting in grooming and braiding. As Roger observed the uncontrollable laughter of Alisis, he suddenly realized that this lofty court astrologer might be far more solitary than he had previously imagined. Alisis wiped the tears of joy from the corners of her eyes, her gaze infused with a newfound sincerity and relief. However, your listening ear is undoubtedly much safer than the barber in the tales. At least you shall not bury secrets in the earth, giving rise to talking reeds. After all, the emergence of such loquacious flora would be quite the inconvenience. Roger, taking cue from her words, jestingly produced several sheets of parchment from his pocket and offered them to her. Chapter 085. A gift, though somewhat perplexed. Roger sensed that the bond between them had notably deepened. Upon seeing the densely inscribed parchment, Alicia's eyes sparkled with excitement. A new story? How splendid! For she was feeling rather bored. She nearly snatched the parchment from him, eagerly unfurling it. I shan't intrude any further, Lady Alicia. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises. Alicia lifted her gaze, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. Are you leaving already? Did you come here today for no other purpose? None at all. His primary intention was merely to observe the structure of the astrological tower, but it turned out to be beyond the means of his realm to construct. He could only provide Serafina with a wooden frame. Is there nothing you require my assistance with? Alicia's eyes glimmered with curiosity, as if she were verifying whether he was merely engaging in polite conversation. Roger shook his head decisively. Truly, there is nothing. Today, I merely brought you stories. There was but one matter he wished to seek her help with, finding a way back to Earth, but regrettably, she was unable to assist with that at present. Alicia raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly incredulous. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly, her tone tinged with an ineffable sense of melancholy. You are one of the rare few who approach me without ulterior motives, specifically to seek my company. Even Teacher Anna, when she comes, does so primarily for official matters. Roger was taken aback, realizing that his seemingly simple gesture of delivering stories appeared so extraordinary in Alicia's eyes. As the foremost oracle of the court, she must have grown accustomed to everyone approaching her with a purpose, whether to seek prophecies or pursue personal gain. A visit solely for the sake of sharing stories was likely a novel experience for her. If there was a reason behind this, it was guilt. He scratched his head awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had yet to offer a formal apology for breaking her crystal ball. I should make some form of amends for shattering your crystal ball. Alicia looked momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively. That was not your fault. I can only blame my own inadequacy. I believe I had Teacher Anna convey my sentiments to you last time. That matter has long since been resolved. Nevertheless, the incident was instigated by me. Moreover, since you enjoy these stories, it is no trouble for me to write them. Alicia suddenly laughed, a mixture of relief and resignation gracing her features. You are quite the interesting person, fretting over a mere broken crystal ball. Yet, these stories are indeed delightful, and I thoroughly enjoy them. I shall endeavor to compose even more for you in the future. I have plenty of tales to recount. As he prepared to take his leave and turned to descend the stairs, Alicia called out to him. Wait. She turned and approached the astrolabe, retrieving a palm-sized silver card from a concealed compartment in its base. Since you have bestowed upon me a gift, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. The silver card was adorned with exquisite engravings, featuring a small amethyst crystal embedded at its center. This is my star speech card. With it, you may freely enter the astrological towers throughout the empire. Even divination institutions in other nations will regard this card with a measure of respect. Roger instinctively raised his hand in refusal. My Lady Alicia, this is far too precious. I have merely offered a few stories and cannot possibly bear such a gift. He understood that this was not merely a pass, but also represented Alicia's connections and reputation within the circle of diviners. The disparity between these two gifts was stark, akin to exchanging stones gathered by the riverbank in one's hometown for a piece of gold passed down through generations. It bordered on the absurd. Yet, Alicia insisted on placing the silver card firmly in his hand, her tone light. Take it. You may find it useful one day. Given her unwavering insistence, Roger felt compelled to accept, tucking the star language card into his pocket. As he departed, he boarded the magical lift. Unlike the metallic cabins of Earth, this magical lift resembled a black crystalline platform suspended in midair, encircled by a semi-transparent energy barrier, defying gravity entirely. The lift descended swiftly and steadily towards the base of the tower, far quicker than any staircase could allow. Once again, marveling at the wonders of magic, he left the astrological tower and returned to the city of Nora. I was just about to look for you, Nora exclaimed upon seeing him, her face alight with excitement. Everything is settled. The old fellows of the Royal Jewelry Bureau were utterly astonished, and we sold it for 3,200,000 crystal coins. After deducting the 3% commission, you will receive 3,104,000 crystal coins. You are quite sincere, Roger remarked with a jesting tone. Yesterday, you mentioned 3 million. Even if you pocketed the extra 200,000 and deducted the commission, I would be none the wiser. Of course. I pride myself on fair dealings, Nora replied, her chest puffed with pride. Moreover, this is not a one-time transaction. If you have any treasures to part with in the future, you will think of me, won't you? Nodding in agreement, Roger mused internally about the abundant pearls mined by the barbarians over the years, which seemed to have vanished into the hands of those in black robes without entering the market. Otherwise, such a pearl could not fetch such a high price. Without the intent to profit, what purpose could it serve? Was there truly some secret hidden beneath? Yet, he could not fathom what it might be, merely hoping that trouble would not find its way to him. Shaking his head to dismiss such ominous thoughts, he produced a piece of parchment and handed it to her. I need to procure some items. I heard they can only be found in the black market. Nora took the parchment, glanced at it, and raised an eyebrow. Bloodthorn? Are you planning to cultivate this in your territory? Indeed, I have heard that it is immensely valuable, he replied. Valuable it may be, but do you know it is also called vampire vine? Yes, I am aware, but have you forgotten that my territory is home to the robust bear folk? Nora suddenly clapped her hands, realization dawning upon her. I nearly overlooked that. You indeed possess the skill to make the bear folk willingly act as your gardeners. Then, her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer and whispered, How many bloodthorns do you intend to plant? Roger was taken aback by her reaction and answered honestly, Perhaps a circle around the territory. After all, this plant is known to devour people. It cannot be planted in the center of the territory. Nora's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, your territory is quite extensive, isn't it? Surely, the yield could accumulate to great heights, Roger remarked, perplexed. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Nora chuckled softly, lowering her voice even further. Would the Lord care to sign a business contract with me? I'm interested in acquiring all the blood thorns you cultivate. What do you think? It was then that Roger grasped her keen interest. She aspired to be the exclusive purchaser. He found it somewhat amusing. Are you a mercenary or a merchant? Why do you wish to meddle in every business? Ah, being a mercenary is my dream, while business is a family affair. But as family, we naturally support one another. If you can indeed cultivate blood thorns on a large scale, it would be a substantial enterprise. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to miss. Observing the sharp glint in her eyes, Roger mused that if she were to abandon her mercenary pursuits for commerce, she would undoubtedly thrive in the business world. However, he refrained from giving an immediate answer. Let us wait until the cultivation is successful. I cannot be certain it will thrive, and my territory is quite distant from the Valencia Empire, complicating transportation. Yet, Nora waved dismissively. It will undoubtedly thrive. You have no idea how resilient the bloodthorns are. As for transportation, my family's merchant caravan routinely conducts business in Lanricaro. Reaching your territory would merely require a slight detour. Chapter 086. Seeds. Observing the determined expression on Nora's face, Roger felt a surge of enthusiasm within himself. Having a stable market was undeniably advantageous, alleviating him from the burdensome task of establishing sales channels. Particularly since Nora's family possessed their own trade caravan. Transportation would no longer be a concern for him. All right, once I cultivate them, I shall prioritize supplying you, he replied, although it felt like a serendipitous convenience. He refrained from making absolute commitments, for the unpredictability of business was far too great. It was prudent to leave some leeway. Agreed, Nora exclaimed, playfully patting Roger's arm, her laughter bright and buoyant. Come, let me take you to the black market. The two exited the city, arriving at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of the imperial capital. In the distance, they beheld the mountain riddled with numerous openings, both large and small, surrounded by heaps of excavated rubble and soil. Nora explained that this site was once a mining area, which, after uncovering an underground cavern, was abandoned and transformed into a gathering place for all manner of people. By the largest opening, several diminutive goblins were huddled. The interior resembled a labyrinth, necessitating a goblin guide. As she spoke, Nora produced a few crystal coins, weighing them in her hand. The crisp clinking sound instantly piqued the goblin's interest. She gestured to one of them, which scurried over with an eager bounce, its pointed nose nearly touching the coin she held. Here are 2 crystal coins. We wish to purchase magical plant seeds. Understood, the goblin replied in a high-pitched voice, turning to dash towards the entrance. The pair followed closely behind, entering the cavern. The pathways within the mine varied in width. In some areas, 2 carts could pass side by side, while in others, only a single person could squeeze through, occasionally necessitating a stooped posture. After a few paces, they encountered a fork in the path. Without a guide, one might indeed find themselves lost within this maze. Are you certain this place is safe? It won't suddenly collapse, will it? After all, there's an entire mountain above us in the event of a cave-in. We could end up entombed here as fossils. Fear not. These goblins are quite astute and have already marked the dangerous routes. As long as we avoid those areas, we shall remain relatively safe. Roger murmured a silent hope, yet having ventured this far, it would be unwise to retreat out of fear. He steeled himself and pressed on. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they emerged into a vast, naturally formed cavern. Countless luminescent entities hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were thousands of thumb-sized glow worms, densely clustered upon the stalactites, twinkling like stars. This was the first time he had encountered such a spectacular sight, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Ah, if only I could capture a few of these to take home. I would need to light oil lamps anymore. Though his vampiric nature rendered the night indistinguishable from day, the others in the castle lacked such night vision and still required illumination. The inferior lamp oil not only emitted a pungent odor, but also released noxious black smoke. However, Nora shook her head. The glowworms are a local specialty. They cannot survive outside the specific conditions of this cavern for more than half a day. If you seek illuminating artifacts, here one can procure luminous pearls. Luminous pearls? His enthusiasm waned instantly as he yearned to behold these otherworldly treasures. The spacious cavernous hall was teeming with people. A diverse assembly of individuals congregated, including merchants burdened with hefty satchels, mercenaries adorned with curved blades at their waists, and even a few tattered-robed mages haggling with the vendors on the ground. The wares displayed were a dazzling array, featuring glimmering ores, peculiar biological specimens submerged in glass jars, and scrolls encased in animal hides. Yet, this hall was evidently not the terminus. The nimble goblin deftly maneuvered through the bustling crowd, slipping into a narrow passageway on the right, barely wide enough for a single person. After traversing approximately 100 meters, he arrived at an entrance draped with a black cloth. The goblin called out in a high-pitched voice, "Seeds for sale." A corner of the black curtain lifted mysteriously, revealing a dimly lit interior. A hoarse voice beckoned from behind the curtain. "Come in." Behind the drape was a modest stone chamber, its walls lined with towering wooden shelves filled with an assortment of ceramic jars of various sizes. In one corner, an elderly man wearing a wide-brimmed hat leaned against the wall, meticulously sorting through a wooden tray filled with seeds of some plant. Without lifting his gaze, the old man inquired in his gravelly tone, "Which type do you desire?" "Bloodthorns," Roger replied. "How many?" "Let us start with 1,000 seeds." He contemplated the vast expanse of his territory, approximately 500 square kilometers with a perimeter of around 300 kilometers. Even if he planted a seed every meter, he would require 300,000 seeds. This quantity was exceedingly extravagant. He reasoned that acquiring 1,000 seeds initially would suffice, and once they thrived, he could cultivate new seedlings from the resulting fruits. The old man paused, lifting the edge of his hat in disbelief as he gazed at Roger. "You said how many?" Nora, standing nearby, murmured, "No one ever buys more than 10 of these." "10?" Roger retorted. "If I purchase merely 10 a plant, how long will it take to propagate to 300,000? I cannot afford to wait." He turned to the old man, his tone resolute. "I said 1,000 seeds." After a moment of silence, the old man rose and approached the wooden shelves, retrieving a ceramic jar the size of a fist. He opened the jar and poured its contents onto an empty tray beside him. One by one, the blood-red seeds, each the size of a soybean, tumbled into the tray, their surfaces glistening like droplets of congealed blood. Just as Roger reached out to examine one closely, the elder swiftly intervened. Do not touch. This seed will germinate upon contact with living beings within 3 breaths. Such malevolence? He muttered under his breath, glancing at the tray, which held only 30-some seeds. In my lifetime here, I have never encountered a customer seeking 1,000 bloodthorn seeds. The old man's raspy voice held a hint of incredulity. You dare to purchase 1,000 without even understanding the nature of bloodthorns? That is of no concern to you. I will take these 35 seeds. The elder did not press further and returned the seeds to the jar. 35 seeds, 100 crystal coins each, non-negotiable, and no returns once you leave. Nora furrowed her brow. Old man, are you raising the price? Last month I saw someone purchase 2 for merely 50 crystal coins each. The elder leisurely adjusted his hat, revealing only a portion of his grizzled beard, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Last month was a different story. This month the market has shifted. Moreover, this gentleman is unfamiliar with the nature of the bloodthorn. Thus, I must impose a teaching fee. Roger raised his hand, interrupting Nora before she could utter another word. Very well, we shall proceed at your stated price. Was it not said that this plant possesses a remarkably resilient vitality, requiring almost no care, blooming and bearing fruit with ease? I'm curious to learn what this teaching fee entails. Should the old man fail to provide a reasonable explanation or resort to mere nonsense, I would not hesitate to reduce this stone chamber to rubble. Chapter 087. Rare goods. The old man settled back into the corner, resuming his meticulous selection of seeds from the tray, and spoke slowly. Firstly, after planting a seed, it is advisable to bury half a pound of flesh as fertilizer. Roger instinctively blurted out, human flesh? The elder lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze sweeping across Roger's face from beneath his wide-brimmed hat. Why do you ask? Realizing his indiscretion, Roger shrugged and replied with a half-joking tone. Given the nature of this thing, I assumed it would hardly be interested in the flesh of ordinary livestock. The old man emitted a barely audible chuckle. You do have a point. The flesh of livestock suffices, though if you are curious, you could certainly experiment with human flesh. However, it is not strictly necessary. It merely results in slower growth, taking 10 days to 2 weeks to break ground. With flesh, it can sprout in 3 days. Roger nodded, noting that this peculiar plant was not discerning about the quality of flesh, thus sparing him the trouble of sourcing alternatives. Secondly, after utilizing flesh as fertilizer, it will likely grow to over a human height within a month, at which point it will commence its hunting. It secretes a unique fragrance that attracts birds and beasts to its demise. In 3 months, it will reach full maturity, with tendrils spreading a radius of approximately 5 meters, capable of easily strangling prey the size of cattle or horses. As the elder spoke, he continued his work, casually tossing a shriveled seed into a nearby wooden barrel. This plant fears fire. It is not the ordinary kind. Only flames imbued with the purification attribute can eradicate its roots. Otherwise, even if you sever the vines, the subterranean rhizomes will sprout anew. You would need to excavate several meters underground to remove even the finest root hairs completely. Thirdly, once the fruit reddens, it will explode on its own, scattering seeds up to several dozen meters away. If you wish to prevent it from becoming a plague, you must harvest the fruit as soon as it begins to blush. Be sure to wear thick gloves while doing so, as the fine hairs on the skin will cause itching that lingers for 3 days. Roger, shedding his initial indifference, listened intently, noting every detail. He even humbly inquired, "What about my bear men? Can they withstand the thorns of the vines?" The elder pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the bear men possess thick skin, but the thorns of the bloodthorn carry a mild paralyzing toxin. It is best to limit their care to no more than 3 plants a day. Otherwise, if they become ensnared too often, they may stagger while walking. Thank you. Roger felt that the expenditure of 100 crystal coins per seed was quite worthwhile, producing 3,500 crystal coins. He stowed away the ceramic jar and glanced at the remaining jars on the wooden rack. Are there any other valuable items? The old man raised his hat slightly, a glimmer of strange light flashing in his eyes. There are indeed, but I fear you may lack the courage to accept them. Oh, is there something even more sinister than the bloodthorn? I would like to witness it. The elder leisurely stood, retrieving a dust-covered black ceramic jar from the top shelf. Lifting the lid revealed a seed glowing with an eerie blue luminescence. This is the division grass. Roger fixated on the luminescent blue seed, raising an inquisitive brow. Division grass? What do you mean by division? Can this grass split itself in two? Far more intriguing than that. The elderly man's gnarled fingers delicately played with the seeds as he chuckled softly. Plant it, let it bloom and bear fruit. Consume that fruit, and you shall give rise to another being that is an exact replica of yourself. Roger was taken aback. An exact replica? Was it an illusion or mere sleight of hand? The old man shook his head. Certainly not an illusion. It is a genuine counterpart of you. This is likely a form of contract magic, though I do not fully comprehend it. You plant it, and every 7 days you must drip a few drops of blood. Once it bears fruit and you consume it, another you emerges, complete with your memories, habits, and even thought processes. Another genuine self? Roger's lips twitched slightly. The concept was inherently sinister. Compared to this, the blood thorn seemed trivial. Would that doppelganger seek to eliminate me and take my place? Perhaps having watched numerous films and read novels about rebellious clones, this was his initial thought. The old man waved his hand dismissively, affirming, rest assured, the doppelganger cannot harm the original. This is the foundation of the contract. How splendid. The doppelganger could handle mundane chores, and in times of peril, serve as a shield against danger. Yet, he sensed that the matter wouldn't be so straightforward. What was the price? The old man grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. The doppelganger lasts for 3 days, and once the time is up, it will wither into dust. The original will sacrifice 10 years of their life. What? Nora gasped in shock. 10 years of life for a mere 3 days of a puppet? Only a madman would agree to such a deal. Even a life-extending seed wouldn't be so reckless with 1's lifespan, would it? Of course not, the old man replied leisurely, sealing the ceramic jar. But in certain circumstances, the price is worth it. Quite interesting, Roger mused aloud. Nora's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, that has 10 years of life. What's so interesting about that? He had no intention of using it. He merely found it amusing. How much is this doppelganger grass proceed? The old man shook the jar in his hand. Just this one. You cannot acquire more. Moreover, once planted, it yields only a single fruit, making propagation impossible. How miserly. A single seed producing just one fruit? Yet, it made sense. No one would squander their life 10 years at a time. Then how did this one come about? The old man's expression turned serious. Industry secret. All right, how much for this seed? The old man extended a finger. 10,000 crystal coins, fixed price. Don't complain about the cost. This is the only one in the entire black market. Take it or leave it. Quite audacious. Roger thought quietly but nodded. I'll buy it. Nora was left speechless in shock. Roger was aware that spending 10,000 crystal coins on a seed that might never be used sounded utterly insane. Yet, considering the potential to save his life in a crucial moment, it didn't seem like a loss. Perhaps one day in the future he would sip blood and enjoy a lengthy life. Yet he could never be certain he wouldn't meet disaster. If faced with a life-or-death situation, he would willingly sacrifice 10 years, or even 100, for a chance to survive. Upon witnessing his prompt payment, a flicker of surprise crossed the old man's eyes. It appears this patron possesses a keen understanding of the trade. To be frank, I have several exquisite items in my possession. Would you care to take a look? No need. Nora hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Roger's arm, and led him away from the stone chamber. Are you out of your mind? Do you have money with no place to spend it? As soon as they exited the black curtain, Nora lowered her voice to complain. 10,000 crystal coins for a worthless seed. A seed that shortens one's lifespan, no less. I merely found it intriguing. I never claimed I would utilize it. Roger gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to release her grip. Consider it a rare collectible. It could serve as an ornamental piece. Nora remained unconvinced, her brows knitting together like twisted dough. A rare collectible? Are you not concerned that one day, in a moment of carelessness, you might ingest it and unwittingly forfeit your lifespan? Rest assured, I am not that foolish. Chapter 088. Conflict. As Roger emerged from the cave, he collided with a towering figure. The individual was a half-orc, significantly taller than him, with a physique that bulged with muscles and arms adorned with ghastly scars. What an impertinent creature! The half-orc seized Roger by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere rag doll, his voice booming like thunder. Do you dare to bump into Baron? The foul stench of his breath, mingled with sweat and cheap alcohol, was nauseating. The bloodline he possessed endowed him with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and a noxious odor assaulted his nostrils, nearly prompting him to retch. Indeed, it was his own inadvertent collision with the half-orc, and had the brute been inclined to reason, Roger would have offered a sincere apology. However, the half-orc's demeanor suggested a desire to rend him limb from limb, clearly indicating that dialogue was not on the agenda. Thus, Roger saw no reason to be courteous. With a sudden thrust of his knee, he forcefully struck the half-orc in the abdomen. The half-orc's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a pumpkin, his bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The grip he had on Roger's collar slackened involuntarily as he doubled over, clutching his midsection and staggering backward, collapsing onto his knees and retching violently. The surrounding clamor fell silent, and dozens of eyes turned toward the scene. Roger adjusted his crumpled collar and glanced at Nora. Who is this fellow? Nora shook her head, surveying the fallen half-orc. I am not well acquainted with this area, but he appears to be a thug extorting protection fees. In this chaotic black market, there are always brutes who abuse their size to intimidate others. Meanwhile, the half-orc, Baron, was turning a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to rise, the agony in his abdomen rendering him momentarily powerless. A few suppressed chuckle from the onlookers only served to contort his expression further. You little brat, Baron hissed through clenched teeth, drawing forth a weapon resembling a heavy iron mace from his waist, mustering all his strength to prop himself up. His crimson, beastly eyes fixed on Roger with a burning desire to devour him whole. You dare to ambush Baron? Today, you shall learn the true might of Baron. The spectators instinctively retreated, clearing a space for the impending clash, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the unfolding spectacle. Nora whispered, "Shall we intervene?" The reputation of Battle Blade should suffice to intimidate such scum. Before Roger could respond, Baron charged forward with a furious roar. The iron mace swung in a deadly arc, poised to reduce him to a pulp. Roger, however, remained unperturbed, sidestepping gracefully as he executed a deft maneuver, hooking his foot around Baron's ankle. The half-orc, already unsteady from his abdominal pain, lost his balance and toppled like a mountain, crashing to the ground and tasting the dirt. His face, smeared with grime and mingled with blood from his nostrils, presented a most pitiable sight. The suppressed laughter erupted into a cacophony of mirth, and Baron's face turned a deep shade of liver as he bellowed, springing back to his feet, the iron mace whistling through the air as he charged at Roger like a frenzied bull. Roger merely smirked, effortlessly evading Baron's onslaught once more. The series of failures utterly drove Baron to madness, causing him to tremble with rage, his beastly eyes bloodshot, and heavy breaths escaping his flared nostrils. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full strength. The iron mace traced a fleeting shadow through the air. Roger merely sidestepped slightly, and the mace crashed heavily onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying as it created a shallow pit in the hard rocky surface. Baron, utilizing all his brute force, stumbled forward uncontrollably and collided headfirst into a nearby stalactite. A dull thud reverberated, as if the entire cavern shook. Baron swayed upright for a moment before collapsing thunderously to the ground, unconscious. A gaping wound appeared on his forehead, blood streaming down his cheek. Roger, both amused and incredulous, gazed at the fallen Baron, whose fearsome appearance belied his fragility. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of reactions, some whistling, others clapping their thighs in delight, while a few mercenaries clad in leather armor shouted in bizarre tones, mocking Baron for his foolishness. Nora approached to inquire, "Are you unharmed?" Roger nodded, bending down to retrieve the iron mace that Baron had dropped. Though it bore some heft in his hand, its quality left much to be desired. Rust marred its surface, and the recent blow had pushed this inferior weapon to its limits without shattering. Before he could examine it further, several half-orcs of Baron's kin rudely shoved through the crowd. Upon seeing the unconscious Baron, their expressions darkened immediately. Who did this? The leader of the half-orcs glared around, hand resting on the hilt of his curved blade, bellowing, "Who dares to lay a finger on a member of our blood wolf mercenary group?" Another half-orc crouched down to check Baron's breath. Visibly relieved, yet his demeanor shifted to one of menace as his gaze flicked between Roger and Nora. With a cold smirk, Roger grasped the ends of the iron mace, gradually exerting force. As his arm muscles tensed, the mace emitted a grating sound, the rust flaking away. The onlookers stared, wide-eyed, as the mace visibly warped under his strength. Collectively holding their breath in the ensuing silence, even the fluttering of glowworms' wings became distinct. Within moments, the iron mace was twisted into an almost in shape, its ends nearly touching. Casually discarding the contorted hunk of metal at the feet of the half-orcs, he maintained an air of indifference. "I did this. Any objections?" The half-orcs, previously brimming with rage, were now rendered speechless by the display of strength that bent the iron mace with bare hands. The leader of the half-orcs stiffly opened his mouth, finally managing to stammer. "No objections. Get lost." He gritted through clenched teeth, waving his hand dismissively. The half-orcs hastily lifted the unconscious Baron and departed, even neglecting to retrieve the twisted piece of metal. The crowd, regaining their senses, instinctively stepped back, their eyes now reflecting a palpable wariness towards Roger. A figure capable of bending iron with his bare hands was not someone to be trifled with. They certainly did not believe that their bones were sturdier than that iron rod. Nora, equally astonished, leaned closer to Roger and whispered, "You possess an extraordinary amount of strength, don't you? Last time at the shop in Bahrain, did you perhaps hold back and deliberately only pull a 180-pound bow?" Roger shook his head and casually kicked the pile of scrap metal on the ground. "This material is of such poor quality that it bends with little effort. By the way, what is the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group? Could they pose a threat?" Nora scoffed dismissively. "I have never even heard of them. I have no idea from which obscure corner they emerged. They are likely just a ragtag bunch of inexperienced fighters who, upon gathering, dare to call themselves a mercenary group. If they were truly capable, they would not be lurking in such an underground cavern." Chapter 89. The night Pearl Nora picked up the iron lump from the ground and exerted herself to pry it apart, but it remained immovable. She clicked her tongue and carelessly tossed it aside, regarding Roger with exaggerated scrutiny. "Pray tell, how did you cultivate such strength? You might surpass even that of a bear." She had a nagging suspicion that even the fiercest warriors in the battlefield might falter in a mere contest of brute force against him. Roger mused internally. "You have indeed guessed correctly. It was precisely by defeating a bear in an arm wrestling contest that the 5 Bear Brothers acknowledged me as their leader." Nora continued to mutter, "I genuinely suspect you might be a vampire or a werewolf. Otherwise, how could a mere human possess such raw power?" He nearly choked on his own saliva. Fortunately, Nora merely spoke in jest and did not delve deeper into the matter. Regaining his composure, he shrugged in a playful tone, "Perhaps I truly am." Nora rolled her eyes, her expression clearly conveying disbelief. "Since when do vampires roam under the sun during the day? And as for werewolves, even in their human form, their arms are as thick as tree trunks, covered in a thick layer of fur. Look at you, slender arms and legs. You have nothing in common with them." "Nothing in common is just fine." He silently sighed in relief. "I have told you, I am simply endowed with innate strength." "Innate strength?" Nora scoffed, but chose not to linger on the topic. After wandering around the hall for a while, she pointed ahead. "Aren't you in search of the Night Pearl? There it is." On a rough stone pedestal lay several objects draped in white cloth, each emanating a spectrum of colors. Upon noticing their approach, the vendor hastily lifted one of the cloths to reveal a treasure beneath. It was a fist-sized, coarse stone, pockmarked yet radiating a gentle orange glow. Roger found it intriguing and picked up the stone to scrutinize it closely. Its brightness was akin to that of a 100-watt LED bulb. The night pearls on Earth hardly emitted any light, let alone with this level of brilliance and warmth. Will it shine perpetually? He inquired. The vendor chuckled, his face adorned with a wide smile. Surely you jest. It cannot shine indefinitely. It may last for 2 to 3 months, after which it requires recharging. That made sense. If it could shine forever, it would be akin to a perpetual motion machine. He learned that this stone could only be recharged about 5 or 6 times before it became an ordinary, useless rock. And how does one recharge it? Nora casually replied. It's not too difficult. You simply need to gather sunlight through magic and focus it onto the night pearl. The process takes about an hour. What is this? Solar charging technology? He questioned incredulously. And you say it's not complicated? Where am I to find a magician capable of concentrating sunlight? He was at a loss for where to begin his complaints when suddenly a thought struck him. You mentioned just needing to gather sunlight? Just needing? Nora shot him a sidelong glance, half smiling. Do you believe this task is simple? It requires a precise light-gathering magic array. And only a mage specialized in elemental magic could accomplish such a feat. Isn't that akin to the principle of a magnifying glass? He recalled a world where magnifying glasses existed. Nora raised an eyebrow, pondering the principle behind it. Indeed, the concept might hold true. But could one really construct a magnifying glass with a radius of several meters? While he could not fabricate such an immense lens, he could certainly create a solar cooker that harnessed the sun's rays using numerous small mirrors. All it required was the assembly of hundreds of tiny mirrors. However, there were no glass mirrors here. Yet, with an abundance of gold, mirrors fashioned from gold could reflect just as effectively. Although the reflective efficiency might be slightly diminished, one could compensate through sheer quantity. Concentrating sunlight in this manner could potentially charge the luminous pearl, he mused, and the more he contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. He resolved to experiment upon returning to his territory. The stall owner watched Roger intently, noting his rapt attention on the luminous pearl, hardly daring to breathe. After all, the man before him had the strength to bend iron, and any misstep could spell disaster for his modest stall. Observing this, Nora lightly nudged him with her elbow. What has you so lost in thought? Are you going to buy it or not? Roger snapped back to reality, weighing the luminous pearl in his hand. You mentioned that charging it requires a focused magic array and a specialized elemental magician. Is that solely for concentrating sunlight, or does magical energy also infuse the pearl? If magical energy were involved, he would be at a loss, for no amount of golden mirrors could conjure magic from thin air. Nora hesitated, uncertainty crossing her face. It should just be sunlight, right? I've never heard of needing to inject additional magical energy. At this, he pointed to several luminous pearls emitting a soft white glow. I'll take these. The stall owner beamed with delight, quickly wrapping the pearls in a soft cloth. Good sir, that will be 100,000 crystal coins. What? Roger nearly thought he misheard. Were several stones that might not last a year truly worth 100,000 crystal coins? Why not just rob a bank? The stall owner recoiled in shock, hastily waving his hands. And no, sir, that is the lowest price. I didn't dare ask for a single coin more. Nora gently tugged at Roger's sleeve. This is indeed the market rate. He isn't trying to swindle you. After a moment's thought, he resolved not to fall into the trap of being overcharged, retrieving the largest luminous pearl from his bag and tossing 2,000 crystal coins to the stall owner. As he departed, he weighed the luminous pearl in his hand. Why was this item so exorbitantly priced? Was it due to its rarity? Furthermore, why was such a valuable object not circulating in the market, but rather being sold clandestinely in the black market? He had seen these luminous pearls at Anna's home, where her dining room was adorned with silver tableware and pure silver candlesticks. It was certainly not a matter of affordability. Nora casually explained. Your deposits are located beneath a great mountain, which happens to be the sacred mountain of the dwarves. The dwarves do not permit anyone to excavate anything from their sacred mountain, not even a stone or a leaf. So these are contraband? Astute, Nora nodded. The dwarves enforce strict regulations, and the quantity of luminous pearls that can be smuggled out is limited. Moreover, the substantial risks associated with transportation naturally result in elevated prices. The piece you possess may very well have cost several lives. However, do not be troubled. Noticing his slight frown, Nora cheerfully patted his shoulder. How many items in the black market are truly untainted? One must simply acclimate. Furthermore, what you have are mere scraps, thus not excessively expensive. Were they pristine materials? The prices would multiply several times over. Roger was taken aback, although this luminous pearl appeared somewhat unremarkable. The gentle and steady radiance it emitted hardly suggested that it was merely a scrap. Chapter 90. The blacksmith who purchased those genuine materials? Nora shrugged. Of course. It was the nobles and wealthy merchants from various nations. However, they would not openly use them for illumination. After all, these items were smuggled, and displaying them would inevitably draw scrutiny. They are either kept as coveted treasures or showcased discreetly at private gatherings. Roger cast a glance at her, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. You seem quite knowledgeable about the intricacies here. Surely, your family possesses genuine luminous pearls? Given that her family operated its own caravan, they must be affluent, making such connections plausible. Nora's expression faltered momentarily, her neck stiffening as she retorted. Who said so? My family is a legitimate business, never dabbling in contraband. Yet, her eyes flickered, revealing a lack of conviction, just as Roger contemplated teasing her further. His peripheral vision caught sight of a dwarf setting up a stall in a remote corner. Turning to observe the luminous pearl stand, he noted that the dwarf could clearly see it as well. Would there be a confrontation? Nora scoffed. Huh, they've sunk so low as to sell on the black market. They must have long been expelled from their tribe. Having a place to call home is already a tremendous stroke of luck. They wouldn't dare interfere with others' sales. Expelled from their tribe? Roger pondered, glancing back at the dwarf's stall. The dwarf's red beard was matted with grease, and his leather armor bore several ragged holes. Yet he diligently polished the metallic wares on his stand until they gleamed. He had likely violated some tribal rule. It was said that the dwarven tribes had numerous strictures, with dozens of taboos governing the forging process. A single misstep could lead to punishment. To be expelled was to have committed a grievous transgression. She pointed to the war hammer at the dwarf's waist. Look at that hammer. The head is nearly worn down to nothing, yet he continues to use it. If he were still in the tribe, he would have been given a new one long ago. He must be at his wit's end, resorting to the black market for sustenance. Is there any chance for him to return after being expelled? None, Nora replied firmly. The dwarven laws are exceedingly stringent. Expulsion is one of the gravest punishments, more agonizing than execution. Even if he were to achieve colossal feats in the future, the tribe would never accept him back. Do you think I could invite him to my territory? Roger's gaze remained fixed on the dwarf, a hint of seriousness in his tone. His domain already housed a few blacksmiths, capable of crafting agricultural tools and repairing horseshoes, but asking them to forge proper weapons or enchanted artifacts would be an unreasonable expectation. If he could bring this dwarf back, the forging standards in his territory would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Are you serious? Nora was taken aback, her tone growing somber. In the eyes of the dwarven kin, an expelled dwarf was regarded as less respectable than a human thief. If other dwarves learned of your willingness to shelter an expelled kin, your forging business would never again be associated with the dwarven tribes. They would refuse to sell you even a dagger. Roger couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of his previous attempt to recruit those mages expelled by the Magic Association, where Harry's had similarly warned him, claiming it would invite the organization's ire. However, he had already recruited 4 expelled wizards and naturally would not care about one more ousted dwarf. Roger shrugged his shoulders, his tone laced with a hint of self-deprecation. In my impoverished territory, I fear I won't have the opportunity to engage in substantial trade with the dwarves for at least a decade. Rather than worrying about that, it would be prudent to address the immediate concerns at hand. Nora chuckled at his words, but could not resist offering a reminder. Yet this dwarf may not be inclined to accompany you. The dwarves are inherently wary of humans. What do these dwarves enjoy? He contemplated attempting to cater to their tastes. Drinking, Nora replied without hesitation, her tone resolutely assured. The dwarves are fervent imbibers, particularly of spirits. To them, fine liquor is more precious than mithril. Liquor? Although his territory lacked a distillery, it was not an insurmountable challenge. The art of brewing was not overly complex. As long as one had grain and a water source, it could surely be figured out. Aside from spirits, what else? That would be ores. The rarer the ore, the more would drive them wild. While he could not currently procure any rare ores, 2 moles had already uncovered iron and copper mines. Moreover, with such a vast expanse of territory, he was confident that some rare treasures could be unearthed. It would be wise to test this theory. He strode directly towards the dwarf stall, with Nora trailing behind, shaking her head in resignation as she followed him. Upon reaching the dwarf's stall, he gazed at one of the short blades. The blade was not exquisitely crafted. It exuded a sense of steady heft, with faint forging patterns visible along the edge. How much for this knife? The dwarf lifted his head, his tone rather brusque. 50 crystal coins. 50 crystal coins? The price was not exorbitant. Indeed, it could even be deemed inexpensive. He did not haggle, but instead produced 50 crystal coins and handed them over, picking up the short blade to weigh it in his hand. The craftsmanship was commendable. The dwarf accepted the coins and stowed them away, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he returned to polishing another axe, as if uttering another word would tax him. "May I ask your name, master?" Roger inquired, toying with the short blade, striving to keep his tone as calm as possible. The dwarf paused momentarily, a flicker of wariness flashing in his bloodshot eyes. After a brief silence, he grumbled out 2 words. "Blun." "Blun?" Roger repeated the name, gesturing towards all the weapons on the stall. "Did you forge all of these?" The dwarf displayed a look of confusion, seemingly taken aback that this human would pose such trivial questions. He grunted, which could be considered an acknowledgement. "How much do you earn in a month?" The dwarf hesitated again, the silence stretching longer this time, as if weighing whether to answer the inquiry. After a while, he coldly replied, his tone tinged with impatience. "Are you here to purchase something or to waste my time?" Roger chuckled lightly. "Do I appear to be that bored? I merely wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Blund set down the axe he had been polishing, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Roger, as if trying to discern something from his expression. "What kind of business? Given your remarkable craftsmanship, you are far too talented to be in this black market." Roger endeavored to sound sincere. "In Swyrog, I possess a territory that is in dire need of a competent blacksmith." The dwarf's eyes widened, his red beard quivering, as fury nearly erupted forth from within. "You humans are the most deceitful of all. Last time, a noble invited me to be his blacksmith, only to coerce me into mining for them, while denying me adequate sustenance.